My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 1666 to chapter 1841. After drinking a cup of tea, the fragrance lingered in her teeth and cheeks, and she felt relaxed. Arbor only felt that her body was warm and cozy, and she could no longer feel the burning sensation from the fire. It was as if her entire body was soaking in a hot spring, extremely comfortable. Ball, pour me another cup. Is this brewed with spirit tea leaves that are half a tael and a fan? Yes, Master. Master's measurement of medicinal herbs was extremely accurate. Naturally, she could accurately tell the amount of spirit tea in 1 cup. A green vine took the teacup back to Paradise Planet, and within a second, handed another cup of steaming hot spirit tea to Arbor. After drinking another cup of spirit tea, Arbor felt that the mystic energy in her body that had been depleted had completely returned. After drinking the 3rd cup, Arbor could feel a trace of spirit energy circulating slightly in her meridians, slowly flowing through her body. Under the mystic energy in her body, this bit of spirit energy was like a clay ox entering the sea, immediately sinking and disappearing without a trace. However, this could not be denied. If this spirit tea was drunk over a long period of time, it would naturally imperceptibly change the meridians in her body, helping her to shape her spirit meridians, and increasing the spirit energy in her body. When the tea was brewed for the 4th time, the effects were slightly less effective. After drinking 7 cups of water in a row, Arbor felt that the spirit tea in her cup was no different from ordinary tea leaves. However, when ordinary tea leaves were brewed for the 7th time, they were basically so bland that they could not taste anything. Arbor put down the teacup, only feeling that her physical strength had recovered to an extremely optimal state. Even if 3 spirit beasts ran over right now, she could still beat them 3 times in a row. Ball, brew another 4 people's worth of tea. She wanted to treat her teammates to tea. Ball nagged, this tea is too expensive. Right now, it's only enough for 500 people. The more you drink, the less you get. Moreover, with their weak bodies, how can they endure the spirit tea? Although it nagged incessantly, Ball still ran off to brew the tea. Not long after, it told her that the tea was ready. Arbor turned a deaf ear to Ball's nagging. Thus, she excitedly got up and ran over to wake up her teammates one by one with great interest. Duamuqing was not in a deep sleep. When he felt someone walk to his side, his eyes suddenly opened. Arbor was hesitating whether or not he should reach out to push him when he suddenly saw him open his eyes. He subconsciously took a step back and looked away guiltily. He coughed lightly and said, since you're awake, get up and drink some tea. The little fatty raised his hand and yawned. His eyes were hazy as he said, Jojo, I thought some profound beast would attack us in the middle of the night. What's wrong with this kid? Waking them up in the middle of the night for tea. Why are you drinking tea? I want to sleep. Xianxia sat there with her head drooping. She felt that her entire body was drenched in sweat. Her entire body felt sticky and uncomfortable. Come, have some tea. Arbor handed cups of tea to the 5 of them. Drink up. Unable to refuse such hospitality, the 4 of them picked up their teacups and drank. After sleeping for most of the night, he indeed felt very thirsty. This cup of tea came at the right time. After drinking a cup of tea, the 4 of them widened their eyes. It was as if the little fatty's soul had returned to him. He stuttered, Jojo, this tea? How strange. Where did Jojo get the tea in the middle of the night? It was still F***ing hot. How do you feel? Arbor wanted to know if the effects of the spirit tea they drank were the same as hers. This feeling is too good. Little fatty slapped his thigh, feeling his spirit lift. I feel as comfortable as if I'm soaking in spring water. Suddenly, I don't feel the scorching heat anymore. Xianxia's eyes lit up. She felt that the sticky and smelly sweat all over her body seemed to have disappeared. Even though she was sitting on top of the lava mountain range, she could still feel the cool and refreshing night breeze. Right. What kind of tea is this? It's too magical. What's up with the 36,000 small pores all over her body and the comfortable feeling? Arbor took out a teapot and filled the teacups in front of the 4 of them. Another cup. The 4 of them hurriedly reached for the cups. They didn't care about talking anymore, nor did they care about whether it was hot or not. Like cows drinking water, they gulped down another cup. How do you feel? Arbor asked again. I feel that my whole body is filled with profound energy. The profound energy that was consumed earlier has all been recovered. Little Fatty stuttered, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was too fast. Even the profound recovery elixir wasn't this effective. The profound recovery elixir that was sold on the market could only recover 1/10 of one's profound energy. And this ordinary cup of tea, actually soothed the profound energy in their bodies by 100%. My God, what kind of tea is this? While holding a small notebook and brush, Xiaomu earnestly recorded down the effects of the medicine. In other words, the first cup of this spiritual tea could open up the human body's limbs, bones, and meridians, making you feel as if you were bathing in a hot spring. The second cup would restore your whole body's strength. The third cup's effect was to inject a little spiritual energy into the body. After drinking it, the effect wouldn't be too great. Arbor kept the notebook and looked at the four dumbfounded people. The fourth cup's effect isn't too great. Do you still want to drink it? What a joke. If they still didn't know that this tea was extraordinary, then they would definitely be fools. With such good tea, how could they not drink it? Moreover, Jojo only said that the effect wasn't great. He didn't say that it was completely ineffective. Of course they couldn't waste it, seeing the four of them nod their heads in unison. Arbor refilled their glasses. Just like her, he drank 7 cups of water in a row. His stomach was probably filled with tea. Arbor waved his hand and said, "Go to sleep." What was laughable was that the 5 of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and were in high spirits. How could they still sleep? After tossing and turning for a while, Arbor suddenly got up from the rock. The other 4 also sat up and looked at her speechlessly. Ahem. Arbor coughed lightly with an indifferent expression. Why don't we scatter some powder now and provoke some spirit beasts to fight? Good idea. Xianxia immediately agreed. Now that her eyes were clear and her mind was clear, she did not feel sleepy at all. It was useless to just lie there and roll around. She might as well get some spiritual beasts to continue with the mission. Seeing that the 4 of them had no objections, Arbor took out a porcelain bottle filled with medicinal powder from his pocket and sprinkled it. It was an exciting night. In the middle of the night, the entire lava mountain range was restless. Many beasts ran towards Arbor and the others. The shadows of the mystic beasts galloping in the forest affected Fairy Yellow Crane, Che Rumen, and the others. They had no idea what was going on. They only knew that the mystic beasts in the entire lava mountain range were very busy tonight. At the first glimmer of dawn, the 5 people harvested 3 more spirit beast corpses. Arbor stuffed them into his storage talisman. After a night of torment, the 5 people were a bit exhausted, but thankfully, they had a decent harvest. Looking at this mission, they basically completed 70% or so. Mata was incredibly happy. He flipped the spirit beast meat on the grill with one hand and said with a smile, "Oh my God, I never knew that the entrance test could be played like this. Compared to our entrance test this time, TSK, my entrance test back then was filled with trials and tribulations and was extremely bitter." The other 4 people were currently sitting around the grill with their eyes closed to recover the mystic energy in their bodies. Sweat trickled down their foreheads. The spiritual tea had been consumed in their bodies for an entire night and had already been completely consumed. They once again felt the unbearable scorching heat in their surroundings, but no one asked Arbor about last night's spiritual tea, nor did anyone ask Arbor for that spiritual tea to drink. Arbor inwardly felt that although these teammates of his looked silly, they were actually quite reliable. After drinking the spiritual tea and going through an entire night of fierce fighting, everyone felt that their cultivation had improved slightly. Xianxia also sensed that the barrier to her peak level 13 mystic cultivation was already on the verge of breaking. She opened her eyes joyfully and said, I think I'm about to advance." The little stoic also opened her eyes when she heard this, and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. She took out a mystic breakthrough pill and handed it to her. "Eat it. I'll guard you. Advance." She only said a few words, but it made Xianxia feel extremely moved. Xianxia nodded at her but didn't say any words of gratitude. She only took the mystic breakthrough pill and consumed it without hesitation. Then she closed her eyes again and blocked her 5 senses, entering a vacuum cultivation mode to advance. Soon, Xiaomu clearly saw waves of mystic energy drifting over from above the stone forest. Mystic energy from all directions was swarming into Qi Xuanchuan's body. Instructor Wei Wei, who was sitting quietly on a huge rock in the lava mountain range, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his head to look at the restless profound energy on the mountain range and muttered to himself, "Someone actually advanced in the lava mountain range?" Wei Wei closed his eyes again, ignoring everything around him. In the other room, Fairy Yellow Crane looked at her teammates with a pale face and said, "Let's leave the lava mountain range now. Last night was really lively. All the Xian beasts in the entire lava mountain range have heard the news, haven't they? They couldn't sleep well that night." Originally, she had already obtained 3 fire vipers' gallbladders yesterday. After completing the mission, she could immediately leave the lava mountains. However, it was already late at night, and it wasn't safe to walk in the lava mountain range at night. Therefore, Fairy Yellow Crane decided that everyone would endure for one more night. After resting enough, they would set off the next morning. In the end, things didn't go as planned. That night, let alone rest, Fairy Yellow Crane and the others were all on tenterhooks, not daring to close their eyes. They were worried that those mischievous mystic beasts would be blind and surround them at some point. After spending a deceptive night, when everyone was resolutely planning to leave, Fairy Yellow Crane also discovered that mystic energy from all directions was gathering in one place in the sky above the mountain range. Fairy Yellow Crane glanced over in shock and muttered to herself, "Someone actually advanced in such a harsh environment." Then, she did not pay any more attention to it and led the team back to where they came from. "Wait, wait." A weak voice came from beside her, causing Fairy Yellow Crane to stop in her tracks. Fairy Yellow Crane turned her head and saw Che Rumen, who looked exhausted. She was half lying in Li Qian's arms and waving at her. "Friend, can you sell us some water?" After a series of fierce battles, not only did Che Rumen feel exhausted, but she could not even lift her hands. Even the feeling of longing for water was driving her crazy. She wanted to drink water. Now was the time. However, all of the teammates in the team had also drunk all the water on them during the fierce battle. In the process of fighting with the mystical beasts, they had consumed a lot of their physical strength. Only by constantly replenishing their water could they barely support themselves from falling to the ground. Although they persevered in the end, they ran out of water on the second day of the test. This made them feel very confused. After all, the mission given to their team by the instructor was to kill 10 spirit beasts of level 1 and above. In the army of mystical beasts they encountered yesterday, they basically did not see any spirit beasts. Even if there were, who would have the energy to specifically capture spirit beasts when they were about to lose their lives? Fairy Yellow Crane was a woman with a good temperament. Seeing Che Rumen's situation, she could not help but feel a trace of sympathy. She raised her hand and took out the only 2 jugs of water in her inner world. She handed them to Che Rumen and said, "The dozen or so jugs of water I brought in are almost all used up. Take these 2 jugs, but I see that your situation is very bad. If possible, you might as well leave with us and go to a nearby village to replenish your supplies first. There are no villages within 100 kilometers of here. The closest to the lava mountain range is Anka City. Then let's go to Anka City." "No." Che Rumen bit her lip and shook her head. "Our team's mission is not complete yet. Can you ask your team members to bring us a few jugs of water? You're leaving the lava mountain range anyway, so you should be able to reach Anka City by tonight at the latest." Fairy Yellow Crane looked back at her team members behind her with some difficulty. Some members were cautious and lowered their heads to avoid meeting Fairy Yellow Crane's gaze. That was a clear rejection. Fairy Yellow Crane naturally did not want to force her team members. After all, they had yet to leave the lava mountain range. In this special environment, they were not completely safe. Only 2 members, seeing that Fairy Yellow Crane was in a difficult position, stood up and handed 2 jugs of water to Che Rumen. Che Rumen was somewhat dissatisfied. Fairy Yellow Crane's group of more than 10 people only gave them 6 jugs of water. This was too stingy. However, there was nothing she could do. She could only watch as Fairy Yellow Crane's group left. Che Rumen turned her head and looked at Li Qian, who was breathing heavily. "Li Qian, you promised that you would get first place in this competition. Li Qian's eyes flashed with impatience, who knew that the environment of this lava mountain range would be so harsh. The two of them were about to quarrel again. On the other hand, the level 13 mystic cultivator who joined last advised with a vulgar smile, "It's not impossible to take first place." Che Rumen turned to look at him. That wretched man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks chuckled again. "Miss Che, do you still remember the mission that the instructor assigned to that team from Arbor?" Che Rumen was taken aback, but soon after, her expression turned joyous. "You mean, we will find Xiao Mu's team and stealthily follow behind them, waiting for an opportunity to steal the cores of the spirit beasts they killed?" The wretched man stroked his short beard and chuckled mischievously. "This is a low-level method. How many spirit beasts can we steal from them? If they become vigilant, with the strength of their team members, we absolutely won't have a good time in their hands." "Then what good idea do you have?" The wretched man took out a talisman shining with a faint blue light from his pocket. "Miss Che, please take a look. This is a yellow-level puppet talisman. Secretly stick it on that little girl, and I guarantee that she'll be obedient for 7 days." The wretched man chuckled mischievously again. Che Rumen and the others were slightly startled. The level 14 mystic cultivator in the team, Zhu Bozong, couldn't help but frown. "Why do you have such a dirty thing like a talisman?" People like talisman masters were loathsome existences no matter where they were. Their minds were too dark and terrifying, and they often hid in the dark to give people a fatal blow. The people they plotted against were still so foolish that they couldn't tell what was going on. The wretched man chuckled. "You don't need to worry about that. In any case, I have my own channels. Just say if everyone wants to do it or not. I'm telling you, this talisman of mine has a great origin. The great master who made the talisman has a much higher cultivation than that little girl surnamed Xiao, so he can definitely make her fall for it without anyone noticing." Heh. After speaking, he took out another talisman from his pocket. "This is an invisibility talisman. I bought it in the black market by chance. If not for Fairy Huanghe's reminder, I would have forgotten about the invisibility talisman." The wretched man glanced at Li Qian. "How about it, young Master Li? Do you want to do it? Do you dare to do it? You want me to put on an invisibility charm, sneak up on Arbor, and use this puppet charm on her?" Li Qian immediately understood. "Of course, among all of us, your cultivation is the highest, and your movements are the most agile. Young Master Li is the most suitable person to do this." Che Rumen gritted her teeth. "Li Qian, let's do it this way." Li Qian couldn't help but frown, but he still couldn't go against Che Rumen's intentions. "Will your invisibility talisman be discovered by others?" After all, there was a level 3 spirit master in their team. The wretched man's eyes flashed slightly, and he immediately laughed. "How is that possible?" The invisibility talisman was absolutely invincible for a quarter of an hour. "Don't worry, the talisman master who made this talisman is definitely not a level 3 spirit master. You definitely won't be exposed in front of Arbor's team." When he said this, it made people feel uneasy. Li Qian frowned. Unable to resist Che Rumen's pleading gaze, he decided to take the risk and give it a try. "Where can we find Arbor's team?" The wretched man's eyes flashed, and he laughed mischievously. "Too simple. We'll follow the mystic energy from the 4 directions cloud movement, and we'll naturally find that Miss Xiao." Che Rumen was startled, and she couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You mean, the advancement movement is caused by her?" The wretched man shrugged. "Perhaps." Following the direction of the surge of mystic energy, Che Rumen and the others indeed found traces of Arbor's group of 5. Che Rumen couldn't help but glance at that vulgar man. Who exactly was this person? Why was he so sure that someone from Arbor's team had advanced? Although it wasn't that loathsome Miss Xiao who had advanced, if someone from Arbor's team had advanced, it meant that their team's strength had improved yet again. This wasn't a good thing that was worth praising. "I'll go now?" Li Qian lowered his voice and asked. The vulgar man grabbed him. "Young Master Li, let's make things clear first. I'll help your team get first place in this competition. After the competition ends, I'll deal with Miss Xiao." Li Qian couldn't help but be startled. "What do you mean? We're all in the same boat. How could young Master Li not understand?" The vulgar man revealed his black teeth and snickered at Li Qian. Li Qian immediately understood, but he looked down on the vulgar man in front of him. I didn't expect this brother to like this type. That Miss Chow looked like she hadn't reached marriageable age. She was too young. Although she was very beautiful, her entire person was as cold as a jade carving. Li Qian didn't like this. The vulgar man chuckled. Go. Li Qian stuck the invisibility talisman on himself and felt a strange force enter his body. Immediately, he heard Che Rumen exclaim in a low voice. Li Qian disappeared. Li Qian couldn't help but feel more confident. He left Che Rumen and the others' hiding place and walked briskly towards Arbor's group of 5. Arbor should be guarding Xianxia. Senior brother Mata was sitting at the side, flipping the barbecued meat on the rack. In the team, other than Xianxia who was advancing with her eyes closed, the other 2, Little Fatty and senior brother Duan Muqing, were also meditating with their eyes closed. Li Qian exclaimed in a low voice. The heavens were helping him. He was originally worried that if senior brother Duan Muqing was awake, things would be difficult. He didn't expect that only senior brother Arbor and senior brother Mata were guarding. If this was the case, the success rate would be higher. As long as he stealthily snuck to Qiao Mu's side and, as the vulgar man said, stuck that puppet curse onto her without anyone noticing, the powerful curse's power would enter her conscious and immediately take control of her movements. At that time, for 7 days, she would have no choice but to obey orders. Of course, the control of Qiao Mu, this little puppet, would most likely still fall into the vulgar man's hands. That was because the wretched man had never told him how to use the puppet charm. Li Qian silently arrived in front of Qiao Mu, but his body suddenly stiffened. This was because he noticed that Miss Chow had raised her head and was looking at him coldly and mercilessly. Immediately, cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Why did it feel like this line of sight was substantial and had such penetrating power? Li Qian suddenly picked up a small grain of sand and flicked it at Arbor's feet. The sudden movement of the small gravel caused Ma Ta, who was on the side, to swiftly look around vigilantly. After discovering that there were no suspicious humans or beasts in the surroundings, he raised a piece of spiritual beast meat and said to Xiao with a chuckle, Xiao, this spiritual beast meat is ready to eat. Do you want a piece first? You eat. Arbor glanced coldly at Li Qian, then closed her eyes. Li Qian heaved a sigh of relief. Damn, he thought Xiao Qing saw him. So he was overthinking. However, was he really thinking too much? Li Qian thought that he had silently sneaked forward and that Arbor had not noticed him at all. When he reached into his pocket and took out the puppet amulet, he then saw Qiao Mu coldly glare at him. That gaze was clearly, her gaze was focused on his face. Shit, she could actually see him? Li Qian cursed the wretched man in his heart. His pupils constricted. He was about to dodge to the side and retreat. Arbor raised her hand and a light screen suddenly covered Li Qian's body. Li Qian was trapped in an inverted transparent cover and his expression changed slightly. Arbor looked at him without a trace of pity in her eyes. There was only a deep chill. The moment the defensive lightning cover opened, hundreds of lightning bolts intertwined towards Li Qian's head. Trapped in the small defensive lightning cover, Li Qian could only cover his head and flee like a rat, constantly dodging the lightning bolts in the defensive lightning cover. At this moment, Che Rumen and the others who were hiding behind the rock were also stunned. What's going on? Che Rumen turned to look at the vulgar man. Didn't you say that no one would discover Li Qian within 15 minutes? What was the situation now? Was Li Qian being controlled by some spirit weapon? Li Qian was a level 1 spirit master and was so flustered in this transparent cover. It could be seen that this spirit weapon was not ordinary. At this moment, Ma Ta, who was worrying about the lack of salt on the barbecued meat, also jumped up from the ground and looked at the figure that appeared in the defensive lightning cover in shock. There was clearly no one there just now. This guy used an invisibility amulet and thought that no one could see him. Arbor said coldly. Idiot. The person who made this invisibility amulet had a higher cultivation level than her, but so what? In order to protect Xianxia, she had been vigilantly using her spiritual eye to scan the surroundings. Under her spiritual eye, this person had nowhere to hide. Moreover, as a yellow rank great talisman master, even with his eyes closed, he was able to sense the flow of talisman power in the air. Even if her cultivation was inferior to the other parties, talisman energy couldn't deceive people. This person was like a fool, openly walking in front of the great talisman master. Did he think that she couldn't sense the faint trace of talisman energy on his body? "You're that rank 1 spirit master, Li Qian." Ma Ta recognized him. When his cultivation exploded earlier, everyone's attention was focused on the few high-level mystic cultivators and spiritualists, so it was very easy to recognize him. When Li Qian realized that he couldn't break free from the defensive thunder barrier, his eyes revealed a trace of fear. "What do we do now?" Che Rumen nervously looked at the wretched man. The latter rolled his dead fish eyes and snorted contemptuously. "You're really too stupid. You've already been caught, but you still don't know how to throw out the talisman." "But how did that woman discover Li Qian? Didn't you say?" Che Rumen grabbed the wretched man and kept asking, but he gave her an impatient glance. "What's the point of saying this now?" The wretched man snorted. A level 1 spiritualist who used an invisibility amulet was actually discovered by a level 15 mystic cultivator. This is truly the biggest joke in the world. The wretched man still wanted to ridicule her, but Li Qian, who was trapped inside the defensive lightning cover, finally thought of taking out the puppet talisman that was floating with blue light from his sleeve. The wretched man sneered. "Humph, idiot." The vulgar man sneered, "You should have taken it out earlier. Talismans wouldn't be blocked by spirit weapons. At such a close distance, the talisman would definitely be able to pass through the spirit weapons cover and directly enter the little girl's consciousness." At that time, the vulgar man's eyes were filled with a determined flame. However, in the next second, this person's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He stood stiffly beside Che Rumen, as if he had been petrified. He slowly raised his hand. Suddenly, he clutched his chest, a mouthful of blood violently spurted out from his mouth. The vulgar man was greatly alarmed. He secretly cursed. What was this situation? Backlash. Not only was the puppet talisman that he created ineffective against the little girl, it even backfired on him. Ah! How was this possible? At the same time that the vulgar man was shocked, his entire body was on the verge of collapse and he almost fell on his butt. Arbor's ice bead-like eyes were already looking towards his hiding place. The talisman that this guy threw over emitted a special dark aura. Arbor instantly realized that the talisman in Li Qian's hand was puppet talisman. At this time, the vulgar man Tan Fa was also extremely shocked. According to the level of a talisman master, this vulgar man's talent was actually quite high. At least among the disciples of the same sect, his talisman talent was very outstanding. Compared to the martial uncles of the same sect who had been by the Grandmaster's side since they were young and could only reach the level of a high-level talisman master after studying for so long, the vulgar man Tan Fa's talent was obviously higher. Talisman masters were different from talisman masters. Compared to the systematic inheritance of talisman masters, the forbidden technique of talisman masters had actually been more or less submerged in the torrent of history. At least, it was impossible to have a systematic and traditional learning method like talisman masters. Talismans were passed down by word of mouth and had to be learned in secret. Because once people discovered that you were a talisman master, you would face the danger of being burned to death. The vulgar man Tan Fa, through this arduous process of learning talismans, finally stepped into the realm of a great yellow-level talisman master with great difficulty. He even believed that compared to talisman masters of the same level, his ability would definitely surpass talisman masters by a large margin. However, Tan Fa did not understand why he would suffer a backlash from the puppet charm. Currently, his conscience was in extreme pain, and his reason was telling him that he had to leave the scene immediately. Otherwise, he might suffer an even more severe blow. That was why he held his head, and under Zhu Bozong and Peng Guang's line of sight, he pressed down on Che Rumen's left shoulder. Suddenly, he raised his left hand, and a teleportation glyph array formed by 24 jade slips appeared under his feet. "Rumen!" Zhu Bozong and Peng Guang cried out in shock. In the blink of an eye, the wretched man, Tan Fa, grabbed Che Rumen and disappeared into the transfer glyph array. The last thing they saw was Che Rumen's deathly pale face. At that moment, Che Rumen found that he could not resist at all, When the seemingly level 13 Great Mystic Cultivator pressed down on her left shoulder, she felt a chill run down her spine. In that instant, Che-Rumen felt as though all the strength in her body had been sucked out, and she couldn't even use the slightest bit of profound energy. Che-Rumen looked at her companion in horror, and then disappeared from the teleportation array glyphs. The teleportation glyph array appeared suddenly and disappeared just as quickly. When Xiamu shot over like an arrow, that wretched man who had secretly attacked her and wanted to use a puppet charm had already pulled the carriage and disappeared without a trace. Another transportation talisman array, a cold glint flashed through Arbor's eyes. The talisman patrician family had never given her the slightest bit of support or warmth, and had always been a hindrance to her. Several times, the people she wanted to deal with had escaped through the transportation talisman array. This caused Arbor's impression of the entire Mu family to worsen. She also had an increasingly bad impression of those so-called relatives of the Mu family that she had never met. Did that wretched man think that he could slip away with the transportation talisman array? A cold glint flashed through Arbor's eyes. Ordinary people naturally couldn't sense talisman energy, but for a great talisman master, it was really too simple to feel the flow of talisman energy. The black silk moved without wind, and Arbor's face was covered in frost. Zhu Bozong only saw that the girl standing in front of him had a talisman glowing with blue light suddenly ignited on the fingertip of her left hand. This was a tracking talisman that could lock onto a target based on talisman energy. As long as this wretched man didn't escape from Xianxia continent, then the tracking talisman would be able to record his position and transmit it to her within 3 days. Arbor coldly swept a glance over Zhu Bozong and Peng Guang. The latter trembled slightly and took a step back together. Zhu Bozong boldly raised his head under the pressure of her gaze. He carefully looked at the little girl and said, "Miss, this time our team leader was in the wrong, but you didn't suffer any harm. Can you release our teammate Li Qian?" Li Qian was still trapped inside the defensive thunder barrier. According to Arbor's style of doing things, how could she let go of someone who had deliberately tried to harm her? Just because they didn't succeed in harming her didn't mean that they were innocent. A cold glint flashed through Arbor's eyes, and she looked at the two with incomparable coldness. If you don't want to die, then scram immediately. Every injustice had its perpetrator and every debt its debtor. These two people didn't do anything to her, so she was clear about right and wrong. Naturally, she wouldn't retaliate against them. Of course, if these two people still didn't have eyes and wanted to continue making trouble for her, then she naturally wouldn't be polite and let them go. Zhu Bozong's expression changed slightly. "Miss Chiao, please show mercy. We were just tricked by that wretched man. That's why Captain Che was so stubborn and wanted to use this method to deal with you." "What's that person's name?" Arbor asked coldly. "I only know that her name is Tan Fa." "Yes, we only know that his name is Tan Fa. We really don't know anything else about him. You've been together for a day and a night as teammates. You don't know anything?" "Miss Chiao, every word we said is true. Please verify it," Zhu Bokong said seriously. "Humph." Arbor snorted. A person of unknown origin actually dares to be randomly assigned to his own team. "I'm starting to sympathize with your captain. Why do you think Tan Fa wanted to drag her along?" Hearing this, Zhu Bozong stiffened and stared blankly at the little girl in front of him. Before this, Tan Fa had acted very wretched in front of them, and he had repeatedly emphasized that he wanted to capture this little girl in front of him. But in the end, the two of them didn't know how Tan Fa got injured, and actually dragged their captain away. This really made them very confused. The little girl's words now made their hearts in a mess. They, Che-Rumen and Li Qian, could be considered as long-term teammates. To tell the truth, in Xianxia continent, where people are unfamiliar, having more friends means more paths, right? Now that they are a small team of 4, they still have some confidence in doing missions. If there are only 2 of them left, what are they going to do? You only have yourself to blame. Arbor coldly glances at the 2 of them, then says, "You can scram now." Zhu Bozong still wants to persuade her, but his companion tugs at his sleeve. "Little girl, where it is possible to make mistakes, one should spare them." Peng Guang says, "Although Li Qian has offended you, but seeing that you are not injured at all, can you be magnanimous and let him go? To people who want to kill me, I will never give them a chance to live." Arbor indifferently throws down these words, and Li Qian's panicked and fearful cries immediately come from inside the defensive thunder barrier. Zhu Bozong and Peng Guang turn around to look. They see Li Qian being cut into pieces by streaks of crisscrossing lightning. He really doesn't have the least bit of room to resist. A level 1 spirit master, in a matter of minutes, completely died in front of them. Zhu Bozong and Peng Guang look at Arbor with a huge change in expression, and a chill rises in their hearts. They only feel that the girl in front of them is very frightening. You wanted to use the puppet charm to control me, but didn't succeed, doesn't mean you didn't do it. If I was just a weak girl? This time, you have already succeeded. Don't look at me with such innocent eyes. You two are very clear in your hearts, you are not innocent at all, right? After saying that, she expressionlessly sweeps a glance at them, then turns around and leaves. Her fingertips turn slightly, and the defensive thunder barrier is taken back by her. Turning back to meet Mada's eyes, she sees that he doesn't show any displeasure or disapproval, but calmly looks at her and smiles slightly. Mada suddenly raises his hand, holding up the roasted spirit beast meat, and chuckles, "Jojo, I found a bit of salt in little Fatty's pocket with great difficulty. I smeared some on the spirit beast meat. Now it finally has a little taste. Don't you plan to have a taste? I've been roasting it for a long time." Arbor smiled faintly. For some reason, his gloomy mood became somewhat cheerful. Xianxia spent more than half a day meditating to advance her cultivation. It wasn't until evening that she opened her eyes and said to her 4 teammates with a smile, "I skipped the entry stage of level 14 Mystic Cultivator and directly entered the gradual attainment stage. What do you think?" The little fatty was extremely envious. He stared at Xianxia and said, "Hey, you're awesome. In the Lava Mountain range, how the hell did he manage to pass the entrance test? Do you really have to be so lucky?" Xianxia chuckled and said, "I don't believe that your cultivation base didn't improve at all after drinking the spirit tea. From the looks of it, you're only a small step away from breaking through to the spirit realm." "No. Maybe it's only half a step." Hearing that, the little fatty rubbed his nose and chuckled. I really can't hide anything from your eyes. That is indeed the case. I see that it's getting late today." Arbor said softly, "Xianxia has advanced for a day, so she should have a good rest now. Let's stay here for now and relax. When the sun rises tomorrow, we will enter the second-class area and scatter some medicinal powder at the entrance of the second-class area to attract the spirit beasts. By then, we should be able to complete the mission by tomorrow morning." "Okay." No one had any objections and nodded. Little Fatty said excitedly, "Io, we can finally leave this damn lava mountain range." Xianxia looked at him with a faint smile. "Is that so? You must know that after passing this test, it will be the day when we can truly live in the lava mountain range." Little Fatty's face stiffened and he cried bitterly, "Sigh, from now on, we will be living in this furnace every day. It's so hot." Everyone burst out laughing. That night, the entire lava mountain range finally quieted down. Fairy Huanghe's group was rather unlucky. They did not walk out of the lava mountain range. Instead, they looked worriedly at the red fog in the sky and looked at each other worriedly. His teammates, who were sitting in a circle, also looked pale. Their heads drooped, and they seemed to be weak. "Fairy, what should we do now? There's fog in the lava mountain range. It has blocked the way. If this continues, we will soon run out of food and water." Everyone had spent a long time in the lava mountain range. The water and food in their inner worlds were almost depleted. After that, they gave 6 bottles of water to Che Rumen and the rest. Fairy Huanghe could not help but feel a little regretful now. If she had known, they would not be able to leave the lava mountain range today. She would not have let her teammates give the water to Che Rumen and the rest. Now, they themselves had fallen into a predicament. But why would there be fog all of a sudden? Fairy Huanghe could not figure it out. "I think that if this continues, all of us will collapse due to dehydration. We have to conserve our energy now. It's best if we meet up with the previous teams and see if there is a better way to get out together." Fairy Huanghe nodded slightly. The next day. Early in the morning, Xianxia and the rest saw Arbor brewing tea the moment they opened their eyes. Their eyes lit up at the same time. Arbor really did brew a pot of tea, and judging from the refreshing aroma, it was obvious that it was the spirit tea they drank before. Everyone tacitly agreed that Xiaomu's spiritual tea and teapot must have been stored inside her storage talisman. They all felt that the spirit tea was very useful and were eagerly eyeing the spirit tea. Unexpectedly, Arbor also cooked vegetable soup and rice for them in the other 2 pots. When Arbor saw that they were awake, he looked back at them and said, "I made the soup casually. It might not taste good." However, she put a spirit bamboo shoot in it, which could be considered as making up for her poor culinary skills. Xianxia hugged her and said emotionally, "Jojo, you've made us tea, soup, and rice so early in the morning." "Yes, it's great that you're here." Arbor didn't think she was that good. Anyway, she woke up early and had nothing to do, so she made them a pot of tea. Moreover, according to the progress of the mission, they should be able to complete the mission of killing the remaining 3 spirit beasts today. Then, they could summon Instructor Wei Wei and bring them back to the academy. Who knew what the future would be like? When the team returned to the academy, they would naturally disband. Since it was fate that brought them together, they should cherish this fate. The lava mountain range was simply too hot. She also felt extremely uncomfortable staying here. One had to know that the sacred water was still circulating in her body. The sacred water could suppress the heat in the first place, so her situation should be the best among the 5 of them. Arbor tilted his head to look at them and said to the 4 of them, "Do you guys want to drink the spirit tea first or the soup first?" "Of course it's the spirit tea." Was there a need to ask? The 4 of them simultaneously glanced at the pot of tea. Arbor picked up the teapot and filled the small cups in front of everyone. The 5 of them drank together. After drinking 3 cups of tea in succession, Arbor called everyone over to drink the soup. Other than the vegetable soup, there was also rice. It was early in the morning, and they were just in time to go up the mountain to hunt spirit beasts. After eating rice with vegetables and soup, everyone only felt that this meal was hilarious. After a full meal, they felt that their bodies were emitting an endless amount of energy. This could be said to be the vigor of dragons and ferocity of tigers. Everyone felt that their bodies were brimming with mystic energy. After eating this rice breakfast, Arbor led them to the second category area. He found a place with a wider view and sprinkled medicinal powder. There were indeed many more spirit beasts in the second category area than in the first category area. Not long after, more than 10 blind spirit beasts ran over. Arbor's group only needed to complete the mission of 3 spirit beasts. Even if they killed more spirit beasts, there wouldn't be any rewards. Thus, the 5 of them looked at each other in unison and stealthily hid to the side. They lured the 3 spirit beasts into the first category area and quickly took care of them. Just as Arbor was about to disperse the remaining spirit beasts, a beast roar came from the second category area. This beast roar was different from those low-level spirit beasts from before. That roar was simply earth-shattering, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The entire lava mountain range was covered by this beast roar. Instructor Wei Wei, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and secretly cursed. He had already rushed in the direction of the beast roar. Arbor's group of 5 was ready for battle. They all looked at a pair of bell-sized eyes that peeked out from the stone forest. Its snow-white fur came into view. In less than a second, a snow leopard suddenly rushed out from the stone forest. Xianxia and the other 3 felt their hearts tighten. Their fingers turned slightly pale as they raised their weapons and aimed them at the snow leopard. Arbor looked at the snow leopard, a little, how should he put it, it felt like déjà vu. Why did it feel like déjà vu? At this moment, Instructor Wei Wei's roar came from behind, "Disperse." Then, a surge of spiritual energy rushed towards the snow leopard. Everyone saw the spiritual energy in Instructor Wei Wei's hand turn into a spiritual bird. He suddenly charged towards the snow leopard. However, the snow leopard didn't even raise its head. Instead, it stretched out its paw and slapped the spirit bird drawn by Instructor Wei Wei to death. Instructor Wei Wei spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately took a few steps back. He turned his head to look at the 5 dumbfounded people and roared, "What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and run." The 5 Arbor players felt, Teacher Wei Wei was also a little funny. Didn't he say that he wouldn't care if they lived or died? Could it be that he was also a stubborn instructor? Instructor Wei Wei's sudden gentleness towards them and his cold face suddenly changed into an anxious look, which made everyone feel very strange. The 6th watch ended. Hurry and leave. I'll hold this place off first. Instructor Wei Wei struggled to prop himself up and stood in front of everyone as he berated anxiously. Just as he was about to attack the snow leopard again, Little Fatty's loud roar suddenly came from behind. Everyone turned to look and saw Little Fatty abruptly dart out from Instructor Wei Wei's side. His chubby body was like a ball as he fiercely smashed towards the snow leopard. Arbor and the other three could not help but cover their eyes. Little Fatty rapidly rolled in front of the snow leopard like a wheel, but the latter did not even look at him. It raised its front paw and directly smacked Little Fatty's head hard. Little Fatty was instantly sent flying. That snow leopard understood human nature very well. When it saw Little Fatty fly out, it actually raised its leg and kicked Little Fatty's chubby butt again. Therefore, Little Fatty undoubtedly used a speed faster than when he came and rolled back like he was flying. Furthermore, it was accompanied by a soul-stirring howl. Everyone was instantly extremely embarrassed as they silently glanced at the funny Little Fatty. Their gazes met, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Little Fatty rolled all the way until he was very far away before he steadied himself. His chubby round face instantly flushed red as he struggled to move his arms and legs, looking like he wanted to immediately roll back. Arbor could not help but reach out and remind him, "Stand up." Only then did the Little Fatty suddenly jump up, rolling and crawling as he jumped up from the ground. The snow leopard indifferently glanced at Little Fatty. That little gaze was simply filled with endless contempt. Even though Little Fatty was not the person involved, Xianxia still felt her balls hurt when she saw it. Little Fatty even flew into a rage out of humiliation as he glared at the snow leopard. This fellow's entire body was full of round meat. Other than being a little dusty, he did not suffer any injuries. The proud snow leopard did not seem to really want to kill him either. Perhaps it was because it looked down on Little Fatty's cultivation very much. It completely treated Little Fatty as a fly that flew over and just swatted him away. Little Fatty also understood the snow leopard's gaze and was immediately infuriated by its contemptuous gaze. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. He was a dignified peak level 15 mystic cultivator, so why did it seem like he couldn't deal with this leopard? Seeing the Little Fatty charging forward again without fear of death, Instructor Wei Wei's gaze suddenly changed. Was there a hole in this guy's head? Even the spiritual technique that he, a level 12 great spiritual master, had just thrown out had been instantly swatted back by the snow leopard. Alright, just based on this little fellow's flowery but impractical moves, what could he do to this divine beast in front of him? Stop joking around. Little Fatty summoned a double-headed hammer from his conscience and charged towards the snow leopard while carrying his broken hammer. It was as if he was going to fight the divine beast to the death. Instructor Wei Wei suddenly took a step forward, and the figure that was flying towards Little Fatty was a flying kick. He immediately stomped on the ground and kicked the Little Fatty out of the sky. Arbor, Xianxia, Duan Muqing and Ma Ta were speechless. Little Fatty was caught off guard and was kicked in the butt by Instructor Wei Wei, causing him to fly even further away than before. He directly drew a gorgeous parabola in the sky. Thump! He fell headfirst onto the ground, almost falling like a dog chewing on mud. Speaking of which, Little Fatty's vitality was very tenacious. Although his buttocks were in extreme pain, he still jumped up immediately. With a baffled expression, the Little Fatty looked at Instructor Wei Wei with a strange expression and exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, "Tut, Instructor, what are you doing? Ah! Who would treat their students like this? Ah! Was this a personal tutor? Which school's tutor would do such a thing?" He was just about to fight with the snow leopard. This tutor actually stepped in and kicked his buttocks. It was even more painful than the snow leopard's sudden kick. He was in so much pain that he grimaced. He looked at Instructor Wei Wei with a dumbfounded expression, not knowing what to say. Instructor Wei Wei glanced at him coldly. The next second, he roared, "Get lost." The five of them looked at each other silently. Xianxia hurriedly pulled Arbor and was about to turn around. Who knew that the snow leopard suddenly roared at them? The roar was so loud that everyone immediately turned around and looked at it warily. The snow leopard looked like it was about to pounce on them and attack. If they were to leave now, they would leave their backs open to the snow leopard. It was probably too late. Instructor Wei Wei's face was solemn. He hurriedly took out a communication jade talisman from his sleeve and wrote a few strokes. Then, his expression changed slightly as he looked at the 5 students and said coldly, "When I say run later, run immediately. Don't look back." Arbor looked at him indifferently and did not say anything. Wei Wei turned his head and saw the snow leopard taking graceful steps and lightly jumping in front of him. It raised its paws and actually walked towards the direction of the 5 students. Wei Wei's expression changed. He reached out to stop it, but the snow leopard turned around and roared at him unhappily. Subsequently, without even looking at him, she tossed him aside and quickly skipped over to Xiao Mu's side. Xianxia panicked when she saw this. His figure flashed, and he abruptly blocked in front of Xiao Mu, blocking her with his hand. A treasure sword with purple light swirling around it was summoned from her conscious. The sword was filled with spirit energy. Xianxia looked at the snow leopard coldly and said, "Stop right there. With him around, this damned leopard would never be able to hurt her Jojo." Roar. The snow leopard growled at Xianxia in dissatisfaction. It tilted its head and its eyes were obviously telling her to get lost. Arbor's eyes lit up as he stared at the snow leopard that was behaving strangely. He gently tugged on Xuanxuan's sleeve. "Don't worry," she said in a low voice. With a flash of her body, she slipped past Xianxia and quickly ran towards the snow leopard. "Don't go over." Duan Muqing hurriedly stopped him. Instructor Wei Wei was also staring at her with a very disapproving gaze. "What are you doing here?" Arbor did not care about them. At this moment, he was only a few steps away from the snow leopard. A pair of bright and round eyes looked at it, and the corners of her mouth twitched, revealing a rare smile. "Little Snow." The snow leopard rolled on the ground, raised its head, and suddenly lay down on the ground. That appearance was simply comparable to a domestic kitten. The few of them stared at it in shock. This was the same one that killed the instructor's spirit bird with one slap. Was it a super divine beast? Where did this cat come from? Hurry up and take it away. Don't you think it's too much for a mighty divine beast to suddenly show such a docile expression on your furry face? Since you're so docile, why did you roar and yell just now? You even made it look like the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. Who the hell are you trying to show off to? Everyone watched as Miss Qiao ran forward with a cheer. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she actually jumped onto the snow leopard's broad back and even rolled around on top of it. She even touched the snow leopard's ears while she was at it. Oh my god, that big guy actually didn't look angry at all. It just laid there motionless. Xianxia and little Fatty's eyes widened at the same time. They looked at the snow leopard in disbelief, then looked at Arbor, who was rolling on its back. "Jojo?" Xianxia couldn't help but cry out. This snow leopard, you? Relative?" Pfft, little Fatty almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Whose relative was a leopard? This Xianxia was already incoherent. Duan Muqing also took a few steps forward. Seeing that Arbor was fine, he sighed in relief and said, "Have you seen it before?" Arbor tilted its head and thought for a while. Then, it sat up and looked at them. "Little Snow used to be my husband's summoned beast." "Summoned beast? You're married?" Clearly, Duan Muqing, Ma Ta, and little Fatty's focus was different. Arbor cast a glance at him and nodded. Only then did Mata realize what was going on. He covered his chest with one hand and said in a disappointed tone, "Oh my god. Why is it that all the good girls in this world are already other people's wives?" Little Fatty also blinked his eyes. Xiao, you got married really early." Early? Xiao Mu didn't have any idea. At that time, it was the crown prince who told her that they had been together for 7 to 8 years and that it was time to give him a title. "Yes, I'll definitely get married after I get married. I've known my husband for 7 to 8 years, Miss Qiao said expressionlessly. After 7 to 8 years of being together, they were already an old couple. It was indeed time to give the crown prince a title. Otherwise, it would be too unfair for him, Miss Qiao thought. Everyone was speechless. Why did they feel that this silly girl in front of them seemed to have been tricked by her husband? Cough. Xianxia hurriedly pulled everyone's attention back. Shouldn't the main point be the summoning talisman? Oh, right. Fatty's face lit up with joy. "Jojo, you can draw summoning talismans." Arbor nodded. So, this teammate might have more than one beast by his side. Xianxia and the other three shifted their gazes to Instructor Wei Wei's face. Wei Wei's expression was indeed somewhat stiff. He did not expect that the snow leopard in front of him was actually Miss Xiao's old friend. How could he endure this? Why didn't the two of them acknowledge each other earlier? That snow leopard even looked like it was about to attack. Wait, it seemed like this snow leopard had only waved its claws twice. It was their own conjecture that the snow leopard wanted to attack them. Actually, when the snow leopard first swung its claws at him, it used too much force and caused him to spit out blood. After that, it very politely controlled its strength. Even when it slapped little Fatty twice, it did not hurt him. Instructor Wei Wei was somewhat speechless. Training in the lava mountain range, a student could even meet her husband's summoned beast. With such a complicated relationship, Instructor Wei Wei expressed that it was a small world. Cough. Ma Ta suddenly smiled and said, "It's great to see you here, Instructor. We've completed the mission of eliminating 10 second-grade spirit beasts. Can you bring us away now?" Instructor Wei Wei's expression changed slightly as he looked at Ma Ta. "Oh? What about the crystal core?" Arbor glanced at him indifferently. "Wait here." She then called Duan Muqing, Ma Ta, and Little Fatty, and went behind the rocks at the back before releasing the 10 spirit beast corpses. The four of them moved the 10 spirit beast corpses in front of the instructor. Wei Wei's expression was complicated as he looked at the students, then at the spirit beast in the middle that had obviously been slaughtered. Instructor Wei Wei frowned slightly as he stared at Arbor with a serious expression. "You're a talisman master, you should have a storage talisman, right?" Xianxia and the others' hearts skipped a beat. They were too complacent just now and actually exposed Jojo's identity as a talisman master in front of Instructor Wei Wei. Arbor nodded indifferently. This matter could not be hidden from the academy at all, and she did not feel that there was anything to hide. Being a talisman master was not a shameful skill. So what if she could draw talismans? That was also a result of her talent. Since that's the case, why didn't you say so from the start? Instructor Wei Wei asked coldly. I sealed your conscience, but I didn't expect you to take a shortcut. With something like a storage talisman, does it make a difference whether I seal your conscience or not? You didn't ask. Wei Wei was stunned and took a while to recall that the little fellow was answering his first question. Why didn't you say so from the start? He could not help but laugh in anger. Wasn't it him who said that this student gave him an extremely bad impression when they first met? She had the appearance of a young miss from an aristocratic family. Everyone else had to work hard to reach the peak of a top academy, but what about her? She came riding a phoenix. Could she be more daring? Of course, aristocratic families also had the capital of aristocratic families. For example, this child in front of him had the aura of a nouveau riche from head to toe. She casually made an ancient sacred beast, the Bloodfire Phoenix, appear. Now, he realized that as a talisman master, her skill in drawing talismans was very impressive. Such children had a much higher starting point than others, so it was inevitable that they would be arrogant and unsociable. He wasn't deliberately targeting her, but he wanted to suppress her spirit and grind her edges and corners. An academy like theirs might not be able to keep such an arrogant child. Instructor Wei Wei sneered in his heart. His expression was very rigid as he said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Since that's the case, your results are full of exaggeration." How is it fake? Just a moment ago, they thought that this teacher who stood up to protect them wasn't that annoying anymore. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he was still so annoying? Xianxia couldn't help but say angrily, "These 10 spirit beasts were painstakingly killed by us. You sealed our inner worlds. We've only been eating some dry rations for the past 2 days. How can there be water? Even though I'm not a symbol master, I know that a symbol master's storage talisman can store many items." Instructor Wei Wei looked at them coldly and said, "Compared to the others, your team obviously has an advantage in terms of living." Xianxia frowned. When she thought about the spirit tea, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. But at this time, how could they shrink back? They couldn't just nod and agree and Instructor Wei Wei would nullify their mission results. You have no basis. Arbor glanced coldly at Instructor Wei Wei. Wei Wei's face darkened. What do you want to say? I'm talking about your baseless conjecture. Arbor glanced at him mockingly. Did you personally see me take out extra water and food from my storage talisman as supplies? Wasn't this nonsense? He didn't follow their team all day, so he naturally couldn't have seen it with his own eyes. Seeing Instructor Wei Wei's constipated expression, Arbor said coldly, "Since you didn't see it, don't talk nonsense. Who told you that a storage talisman must contain a pile of food and water?" As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his hand, and a storage talisman floated between his fingers. Suddenly, the storage space opened. A pile of items splashed onto the empty space in front of the instructor like it was raining. Instantly, it wasn't just Instructor Wei Wei who looked constipated. Her teammates were also looking at her strangely. This small mountain of gold beads and gold bars in front of them. Heh, could someone explain to them what was going on? I like gold. The little stoic said coldly, I just like gold. Let me tell you, even if my inner world isn't sealed, there's nothing to eat inside. My inner world is filled with gold, silver, and jewelry. Everyone stared at her dumbstruck for a long time. Instructor Wei Wei's mouth inexplicably twitched inwardly, and he was freaking speechless for a moment. Why did he suddenly not want to talk to this student, and why did he feel like his chest and lungs were hurting from anger? Fairy, there's someone ahead. Abruptly, a somewhat hoarse voice entered Wei Wei and the others' ears. Wei Wei and the others all turned their heads to look. They saw Fairy Huang He leading a dozen or so battered soldiers and approaching them with a sickly expression. Fairy Huang He and the others were slightly pale, and their lips were chapped, looking like they were dehydrated. Following behind Fairy Huang He were several teams from other academies participating in the trial. Zhu Bozong and Peng Guang were also following behind Fairy Huang He and the others. When they saw the little stoic from afar, their expressions changed slightly, and they subconsciously blended into the crowd. Under Fairy Huang He's lead, the group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people walked to Instructor Wei Wei's side. When the students saw the amiable instructor, they almost burst into tears. Instructor Wei Wei. Teacher. What if we can't get out? Roar. The snow leopard growled in dissatisfaction. What was going on when a bunch of idiots walked over and started crying? He had disturbed its good time with the little girl. That low roar caused everyone's gazes to converge. When they saw the true appearance of the snow leopard, everyone suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and instantly took a step back in shock. Although the snow leopard was just lying there without moving, the divine beast aura that was faintly emitted from its body made everyone feel extremely uneasy. One of the students who was participating in the entrance test could not help but gulp. His eyes revealed a trace of fear. Teacher, how did you provoke such a huge beast? Forgive them for being unable to help even if they wanted to. At a time like this, how could they still rush forward? The student shuffled backward, looking like he was about to run away. Xiaomu glanced up at him before stroking the snow leopard's perked ears. The snow leopard shook its snow-white fur slightly. Because its fur had been smoothed, it was instantly in a good mood. It obediently lay down and stopped making noise. The student's eyes widened in shock. Go to sleep and catch up tomorrow. That student's expression changed abruptly. He pointed at Arbor and instantly shrieked, You cheated. You can actually summon mystic beasts to help? Looking at the 10 spirit beast corpses neatly arranged on the ground, jealousy flashed through the eyes of the other team's students. They didn't expect that there would really be a team that could accomplish this and complete the seemingly impossible mission within 3 days. On what basis? They clearly agreed that everyone's spiritual senses were sealed and they entered Lava Mountain Range to train. On what basis could this team have mystic beasts following them? Having a profound beast by his side to assist him in hunting was a completely different battle experience compared to fighting alone. Many students looked at Xiaomu in dissatisfaction and whispered to each other in low voices. There were even some who loudly voiced their doubts, like the student whose expression had changed abruptly. They even turned to look at Instructor Wei Wei and requested that the instructor exempt Arbor's team from this time's results. Shut up. Fairy Huang He suddenly reprimanded them harshly, her eyes brimming with disapproval as she looked at those students. How could you all criticize your benefactor in such a manner? Previously, it was this little lady who had noble character and unquestionable integrity and disregarded her own life to lure away a powerful spirit beast, allowing us to escape from danger. Fairy Huang He said angrily, how can you repay kindness with enmity and yell at your benefactor like this? Benefactor, not only were Xianxia and the others stupefied, even Instructor Wei Wei's eyes were filled with incredulity. According to their understanding of the little girl, it was impossible for the little girl to do such a thing for nothing. They didn't know if this fairy had misunderstood something. If it weren't for this little lady's help, how could we have survived until now? Fairy Huang, he reprimanded loudly, didn't you guys say earlier that you should properly thank that young lady when you see her later? Could it be that this is your so-called gratitude? Shameless. Fairy Huang He's reprimand caused everyone's faces to darken. Especially the first student who questioned Arbor. He hung his head and was so ashamed that he couldn't raise it. The little stoic was expressionless, her heart completely unperturbed. In reality, she simply didn't know what the others were arguing about. Xianxia, little fatty, and the others cursed in their hearts. This fairy couldn't be talking about how the little stoic lured the mystic beast horde over, picked out the spirit beasts, and killed them before driving the mystic beast horde away, right? It was clearly the little stoic who thought of a once and for all lazy method to kill spirit beasts to complete the mission. Why did the fairy say that he had a noble character that no one could compare to? Xianxia and the other three turned to look at the stoic face. Seeing that the latter was expressionless and gave off an unfathomable feeling, the corners of their mouths instantly twitched. Fairy Yellow Crane stepped forward and bowed to Arbor, passionately expressing her gratitude. The little stoic glanced at her silently and didn't say anything. Because she didn't know what to say. In the fairy maiden's eyes, the little stoic immediately became a good person who didn't talk much and only liked to do practical things. Miss, I'm Yellow Crane. I'm willing to befriend you, said Fairy Yellow Crane hurriedly. By the way, did anyone notice? There's a red mist in the lava mountain range, and it's blocking the way. Make up for yesterday. Wei Wei looked up at the red mist above the lava mountain range and nodded indifferently. This is because lava is everywhere in the depths of the lava mountain range. This red mist will appear at the beginning of every month. But it doesn't matter. In this situation, you only need to wait for a night. When the mist dissipates tomorrow morning, you can leave. After saying this, Teacher Wei Wei specially glanced at the few groups behind Fairy Huang He. Everyone's situation was very bad. Especially Fairy Yellow Crane's team. They had agreed to leave this damned place, the lava mountain range, by today. They had always believed that they could enter Anka City and have a good rest before nightfall. In the end, once the hope in the bottom of his heart was overturned, his entire spirit and energy also collapsed. Coupled with the anxiety and uncertainty about the future, the members of Fairy Yellow Crane's team were in a very bad situation. As the leader, Fairy Yellow Crane naturally knew that her team members were in a bad situation. But now, she was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. She couldn't even protect herself, so how could she care about others? Since the afternoon, Fairy Yellow Crane's water supply had been cut off. Cutting off water in the scorching lava mountain range meant that they were one step closer to death. Cultivators only had slightly better endurance than others. Even great spiritualists might not be able to achieve true anidia. Wei Wei asked in a low voice, "What do your team say? Do you want to leave with them, or continue with the unfinished entrance test mission? If we persevere until the end, can you guarantee that we'll definitely be able to enter the academy?" A student licked his dry lips and suddenly asked. Wei Wei glanced at him indifferently and shook his head. "I can't guarantee it." In reality, the top academies would not recruit more than 3 students every year. The academy had always been working towards cultivating elite students. The good and the bad were uneven. Even if there were many students, it would not be of much use. The students who would stay in the top academies in the end would definitely be the 3 most outstanding students in this batch. There was no need to doubt this. When the student heard him say such heartless words, his face immediately turned green with anger. Since there was no guarantee that he would be able to enter the academy, who would be happy to continue tormenting himself? If he continued tormenting himself like this, his life would be over. He would not be able to enter the academy before he died. Huh? Who could accept this? What kind of top-notch academy was this? It wasn't even as famous as the 4 great academies. No one would be willing to sacrifice their time and life for such an unknown academy. In the end, they might even end up with nothing. Although it had only been 2 nights in the lava mountain range, it felt like 2 to 3 years had passed. It was torturous, Behind Fairy Yellow Crane, several student groups were clamoring that they wanted to immediately leave the mountain and never have any interaction with the top academies again. When Instructor Wei Wei heard this, he simply nodded his head indifferently. He didn't even try to persuade him to stay. If he wanted to stay, he would stay. If he wanted to leave, he would leave. This was his attitude. This made those students who had spent so much effort to no avail feel somewhat dejected. The crowd that was already irritated by the lack of water suddenly became restless. However, due to Fairy Yellow Crane's benefactor excuse, the group was a bit embarrassed and directly asked Arbor and the others if they had water. Arbor was currently tidying up the pile of treasures at Instructor Wei Wei's feet with his head lowered. After being interrupted by Fairy Yellow Crane and the others, Instructor Wei Wei forgot to ruthlessly teach the student a lesson. How can you use your inner world? A youth participating in the entrance test couldn't help but question when he saw Arbor unhurriedly tidying up the pile of treasures on the ground with bulging eyes. Although Fairy Yellow Crane felt her mouth and tongue dry, she still couldn't resist jumping out to stop that youth. Why are you making a fuss? Did you not understand what I said just now? Daring to raise your voice at my benefactor means you're going against me. That youth couldn't help but grit his teeth and whisper, Fairy, could you have seen wrongly? We're all well aware of Arbor's strength. He's only a level 15 minor success great mystic cultivator. You're saying he entered a mystic beast horde alone and even lured away the spirit beasts? No one would believe you if you said that. Punk, are you courting death? Seeing that Fairy Yellow Crane was about to attack him, that youth hastily shrunk his neck and retreated a step. He stammered awkwardly, I am only judging the matter as it stands. After all, your words are very different from Miss Qiao's own strength. If Miss Qiao was a level 15 great spiritual cultivator, then it was still acceptable for her to enter a mystic beast horde alone and safely lure away the spirit beasts. But right now, this little lady surnamed Qiao was only a level 15 great mystic cultivator. In terms of cultivation, which one of the people present wasn't a level 13 great mystic cultivator or above? Could there be such a big difference between two levels? Oh, a dozen or so level 13 great mystic cultivators couldn't beat a mystic beast horde, but a little lady could easily enter and exit a mystic beast horde and lure away the spirit beasts. That was impossible. Fairy Yellow Crane most likely saw wrongly due to her old age. Fairy Yellow Crane was just about to swing her fist and punch that punk in the face. On the other side, the little stoic had calmly finished packing up her things. She didn't even look up and directly walked to the snow leopard's side. She jumped onto its back and rubbed its snow-white fur. Let's go. Roar. The snow leopard turned around and faced the students with different expressions with its butt. With Arbor on its back, it walked gracefully. Xianxia and the rest did not hesitate and hurriedly followed behind. They did not even look at the group of students. A bunch of idiots couldn't be bothered with them. In fact, Jojo was the one who had caused the mystical beast horde. But if Jojo hadn't chased the mystical beasts away, would these idiots still be alive? He even dared to question Jojo's actual combat ability. He's really something. If Jojo really wanted to argue with them, even if they ganged up on Jojo, they would not be able to gain any advantage. If Jojo claimed to be number 2 in terms of actual combat, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. Hey, wait. When the group of students saw Arbor and the others leave without looking back, they immediately became anxious. The youth who spoke even chased after them and asked with an unsightly expression, wait. I saw many water sacks hanging from the little fatty's waist earlier. Since we're acquaintances, why don't you give a few water sacks too? Scram. Arbor turned around and used a mystic energy to force back the youth who chased after them. He knitted his thin brows and swept him a displeased glance. Boom. From the outside, it looked as if the entire 17th floor of the Tower of Punishment, which was completely black and enveloped in a ring of raging flames, had suddenly shuddered a few times. The walls of the tower below the 14th floor were all shaken by a powerful air current, and cracks began to appear on them. Soon, as the ring of raging flames emitted a dazzling red light, the 17th floor of the Tower of Punishment slowly began to repair itself under the scorching red light. As time passed, the cracks on the tower's walls began to slowly heal. At this moment, little Tai Sui, who was sitting in the center of the 14th floor of the tower, was tightly pursing his thin lips, and his forehead was overflowing with sweat. His battle with Mo Lian had lasted for a full 3 days and 2 nights. What shocked him was that the human was still not exhausted even after fighting for so long. Not only was she not exhausted, but she was also becoming more and more courageous as the battle went on, and there was a faint sign that she was about to overpower him. What was going on? He had only been here for a few years, and this human from the lower star field had evolved into such a freak. Dao Wuji smiled wretchedly and crossed his arms over his chest. Little Taisui, I see that you're about to die, so why are you still holding on? The two of them had been fighting since 3 days ago. From close combat to long-range attacks with divine power, and even upgraded to the current battle of divine senses, it could be said that he had used all means and methods. The juniors of today really made him want to have a whole new level of respect for them. This kid in front of him was only in his early 20s, but his strength and cultivation base were simply breathtaking. The passageway to the 14th floor lit up slightly, and Dao Wuji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh, Peony Fairy, you can't stand the loneliness and came to find a man again. Go to hell. The Peony Fairy glared at him in annoyance, and then her gaze fell on the 2 people on the stage, one sitting and one standing. Little Taisui was sitting cross-legged, and sweat was seeping out of his forehead. She then looked at the young man standing with his eyes closed. His expression was indifferent and cold, and he didn't seem to be under much pressure. From an outsider's point of view, the 2 of them looked calm. In truth, they didn't know that the 2 of them had reached the most crucial moment of the battle. At this moment, the 2 consciousnesses were competing with their consciousnesses in the boundless desert. Each of them held a sword and flew back and forth. From time to time, the 2 figures would exchange punches and kicks. Sparks flew as the 2 swords clashed. At this moment, the little Taisui had a cold expression on his face, and his face was as handsome as jade. He was about the same height as Mo Lian, and he looked nothing like the child he was in the outside world. This was the manifestation of little Taisui's divine sense. The 2 of them had been fighting for at least an entire night in this space. Little Taisui had clearly discovered that as time passed, its opponent's consciousness projection seemed to be becoming more and more substantial. On the other hand, he had been stabbed several times by Mo Lian's long sword, and his spiritual body was on the verge of collapse. Little Taisui frowned slightly, and a vicious look appeared on its face. It suddenly bit the tip of its tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. In reality, the onlookers only saw that little Taisui, who was sitting there, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then collapsed to the ground with a dispirited face. Dao Wuji laughed and was just about to say, "Little Taisui, you lost," when he saw a trace of blood dripping from the corner of Mo Lian's mouth. Dao Wuji couldn't help but be startled, and then he hurried forward. "Boss." The Luo brothers looked at him with disdain and said, "Go away, who's your boss? Hurry up, should we help boss sit down? Boss seems to be injured too." "Dao Wuji, you idiot. Stop it." Just as the Peony Fairy finished speaking, she saw Limitless Blade, who had just reached out to touch Mo Lian. Hell. Then, like a ball, he was sent flying by an invisible force. The Peony Fairy curled her lips and threw a contemptuous look at Dao Wuji. He actually dared to reach out and touch a God State Master who was in a fierce battle of divine sense bodies. This guy's head must have been bitten by a pig. The fact that he wasn't crippled was because he was being merciful. Who didn't protect their physical body before the battle of divine sense bodies? Otherwise, what if the physical body was destroyed in the middle of the battle? Moreover, this young man who looked very powerful in front of her was really just a God State Master. A God State Master could hold on for so long under the hands of an immortal venerable and still have the upper hand. The Peony Fairy only felt that it was incredible. Ginkgo Fairy, who was standing beside her, stared at Prince Mo without blinking, with pink bubbles in her eyes. Wow. This young man is really young and powerful. The most important thing is that he is very handsome. My heart is moved, so moved. Ginkgo Fairy felt that she couldn't resist the call of love and stepped into the abyss of love first. The young man in front of her was really fascinating. As soon as the Peony Fairy turned her head, she saw her younger sister's foolish and intoxicated look. She stretched out her foot and kicked Ginkgo Fairy's butt. "Don't think about it. He just said that he has a wife." Ginkgo Fairy clasped her hands and suddenly sneered, "So what if he has a wife? Even if he has a wife, I can still make him have no wife." The peony fairy thought that it was true. If that guy Xianxia told her that he had a wife, then she could also make him have no wife at any time. Thinking of this, the peony fairy touched her chin and pondered for a moment before saying, "What if you can't beat his wife?" Ginkgo fairy was stunned, as if she had never thought about this problem. Turning her head to look at her sister, Ginkgo fairy pinched the silk handkerchief in her hand and snorted, "How can I not beat her? There is no what if." The peony fairy thought about it and agreed. They were celestial venerables, how could they lose to a young daughter-in-law? Even thinking about it was impossible. Is it okay to bully the weak? The peony fairy looked at her younger sister and asked. What's wrong with that? Fairy Ginkgo roared arrogantly, and then coughed lightly, and said somewhat guiltily, "It's not very good. But who asked his wife to like the same man as me? If I don't bully her, how can I get her man? At most, I'll compensate her." Fairy Ginkgo raised her chin and muttered in a low voice. The peony fairy nodded, "All right then." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man standing opposite him suddenly opened his cold and emotionless phoenix eyes. The peony fairy was startled and hurriedly ran to Xianxia, "Brother Xianxia." The venerable peach blossom immortal had been there the entire time, but he was bored watching Mo Lian and little Tai Sui fight. He sat in a corner and drank fake wine. How could there be wine in the Tower of Punishment? It was illusory and tasteless. Thinking of food, the little girl's paradise planet flashed before the venerable peach blossom immortal's eyes, and he sighed softly, "That's really a good place." "Sir, are you all right?" Celestial Maiden Ginkgo walked over to Mo Lian with a smile. Mo Lian dodged and didn't say anything to her. Celestial Maiden Ginkgo's smile froze on her face. It was hard for a delicate beauty like her to greet him with a smile, but he actually turned a blind eye to her and dodged to the side. Was this man blind? At this moment, little Tai Sui opened its eyes and patted the non-existent dust off its body. It stood up and looked around with a cold expression. Then, it raised its eyebrows and frowned slightly. "What are you all doing here? Who allowed you bumpkins to come to my 14th floor? Do you not want to live anymore?" Little Tai Sui's angry roar startled the Luo brothers on the 10th floor, Thin Tuchuo on the 11th floor, Ginkgo Fairy on the 12th floor, Peony Fairy on the 13th floor, and Limitless Blade, who was enjoying the show. However, when they saw a faint wisp of divine power flowing over his palm, they knew that this child was sulking and was looking for a punching bag. F***ck, it was their fault. They had all come to the 14th floor to watch, but little Tai Sui had failed to defend the 14th floor of the Tower of Punishment. "You've been humiliated. You're in a bad mood." Everyone was secretly amused and covered their mouths with their hands. Little Tai Sui's cute and handsome face scowled, and its childish voice was cold and merciless. "If you don't piss off, I'll make you all hang here. Don't go down. TCH. Before Dao Wuji had a chance to provoke it, he saw Celestial Maiden Ginkgo staring at little Tai Sui with stars in her eyes. Dao Wuji couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "You're looking at an 8 or 9-year-old boy with such an infatuated expression? Is it appropriate for you to not even let a child go?" "Little Tai Sui, let's go right away," one of the Luo brothers hurriedly said. He turned and exchanged a glance with Mo Lian before leading the group toward the entrance to the 15th floor. "Stop right there." Little Tai Sui suddenly shouted to stop them. Everyone turned their heads helplessly, waiting for the mature voice but the appearance of a child to reprimand him. "I'll go up with you." Everyone! Then why did you waste so much time talking to Mo Lian and hit her for 3 days and 2 nights? Was that a joke? Wouldn't it have been better if he had let them go earlier? Little Tai Sui silently glanced at Mo Lian and said with a mature expression, "This venerable is just a little curious. I wonder if you can pass the 15th floor. Can you reveal who is guarding the 15th floor?" Hee hee. Little Tai Sui sneered and glanced at Dao Wuji who was speaking. "You failed to challenge the 13th floor, and now you're just following others. What right do you have to ask me so many questions? Get lost." Wuji Dao was speechless. The child's cold eyes told Dao Wuji a fact: people who freeload had no human rights. How infuriating. He really wanted to grab this kid who was scolding him with a straight face and give him a good beating. Mo Lian's team seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Now, all the guardians from the 10th floor to the 14th floor were following behind them. Each and every one of them had the expression of a spectator. With the addition of Dao Wuji and Ma Shichen, this team had quite a sizable number. When everyone arrived at the 15th floor and saw that it was completely empty, they all became wary. Catch up on the latest chapter after waking up. Little Tai Sui coldly glanced at Dao Wuji, the Luo brothers, and the others. He snorted and said to everyone in a very annoying voice, "There's no need to look. There are no guardians on this floor." Huh? Dao Wuji turned to look at little Tai Sui in disbelief. How is that possible? There was a guardian on every floor of the 17 floors of the Tower of Punishment. This was a rule. Suddenly, there was no guardian on the 15th floor. Dao Wuji couldn't accept it. Happiness came so suddenly. Without a guardian, did that mean they could directly go to the 16th floor? Ha ha ha, then he turned to look at Prince Mo's cold and unperturbed expression. Dao Wuji couldn't help but think to himself, boss is boss. Even if he's happy, he won't show it on his face. Little Tai Sui clearly saw the meaning in Dao Wuji's silly eyes. He sneered at him. Don't be happy too early. None of you will be able to pass this floor. Although there were no guardians, there was a formation. This 10,000-year talisman formation will let you have a taste of joy. From the moment you set foot on the 15th floor, everyone has already entered the formation, little Tai Sui reminded coldly. I wish you good luck. Formation, Dao Wuji and the others looked around in confusion. It was still the same empty 15th floor. There was no sign of anything strange. At this moment, Mo Lian, who was standing in the crowd, suddenly summoned 3 purple flames from her fingers. She threw them at the people around her expressionlessly. Whoosh! The flames rose. Boundless Blade, who had been chattering away beside Mo Lian, turned into a wisp of black energy amidst the flames and slipped away with a whoosh. It turned out that when Mo Lian and the others reached the 15th floor of the Tower of Punishment, everyone had already entered the formation, just as little Tai Sui said. Moreover, they were separated by the formation. The teammates around him were not real teammates. They were just illusions created by the formation. It was only because little Tai Sui had specially reminded him that Crown Prince Mo abruptly came to his senses. Of course, whether or not Boundless Blade and those other people's pig brains had thought of this was not something Crown Prince Mo could care about right now. The scene before Prince Mo's eyes had already changed. He, who was originally standing in an empty tower, now appeared in a spacious hall. Inside the hall, there was a 7-story platform, and on top of it was a white jade throne carved with a dragon and inlaid with gold. There were incense tables on both sides of the room, and sandalwood was burning in the burner. As far as the eye could see, it was shrouded in smoke, giving off a solemn and dignified feeling. But this was not the main point. The important thing was the little girl behind the throne. He was no more than 7 years old and was kneeling on the ground with his back facing him. He seemed to be very busy. He saw that her sleeves were rolled up to the crook of her arm, revealing 2 fair and tender arms. Only when he got closer did he see clearly what this little fellow was busy with. She was putting pieces of gold bars as wide as her palm into a floral package. A strange feeling slid through Crown Prince Mo's heart. This back view, why did she look so much like his baby? A bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. He had already walked around to the back of the platform. This time, he could clearly see that it was not just one little girl who was busy. There were clearly 8, 9, or 10 little girls who were all busy moving gold bars. Some were standing, some were sitting, some were lying down, some were crawling. Every single one of them was working so hard to pack the gold bars. This chapter adds to yesterday's drop. There was no longer any facial paralysis on those little faces. Instead, every face was filled with joyful smiles. Prince Mo was stunned for a moment. Where did all these babies come from? When one of them finished packing a bundle of gold bars, the other one helped put the bundle on her back. That heavy gold bar immediately pressed down on the little fellow's body and she was pressed down by the gold bar. Prince Mo did not even think as he walked over. He quickly bent down to pick up the bundle on her back. Who would have thought that the little thing would be so overbearing? She hugged the bundle on her back and angrily glared at him with accusatory eyes. That's not it. This prince did not want to steal your bundle. More than a dozen little fellows with short arms and legs swarmed over. Some hugged his legs and pulled his robes, some jumped on his back and pulled his hair, and some even grabbed his hand and bit it. It was like he had done something unforgivable. In reality, he had seen that the bundle was pressing down on this baby until she almost fainted, so he was kind enough to take it for her. Mo Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of illusion was this strange illusion? How could there be so many 7-year-old Jojo? This kind of illusion, what was it testing him for? Crown Prince Mo sighed as he pulled down the string of Xiaoqiao hanging on his body one by one, arranging them neatly one by one. Looking at this group of little fellows, they were all staring at him with the same expression. Without knowing why, Prince Mo felt that it was very funny. After rubbing one's head, then the other's head, Crown Prince Mo probed, "How about, I help you move it? Where do you want to move to?" One of the little Jojo stood up, followed by the second one, then the third and fourth, forming a line. Prince Mo's lips twitched. 2 Jojo ran forward at the same time to grab the bundle of gold bars on the ground. Crown Prince Mo followed over and picked up all the bundles on the ground. When he saw that the group of little Xiaoqiao was about to dash over to attack him again, he hastily retreated and said, both amused and exasperated, "I'll help you move them over. Lead the way." The leading Jojo looked at him suspiciously. With a wave of his little hand, he turned around and led the group of Jojo to the back of the hall. Crown Prince Mo quickly followed after her. A group of short-limbed little Jojos ran in front of him, turning their heads to look at him from time to time. When the group arrived at the back of the hall, Prince Mo realized that most of the space in the back of the hall was filled with gold bars. 17 or 18 Jojos were hanging on the small mountain of gold bars, their expressions different as they caressed the gold bars, their eyes filled with intoxication. This? Prince Mo almost burst out laughing. That's right, when they first met, the 7-year-old Jojo was always a little money grubber. Where do I put it? Prince Mo followed the leading little Jojo and put the bundle in the place she pointed out. Could it be that this glyph formation was testing his resistance to Jojo? Was there a need to test it? There was definitely no need. At this time, Yuan Shurchen, who entered the glyph formation with him, had already come out of the first glyph formation illusion. Looking at the golden hall and gold and silver that had disappeared behind her, Yuan Shurchen understood that the first glyph formation illusion was meant to test a person's resistance to money. For the Crown Prince, this shouldn't be a big problem. Northern Prince Mo was in a high position. What did he not have? Naturally, he would not be blinded by a little bit of wealth. However, what Hu Shurchen did not know was that Prince Mo had really been left behind in the Hall of Wealth. It was not that he was blinded by the wealth, but that pile of babies was really lively and charming. Prince Mo was personally moving gold bars for the babies. It was hard for Hu Shurchen to remember him after exiting the first layer of the formation illusion. Then, he entered the second layer of the formation. This time, the world spun. When Hu Shurchen woke up, it was already dusk. He was in the clouds and did not know where he was. He could only hear the noise of the bustling street. There was a faint voice in the bottom of his heart that warned him not to be blinded, not to be. Gongzi, what kind of beauty does this tower not have? Gongzi, quickly come up and take a look, Gongzi. The corner of Hu Shurchen's mouth twitched. He felt that his sleeve was being tugged by a soft little hand. Lowering his head, he saw a 7 or 8-year-old little girl with a pale little face. She was using her little hand to tug at his sleeve and looking at him pitifully. At first glance, Ma Shurchen felt that this little lass looked somewhat familiar. These eyebrows, this little nose, this little mouth. Wasn't she a miniature version of Jojo? Hu Shurchen instantly felt sweat on his forehead. What kind of formation illusion was this? Could it be that it could extract part of his memories and tamper with them as it pleased? Big brother, someone is chasing after me. Help me. Hu Shurchen turned his head to take a look. Indeed, he saw 4 or 5 extremely fierce and burly men running towards him. Although he was very clear that he was definitely in another layer of illusion, his emotions actually won over his reason. Without thinking, he reached out and picked up the little guy, quickly leaving. At this time, the bunch of Jojo who were reluctantly hugging Prince Mo's leg were crying and complaining with tears in their eyes. One after another, they looked at the Crown Prince who was about to abandon them and leave. I've already moved the gold mountains for you. Prince Mo said helplessly, if we don't leave now, we'll be trapped here forever by this talisman array. A bunch of Jojo were crying, and the scene was very lively. Prince Mo regretted that he did not have the time now. Otherwise, he would have drawn them all up so that he could show his Jojo in the future. Prince Mo glanced at the mountain of gold that filled the entire back of the palace, then calmly retracted his gaze. When he lifted his foot and walked out of the hall, he turned around and saw that the magnificent hall had already turned into a pile of ashes. He could not help but sigh in his heart. This glyph array seemed a little interesting. As soon as he entered the formation, he drew out the person he wanted to see in the void. He was almost fooled by this array and stayed here to carry the gold bars for the Jojo. He wasn't greedy for wealth. Instead, he was truly greedy for the happy expressions of the Jojo when they were hanging on the gold bars. Leaving the Hall of Wealth, he did not know what else was waiting for him. Prince Mo's lips curled up slightly. He suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness all over his body. His entire body was falling with the sound of the wind by his ears. "Big brother, someone is chasing after me. Help me." If Mo Lian could see Hu Shichen's illusion, she would definitely be shocked to find that the two of them were going through the same illusion one after the other. Picking up the little princess who was being hunted down on the streets, bringing her back to raise, helping her defeat her ambitious siblings, grooming her, and helping her ascend to the throne of the little queen. This series of events happened naturally. Everything was inexplicable. Many times, Hu Shichen almost couldn't remember where she was. Was she living in an illusion, or was she living in reality? This dreamlike talisman matrix was too torturous. Mo Lian started to admire the master who made this talisman matrix. He was definitely a talisman master who stood out from the rest. This talisman matrix could even bring them into a completely different world. This world had a predetermined development routine. Starting from the time he picked up the little princess who was wandering, the story developed step by step in its own direction. According to the direction of the story in this talisman matrix, Mo Lian would eventually kill this little puppet queen and ascend to the throne himself. However, this talisman matrix master was looking down on him too much. He simply didn't care about the throne of such a small country. Moreover, this little queen's face looked too much like his family's Jojo, compared to the bunch of lively and extremely interesting Jojo he encountered in the Hall of Wealth. The one in front of him was the normal deadpan baby. Following the flow of the story in this talisman matrix, Mo Lian felt like he had spent 3 years. But in reality, he was very clear that he had only spent about 3 days in this damn talisman matrix on the 15th floor. This talisman matrix probably wanted to test his yearning for power. Unfortunately, he simply didn't have that kind of thing. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he had the heart to fight for power and profit, how could he lay his hands on this little deadpan baby? He also didn't know what the hell this talisman matrix was up to. Why did it always give him Jojo's appearance? Could it be because he missed her too much, because he thought about her in the day and dreamed about her at night? Achoo! Arbor sat on a simple wooden bed and raised his hand to rub his slightly red nose. Why was someone thinking about him again? Xiao Mu put down her cross-legged legs and jumped down from the wooden bed. The wooden door creaked open, and Xianxia walked in with a wooden basin in her arms. She couldn't help but shout, "Oh my god, it's so hot outside. Jojo, quick, quick, give me some more ice. I'm going to take a battle bath. Would you like a cup of spirit tea?" Xianxia hurriedly turned around to take a look. She closed the door and shook her head. "Don't. It's better for us to keep a low profile. Don't let the teachers find out. We drank spirit tea during the entrance exam." After all, he had only been in the academy for 2 days and had yet to complete the normal admission procedures. He could face the danger of being kicked out of the academy at any time. If that one-track-minded teacher Wei Wei were to discover anything, he might really be chased out. Arbor glared at her. With a wave of his little hand, he threw a few ice balls into her wooden basin. "Go wash up." Xianxia beamed with joy as she nodded her head. Then, she carried the wooden basin and walked out. It wasn't that she wanted to complain about this academy, but the environment was really terrible. It was built on top of the lava mountain range. Not to mention how hot it was every day. It was said that Xianxia, and Little Fatty each had their own room to live in, and it was guaranteed that they would live comfortably. In the end, when they got it, it became like this. Not to mention the furnishings in the room, even the bed and chair were extremely old. Looking at the mud walls, they were full of holes and looked like they had not been repaired for a long time. There was nothing in the room, nothing at all. When Arbor had just moved in 2 days ago, the wooden bed was dirty and there was not even a mattress. Luckily, she had packed a lot of daily necessities in the storage talisman. After making a comfortable bed for herself, she was able to lend 2 mattresses for little Fatty and Xianxia. Chow chow. Little Fatty's voice called out to her from outside. Arbor opened the door and saw little Fatty, who was sweating profusely, walking over. As he walked, he said, "Principal Yun is back. Instructor Wei Wei asked us to gather in front of the academy peak. Hee, we can finally register for admission." Little Fatty rubbed the back of his head and laughed. He had been waiting for this day for so long that his eyes were about to tear. The other 2 senior brothers from the 2nd year and the senior brother from the 3rd year have also returned. Soon, everyone will be able to meet each other. Little Fatty said excitedly, "From what Ma Ta said, those 3 senior brothers are all talented people. Compared to senior brother Duanmu, they are not inferior at all." Speaking of which, this top-notch academy was really hilarious. It was obviously called Top-Notch Academy, but it did not seem to be top-notch at all. Previously, before they came to participate in the entrance examination, the total number of students in the academy did not exceed 5. There were 3 in the 2nd year, including Ma Ta, and 2 in the 3rd year. The saying that there were no more than 3 students in a year was completely true, because until now, even if Arbor and the other 2 were included, the number of students in the entire academy could be counted with one's fingers. In this Shuntian prefecture continent, which academy would not have more than 10 students, it was a top-notch academy. If they randomly pulled a small academy over and compared it with a top-notch academy, the number of students in the top-notch academy would be reduced in a matter of minutes. No matter how small the academy was, it should have more than 100 students, right? However, the top-notch academy was different. In 3 years, it had only recruited 9 students. It was said that one of the students had even left the academy. Because of this, he had gotten into an argument with the academy's instructor. Of the 103 peaks in the lava mountain range, only a few were habitable. Aside from the Cloudmoat Cliff where the dean lived, the instructors all lived on the instructor's peak. Regardless of whether it was studying or living, the students lived on the academy's peak. Therefore, there were actually quite a lot of small mud houses on the academy peak. To the outside world, the living conditions of the top academies were extremely good. Every student had their own small room, but could this little mud hut be considered a luxurious room? Arbor walked out of her little mud house and said to little Fatty, "Xianxia hasn't arrived yet. You go ahead first, I'll wait for her here." Little Fatty thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I'd better go with you." As he spoke, he saw Mata running over with a cheeky smile. He looked at them and said, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Teacher Wei Wei said that he has something important to announce today. "I'm waiting for Xianxia." Little Fatty glanced at him. "What's the big announcement?" "I don't know. Teacher didn't say. But even if I use my butt to think, I know that it's definitely closely related to our future training." "TSK," Little Fatty snorted disdainfully. He couldn't be bothered to listen to Mata's nonsense. About 15 minutes later, Xianxia came out of the room and saw Mata's perverted gaze. She screamed instinctively and lowered her head to look at herself. "Damn, my clothes are neat and tidy. There's nothing to be alarmed about. It's all Mata's fault. He always looks at people from the bottom up. His eyes are especially perverted. He had a handsome face, but he had a pair of perverted eyes." "What are you looking at?" Xianxia glared at Mata angrily. She turned around and walked towards Arbor. Xianxia held Arbor's arm and looked at them in confusion. "What's wrong? Are you all waiting for me here?" Fatty nodded vigorously. "Let's go. We're going to the front of the academy peak. Dean Yinxiong is back. A few seniors are here too. Mata said that the teachers have something important to announce today." "Oh." Xianxia shrugged. She held Arbor's arm and said softly, "Could it be that Wei Wei slandered us in front of the dean?" This guy had been holding a grudge against Jojo for using a storage talisman in the entrance test until now. Arbor said calmly, "Let him do whatever he wants." They went to the front of the academy peak's main hall. Other than Duan Muqing, there were 3 other men standing there. These three people should be the senior brothers of the second and third years of the academy. Looking at them, they should be around 25 years old. Arbor was very familiar with one of them. When they first met, it was the man in green who drew a circle on the ground with Arbor. It was Hua Tao. When the other two second-year senior brothers, Jiang Xiaoxin and Lu Yu, saw that everyone was walking over under Mata's lead, they also nodded at Xiao Mu and the others in acknowledgement. "All right, everyone's here," Teacher Wei Wei said calmly. "The three new students, come over here to register. From today onwards, the three of you are official students of our top academy." Ding Yunxiong seemed very happy. The smile on Ding Yunzhou's face deepened. He was simply letting the little girl get in based on her own ability and knowledge, instead of opening a door for her. It was hard for people to dislike such a young genius. "Today, I'm not only here to welcome the three new students," Instructor Wei Wei continued, "I have another important announcement to make. Including the three new students, the academy has a total of 8 people. In order to better hone your temperament and willpower, the academy has decided to abolish grades. The 8 of you will be divided into 2 groups. Everyone will start from 0 to accumulate academy points. In 3 months, those who are able to obtain more than 1,000 points will be qualified to participate in the school league. Only those who obtain 3,000 points in a year can graduate successfully. The points will be reset to 0 after the new year. In other words, if they couldn't save up 3,000 points in a year, they would have to continue learning in this lousy academy. He would continue to study for an indefinite amount of time." Little Fatty, Qi Xianxian, and Arbor looked at each other silently. Arbor immediately regretted his decision. Wasn't this academy a little too unreliable? What did it mean to be divided into 2 groups? So in the future, when they did missions, they would have to face seniors from the higher years. Also, this point system would definitely be very fraudulent. Arbor had a headache just thinking about it. In the future, they would have to walk on a rugged path of desperately earning points. There's still one more update. Tomorrow during the day. The academy was definitely up to no good. There would definitely be competition between the 2 teams, and the team that lost would probably not be able to obtain any points. Wei Wei said indifferently, "If you don't have any objections, come over and pay the fees. Everyone will pay 20 spirit coins once every 3 months. If you want to pay in advance, you can do so as well." "I'll pay in advance. Who knows if I can stay in your academy for the full 3 months." Arbor glanced at Qi Xianxian, who was looking at her anxiously, and reluctantly went forward to pay the fees. "Oh, if you pay the fees but don't listen to the teachings of the instructors, and even have delusions of running away from the academy, then the academy will be responsible for you. The vice principal will beat you until you start doubting your life." Arbor was speechless. She raised her head and looked at the flower-like and kind-looking fat vice principal. Arbor and the other students looked at each other, feeling as if they had fallen into a trap. "All right, the fees have been paid. Next, I'll talk about the training goals for the next 3 months." Arbor was still hesitating when a short instructor ran forward and snatched the money bag from her hands, winking at her. Miss Chiao was furious. She hadn't thought it through. Qi Xianxian secretly grinned and thought to herself, "This instructor Zhou is really a clown." "Oh right, you guys can split into 2 groups first." The short instructor grinned. The 3 seniors who were familiar with each other naturally gathered together. However, what surprised them was that Mata and Duan Muqing actually stood with the 3 freshmen and didn't rush over to their side. "One of you go over." The short instructor roared at Mata. Mata immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. What a joke, he didn't want to leave Miss Chiao's team. He felt that if he stood with Arbor's team, he would definitely be in trouble. "We are in the same team," Mata hurriedly said. "Duanmu, you go over." Duan Muqing shook his head. "I'm not going." Wei Wei was angered to the point of laughter. It seemed that these 3 freshmen had become extremely popular, right? "Then let's draw lots." Principal Yun smiled faintly. Qi Xianxian immediately hugged Arbor's arm nervously and roared at Mata, "You go over." "No, no, no." Arbor suddenly raised her head. She narrowed her eyes and looked at a streak of light that suddenly flew over from afar. She reached out her hand and a piece of ebony talisman turned into ashes in her palm. Arbor's black pupils were as calm as an ancient well. Suddenly, he turned around and said to Principal Yun, "Excuse me for a moment." One day, Principal Yun and the 5 instructors were stunned. When they looked up, Arbor had already summoned a blue bird. With a whoosh, he landed on the blue bird and flew down the mountain. "Jojo, where are you going?" Xianxia was startled and hurriedly shouted at Arbor's departing figure. "Kill." A calm and indifferent voice came into everyone's ears from afar, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. "Dean." Instructor Wei Wei looked at Dean Yun with a solemn expression. "Wasn't this little girl too unruly? Dean Yun smiled and said, "It's okay, she will come back. Who hadn't been hot-blooded when they were young?" Haha. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They felt that the dean was being too lenient with the little girl. Dean Yun smiled. "You guys go draw lots first. I will go out for a moment." The little girl running out alone was naturally not reassuring. He planned to follow her and take a look. Of course, Yun Fiang would never tell them that he was only there to watch the show. He had a feeling that the little girl was going to do something earth-shattering this time. Strange. Why was he looking forward to it? Back to Arbor. After leaving the academy peak on the Blue Phoenix, she rushed toward the location indicated by the tracking talisman. Before the tracking talisman disappeared, it had already transmitted Tan Fei's location to her accurately. It was not very far. The Blue Phoenix could make a round trip in one day. Most importantly, she was very familiar with Tan Fei's hiding place. It was the place where Ma Ta gave Xianxia a trashy map, which made them look for a top academy on an unknown mountain, and where they met the little fatty later. She had just learned that the mountain was called Chi Mountain. It was outside Anka City, in the opposite direction of the lava mountain. Xiaomu pursed her small lips and apathetically twisted open her defensive ring. She then added a defensive barrier to herself, isolating herself from the howling gales outside. She held the gold-beaded talisman pen in her right hand, and 3 blank ebony talismans floated in front of her. After a few strokes, she drew 3 puppet talismans smoothly. Then, more than 10 blank ebony talismans floated in front of her again and quickly turned into talismans under her drawing. Or rather, talismans. After more than 10 yellow-level mysticine talismans were completed, Arbor's lips curled into a cold smile. Talismans made by a yellow-level great talisman master. You're lucky. It had only been 3 days since Tan Fei escaped from the space talisman array with Che Ruan, and Arbor had followed the man with the tracking talisman. She knew that as long as the monkey-faced man did not escape from the Shuntian continent, she would definitely find him in 3 days. What Arbor did not expect was that the guy was quite cunning. He did not run far before he settled down at Chi Mountain outside Anka City. Of course, maybe it was because the talisman power in the space talisman array was getting weaker and weaker, and it was not enough to teleport him too far. Maybe Tan Fei was only forced to rest at Chi Mountain temporarily. Qingwan stopped above the lush Chi Mountain and turned its head to look at Xiao Mu. "Master, it's not easy to fly here with the dense foliage." "Yes." Arbor nodded and signaled for Qingwan to descend. He reached out and stroked Qingwan's head, allowing it to return to Paradise Planet. She wanted to go alone, but before she could take 2 steps, she found a big furry fellow beside her, rubbing her little hand. Arbor's eyes lit up. How could she forget about Little Snow? Speaking of which, ever since she had left the lava mountain range that day, in front of a crowd of dumbfounded people, she had calmly put Little Snow away. Then, she had let Little Snow live on Paradise Planet and didn't really care about it. Now that they were running in this huge forest, Little Snow was the most suitable. Its speed was very fast, and its 4 limbs were very strong. Sitting on Little Snow's back, he only felt the wind whistling past his ears. His body was very stable, without the slightest bump. Arbor reached out to pinch the snow leopard's ear and pointed. 1 man and 1 beast stopped in front of a cave in the depths of the forest. This cave was really hidden. The front of the cave was filled with withered branches and weeds. A row of jujube trees was planted in front of the cave, but they were all drooping and withered. If one did not look carefully, it was really impossible to notice that there was a cave in the stone wall here. As soon as they approached, they could smell a faint smell of blood. Arbor frowned slightly. Oh, Arbor wondered what Tan Fei was up to create such a strong smell of blood. Even Arbor frowned when she smelled it. Arbor patted the snow leopard's head to comfort it. She bent down and picked up the snow leopard that had shrunk into her arms. Then, she leisurely walked into the cave. The entire cave looked extremely gloomy from the outside. When she stepped in, she saw that there were 3 or 4 dim yellow lamps on the walls of the cave. The cave was empty except for a small bonfire in the corner. A small pot of boiling water was hanging from a frame. Next to it was a bunch of chopped branches. Arbor's gaze moved to the center of the cave. There was a large grayish-brown urn. The strange smell of blood was coming from the urn. Arbor walked to the front of the urn unhurriedly. The closer she got to the urn, the heavier the smell of blood became. It was extremely unpleasant. Xiao Mu's eyes flickered, and she heard a mocking laugh coming from the cave entrance. "Heya, what a rare guest, what a rare guest. Miss Xiao has graced us with your presence. How should Tan Fa welcome you?" Arbor turned her head with a cold expression. She saw that Tan Fa's small eyes were staring at her with a strange light. "How did you find me?" Arbor looked at him with a cold expression. She was somewhat puzzled. How did Tan Fa's injuries heal so quickly? 3 days ago, he had clearly been turned into a dog by her backlash. Why was it that when they met again, he was as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger, as if he had not suffered the slightest bit of backlash? Arbor's finger suddenly moved. She smashed the mystic guiding glyph array on herself and threw a binding glyph array at the entrance of the cave. Tan Fa's pupils shrank. He immediately dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, he heard a bestial roar. A white light suddenly rushed to his side. With his many years of battle experience, Tan Fa suddenly had a bad premonition. He made a prompt decision and rolled to the side. This avoided Little Snow's sudden bite. When one's life was hanging by a thread, everyone had an instinctive reaction to survive. Tan Fa was no exception. However, just as he dodged the snow leopard's white teeth, Miss Jiao's puppet talisman arrived as well. "What?" Shocked, Tan Fa hurriedly threw out a dozen yellow-rank defensive talismans to defend himself. The yellow-level defensive talisman was naturally very effective. Seeing that the puppet talisman he threw was blocked, Arbor didn't waste his energy. He directly recalled the puppet talisman and threw out a dozen more Xianxia talismans. "You're a talisman master." Tan Fa finally discovered something that made him shocked. The young girl in front of him was not a normal talisman master. She knew how to draw talismans. The dozen or so Xianxia talismans that she threw out were actually smoother and more natural than his grandmaster's. This. Why? Tan Fa's heart slightly tightened, and he quickly rushed towards the large urn in the middle of the cave. "Although you are a rare charm master in the world, but today, you must die in this unknown cave." "Heh, I don't care if you become my human cauldron or my puppet ghost spirit. Miss Jiao, you can only blame yourself for not wanting to walk the path to heaven. There's no door to hell, yet you insist." Ow. Before Tan Fa could finish his string of self-righteous nonsense, he discovered that he had been sent flying to the top of the cave by a huge tail. How was this possible? Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare believe that he had been slapped to the sky by this young girl before he could finish speaking. "The 6th watch will be finished. However, it will be very late, so don't wait for me." Arbor expressionlessly looked at Tan Fa, who had been whipped into the air by the little white squirrel's tail, coldly curling her lips. Then, he rushed to Tan Fa's side with a big stride. With a flick of his finger, a puppet charm suddenly entered Tan Fa's consciousness. Tan Fa vigilantly opened his eyes wide. The sentence, "What did you do?" had only been uttered 3 words when he suddenly felt that his conscience seemed to have been poured in by a surge of power, directly tearing it apart. His entire body was in so much pain that he immediately fell to the ground, hugging his head and rolling back and forth on the ground. Arbor didn't care about him, sauntering forward, kicking open the lid of the large urn. Inside was Che Ruman's deathly pale face, which didn't surprise her in the slightest. Charm masters had always been sinister, which was why they were despised and intolerable by the world. However, in reality, the more the charm masters were despised by the world, the more perverted and frightening their actions were. At this time, Che Ruman's eyes were gouged out, her tongue cut, unable to make the slightest sound. Although her 4 limbs weren't chopped off, but looking at her limp appearance, she already didn't have the tendons in her arms and legs all snapped, without the slightest strength to resist. There was a thick smell of blood in the large urn. The urn was covered with sheets of charms drawn with blood. Arbor roughly looked around. This was an extremely vicious forbidden spell, disgraced by the righteous charm masters. Regardless of gender, as long as the person was placed in a container covered with blood charms, and the power of the curse seeped into the person's body, it would have the effect of the blood curse. This kind of blood curse was really very nourishing for the person who drew it. Within 49 days, it could endlessly absorb the essence, energy, and vitality of the person under the curse. No wonder this damned man, in less than 3 days' time, was able to walk out from the previous serious injury of the backlash. It turned out that he had absorbed Che Ruman's power. Of course, the backlash and side effects of this kind of blood charms were very obvious. Once the absorption was interrupted midway, not only would one suffer an extremely disastrous backlash, but it would also, cause the person who drew the curse to lose their cultivation to 0 for 7 days. What's more, if they went for wool and came home shorn, it would cause their bodily functions to deteriorate rapidly, and some of them would even be worse than their original body. And now, what Arbor wanted to do was to let this insidious man in front of him reap what he sowed. Ah! The man whose conscience was injured was rolling around on the ground. He suddenly raised his head and saw Arbor looking back at him coldly. His heart skipped a beat. Tan Fa stretched out a hand and let out a sharp cry that even he couldn't understand. Wait! Arbor's small hand, which was covered with a layer of Vajra talisman, directly grabbed Che Ruman's hair, lifted her out of the big urn, and casually threw her aside. A light flashed in her hand, and an ordinary-looking iron hoe appeared in her hand. Clang! With a swing of the hoe, the big urn was completely smashed into pieces. Ah! Tan Fa let out a blood-curdling scream as he spat out a large pool of blood from his mouth. Arbor didn't even bother to look back, and directly used the hoe to smash the big urn into smithereens, completely destroying those blood charms stuck on the urn. Tan Fa collapsed on the ground, his face full of disbelief. He probably didn't expect that in just a few minutes, he was about to be killed by the savage little girl in front of him. Didn't the words he had said earlier just invite a series of jokes? He actually wanted to capture this young girl with such a high cultivation base and use her as a cauldron or vessel to increase his power, or just kill her and slowly nurture her into a ghost spirit. But he didn't expect that he would be defeated so miserably today, without even a chance to retaliate. Cough, cough, cough. Cough. The explosive pain in his conscience, in addition to the blood curse being interrupted midway, caused him to once again be engulfed by the power of the backlash, and his cultivation base was completely lost. The current Tan Fa only needed one finger from Miss Xiao to crush him to death. Cough, cough. I didn't expect you to be such a righteous person. You actually risked your life to save Che Ruman, Tan Fa said through gritted teeth. Today's events were so sudden that he really didn't expect Miss Xiao to find his hidden hiding place. Moreover, he didn't expect that this little girl in front of him was actually a curse master at such a young age. The little girl had been using the techniques of a curse master to fight with him. She looked so arrogant because she wanted to let him know that in terms of the art of curses, he, Tan Fa, who had studied for so many years, couldn't compare to this damned girl. After a long sigh, Tan Fa collapsed on the ground, feeling that his head was still faintly throbbing in pain. He resisted the sharp pain in his conscience and forced himself to sit up. Looking at Arbor, he said softly, Miss Xiao, I'm sincerely convinced by you. Cough, 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 seeing that we're both from the Tao of curses, you should be magnanimous and let me go. Come, I can use a treasure that you definitely can't imagine in exchange for my life. Tan Fa's vulgar eyes flashed slightly, and he said in a low voice, with this kind of treasure, I can guarantee that you'll be even stronger than before. What responded to him wasn't Arbor's joyful appearance, but a poison dart that flew straight for his throat. Tan Fa rolled on the ground in a sorry state, but he still couldn't completely avoid that poison dart. The poisonous dart landed on his shoulder, and in a split second, the terrifying poisonous gas converged into a black line from his shoulder and rapidly spread towards her limbs. Tan Fa's eyes widened in horror. He suddenly raised his head and glared at Arbor. You. Why did you do this to me? Arbor didn't even look at him. He threw a look at Snowy. The snow leopard roared and rushed forward. It slapped Tan Fa's head with its paw, and its sharp claws ripped off half of his head on the spot. Even until his death, Tanfa still couldn't understand how this savage little girl could act so unconventionally. He hadn't even finished telling her about the baby? How could she be so impatient as to reach out and slap him to death? Didn't she want to ask who he was? Why would he appear here? Tanfa was completely dead. He couldn't be more dead. His eyes were tightly shut, and half of his skull was exposed. Arbor looked up at Tanfa and said coldly, "My master once told me, don't talk nonsense when you're fighting. Just go straight up. Don't talk nonsense when you're crippled. You can't imagine the strength of a dying person's counterattack." In the depths of Arbor's memory, the image of Xian Huang holding her little hand and earnestly teaching her appeared. She couldn't help but stare blankly. Arbor thought, this scene that suddenly appeared seemed to be yesterday, appearing in front of her eyes, vivid and clear. Did she remember the time when she was with Master? Frowning and lowering her little head, Arbor racked her brain for a long time and couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. Her brain was so stupid, she could forget such an important thing. What a pig head! Arbor raised her hand and knocked her little head, turning her head to look at Che Rumen, who was lying motionless in the corner. She quickly walked forward and narrowed her eyes to take a look. Che Rumen was facing the sky, her unfocused eyes were already dilated and dilated. She was already dead. But this was normal. Ever since Tanfa put the blood curse on Che Rumen, her life and cultivation were closely linked to Tanfa. Tanfa was dead, so she couldn't survive alone. And with her current state, there wouldn't be any happiness even if she forced herself to live. Arbor walked back to Tanfa's corpse with half of his head and looked at him with disdain. Only then did she mobilize all of her spiritual sense, penetrating and seizing the other's consciousness and inner world. Tanfa's inner world was very rich in resources, and Arbor obtained a lot of resources from Tanfa's inner world, including spiritual medicine, spirit stones, and some cultivation resources, as well as a few ores and refining materials. Arbor didn't expect Tanfa, this wretched man, to be so good at accumulating wealth. But thinking about it, as a yellow-level charm master, Tanfa's speed of accumulating wealth shouldn't be any slower than a charm master. After Arbor finished tidying up some of Tanfa's supplies, she glanced at a pinkish-purple jade pendant that fell on the ground from the corner of her eye. Arbor bent down to pick up the jade pendant. Turning it around, she just happened to see the 3 words Clear Sky Gate engraved on the back. Her eyes immediately turned cold, and she lightly read out these 3 words. Clear Sky Gate? Wasn't that the Clear Sky Gate where Fangu was the vice leader? To tell the truth, ever since that Fangu took her nephew Fanxia and fled back to Shuntian continent, she had always been thinking about them in her heart. Great. She hadn't even gone to their door to settle the score with this aunt and niece pair, and now they had already sent a vanguard to test the waters. Arbor's lips curled into a sneer. He flipped through some of the talismans that Tanfa had placed in his inner world. There weren't many of them, only a dozen or so. Most of them were Xianxia talismans. In reality, whether it was a symbol charm master or a symbol charm master, it was impossible for their drawing speed to be too fast. Ordinary talisman masters and talisman curse masters could draw 10 or so blue talismans in a day. They could already be considered experts with an extremely high success rate. Unlike Arbor, which had already reached a 100% success rate in forming blue talismans. After putting away these talismans, Xiaomu discovered that there was also a small, squarish, red wooden box underneath these talisman papers. When he opened it, he saw a small black bead that looked like an ordinary wooden carving. It didn't emit any light at all. Arbor only felt curious. Seeing how Tanfa had hidden this black bead so preciously in the wooden box, Arbor roughly knew that this little plaything was perhaps the unexpected treasure that Tanfa had mentioned. But what exactly was the use of this plaything? Master, this is a ghost spirit bead. The little tree Chocho's strange voice suddenly sounded in her ears. What was a ghost spirit bead? Arbor expressed that she had never seen such a strange bead. Master, why don't you use your spiritual awareness to open it? It's possible that the charm master from earlier had put some kind of ghost spirit inside. Arbor was taken aback, but she nodded and used her spiritual awareness to enter this ghost spirit pearl. The originally ordinary wooden ghost spirit bead suddenly emitted bursts of brilliance, extremely dazzling. When her spiritual awareness entered, she could see that there was actually a 9-layered talisman array inside the ghost spirit pearl. Each layer contained extremely strong curse power. Not to mention those wandering ghost spirits, even if a talisman master was caught, he might not be able to break this 9-layered array and come out. Of course, this wooden pearl was most likely only able to store and release ghost spirits. Normal humans naturally could not enter. Master, there's a female ghost spirit kowtowing and greeting you. Why don't you have any reaction? Arbor was taken aback when she heard that. She turned to look at Little Tree squatting on her shoulder. What female ghost spirit? Where is she? Right beside your feet. Little Tree looked at her speechlessly. Just now, you opened the ghost spirit pearl and let her out. Arbor was taken aback. She looked around and muttered softly, where is this female ghost spirit? Master, you can't see it? Little Tree grinned at her. Speaking of which, it was strange. She had always been in a state where she could not see ghost spirits. In the past, when she returned to Kwoto village with the little monk even opened her eyes in all seriousness, but she still could not see anything. Wait, let me use my spiritual awareness to take a look. If she could not see ghost spirits in front of her with her ordinary eyes, perhaps her spiritual awareness would be of some use. You still can't see anything? Little Tree Chocho looked at Arbor curiously. Arbor withdrew her spiritual awareness gloomily and nodded. What did she say? It's nothing. She kowtowed to you while trembling. She even said that she'll listen to everything you say in the future and won't cause you any trouble. Chocho rolled its eyes and said. This female ghost spirit looked so cowardly. What could she do by keeping her by her side? Wasn't it a waste of food? Oh, that's not right. A female ghost wouldn't waste food. Arbor put away the invisible female ghost. Blinking his eyes, he asked the small tree, do you think the unexpected treasure that Tanfa mentioned just now is this ghost spirit bead? That's hard to say. The little tree shook its head and said, this ghost spiritual bead's target area is extremely small. If it weren't for Master's extraordinary spiritual sense, who could reach the 4th level of spiritual sense at your level of cultivation? Arbor was stunned. He picked up the wooden ghost spirit bead and looked at it, then put it away for the time being. Little Snow, chirp, let's go. Arbor waved at the fat squirrel that was jumping on a rock. The fat squirrel hurriedly ran over and jumped into Arbor's arms. Arbor hugged it and called the snow leopard out of the door. The moment the man and the 2 beasts walked out of the door, they heard a huge explosion that instantly flattened the entire cave. Arbor used the fire explosion talisman, so its power was naturally extraordinary. In an instant, the entire cave turned into a fiery purgatory. Looking back at the withered branches and leaves crackling under the intense fire, Arbor's lips curled into a faint sneer. Tossing a pinkish-purple jade pendant in his palm, Arbor asked Chocho, do you know where the Clear Sky sect is staying? Others had already made a move, so how could she passively take a beating? Do we have a way to find out where the Clear Sky sect's lair is? The feeling of being coveted in the dark like this really wasn't pleasant. Arbor liked to do things directly and efficiently. Since she had already identified the existence of the enemy, she naturally had to think of a way to get rid of them all. Chocho waved 2 thin branches and climbed onto Arbor's shoulder. Shaking its head, it said, we just arrived at Xianxia Prefecture and aren't too familiar with the environment here. Master, why don't you bear with it for a while? Once Chocho establishes a certain connection with the spirits of vegetation on the Xianxia Prefecture continent, we can easily gather some useful information. That was the only way. Arbor naturally knew that some things couldn't be rushed. Chocho had just entered the late stage of its infant stage. If she used up too much of its power, it might be so tired that it would go into seclusion again. According to her observations, this little tree was very likely the main body of the holy wood of the 5 spirits. Although she still didn't understand why this tree grew in her Dantian's mystic domain since her rebirth, she still didn't understand. Arbor raised her hand to rub the little Trent's head. Let's go. Roar. The snow leopard nestled beside her suddenly roared angrily, and its huge body suddenly rushed in front of Arbor to block her. The 4 or 5 arrows that were flung in the air were all swatted away by the snow leopard's steel claws. Arbor looked coldly at the row of masked gray-clothed people who had suddenly appeared. Every single one of them used a gray veil to cover their faces and held a heavy bow in their hands. They did not hesitate to shoot at her. Don't underestimate these arrows. They weren't bows that ordinary people could draw. Each of these arrows was imbued with the spirit energy in their bodies, so their range was very long and their speed was abnormally fast. After the snow leopard swatted away several arrows with its claws, all kinds of spirit energy exploded in the air, forming a steaming spirit mist. There were about 30 people in that row of masked gray-clothed people, and they all moved extremely quickly. Although they were slightly taken aback when they saw such a huge snow leopard, they quickly got to work again. The gray-clothed masked men rushed towards Arbor, and the bows in their hands continued to shoot arrows without delay. The arrowheads formed a rain of arrows that blotted out the sky as they rained down on Xiaomu. Arbor's eyes turned cold. Her expression didn't change as she opened her defensive barrier. With a wave of her finger, countless defensive talismans lined up in the air and surrounded her body. The row of arrows was blocked by the defensive talisman. Several of the masked men in gray had already arrived in front of Arbor, and a huge net appeared in their hands, aiming for Arbor's waist. From the looks of it, these people wanted to capture her alive. Arbor sneered and raised his eyebrows. The gray-clothed masked men in front of her were all level 4 spiritual masters. Fangu, the vice leader of the Clear Sky sect, had invested a lot in her. Moreover, they came too quickly, so Xiaomu could not help but be suspicious. This Fangu, had she been keeping an eye on her all this while? For example, Fangu would know the moment she went to Shuntian Prefecture. Another example was when she went to participate in the entrance exam of a top academy, and Fangu actually sent Tanfa to sneak in, wanting to make her a puppet talisman and secretly kill her. Although Fangu didn't succeed in all of this, Arbor felt inexplicably unhappy at the thought of a damned bug trying to bite her all day long. She was inexplicably displeased, but she could only endure it for now. After all, she had just entered Shuntian Prefecture. As the saying went, even a powerful dragon could not suppress a local snake. In the future, when she found out where their nest was, she would make them suffer. Arbor jumped onto the snow leopard's back with a flip. He narrowed his black eyes and solemnly glanced at the group of masked gray-clothed people. "Today, all of you will stay here for me," Arbor said coldly, his eyes devoid of any warmth. He looked at them as if he was looking at a group of dead people. The leader of the masked gray-clothed people couldn't help but snicker, but he didn't say anything. He merely waved his hand resolutely, and the group of spiritual cultivators threw away the bows in their hands. They each picked up their handy weapons and surrounded Arbor, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The little fat squirrel swung its several-meter-long tail and smacked a person's head. Everyone watched helplessly as their teammate was instantly smashed into meat paste by a fat squirrel's tail. Almost all of them stopped in their tracks as their bodies stiffened slightly. The two beasts beside Miss Chiao seemed to be extraordinary. The group was a bit apprehensive of the two beasts' martial prowess, so they hesitated and didn't dare to step forward for the time being. However, Arbor wouldn't be courteous to them. A thin piece of paper abruptly flew out from her conscience. Ever since the battle at the Holy Water Sect's main peak, she had never taken out this Tianji treasure blueprint to use. Especially when she was only a mere level 11 mystic cultivator back then, but she had already risked her life to open the 4th layer of the Tianji treasure blueprint and triggered it to launch an indiscriminate AoE attack. Then now, she could already easily activate the 5th and even 6th layers of the Tianji treasure blueprint. This Tianji treasure blueprint was clearly a divine weapon. Senior Tianji Z had probably stored all the concealed weapons he had made in his lifetime into this Tianji treasure blueprint. The combination of the two had enormous power. Moreover, there was a feeling of an inexhaustible supply. Because this Tianji treasure blueprint itself was similar to a concealed weapon box for storing concealed weapons, Xiaomu still hadn't figured out how much capital the Tianji master had invested back then and how many concealed weapons he had placed inside. Of course, a portion of the hidden weapons could still be recycled into the Tianji treasure blueprint. She didn't need to waste any effort. After the battle, she just needed to take out the Tianji treasure blueprint again and walk around the arena. Hidden weapons that could be used continuously without any damage would naturally be recalled by it. Xiaomu had once carefully calculated that when the Tianji treasure blueprint activated its 5th layer of offense, It could currently continuously fire out 18 types of hidden weapons in a single second. Who could withstand such a wave of attacks? 1 second was just the blink of an eye. When the Tianji treasure blueprint was summoned, one would basically die on the spot. At this moment, Xiaomu summoned this Tianji treasure blueprint out from her conscious, and she coldly swept her gaze across the 30 masked men in grey. Since she said that she would make all of these people stay, then she would naturally fulfill her promise. With a move of her mystic conscious, the Tianji treasure blueprint unfurled in front of everyone. It stretched for several meters and was enveloped in golden light. Arbor sat on the snow leopard's back and coldly gazed at the group of masked men in grey. Secretly, an endless stream of mystic conscious frantically surged into the Tianji treasure blueprint. A hint of faintly frightened expression appeared on the faces of all the masked men. In the next moment, everyone saw the Tianji treasure blueprint release streaks of dazzling light that were extremely intense and dazzling. The dazzling light formed a beam of light that directly shot into those bodies. Instantly, dozens of masked men in grey bore the brunt of the attack and were savagely torn to shreds by the dazzling light. The might of the attack was so great that the 20 masked men behind him trembled in fear when they saw it. Without even thinking about it, those grey-robed men all retreated backwards to hide. However, was that possible? How could the Tianji treasure blueprint be so easy to hide from? What awaited them was only the fate of being exterminated. When the Tianji treasure blueprint was opened, it attacked indiscriminately and directly killed nearly 200 mystic cultivators. Now, these 30 spiritual cultivators paled in comparison. They were simply not enough to fill the gaps between the Tianji treasure blueprint's teeth. So what if they were spiritual cultivators? Even if Arbor did not open the Tianji treasure blueprint, these little spiritual cultivators below level 7 might not necessarily be at a disadvantage if they fought side by side with Little Snow and Qiao. She was just too lazy to do it herself anymore. Since they wanted to die so much, she would grant their wish. The leading masked man in grey broke out in a cold sweat that dripped down his forehead. However, before he could open his mouth to beg Arbor for mercy, the Tianji treasure blueprint's indiscriminate attack had already arrived in front of him. That strange beam of light caused a trace of extreme fear in his heart. What kind of hidden weapon was this? Arbor looked curiously at the hundreds of mirrors that suddenly jumped out of the Tianji treasure blueprint. These mirrors seemed to be arranged in a very orderly manner. When the light beams that intertwined with each other landed on a person's body, they could actually directly penetrate the body of a spiritual cultivator below level 4. It could be seen that Senior Tianji Z was most likely well-versed in mechanisms, hidden weapons, and even formations. However, Senior Xuanji actually wanted such a powerful senior to use her strength to crush his disciple. This was truly a strange request. In the future, she really would have to make things difficult for Senior Tianji Z's personal disciple. The Tianji treasure map created by Senior Tianji Z had given her a lot of help. When she thought about how she would be forced to make things difficult for his personal disciple in the future, Miss Qiao felt a sense of indescribable emotions. By the time the late headmaster Yun arrived, Xiaomu had already set off a ring of fire outside the cave, burning those masked grey-cloaked people clean before running away. Yunfei glanced at the mountain forest that had almost been razed to the ground in astonishment. Then, he could only click his tongue in admiration. It was rare for Ah Sun's disciple to be so vicious and merciless. Looking at the burnt corpses on the ground, there were at least 30 people here. But now, those people who wanted to kill Miss Qiao had all left this world. Yun Zong sighed inwardly. After erasing all traces of Miss Qiao's presence in the area, he quietly left. When Fan Gu sent out another group of people to search the area, the news they brought back caused Fan Gu to be extremely furious. There's no trace at all. Without a trace, how could there be no trace at all? She had clearly sent out 30 level 4 spiritual cultivators to capture Arbor, so why did they disappear without a trace? Fan Gu flew into a rage and raged within the Clear Heaven sect. Fan Qiuhe comforted her and sent out a portion of the Clear Heaven sect disciples to secretly inquire about Arbor. However, ever since Arbor had entered the top academy, it had been difficult for news to spread. After dealing with the evil creatures of the Clear Sky faction, Arbor was naturally in a good mood. She summoned the Green Luan and took it back to the lava mountains. The Green Luan let out a cry. As soon as it flew to the foot of the mountain, it saw a thrilling scene. 2 huge black, unknown corpse birds were attacking a caravan passing by Chi Chi Mountain. The two corpse birds were two-thirds the size of the green one. There was not a single strand of hair on their wings, leaving only bits and pieces of rotten flesh hanging on them. The two corpse birds were attacking the caravan, and there were casualties in the caravan. The women and children were shrieking in terror as they retreated. The leader of the caravan was a middle-aged man. He was about to lead the caravan to Xianxia City, but they were attacked by corpse birds before they passed by Chi Mountain. It was not that the caravan had not encountered dirty things like corpse puppets along the way, but the two corpse birds this time were so big that they could not deal with them. When the two corpse birds swooped down from the sky, they were so fast that they were dazzling. The two frightened women sat paralyzed on the ground, unable to escape at all. Just as one of the corpse birds was about to tear her arm with its claws, the sharp cry of a green one came from the sky. A crossbow arrow with a black light shot into the corpse bird's claws with a whoosh. The two corpse birds let out unpleasant cries and flapped their wings to fly to the side. Arbor fired 5 consecutive arrows with her crow crossbow. Not to mention two corpse birds, even 4 or 5 of them would be shot down by her. There were many women and children in the caravan. They must have paid part of their supplies and followed the caravan to Xianxia City for food and clothing. However, many of them did not expect that Xianxia City would be right in front of them, but they did not even have the chance to enter the city alive. After pressing down on Qinghuan, Xiaomu jumped down gracefully from Qinghuan's back. The two corpse birds lay on the side of the mountain road, dying. Only their wings moved slightly. Arbor walked forward without a word, pulled out a dagger, and dug out the crystal cores in the heads of the two corpse birds. The remaining members of the caravan looked at her with pale faces and trembling lips. They didn't know why, but when they saw how skillful she was in digging out the crystal cores, they felt a little emotional. She was so young, but her little face was expressionless, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. The leader quickly walked up and cupped his fists respectfully at Xiaomu. "Honorable Miss, thank you for saving our entire caravan. If it wasn't for Arbor's help, their team would have been wiped out." Arbor just nodded at him with an indifferent expression. To be honest, she had stopped when she saw that there was a crystal core in the heads of these two corpse birds. As for saving them, it was just a matter of convenience. Therefore, whether these people thanked her or not was actually not that important to Xiaomu. "Miss, we are from the Jin Mantang mercenary group. This is just a small token of our respect." Arbor was stunned. She looked at the small bag of things that the leader handed to her and shook her head. "It's nothing. You don't have to give me this." Looking at the travel-worn people in the caravan, they didn't look like rich people. Why would she want to exploit them? "Take it, Mississippi. This is a small token of our Jin Mantang mercenary group's appreciation." "I can't take it anymore. I'll wake up and catch up on the second watch." "No, you must accept it." The captain of the Jin Mantang mercenary group was a man in his early 30s with a short black beard. At this time, he sincerely handed the small bag back to Xiaomu and earnestly said, "If it weren't for Miss saving us, we would all be dead by now. This is just a small token of appreciation from our Jin Mantang mercenary group. Please accept it. It's not much, it's just a small bag of ordinary food. Please don't refuse it anymore." Seeing the team leader's sincere expression, Xiaomu nodded and accepted the small pouch he handed over. At this moment, cries filled the mountain path. Due to the attack earlier, the caravan suffered quite a lot of casualties. He saw a middle-aged man holding a broken body and crying for a while. Then, he stood up shakily and walked to the leader. He shouted at him angrily, "Captain Jean. Didn't you say that we're about to reach Xianxia City and that there's no more danger? Why did my son die? Why didn't you save my son first? I hired your mercenary group to ensure our safety during the caravan's journey, but what did you do? You'd rather save a lowly woman than save my son? I want you to pay with your life. Give my son back, give him back." The middle-aged man wailed. There was a woman half-kneeling next to him with her head drooped. She was trembling and hugging herself into a ball. It was clear that she was also in great shock earlier. It turned out that the middle-aged man's son was attacked at the same time as another woman in the caravan. Captain Jean did not say who he was going to save or not. He only saved the woman because she was closer to him, so it was more convenient for him to save her. The middle-aged man's son was killed in the sudden attack. The Jean Mantang mercenary group accepted a mission to protect the caravan, and the middle-aged man was considered a big boss who paid the majority of the money. In addition, the mercenary group also accepted a few small missions at the same time, including bringing some old, weak, women, and children to Anka City. Back then, Captain Jean had discussed with the middle-aged man and said that he would waive a portion of his fees if he brought the old, weak, women, and children with him, and the middle-aged man readily agreed. Now, he was telling him that he shouldn't save others but his son? But to Captain Jean, as long as it was a member of his caravan, he would treat everyone equally regardless of their status. However, the middle-aged man didn't think so. He thought that since he was the big boss who paid the money, the Jean Mantang mercenary group should first protect his and his son's safety. However, things didn't go as he wished. His son actually died in this attack, so he couldn't accept this fact. Just as the middle-aged man was about to pounce over and yell at Captain Jean, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as he was sent flying with a kick. He landed heavily on the ground. The other survivors of the caravan were sobbing. When they turned their heads, they saw the middle-aged man being kicked to the ground. Looking up, they saw the little girl who had just saved them staring at the middle-aged man coldly. "He's been captured. Take care of him." After Arbor said this, he turned around and jumped onto Qing Luan's back. He touched Qing Luan's head and whispered, "Let's go." Qing Luan flapped its wings and flew into the air. Arbor turned to look at Captain Jean and said indifferently, "If you don't want the remaining people to be wiped out, you should get rid of everything that needs to be dealt with without mercy." After speaking, Arbor sat on Qing Luan and left without looking back. Captain Jean turned to look at the middle-aged man who was trembling all over. His face was deathly pale as he kept muttering, "No, no, no," while retreating step by step. Captain Jean sighed and waved his hand. Two of his teammates darted out from behind him and twisted the middle-aged man's arm. Actually, the attack this time had caused the Jean Mantang mercenary group to lose at least a third of their members. It was a huge blow to the Jean Mantang mercenary group. Originally, their Jean Mantang mercenary group was just a small 2-star mercenary group. As the leader, he only had the strength of a level 15 body cultivator. Once a body cultivator reached level 15, they were basically at their limit. Any higher would only increase their body's resistance to attacks. Unlike mystic cultivators, they could break through the spirit realm and take a step towards becoming a spirit master. The number of mystic cultivators and spirit masters on the 6 prefectures continent was definitely much higher than in the lower star field. However, although the people of the 6 prefectures continent lived in a place filled with spirit energy, this spirit energy was so thin that it was almost negligible. In reality, the only place with dense spirit energy that could speed up cultivation was a spirit realm. However, this kind of treasured land that could only be discovered by chance required one to encounter it. It wasn't as if any random person could find a spirit realm wherever they went. Therefore, when 3 spirit realms were dug out from Brinset Island, it was obvious that the 6 prefectures went crazy over it. The people who lived the most in the 6 prefectures continent were actually still normal people. The number of people on this continent was more than 100 times that of the lower star field Seekong planet. Relatively speaking, the number of mystic cultivators and spirit masters should naturally be more than 100 times that of Seekong planet. At first glance, mystic cultivators seemed to be everywhere on the 6 prefectures continent, but in reality, compared to the population of the entire continent, those who could become mystic cultivators were only 1 in 10,000 people. Those who could become mystic cultivators and enter the spirit realm were pitifully few. Arbor bid farewell to the caravan and sat on Qing Luan to return to his academy. The trip back and forth didn't take long. Previously, she had said that she would need a day's time so that she would have more time. In fact, the round trip only took 4 to 6 hours, and they would probably be back at the lava mountains in the afternoon. Master Silver, I seem to smell the scent of rainbow mushrooms." Arbor was slightly taken aback. He raised his hand and patted Xiaoqiu's head. Rainbow mushroom, she had heard of the rainbow mushroom before. The 7-colored mushroom was a very special medicinal ingredient. It was the raw material for making the flying pill. Everyone knew that mystic cultivators above level 7 could fly on their own for a short period of time. but when flying, it would definitely consume his own profound energy. Therefore, no mystic cultivator would foolishly fly from the northern part of the country to the southern part. That was simply impossible. Most of the time, they would choose to use flying profound beasts to fly in their place. But the rainbow mushroom was a very strange thing. If a flight pill made from this material was a high-grade flight pill, its effect could be said to be incomparably good. Make up for yesterday's 2 chapters. People who took the high-grade flying pill could fly for at least 4 hours unimpeded, and their flying speed was comparable to an eagle's. Arbor couldn't help but stare blankly. Xiaoqiu's nose was too sensitive. Where did you smell the 7-colored mushroom? Master, just now, I smelled the 7-colored mushroom in the small bag that the mercenary captain handed you. Oh, Arbor stared blankly. When Captain Jean gave her the small bag, she casually put it in her inner world without checking what it was. At this time, she took the small bag out of her inner world and set up a defensive barrier around her body to block the fierce wind outside. Xiaomu opened the small food bag that Captain Jean gave her and poured out the contents, spreading them on the hem of her skirt. These were indeed small mushroom-like things. So Captain Jean was right. This was originally a small bag of food, and the amount wasn't much. It was just a small token of his appreciation. To Arbor, such a small bag of mushrooms was really not enough. On her paradise planet, all kinds of vegetables were now thriving, so there was naturally no shortage of mushrooms. Actually, she didn't need these things from him, but it wouldn't be good if she insisted on not accepting Captain Jin's food. Perhaps others would think that they owed her a big favor and feel uneasy all day. So when she saw Captain Jean like this, she reached out to take it in order to make him feel at ease. But she didn't expect that there would be a 7-colored mushroom mixed in with this pile of mushrooms. This 7-colored mushroom was actually a very strange thing. It was called a 7-colored mushroom, but in fact, it didn't emit 7-colored colors. It looked a bit like a shiitake mushroom, gray and dull. It was really hard to find clues mixed in with a small bag of mushrooms. Arbor took out the small 7-colored mushroom and handed it to Xiaoqiu. Can this still prolong its life? When the men of the mercenary corps picked mushrooms, they definitely didn't treat them as treasures. They all just twisted and turned to pick them. Master, don't worry. This 7-colored mushroom is still easy to cultivate. It can't be weaker than spirit tea. Just keep it in our paradise planet. Arbor nodded and gave the mushroom to Sapling. This trip confirmed that Tan-Fa was closely related to the Clear Sky Gate. In addition, he had also unexpectedly obtained a rainbow mushroom, which could be considered as quite a harvest. Arbor returned to the Academy Peak. Before he could return to his room, he was stopped by Xianxia, who had heard the news. Jojo, where have you been? Why didn't you bring us along? Xianxia tugged at her sleeve and said unhappily, I was worried about you. I'm fine. Arbor turned around and nodded at her. Go and deal with Tan-Fa. Xuanxuan's face was filled with surprise as she cried out, Is that the man who pulled the carriage and ran away from the teleportation formation? Arbor nodded. Are you all right then? Xianxia was still worried. She grabbed her and looked her up and down. Seeing that she wasn't injured, she heaved a sigh of relief and lightly punched her. Why are you acting alone for such a big matter? Arbor blinked and shook his head. It's not a big matter. I can handle it myself. That won't do. Don't forget that we're in the same team. Naturally, we have to shoulder the responsibility together. Xianxia is right. The little fatty popped out from the small earthen hut next door and told Xiaomu sternly, Xiao, it's hard to avoid worrying people when you suddenly ran off on Qingwan. Don't do this again next time. Yes. No matter what, you have to discuss it with us first. We're teammates in the same boat. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu nodded seriously and said, okay. Only then did Xianxia smile. Reaching out, she grabbed her little hand and laughed, Here, it's a deal. You're not allowed to act alone next time. Arbor nodded obediently. Xianxia tilted her head and smiled. Xiao, when you left, the 2 groups that were in a dilemma have already been divided. Other than the 3 of us, Duan Muqing is in the same team as us. As for Mata, ha. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh loudly when she mentioned Ma Ta's expression. What happened? Arbor was slightly startled and turned to look at Xianxia, who was laughing nonstop. Xianxia's laughter infected little Fatty, who was standing at the side, and he started laughing as well. Ma Ta and big brother Duanmu competed in martial arts. They said that the winner would stay. You know the result. Xianxia laughed loudly. You didn't see it then. After Ma Ta lost, he felt like the sky was falling down. He looked like he was about to cry. Xiamu smiled faintly, an extremely faint smile on her lips. Xuanchuan's eyes widened and she suddenly screamed, Jojo. You're smiling. Xianxian suddenly reached out and cupped little Fatty's face, revealing an exaggerated expression. Am I? Am I? Am I smiling? Let me see, let me see. Little Fatty hurried forward and asked anxiously. From what he remembered, this little guy who had been expressionless since the first time they met seemed to have never smiled. Xiaomu sighed softly as she looked at their exaggerated appearances in exasperation. Little did they know that behind them, Duan Muqing was looking at the three of them chatting and laughing under the setting sun. He was in a daze. The sun was setting. Under the illumination of the red sun, the entire lava mountain range was enveloped in a sea of red. They couldn't tell if it was the heat emitting from the lava mountain range or the illumination from the setting sun. Duan Muqing only felt that the smile of the girl in front of him was as if the fog had dissipated. It was also as if the spring breeze had brushed past the willows and melted the snow. Her appearance was extremely refined. In a trance, he seemed to see a faint shadow slowly walking over from the other side of the road. The shadow smiled at him and called faintly, Brother Qing. Life at Arbor's top academy began. Every day was spent in a state of chaos. The instructors of the 5 departments took turns. Don't think that he only had to face one type of spirit faculty instructor. In fact, even if it was a wood spirit faculty instructor, all the students had to be present when he was teaching Duan Muqing. Just like what the instructor said, even if you can't control this type of spiritual power, you have to understand it, or even conquer it. You have to grasp its weakness so that in the future, you can quickly find the opponent's weakness and defeat it in one blow. Early in the morning, on the spacious arena of the Lava Mountain Range's Academy Peak, Xiaomu was wearing a light wood-colored short-sleeved shirt, and she had braided her long hair behind her head. He stretched out his hand and a long transparent water spirit whip appeared. Senior Brother Liu, please guide me. Arbor was fully focused when facing a level 2 spiritual master with a level 7 earth spirit. Junior Sister Qiao, please. The other party cupped his fists in greeting and nodded slightly. 2 figures flitted into the arena at an amazing speed. Once they attacked, spirit energy surged and the wind held. Ma Ta, who was squatting on the side watching the 2 fight, hugged his head and cried out pitifully, It's over, it's over, it's over, we're going to lose again. We're going to lose again. We're going to lose our points again. Hua Tao couldn't help but ask, why do you always lower your own prestige for others' sake? I'm not trying to lower my prestige. It's you, Senior Brother Hua Tao. When you fought with Junior Sister Qiao on the first day, didn't you get thrown out of the circle with one hand and couldn't even withstand a single move? Senior Brother Lu's cultivation is about the same as yours. Do you think he can win? Shut up. Hua Tao glared fiercely at Ma Ta. Hey, no one will think you're a mute if you don't open your mouth. Besides, I merely underestimated my opponent that day. Can you not keep bringing that up? That day, he didn't even manage to withstand a single move from the little girl before being thrown out of the circle. This was practically a lifetime of black material. Senior Brother, I don't want to talk about it either. But look, Senior Brother Lu only has the strength to defend himself. Sigh, Junior Sister Qiao is very savage. Shoo shoo shoo. Hua Tao kicked him. Shut up. Even if we lose this round, there are still 3 more rounds. Even if we take a step back and say that Duan Muqing wins, the other 2 brats absolutely aren't our match. No matter how you think about it, it's still a draw. What's the rush? A draw is even worse. Ma Ta hugged his head and wailed. With his familiarity with the mentors' personalities, they absolutely wouldn't let them fight so easily. In the arena, the little girl's water spirit whip moved and lashed out one move after another at Senior Brother Lu. Senior Brother Lu and the mentors were all astonished. The little girl was merely a level 15 mystic cultivator who had yet to break through to the spiritual realm. It was already very shocking that she could barely use the power of the water spirit. But now, her spirit energy was actually endless. He clearly did not have a spiritual pulse, so how could his spiritual energy be stronger than his? Senior Martial Brother Lu somersaulted into the air and landed on a nearby rock. He cupped his fists and smiled. Junior Martial Sister Qiao, Senior Martial Brother has lost. Everyone focused their eyes and saw a faint shadow of a whip on Senior Brother Lu's chest. It was caused by the water spirit whip. Mata sighed. What should we do? Looks like it's really going to be a draw? He had a very bad premonition. After a draw, they would definitely suffer. The most pitiful thing was that he didn't know what the mentors would do to them. Jojo is the best. Xianxia smiled and jumped up. She ran forward and held on to Arbor's arm. She smiled and said, Jojo, I knew you would win. Next match, Group 2 Ko Hongwen vs Group 1 Xianxia. The little fatty immediately took out the double-headed hammer from his conscious and jumped onto the arena. He hollered, Senior Brother Jiang, come. Jiang Shaoxin narrowed his eyes, and a black spear appeared in his hand. Spiritual energy floated around the spear, indicating that it was a spirit weapon. Junior Martial Brother Ko, be careful. The little fatty shouted. His left foot stomped hard on the ground. His entire body was like a small cannon as he pounced towards Senior Brother Jiang Shaoxin in front of him. Xianxia couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her face as she whispered to Arbor, every time I see little fatty fighting, I always feel like, there's a ball flying around in front of my eyes. Arbor pursed her lips and looked at the two people in the arena. Little fatty was naturally not the senior brother who had already broken through to the spiritual realm. However, it was very obvious that the other party had not used his full strength, so little fatty could still withstand a few more blows from him. As time went by, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. It was noon, and the sun hung high above everyone's heads. The scorching heat of the lava mountain range not only made the two people in the arena sweat profusely. Even the spectators standing at the side felt faint beads of sweat on their foreheads, and their bodies were unbearably hot. With a wave of Qiao Mu's small hand, she placed the ice ball that had taken shape into a jade box with a colored glass cover and hugged it in her arms. She immediately felt her small hands become much cooler. Startled, Xianxia hurriedly turned to look at her, and her eyes lit up. An icebox? Do you want it? MHM. Arbor casually made another one for Xianxia and let her hug it in her arms. Previously, when she made an ice ball and exposed it to the air, it was instantly melted by the heat of the mountain range. Now that she put the ice ball into the jade box, it could naturally maintain the coolness for a certain period of time. For the past 2 nights, Arbor had placed an ice box in each of the 4 corners of her earthen house to cool down. Otherwise, how could she sleep from the heat? Sapling had already invited her to sleep on Paradise Planet many times. But when she thought about it, she was not that delicate. Back then, she lacked water and food, and her body was as dirty as a mud monkey. Could she really not bear this small burning pain now? She naturally didn't want to go to Paradise Planet. Besides, she had already promised her teammates that they would suffer together and enjoy together. Of course, she couldn't be so disloyal. Xianxia hugged the icebox and looked at the arena. Sigh, looks like it's going to be a draw again today. Speaking of which, it was normal for her and little fatty to be at the mystic realm, but Jojo was clearly not normal. A level 15 mystic cultivator was able to defeat a level 2 spiritualist in a duel, and it could be seen that she had yet to use her full strength. This kind of combat ability simply didn't seem like the strength a normal mystic cultivator should have. The 4 matches lasted from day till evening, and finally ended. Arbor didn't feel anything, but the little fatty was so hungry that his stomach was rumbling. His chest was sticking to his back, and the sound of his stomach rumbling was heard by everyone present. The short mentor stepped forward with a wretched smile and said to the Arbor crowd, "Kids, you must be hungry." The little fatty shuddered for no reason. "I'm sorry to inform you that after 3 days of competition, the results of Group 1 and Group 2 are 0. Is that F*King expression of regret? This was an expression that deserved a beating, Xianxia cursed in her heart. Of course, Xianxia wasn't the only one who was scolding. In fact, everyone was hungry and tired. Their bodies were so tired that they wanted to go back to their rooms to rest. Who would want to stay here and continue listening to the little tutor's nonsense? You guys can't behave like this. The little tutor shook his head and grinned. After our 5 spiritualist faculty tutors discussed it, we unanimously decided. Everyone held their breaths and waited for the bad news to arrive. I'll bring you guys to have a big meal. Huh? Who knew what the instructors were thinking? The students, who thought that they would definitely be scammed again, had strange expressions on their faces when they found themselves in a small tavern in Anka City. Do you think the instructors will be so kind? Little Fatty asked hesitantly. Are we going to starve to death if we don't eat? Xianxia snapped. We'll only have the energy to continue training and fighting when we're full. That's true. Little Fatty calmed himself down and nodded. He turned his head to look at the plate of meat buns that was being served. His stomach, which was so hungry that it was bulging, immediately made a series of noises. Eat. Xiaomu casually picked up a bun and handed it to him. Thank you, Jojo. Little Fatty chuckled and took the bun. He opened his mouth and was about to take a bite. Suddenly, Mata jumped up in shock. Wait. Little Fatty's mouth was agape. It was as if his acupoints had been hit. He stared blankly at Mata, who had suddenly attacked him. Did you guys notice? The atmosphere here is quite strange. Everyone's gazes followed Mata's words and wandered around the tavern. Now that he took a look, it was indeed true, there were 5 to 6 tables in the tavern. Everyone was dressed in plain clothes and had weapons by their side. They were eyeing the 8 people at the table with hostility. Little Fatty held his meat bun tightly with both hands and ate it in big bites. However, his eyes were vigilant as he looked at the people at the other tables. Xianxia turned her head and saw the waiter running over with a tray in his hands. There were 8 bowls of noodles on the tray, but the waiter walked as if he was walking on flat ground. He brought the noodles to them effortlessly. Duan Muqing nodded slightly and took the bowl of noodles from the waiter. He glanced at the waiter and asked, "Where are we?" After the instructors sent them here, they disappeared one after another. If they still didn't know that they had been tricked by these unreliable instructors, then they would be really stupid. The waiter stopped in his tracks and grinned at Duan Muqing. Don't you know, my friends? Aren't you here to sign up for the underground arena tournament? What? The 8 of them were all stunned, their eyes filled with confusion. What are you pretending for? Why would an ordinary person come to such a remote tavern to eat noodles? He's obviously here for the bounty. That's right. Since you're here, stop pretending. The people at the tables next to them began to verbally attack them. Many pairs of eyes were looking at them with unfriendly gazes. Underground arena tournament, what was that? Duan Muqing glanced at the waiter and asked, We have indeed never heard of the underground battle arena tournament. What a joke. They were just here to eat a bowl of noodles, fill their stomachs, and leave. Of course, if the instructors wanted to screw them over, that would be a different story. Who is young Master Duanmu? A little beggar ran in with a smile, holding a letter in his hand. Duan Muqing was stunned and nodded at him. I am. Young Master Duanmu, someone gave this to you. The little beggar ran over with a smile and handed the letter to Duan Muqing. He shook his body shyly. The person who delivered the letter said that as long as I hand the letter to young Master Duanmu, young master will reward me. F***ck, this is definitely something that the mentors would do. Duan Muqing smiled good-naturedly at the little beggar. He reached into his pocket and took out a money pouch. Then, he took out 2 spirit coins and handed them to the little beggar. The expressions of the people at the other tables changed instantly. F***ck. Where did this rich guy come from? How could he flaunt his wealth like this? His life was so poor, but he was rewarded with 2 spirit coins for delivering a letter. Which family's young master was so generous? Were they really here to participate in the underground arena tournament? If not, why were they here? If that was the case, with this young master's extravagant family background, why would they need to fight so hard for 1,000 spirit coins? Duan Muqing opened the letter and skimmed through it. After a short while, he sighed softly and handed the letter to Arbor and the others. Take a look. It was a letter from the mentors. The letter read, Children, all of our mentors have made a unanimous decision. We've decided to let you live in Anka City for the next 30 days. Within 30 days, your two groups must have an average of more than 1,000 points in the underground arena. Your ranking must be within the top 50 on average. Then, the mentors will come and take you home. Otherwise, haha, don't blame the mentors for cheating you. You can continue to play in the underground arena. The signature was, Love to you, Mentor Wei Wei, IF** King love your ancestors. Arbor could not help but curse in her heart. No wonder she regretted it the second day after entering this academy. It was truly the misfortune of 3 lifetimes to have encountered such an unreliable academy and such a deceptive group of mentors. The 8 of them looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. Hey, hey, hey. Look, look. There's a small note at the back of the letter. It says that you can't summon your mystic beasts in the first 28 days of the tournament. What does that mean? The little fatty exclaimed with a dazed expression. It means that you can't use your god-level tortoise. Xianxia pursed her lips in annoyance. How can you cheat us like this? Is it too late for us to leave the academy? If you're not afraid of being hunted down by the Vice Academy Master, then, take off your clothes, Senior Brother Lu said indifferently with tea in his hands. I'll strip your sister. Xianxia sat down on the stool dejectedly. The delicious noodles in front of her didn't taste that good anymore. Wait, there's a small note here. It was written that in the first 28 days, he was not allowed to use any supplementary items, including talismans, medicines, hidden weapons, or any artifact above the level of a divine artifact. What the F***ck, then what else can he use? Mata complained. Also, who the F***ck has a divine artifact? Arbor scratched his head silently and turned his face to the side. What do you mean by the first 28 days? Let me ask you. Just now, the instructor said that we would be staying here for a few days. 30 days. Duan Muqing gave a clear answer. Everyone's lips twitched when they heard this. You mother Kerr told us not to use any support for 28 days, and that's only 30 days in total. For 28 days, he had to resist. In the remaining 2 days, even if he fought 30 matches, it would be impossible for him to catch up. Then what else can we use? Use the big head. Use your big head to fight others. Use your brains and see how you can use your true strength to win. Everyone looked up at the sky, speechless. Oh. It's written here that you can use spirit weapons. You can even fight as a team. Jojo, what should we do? Our divine beasts can't be used. Xianxia turned to Arbor with a bitter expression. Arbor was the one who was truly bitter. He had a feeling that this line of small words was definitely directed at him. She couldn't use divine beasts, talismans, poisons, hidden weapons, and even divine weapons, hee. If it wasn't directed at her, why would she not be able to use this and that? She was so angry, just like what little fatty said. What else could she use? Could it be that she could only use her big head to fight with others? Second brother, how can we enter the underground battle arena? The second brother turned around and grinned at them. As long as you pay enough spirit coins and get a VIP card for the underground battle arena, you can enter. How much? Xianxia and Little Fatty asked in unison. 100 spirit coins per person. What? Xianxia, Little Fatty, Mata, Hua Tao, and the others all had terrified expressions on their faces. They glared at little second brother as if they wanted to swallow him whole. This kid was asking for too much, wasn't he? Could it be that Duan Muqing's display of wealth had caused this fellow to have evil thoughts? Their suspicions were not wrong at all. The second brother who delivered the noodles really had the idea of getting rich because of Duan Muqing's display of wealth. Anyway, young Master Duanmu was rich and didn't care about the entrance fee. Arbor glanced at the second brother coldly. Are you tired of living? Everyone was speechless. That's right. Are you tired of living? Huh? You dare to cheat me? Xianxia kicked one of the long stools, and it instantly turned into sawdust. The waiter was shocked, but on the surface, he still smiled faintly at Xianxia. Ladies and gentlemen, this little one is not speaking nonsense. The VIP card for the underground battle arena does indeed cost 100 spirit coins per person. If you can't pay the fee, of course you can't go in. Arbor sneered and glanced at him. His figure moved and he floated in front of the waiter. She stretched out her hand and her cold fingers immediately grabbed the waiter's neck. With a light pinch, there was a slight cracking sound, as if the waiter's neck would break in her hands in a matter of minutes. The waiter's expression changed in shock. His mouth opened and his face flushed red, but he still couldn't help but stubbornly say, "Auntie, you have to think carefully. This is the largest Qianluo underground arena in Anka City. Offending the master of our 1,000 luo arena is of no benefit to a little girl like you." "Oh?" Arbor glanced at him indifferently. "You're just a waiter. How can you have so much power? Would the owner of your underground fighting arena be so angry for you?" Little second brother's face turned red when he heard that. Of course, he knew that he didn't have that much power. However, it was more important to scare the young lady in front of him and get her to release him. However, how could Xiaomu be intimidated by him? "How much is the entrance fee?" 10 spirit coins? How much?" Xiaomu shouted coldly and increased the force in her hand, scaring the waiter to death. Don't want money, don't want money." Arbor pushed him back forcefully and stretched out her hand. "Give it to me." Today ended. The waiter trembled as he took out 8 jade tokens and distributed them to the 8 of them. The people at the nearby tables were all a little stunned by what they saw. What was going on? There were actually people who dared to cause trouble at the entrance of Qianluo's underground battle arena. These immature brats and maidservants were really bold. Did they not know how powerful Qianluo's underground battle arena was in Shuntian Prefecture? So what if they were allowed to enter the battle arena for free? When the time came, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. In Qianluo's underground battle arena, wouldn't they have to obediently fork out money to buy a VIP token? A trace of indignation flashed across the waiter's eyes, but he still respectfully said to the crowd, "Everyone, please follow me." Arbor's group of 8 followed the waiter to the back of the tavern. The waiter stepped forward and pushed open a mud wall, revealing a narrow passageway behind. "Everyone, please." The waiter lowered his eyes, hiding the cold smile in his eyes. So what if that lady had some tricks up her sleeve? He had already informed the manager of the battle arena. Once they entered, they would be in for a good time. Arbor naturally did not miss the hatred in the waiter's eyes. However, she did not care. A small battle arena's gatekeeper dared to cheat her. Arbor? Who gave him the guts? Although she was not someone who cared about the 100 spirit coins, she was unhappy that someone dared to cheat her of her money. Why didn't he go out and ask around? Was her darling Qiao's money so easy to cheat? Duan Muqing and the rest bent slightly and passed through the narrow door. They were the first to enter the underground battle arena's passageway. This passageway could only allow one person to pass through. The 8 of them entered in a single file, with the little fatty at the back. Following that, many other people entered. They should be people from other tables in the tavern who had already paid for their tickets. The 8 of them followed the long passageway to the end and stepped onto a round platform carved with a fierce tiger. They saw a row of talismans drawn around the platform. It should be a small talisman array. What talisman array is this? Is it a transportation talisman array? Xianxia asked Arbor softly. No. Arbor shook her head indifferently. It's a safety talisman array. Oh. Xianxia replied. At the end of the tunnel came the sound of a mechanism being pulled. Her feet suddenly moved, and she felt as if she was falling. She couldn't help but reach out and grab Arbor's little hand. Xiaomu grasped her arm in return and patted it soothingly, indicating for her not to be nervous. The mechanisms and formations of the underground battle arena were set up very exquisitely. In just a short moment, the round platform beneath their feet fell down at a uniform speed until it embedded itself into a jade platform. Only then did it come to a complete stop. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. She raised her head and saw many battle arena guards swarming in from all directions, surrounding them. On the platform, there were some idlers at other tables in the tavern. Seeing this, they hurriedly raised their hands and exclaimed, "We're not together. We're not together." "Yes, yes, we paid for it." The guards of the arena were ready for battle. They surrounded Arbor and the others with swords and sabers in their hands. Every one of them looked as if they were facing a great enemy. "Why are you all crowding around here?" An indifferent voice traveled from behind the crowd to everyone's ears. "Young master is here? Young master! Young master!" The guards of the battle arena all turned around and respectfully bowed to the person who had arrived. The crowd parted to the sides like a tide. A person wearing a dark purple robe with golden sleeves walked over like a flower parting a willow. He was like jade, his hair was long, and his eyes were seductive. His elegant features originally contained a distant and cold smile, but when he met Xiaomu's eyes, he was slightly startled. The icy expression on his face instantly disappeared, and he revealed a smile that was as scorching as the sun. "Jojo." That person swept his sleeves and walked quickly to Arbor's side. He looked at her with a smile and said, "What a surprise to meet you here. Tell me, isn't this called fate brings us together 1,000 miles apart?" Arbor looked at the man in front of her expressionlessly. She took a step back without leaving a trace, widening the distance between them. "Who are you?" "Jojo, I'm sad to hear you say that." The man looked at her pitifully, with a tearful expression. He reached out and tore open his lapel. "Look, the mark you left on me hasn't been erased. How could you forget about me? I'm so sad, Jojo, you trampled on my sincerity, it really hurts." Arbor's cold gaze fell on the shallow sword mark below his collarbone. That was the wound she had caused with her own hands. "You're Ding Ting Ding." This should be Ding Ting Ding's true appearance. She already couldn't remember how many times he had changed his appearance. One moment he was the snake beauty, the next he pretended to be the kid with the iron pot, and the next he pretended to be her mother to deceive her and hurt her mother. Would such a person really have sincerity? What kind of bullshit sincerity could such a playboy who didn't know fatigue have? "So, don't joke around," Arbor looked at him coldly. There was no fluctuation in her gaze, as if she was looking at a cold corpse. There was no warmth in her eyes. "Jojo, why are you looking at me like that?" The man covered his heart with one hand and pretended to be sad. "It's so uncomfortable. Jojo is looking at me like I'm a dead man. Does he really want me to die? If I say hope, will you go and die?" Xiaomu's callous voice instantly caused everyone's breathing to stop. Cult Master Ding's gaze fell on the little girl's face, which was as cold as snow. For a long time, he couldn't make a sound. "Jojo, you've really forgotten everything. You don't remember anything, right?" Cult Master Ding sighed softly. Her pair of beautiful eyes that were brimming with vigor gradually lost their light and shadow, leaving behind only darkness. Arbor couldn't help but stare at him with a frown. Of course, she knew now that she had spent a day with him when she was afflicted with the speed cultivation talisman. 2 days, he couldn't remember it at all. However, did he need to look at her with such a sad expression? They weren't familiar with each other in the first place, so why pretend to be familiar with each other? Cult Master Ding's sorrowful mood came and went quickly. His eyes instantly glowed with vigor again. That moment of sadness was so quick that it was almost unnoticeable. Arbor naturally didn't notice it. The only person present who noticed the change in his mood was probably Duan Muqing. Duan Muqing didn't know why he felt that Jojo's cold expression right now was abnormally scary. That cold expression of "you're clearly just a stranger. Why do you have to pretend to be familiar with me and pester me?" made him unconsciously feel a little flustered in his heart. "Jojo, are you also here to participate in the championship?" "Can't I?" Arbor glanced at him coldly. You can. Of course you can." Dingyan nodded repeatedly and stepped forward with a smile. "How about I take you to register?" Arbor deliberately sized him up. "Is this your territory?" Cult Master Ding nodded with a grin. "Jojo, do you think I'm very rich?" Even though Anka City was very far away from the Shuntian Prefecture continent, the fact that this person was able to open a sizable underground fighting arena in Anka City showed that he was doing quite well in the Shuntian Prefecture. Compared to small fries like Arbor, who had just ascended to the Shuntian Prefecture, he had cultivated a considerable force. Xiaomu harumphed and couldn't be bothered with him. As Cult Master Ding walked forward, her bright eyes curiously scanned the area. Not only was the place dazzling with gold and jade, but it was also decorated with long tables. How did this look like an underground arena at all? This was clearly an underground casino. In front of every gambling table, there were many people surrounding it. They were playing dice, horse riding, cricket fighting, and all kinds of gambling methods were available. Seeing the confusion in her eyes, Cult Master Ding smiled and said, "The underground arena is still below. Follow me." Ding Yun led the group onto the passage platform. After everyone stood firmly, he reached out and pulled the mechanism. After a series of creaking sounds, Arbor and the others went down another level. This level was where the real underground arena was. As soon as the platform landed, Arbor, Xianxia, and the others heard thunderous roars in their ears. They looked up and saw a slightly dark passage in front of them that led to about 9 levels of stairs. In front of the seating area was a circle of silver fences. The seats spiraled upward and could accommodate thousands of spectators. As for the center, it was naturally a large, circular arena. At this moment, 2 people were fighting with their lives on the arena. The spectators around them cheered as if the competition had reached the most critical moment. Arbor looked up at Ding Yun. "Follow me." Ding Yun led the group to the service area. When the 2 young ladies in charge of registration saw that Ding Yun had personally brought people over, they hurriedly stood up and respectfully bowed to Ding Yun. "Young master." Ding Yun nodded indifferently. Before he said anything, Arbor walked up to them and said, "Registration." The 2 girls were slightly stunned. They looked up at young Master Ding subconsciously and murmured, "Are you here to participate in the underground arena tournament?" Arbor nodded. The underground arena tournament lasts for a month. Once you participate, you'll have to fight every day. The tournament is arranged for you by our arena through public drawing. The participants have no choice but to accept the arrangement. If you're unlucky, you may have to fight 3 or 4 matches in a row. If you're lucky, you may only fight 1 match per day. Everyone, do you understand the rules of the competition? Are you ready to participate? Judging from the girl's appearance, she was only 14 or 15 years old. She was a little too young, wasn't she? However, they were brought here by young master himself. It seemed like they were young master's friends. If they were injured, young master might take his anger out on them. Therefore, the young lady had to explain the rules of the tournament to Arbor and the others. Although the prize money for this underground arena tournament was generous, it was not easy to earn. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu nodded. "Report it." To put it bluntly, it was just bad luck. They could only accept the fate of fighting one after another. What was so bad about that? Don't blame your bad luck if you're unlucky. The 2 young ladies at the registration counter saw that they were all indifferent, so they nodded and said, "The competition will be based on points. 1 point will be awarded for every win, 1 point will be deducted for every loss, and no points will be awarded for draws. Do you understand?" One of the ladies at the registration counter looked at Arbor and the others. "What?" Mata, who was in the team, almost jumped up. "Only 1 point? Then why did the instructors ask for so much and ask for an average of 1,000 points? To get 1,000 points in 1 month, even if they won every single match, they would still have to go through 1,000 matches, 1,000 matches in 30 days, wouldn't they have to fight 33 matches a day on average? What the instructors were doing, was it something that humans could do? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. On the other hand, Arbor remained expressionless as he looked at the lady at the registration counter. "Is there any way to earn points faster?" "Yes." That miss gave Xiaomu a word with absolute certainty. "Then," she said excitedly, "you can participate in the team competition. If you win the team competition, you can get double the points." "Double the points is just 2 points." Little Fatty yelled at her in annoyance. F***ck, even if we get double the points, if we can win every single match, we would still have to fight 12 matches a day. Why don't you just go and die? Seeing her companion's agitation, Xiaomu involuntarily twitched her mouth. She coughed lightly and looked at the stunned miss, asking, "Is there a faster way?" "Yes." The lady nodded again. "If you are very confident in your own abilities, you can fight to be the champion of the arena. If you succeed in defending the arena, you will get 1 point for the first match, 2 points for the second and third matches, and 5 points for each match from the 4th to the 10th. Everyone wanted to slap her to death. Couldn't she speak properly? Oh, your grandpa. Starting from the 11th match, you will get 10 points for every match you defend. If you succeed in defending the arena, you'll get an additional 20 points. As long as you're willing to fight, and defend the arena, it's possible for you to get more than 100 points a day. Arbor pondered for a moment, then looked up at the woman and asked, "Is it okay if the 8 of us sign up for the team competition?" The girl at the registration point shook her head vigorously. "No, each group can't have more than 5 people." "Then let's split into 2 groups to register," Arbor said calmly. He immediately left Ma Ta's group and walked over to Duan Muqing and little fatty Qi Xianxian. "We'll sign up for the team competition." "All right." The 3 of them replied in unison. "Let's fight 2 rounds first," Arbor said. "When the time comes, I'll participate in the ring defense. In addition to the normal team competition, I'll also be able to earn more points. In this way, we'll be able to accumulate 1,000 points in about half a month and charge into the top 50. Hee. Another girl at the registration point couldn't help but laugh. "Do you think it's so easy to defend the arena? How many people defended the arena until they were half dead? Every time, they would be beaten up by a sea of people and thrown out of the arena. This wasn't something to joke about." Young Master Ding saw this and hurriedly said, "Jojo, you want points? That's easy, Scram." Young Sir Ding was instantly aggrieved, and he gazed pitifully at Xiao Mu. "You know what I'm going to say? If you want to cheat for me, then give me 1,000 points." Xiao Mu glared irritably at Ding Yun. Was this guy a pig? If she could cheat, why would she be here talking nonsense with them? Did she need him to do her a favor and give her these points? She would have held a knife to his neck and forced him to give her the points. Just now, Senior Brother Lu had said that although the mentors didn't seem to be present, they might be hiding in the dense audience seats, waiting to watch them perform and calculate their scores. If they dared to cheat, those idiotic instructors would definitely clear all their points to 0, let them continue to fight in this underground arena. How depressing, Arbor sighed and turned to the girl in charge of registration. "Go ahead." Compared to Arbor's team of 4, Mata felt even more dejected. He wanted to tell Jojo that they could be in one group. Anyway, the number of people in this team battle could be 5, but, the way Senior Brother Lu and the other 2 looked at him was as if they were saying that if he dared to speak such nonsense, they would dare to kill him on the spot, dig a hole, and bury him. He had no choice but to give in under the pressure. But as a teammate, although he was in Senior Brother Lu's team, his heart was with Arbor's Duan Muqing. Hua Tao patted Mata's shoulder with one hand and gave him a sinister smile. "Little Mata, don't get the wrong idea. You have to know that the instructor's letter said that the average score of each group should be above 1,000 points and be ranked in the top 50. This means that the instructor's original intention was for us to split into groups. If you dare to change our team of 4 into a team of 3, do you think the instructors will dare to cancel our results?" Mata shuddered. The instructors would definitely dare to cancel. The ladies at the registration area took out a simple contract for them to sign. The contract was simple. It was a life and death contract. It stated that they were willing to participate in this competition and that their life and death had nothing to do with the Qianluo underground arena. This meant that he was trying to distance himself from the underground fighting arena. After all, there would definitely be more than 1 or 2 contestants who would die in this battle arena tournament. Fearing that the family members of the deceased would come knocking on their door, the arena made arrangements in advance. Arbor and the others calmly signed the life and death contract, and then they were led to the preparation area. Other than those who were fighting in the arena, the rest of the contestants also had designated areas for them to rest. The contestants' area could accommodate about 1,000 people. When Arbor and the others arrived, there were already many fully armed people sitting there. Under Ding Yan's lead, the 8 people from Arbor walked into the competition area, immediately attracting the attention of many people. When they saw clearly that the one leading the group was a 14 or 15-year-old little girl, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then 2 rough men started to tease her in an unclear manner. Yo, a little girl who's still wet behind the ears dares to come to our battle arena to challenge? TSK, look at those thin arms and legs, TSK, it's not even as thick as my thigh. Arbor's cold gaze shot like a sharp sword towards the burly man who was teasing her. He raised his hand and there was something like a washboard in his hand. Ding-Yin saw everything clearly from the side, and the corners of his eyes twitched. This really was a washboard. Jojo carried a washboard with her everywhere, so she must have made Prince Imo kneel as punishment at any time. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on young Master Ding's face. Serves him right, that stinky man should kneel to death. He actually abducted Jojo when she was unprepared, how shameful. Shameless, Arbor's washboard was actually a tribute from De Yuan. Oh, no, it was one of the items in the pile of junk that De Yuan had given him in the Xuanji mystic realm. Don't look down on this washboard, it was indeed a spiritual weapon, it was just shaped like a washboard. In reality, Xiaomu felt that this spiritual weapon master probably wanted to forge this washboard into something like a ferrule at the beginning. It was just that it was a bit too wide and couldn't be changed back, so its image was a bit tragic. At this moment, Xiaomu was carrying this washboard. Probably like a sudden clap of thunder, she abruptly charged toward the man who had spoken to tease her. Without any explanation, she hit the back of his head. Everyone only heard a loud smack, followed by a thud, and that man fell to the ground with a dazed expression. He watched helplessly as the little girl ran over angrily and hit him on the head with the washboard twice, directly hitting him until his eyes rolled back and he fainted. His last reaction was probably, where did this savage come from? He was just joking around a little. You're the one with skinny arms and legs. After Arbor beat him down, he glared at the other two men. What? You're not convinced? Cough. The two men almost choked on their own saliva, and hurriedly waved their hands in denial. Then, they slipped away like a wisp of smoke. When the other contestants saw this scene, although they felt that the little girl's move was a little funny, everyone was still secretly shocked. After all, this little girl used something like a washboard to knock out a 15-level body cultivator. This nimble technique really made people a little stunned. Everyone in this area would become his opponent in the future. Many people were silently observing and comparing in their hearts. They realized that if they were the burly man, perhaps they wouldn't have been able to avoid the little girl's seemingly ordinary head slams. Cough. Xianxia coughed dryly in all seriousness and walked up to lead Xiaomu, who was hugging the washboard, back to an empty seat on the side. In the middle of the arena, a pair of middle-aged men were currently engaged in a bloody battle. One of the middle-aged men had the word arena hanging on his chest. He was probably the arena master. Arbor narrowed his eyes and lowered his head to look at his chest. He felt that if he were to wear a challenge sign on his chest, Xianxia and the others would probably laugh at him for a year. The arena master was chased down by someone. He shouted himself hoarse as he pounded the ground with all his might. However, he still could not endure the exhaustion of his body and fell heavily to the ground. A woman beside him sighed sweetly. Sigh, what a pity. He had already defended until the 10th round and could have asked for a rest. It's a pity that no one can defend the 10th round. Arbor turned to look at that woman and raised his hand to tug at Xuanchuan's sleeve. Xianxia hurriedly asked, Miss, how long can you rest after winning 10 rounds? About an hour. That young lady replied and nodded at Xiaomu and the others with an amiable attitude. Xianxia didn't know if the other contestants were intimidated by Jojo's washboard, so no one dared to come up and cause trouble for them. But this was good too, they could watch other people's matches in peace. Xiaomu turned to look at young Sir Ding, who was standing beside her, and questioned with creased brows, Are you very idle? Why don't you go do your own things? Why did he keep following her? She wouldn't give him candy if he followed her. Young Master Ding smiled and said, The matter of the Colosseum tournament is almost done. From now on, I will be very leisurely every day. Why don't I accompany Xiao to watch the tournament? Arbor snorted and turned her head away without saying a word. Hearing that, young Master Ding couldn't help but sigh. Jojo, I'm actually not as annoying as you think. Arbor pursed her lips and ignored him. She looked up at the center of the arena at the back, where there was a large crystal stone screen. There was a table next to the crystal screen, and several staff members of the underground arena were busy drawing lots to register the names of the participants and calculating the scores. After drawing lots, 2 employees of the arena would announce the names on the crystal stone screen at the back. The scores would be recorded under each person's name after the match. To prevent any mistakes, the arena specially arranged 3 to 4 people to check the scores. In order to ensure the fairness of this tournament, young Master Ding had put in a lot of effort and thought. Arbor turned to look at Ding Yun and saw him looking at her with a smile. Young Master Ding looked at her and said with a smile, "Jojo, let's make up, okay? Look, you stabbed me, but I didn't settle the score with you. Let's just forget about me pretending to be your mother, okay? I've also received the punishment I deserved." "What punishment do you have?" Arbor didn't believe him. He glanced at him and said, "You're still pretending to be my lotus." This made her angry, and she was almost deceived by this person. From the moment this person came into contact with her as a snake beauty, she did not have a good impression of him. She only felt that the man in front of her was slippery, which really made her angry. Young Master Ding looked at her with a pure and innocent expression like a little white rabbit and said, "Chow chow, tell me. Whatever compensation you want, just tell me. Do you think that ceding land to Jojo would be enough?" Arbor glanced at him and snorted. "I have money." Yes, Jojo is rich." Xianxia nodded her head in agreement, supporting her good friend. Jojo was the richest person she had ever met. He was so rich that he could kill you with a pile of talismans and pills at any time. If Arbor could hear what Xianxia was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes at her. How was she rich? She only knew how to make medicine and talismans. Compared to other people, yes, she did have a few more ways to make a living. "What do you think of my 1,000 luo arena?" Young Master Ding suddenly pointed. Everyone was slightly taken aback. "Jojo, can I give it to you?" "No." Arbor rejected flatly. Why would she accept benefits from an outsider for no reason? They were not close. She had plenty of things like manors and shops on Seacone Planet. How could these earthly things be more useful than her paradise planet? Jojo showed a disdainful expression, instantly making young Master Ding gloomy. "Jojo, what should we do when we fight later?" That instructor had tricked all of them. She was clearly targeting Jojo. She said they couldn't use poison, talismans, divine artifacts, and holy beasts, F***ck. They couldn't freaking use any of these and had them fight with their own abilities. Others wouldn't be so foolish as to talk about morality with them and would naturally summon their mystic beasts to fight. At that time, they would definitely be facing a team of 4 people and 4 beasts. If they were even more unlucky, it might even be 5 people and 5 beasts. "Ah, Jojo, your instructor is actually so unreasonable." Young Master Ding hastily interrupted. "What are you staying in this kind of academy for?" "Jojo, I'll introduce you to a good academy." Arbor waved her small hand and expressionlessly said, "What's there to be afraid of?" "Everyone, take out his letter." Arbor poked Xianxia. Xianxia hastily took out the letter that she had fiercely crumpled into a crumpled state from her pocket. Arbor opened the letter and pointed it out to them word by word. "What's written here?" 7 heads, along with young Master Ding, stretched over and read in unison, "Can't summon mystic beasts, can't use any assistants. All assistants, including pills, talismans, and divine artifacts, can't be used." Arbor expressionlessly reached out and piled a handful of water bags on her knees. She didn't need to take medicine, but she could drink tea, right? These cheating instructors would never have thought that Arbor had a type of spiritual tea that could replenish the spiritual and mystic energy lost in the body at any time. Xianxia, Mata, and the others' eyes lit up. They didn't need Arbor to say anything at all as they each took a water bag and held it to their chest like it was a treasure, beaming with joy as they nodded. On the other hand, Hua Tao, Jiang Shaoxin, and Lu Yu, who didn't know what was going on, looked at each other in confusion before turning to Arbor. Arbor didn't like to explain, so he directly handed the water bags to the 3 of them. Xianxia said from the side, when everyone was fighting and felt that their spiritual energy was about to be depleted, they immediately drank a mouthful of tea. Ha 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 ha. They had all consumed this tea before, so they naturally knew how effective it was. It was definitely a spiritual tea that had been revived on the spot, This time, Arbor really put in a lot of effort. She had prepared 10 cups of tea for each of the 8 people. Out of the 30 taels of expensive spiritual tea, she had used up 4 taels of 8 coins in one go. It was simply heartbreaking for her. Eat sparingly. There won't be any left after you finish it. Arbor reminded them not to waste the food. This thing was even more expensive than spirit stones. Wasting even a mouthful of it was a crime. Other than Hua Tao and the other 2 who didn't understand, the other 5 nodded their heads solemnly, indicating that they understood. Xianxia turned to Hua Tao and the other 2 and reminded them kindly, drink this tea during the competition. Don't be curious and try it first. Every mouthful you drink is 1 mouthful less. You will definitely regret it later. After hearing Qi Xuanxuan's words, the 3 of them became even more curious about the tea in the water bags. Ding Yun was also curious. He blinked his black eyes at Arbor and asked, Jojo, what tea is that? Arbor snorted and proudly turned his head away. In less than 3 seconds, he turned back to look at him. Hey! What if someone happens to advance in the middle of the battle? Yeah, advance. That's really amazing. Young Master Ding smiled and said, but since it's a competition, of course we have to continue until the winner is decided. So? The person who advanced deserved to be attacked by the opponent. If there were no proper measures, the person who advanced after much difficulty might face being beaten up or even worse, being interrupted and going berserk. That was too dangerous. Young Master Ding blinked innocently. Who would advance in the middle of the competition? Then no matter how you advance, you need a buffer period, right? In other words, you might feel that you're about to advance. You can drag it out until the end of the competition and find a quiet place to advance. That's not necessarily true. Arbor snorted. After drinking the spirit tea, if you really want to advance, you won't be able to resist at all. Just like Xianxia last time, didn't she have to meditate and enter the state immediately after advancing? Arbor thought about it. For safety's sake, she was determined not to cheat her teammates. She still took out a bunch of defensive rings from her pocket and distributed them to the other 7 people. If you advance later, remember to activate a few more defensive barriers around you. Don't embarrass me and get killed when you advance. Everyone took the 5 or 6 defensive rings that Arbor gave them and looked at her in confusion. Young Master Ding was also confused. His eyes lit up as he stared at her and asked, Jojo, you sell defensive rings? You're the one who sells defensive rings. Your whole family sells defensive rings, but who would be able to pull out 30 to 40 defensive rings in one go? They're all low-grade spirit tools. They're not very useful. However, if everyone here activated 3 layers of defensive spirit tools, at least a level 1 spirit master wouldn't be able to break through the 3 layers of defense even after 2 or 3 days of hammering. Everyone looked at her in confusion. They silently looked down at the 5 or 6 defensive rings on their palms, then looked at the rings on the others' palms. Junior Sister Qiao's way of doing things was a little unsightly, wasn't it? They felt like they had gotten to know a very impressive person. Jojo, you gave us the defensive equipment. What about you? Xianxia asked worriedly. I still have a lot. Arbor took out 7 or 8 more for them to see, ignoring the slightly twisted expressions on their faces. There were more than 100 defensive rings in the pile of trash that Senior Giant Ape had given her as a tribute. Oh, no, it was the trash that Senior Xuanji had tricked over a dozen generations of disciples to obtain. There were simply too many defensive rings. Although she looked down on her own eggshell defensive ring, it had to be said that the defensive ring Mo Lian made was of a much higher level than this trash. The team members who were picking up trash silently put away their defensive rings and calmly put away their water bottles into their inner worlds. Then, they sat down beside or behind Arbor. Duan Muqing and the other 2 naturally sat beside Arbor. Mata looked like an abandoned puppy. He looked at them pitifully and reluctantly followed his teammates to sit in the back row of Arbor's group. The 2 groups began to discuss how to cooperate in the battle later. Young Master Ding smiled and said, when it's your turn later, your names will appear on the stone crystal screen. At the same time, I'll also call out the names to remind you. Just pay attention. There's nothing else to do now, so you can rest for a while. Arbor glanced at him indifferently. The words, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" were clearly written in her eyes. Young Master Ding laughed. He supported his chin with one hand and tilted his head to look at her. I'm not leaving. You haven't forgiven me yet. If you do, I'll leave. Forgive your sister. Arbor rolled her eyes at him. She really didn't want to say anything more to this strange person. Young Master Ding was probably used to this little guy's lukewarm attitude, so he didn't mind. He just glanced at her with a smile and didn't say anything else. He didn't say anything and just sat obediently beside her to watch the competition. Although Arbor was a little depressed, she didn't chase him away. He was the manager of this underground fighting arena. He could stay anywhere. Achio. Arbor raised her hand to rub her nose and tilted her head in surprise. For the past few days, she kept feeling that someone was talking about her behind her back, among the group of short mentors who were sitting sneakily in the audience seats. One of the mentors, who had a square face and looked very serious, coughed lightly and whispered, "Aren't the requirements too high for the rules we set?" Excluding support and mystic beasts, the only things that could be used were weapons and fists. Hi. How is that possible? The short mentor, Zhou Danjin, smiled wretchedly. It doesn't exist. The requirements are too high. After discussing it, we set the requirements according to the standards that they can currently reach. Wei Wei nodded and thought to himself, that's right. It's time to let that arrogant little girl suffer a setback. Things in this world can't always go smoothly. After suffering 2 losses in the arena, she knew that there was always someone better than her. Zhou Danjin grinned. Just watch. We're also trying to figure out the level of the children's martial strength, where the bottom line and upper limit are. It'll be easier for us to teach them all kinds of knowledge in the future. **Xianxia section break ***. A blazing light suddenly rushed out from the 15th floor of the Tower of Punishment. This terrifying pitch-black flame rushed out in clusters and suddenly raised the 15-story tower to the ground. At this time, not to mention the talisman array, even the outer wall of the 15th floor of the tower had been burned and annihilated by the black fire. If one looked at it from the outside, they would find it very strange. This Tower of Punishment was floating in an unknown space. Aside from the top 2 floors that were intact, from the 15th floor onwards, every floor was broken. Every floor below seemed to have been ruthlessly looted, and the situation was extremely miserable. Mo Lian pursed her thin lips and arrived at the entrance of the 16th floor. She happened to bump into Yi Chen, who had a strange expression on her face. Ma Yingchen glanced at Prince Mo and looked him up and down. Yo, you've changed your clothes. As he spoke, he stared at him with a malicious expression. What did you see in the 3rd stage just now? I didn't see anything, Mo Lian replied expressionlessly. Impossible. Yi Chen pursed his lips. You don't look like someone who has no desires. The 15-story talisman array tested a person's greed for money, power, and beauty. Therefore, the last stage of the talisman array would definitely produce a bunch of stunning beauties. Look at you. You've changed your clothes. You definitely couldn't control yourself just now. Hu Shichen snorted. I'll definitely tell the little guy later. At the mention of Jojo, Mo Lian's expression became even stranger. Wifey, wifey. As the two were chatting, they heard a ghastly wail and howl, which made both Hu Shichen and Mo Lian frown at the same time. Turning around to look, even Hu Shichen's calm expression could not help but twitch her mouth. Dao Wuji, with a head of messy hair, ran out shirtless in a pair of shorts. He first looked around, then slapped his thigh and shouted, "Where's my wifey? Aya, where's my beautiful wifey? Why are they all gone?" Needless to say, if Mo Lian had not destroyed the talisman array on the 15th floor, this guy would probably have sunk into the land of beauties forever. Mo Lian could not be bothered with him and turned around to head to the 16th floor. Hu Shichen followed behind him and persistently asked, "Did you see Jojo? What did you do to Jojo?" "I threw him out," Mo Lian said expressionlessly. "What?" Hu Shichen looked at the guy whose back was facing her, dumbfounded. "You said you threw Jojo out? How could you bear to do that? He's not the real Jojo, he's just a shadow to confuse people." Mo Lian said nonchalantly. But you saw Jojo, could you do it?" Hu Shichen saw his side glance and shot her a murderous look, her voice could not help but slowly lower. Then how did you pass the second talisman array test? Who did you see? The second talisman array test one's desire for power, which should not be difficult for Prince Mo. Who knew that Prince Mo was slightly startled, then lowered his eyes and said lightly, "You might not believe me." Go ahead. Ma Yingchen was slightly taken aback. Then, she saw Prince Mo step onto the end of the 16th floor's passageway and into the built-in mechanism tower. As soon as he walked in, the small mechanical tower began to move upwards until the mechanical sounds reached its peak. Only then did it stop. The small door of the mechanism tower opened, and the few of them walked out. They saw that the guards of the Luo brothers and above were all waiting for them at the entrance. Limitless Blade walked up and said, "Why are you all here?" The Luo brothers glanced at his disheveled appearance with obvious disdain. They snorted coldly and said, "Of course we're waiting for boss. Do you think we're waiting for you?" As the tower guardians, they could freely enter and exit the various floors of the Tower of Punishment without having to go through the test of the 15-floor tower array. Therefore, when the Luo brothers saw that Mo Lian, Yu Ying, and Chen Dao Wuji had entered the formation, they had been waiting for Prince Mo at the entrance of the 16th floor. "Boss, how are you? Did you get hurt in the pagoda formation?" The Luo brothers asked with concern. Mo Lian shook her head. "It's nothing serious." The Luo brothers immediately smiled and said, "As expected of our boss. You passed the 15-floor tower array so easily." "Humph," little Taisui said coldly, "so what if you passed a small tower array? What's there to congratulate you for? There are still 2 more difficult floors ahead waiting for you. When the time comes, humph. If you can't pass them, you'll die." Mo Lian ignored the child with the strange voice. Her gaze fell on the 7 doors in front of her. Other than the slightly different carvings on the doors, she could not see anything different. Fengchen silently glanced at Prince Mo. "You haven't said it yet." Prince Mo said, "You might not believe me," but he didn't say anything else. "You're itching to know what this brat wants to say." Fengchen felt like she had been played by the crown prince. Prince Mo calmly looked at the 7 doors in front of him and frowned. "I'll go to the first door." The patterns on the 7 doors were all different. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to be the patterns of different fierce beasts. The door Mo Lian chose had a blue-eyed 3-headed dog engraved on it. At first glance, it gave off the feeling of an ancient fierce beast. Dao Wuji glanced at it, and his heart pounded. This? Can't we enter the same door?" Little Taisui looked at him with disdain. "Scared? If you're scared, then don't come. You've already skimmed 3 floors in a row. You should be satisfied." If that brat hadn't destroyed the entire talisman array with holy fire, Dao Wuji wouldn't have been able to come out in less than 30 years. If he could, little Taisui would take his surname. This brat's words were too hateful. Although what he said was true, Dao Wuji was the sect master of the Extreme Saber sect. Did he have no shame? Little Taisui coldly glanced at Dao Wuji. "It's your turn to choose." Dao Wuji's body trembled, and he inexplicably felt a chill. The kid walked from the first door to the last one, hesitating and not knowing what to do. At this time, Xingchen had already chosen the second door. There was a lightning eagle engraved on it. "Have you chosen yet?" Little Taisui's childish and cold voice sounded again. It impatiently said, "You're so wishy-washy, just like a sissy. Hurry up and choose." After being scolded by little Taisui, Dao Wuji hurriedly looked from beginning to end. Finally, he stood in front of the 7th door. There was a large yellow cat engraved on the 7th door. It looked quite docile. Dao Wuji turned to look at little Taisui's expressionless face. He lightly coughed and said, I'll choose this one. Let me remind you. What you choose may not be what you see on the door." Hearing this, Infinite Blade shrugged casually. Don't think that I'll back down just because you said that. I'll take it. If you want to trick me, you'll have to train for a few more years." Little Taisui glanced at him and said in an indifferent voice, "You've probably already guessed that there's a beast behind each door. It could be a Xian beast, a spirit beast, or even a divine beast or a saint beast. That will depend on your luck. If he were to encounter Xian beasts or spirit beasts, it would naturally be a piece of cake for him to kill them within minutes. If they were unfortunate enough to encounter a divine beast, perhaps it would be a high-level divine beast, then they would have a good fight. As for the holy beasts, whether or not they would be able to leave this place was another matter altogether. Even an immortal venerable might not be able to defeat a sacred beast that was in the middle of its growth stage. One could imagine that if one were to accidentally open the door of a sacred beast, one could only chuckle and bear a grudge. Everlasting Blade immediately switched to another door. He switched to the door with a plant carved on it. Compared to animal-type beasts, plant-type flowers and trees were definitely slightly easier to deal with. The door in front of him had a large, gorgeous morning glory carved on it. Although its gaping mouth didn't look very friendly, but what kind of danger had he, Dao Wuji, not been afraid of? Humph, Dao Wuji definitely didn't believe that he was the only one with the worst luck among the three of them. In these 7 doors, there is an ancient super holy beast at the early stage of maturity, little Tai Sui said calmly. Dao Wuji's eyes widened. What? Do you know what an ancient holy beast at the early stage of maturity means? Even 10 immortal supremacies would have a hard time defeating it, let alone a spiritual supremacy like me. Are you kidding me? Little Tai Sui shook his head, as if saying, do I look like someone who would joke with you? However, this holy beast wandered out on its own many years ago and never came back. The Tower of Punishment can't capture its aura, so it has been allowed to wander outside for so many years. To put it simply, one of the 7 doors is actually an empty door. Dao Wuji's eyes lit up. Oh my, is that so? There's an empty door. Dao Wuji hurriedly ran around and looked around. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, he decided to stand in front of the big yellow cat. Since it was a holy beast that could wander outside, it definitely couldn't be a plant. Unless it was holy wood, there was no other way for a plant to reach the level of a holy beast. It would be good enough for a plant to reach the level of a divine beast at most. And it wanted to reach the level of a saint? Impossible, impossible. Dao Wuji looked at the big yellow cat carved on the door. On the surface, it looked quite docile, but could it actually be? It was a ferocious beast. Besides, little Tai Sui had just said that the beast inside might not be the one carved on the door. What if the 3-headed hound was hiding behind the big yellow cat's door and waiting for its prey to come to it? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for him? No, he had to do the opposite. As the saying went, luck was always given to those who were prepared. He decided, little Tai Sui couldn't stand seeing that he was going to change doors again. It threw 3 palms at the 3 doors in front of it. The doors in front of Mo Lian, Xianxia, and Dao Wuji opened at the same time. A suction force suddenly pulled the 3 of them in. The 3 of them raised their eyes and looked forward. Separated by each other's doors, their faces revealed expressions of indifference, slight astonishment, and shock. As soon as Everlasting Blade entered the room, he heard an ear-piercing gurgling sound. He was almost hit by a stream of green mucus. He looked up with a serious expression and saw a big morning glory that reached the roof of the house. It was looking at him with bad intentions. Suddenly, the petals opened and spat out a mouthful of sticky liquid. The green mucus was dodged by Everlasting Blade and fell to the ground. Everlasting Blade saw a large hole in the ground that had been corroded by the sticky liquid. F***ck. He couldn't help but curse out loud. That little Tai Sui really wasn't a good thing. How wicked, he was directly thrown into this house. Clearly, the beast engraved on the door was a tame yellow-spotted cat, but what was waiting for him inside the door was a big morning glory. Life is full of surprises. As for Xianxia and Mo Lian, they were also surprised. Xianxia had clearly chosen a thunder eagle to enter, but inside the house was a big yellow cat that was curled up in a corner and looking at him pitifully. When the big cat saw someone enter, it immediately hugged its head with its paws and rubbed against the corner of the wall with a pitiful and aggrieved expression. Xianxia looked at it in surprise, and his lips twitched. It can't be, right? Wasn't this big yellow-spotted cat the one that Dao Wuji wanted to fight? How did he end up in his room? Xianxia circled around this big yellow-spotted cat and confirmed once again that this big cat didn't have any attack power at all. It was just a high-level mystical beast. Although it could be considered a ferocious beast outside, in his hands, it was just a small mystical beast. If he really wanted to kill it, it really would be as easy as blowing off dust. Xianxia only took 2 steps forward and slowly raised his hand. That big cat tactfully laid down along the corner of the wall and waved its paw at him in a friendly manner. Mo Lian's side was even more strange. After he looked around the room, he didn't find any trace of a mystical beast. Thinking about what little Taisui said before, Prince Mo's expression became somewhat subtle. It seemed that he had walked into dog shit luck and stepped on an empty door. Was this called heaven-defying luck? Even if Dao Wuji heard this, he might not necessarily believe it. Dao Wuji was currently bitterly fighting with that big morning glory. If he knew now that Mo Lian had broken through an empty door and Hu Shurchen had attacked a small mystical beast, he would most likely vomit blood. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Dao Wuji could only leap up and use all 18 classes of martial arts to deal with this morning glory in front of him. Right now, he could only hope that this big morning glory that could spew venom didn't have that much venom in its stomach. Enough is enough. When Prince Mo pushed open the door and walked out, he just happened to see Hu Shurchen walking out with a small yellow-spotted cat. That small cat docilely leaned against his feet with a "I'm very obedient, very sensible" look on its face. Seeing this, Mo Lian couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. Could it be that Hu Shurchen had encountered such a small cat that had no fighting power at all in this door? Apart from being a pet, what else could this small cat do? If you counted on it to bite or tear people apart, it would probably kick this coward far away with a single kick. The tests of these two doors were simply non-existent to Mo Lian and Hu Shurchen. The two of them came out for a while before they realized that Dao Wuji had not come out yet. Behind each closed door, there was no sound at all. Mo Lian and Hu Shurchen naturally could not hear that idiot Dao Wuji's cries for help from behind the door. The two of them waited for a while, but Dao Wuji did not come out. They could not help but look at each other silently. "Boss, why don't we go to the top floor first?" The Luo brothers went up and asked. Who knew how long he would have to wait for this Dao Wuji? If he hadn't come out of the door yet, then he must have been entangled by some giant spirit beast or divine beast. Whether or not he could come out was another matter altogether. If he didn't come out, boss couldn't just wait endlessly. To think that this fellow had seriously chosen the door 3 times in the beginning. In the end, Mo Lian nodded calmly. He had only interacted with Dao Wuji for a few days. There was no deep relationship between them. Leaving him alone on the 16th floor did not make much of a difference. Everyone happily left Everlasting Blade, who was locked in a fierce battle with the Morning Glory, and walked up the passage to the 17th floor. Poor Dao Wuji was currently entangled by a few roots and could not free himself. Just as the big Morning Glory opened its petals and the green venom was about to arrive. In a hurry, Dao Wuji made a prompt decision and chopped off half of his hair. Rolling on the ground, he stood up with a whoosh. Just as he was about to open the door and escape, the big Morning Glory behind him seemed to be enraged as it let out a hissing sound. Suddenly, it opened its huge mouth and shot out a large ball of green mucus, which sprayed towards Dao Wuji. Limitless Blade was unable to dodge this time and was sprayed head-on. He immediately cried out tragically, "I'm finished." However, Dao Wuji, who was sprayed with this large ball of venom, did not die on the spot. Instead, he felt a chill on his face and body. He carefully opened his eyes and found that he was wrapped in a large ball of green mucus and hung upside down on one of the branches of the big Morning Glory. Hanging upside down like this, the blood in his head was about to rush up. Moreover, he glanced and found that he was not the first pitiful person to be hung up. Before him, there seemed to be many people hanging upside down on its branches. It was just that when the fight started, Dao Wuji did not notice this at all. Now that he looked again, he saw that those people had already turned into hundreds of thousands of dried corpses in the green mucus. It was obvious that they had become food for this man-eating flower. Could it be that he would also become food for this man-eating flower? Would he become a dried corpse? Dao Wuji struggled to break free from the mucus, but it was to no avail. After spending so much effort and not being able to leave, Dao Wuji could not help but give up. Hanging upside down on the stem of the flower, he started to think about life that he would not normally think about. Xianxia section break Shuntian Prefecture's Wenka City, Qianluo Underground Arena. The atmosphere at this time was already very intense. At this time, the Qianluo Underground Arena had opened 2 levels of battle rings. On the lower level, there were 2 contestants who were engaged in a normal battle. In the middle of the arena, the upper level of the arena rose up and a champion stood on it. The guarding match and the normal match were going on at the same time. When the fight was exciting, there were thunderous cheers coming from all directions. They only hated that their parents did not give them more eyes. All kinds of profound skills crisscrossed in front of his eyes, and the 5 spirits appeared simultaneously. Sometimes, the battles on the upper and lower levels were too intense, causing his eyes to not be able to see enough. Just now, after one of the champions who had defended until the 9th round was kicked off the stage, that person became the new champion. He had a badge hanging on his chest, and his chin was raised high and proud. However, in less than 3 rounds, he was beaten to death by the waves behind him. Arbor sat and watched for a while. She saw that they were all one-on-one matches, but in her opinion, they were not that exciting. Therefore, after watching for a while, he lost interest in continuing to watch. Arbor closed his eyes and leaned against the stool. He was a little drowsy. In the past, people who were used to taking afternoon naps every day had been training every day. How could they have time to slack off? Half an hour later, just as Arbor was about to fall asleep, he heard a series of screams. The crowd in the underground fighting ground seemed to have been ignited by something as they instantly burst into an uproar. Arbor opened his eyes and looked ahead in confusion. Then, he turned to look at Xianxia. It's not our turn yet. No, it said that one of the Bullmen team is very powerful. Right now, they are ranked first in the group competition. All the lights in the arena were focused on the 2 small teams of 5. The crowd who had watched the Bullmen team's matches before were even more excited. These 2 teams were made up of 5 people. One of the teams had 5 people wearing green shirts with a frog embroidered on the back. The other team was wearing white shirts with both men and women wearing the same color. Arbor was no longer sleepy after hearing the commotion. He looked at the 2 teams and asked curiously, which team is number 1? The white shirt team, Team Bull. Xianxia frowned. In other words, if so many of them wanted to rank among the top in this competition, they really had to defeat the bull race team. While they were chatting, the 2 teams had already started fighting. Arbor realized that the 2 teams each had their own set of coordination skills. He looked at them thoughtfully with great interest. The team competition should be about mobilizing everyone to fight together. There was no need for you to show off your individual skills. Arbor pondered as he watched. He said to Little Fatty, later when it's our turn to fight. Let's try fighting like this. Activate your earth shield and go first. Xianxia and I will attack from the back. Duanmu will assist from the side. Everyone nodded in unison. While they were talking, they suddenly heard a mocking laugh from the side. Io, isn't this our Ko family's little fatty genius, Ko Hongwen? Why are you here? Could it be that you don't have enough money to spend, so you can only come to the competition to earn money? After these words were spoken, a few mocking laughs came from the side. It was like a background noise, helping the man who spoke earlier to mock Little Fatty. The little genius has actually fallen to such a state. Tell me, if your father and mother saw this, wouldn't they be heartbroken? What do you know? Being poor will force a hero to his death. Moreover, the little genius doesn't lack money at all. Ha ha ha. The mocking voices were endless. Little Fatty Ko Hongwen's face darkened. He raised his pair of angry eyes and coldly stared at the group of people opposite him. This group of hedonistic young masters all held a fan in their hands and pretended to be distinguished officials. However, their eyes couldn't help but glance at Xianxia and Arbor. Seeing Arbor and Xianxia sitting on either side of Little Fatty, a trace of jealousy flashed across the eyes of the leader of the group. This damn fatty already looked like a country bumpkin, so why were there still girls hanging around him? It was the same in the Ko family. That damned fatty, he was obviously a fat and round bumpkin, but there were many girls in the family who liked this little fatty. Wasn't he just more talented than the average Ko family member? But he was just a country bumpkin, and his parents were just from a side branch of the Ko clan. How could a country bumpkin like him compete with the legitimate son of the Ko clan for resources and girls? How preposterous! The little fatty's face turned red. What does it have to do with you whether I'm short of money or not? Ko Hongzhen, what do you want? Humph, I'll kick you out of the Ko clan and order you to return to the countryside. You actually dared to return to Anka City? I have to say, you're really bold. Little Fatty's eyes were filled with anger. I have not learned anything. I will not go back. Ha ha ha. A vicious glint flashed across Ko Hongjian's eyes. A somewhat twisted smile hung on his originally handsome face. Do you think there will be any academy within 100 miles of Anka City that will take you in? It's you. The little fatty was so angry that he was trembling all over, unable to control himself. He finally understood why he was suddenly chased out of the clan, and at the same time, chased out of the academy that he had been in for more than 2 years. It turned out that everything was because of this kid in front of him. No, rather than saying that this kid was behind it, it was better to say that his father, the head of the Ko family, was backing him up from behind. Otherwise, how could Ko Hongjian, a hedonistic young master, convince Dayo Academy not to accept him? Although Dayo Academy's reputation in the Shuntian continent could not be compared to the 4 major academies, it was still a regular academy with a sizable scale. Usually, he studied well in Dayo Academy and was always ranked in the top 10 of the academy. Suddenly, one day, the academy issued an expulsion order for no reason. In less than a day, the academy told him to pack up his things and leave without even giving him a reason. After that, he ran into a wall everywhere. All the academies near Anka City were unwilling to take him in. Subconsciously, he did not want to leave Anka City. After all, Anka City was not too far from his Xiaoping town. If he was free, he could go home and take care of his parents. Previously, he didn't understand why Dayo Academy would suddenly expel him for no reason. Now, it seemed that the Ko family was involved in this. Ko Hongjian was just a dandy, so his words naturally did not carry much weight. If the head of the Ko family, Ko Dihai, spoke up, it would not be on the same level. Why did you do this? Ko Hongjian glanced at the little fatty in disgust and laughed mockingly. I just don't like you. Why, can't I? Ko Hongwen clenched his 2 chubby little fists tightly, his face full of anger. He really could not figure it out. Although he came from the countryside and was not a direct descendant of the Ko family, he still had the same surname. But no matter what, they were all surnamed Ko, from the same clan. Why did they treat him like this? Usually, when he was in the Ko family, he tried his best to keep a low profile and did not cover the sharpness of the few direct descendants of the Ko family. Wasn't he doing a good enough job? How could they treat him like a member of the Ko family? Little Fatty opened his mouth, only to feel that his throat was extremely dry, and his heart was heavy and uncomfortable. Xianxia glanced at him and immediately jumped up in anger. She put her hands on her hips and scolded, "A bunch of brats, are you tired of living? All of you scram. Get out of my sight." Ko Hongjian's expression changed slightly. He sneered at Xianxia and said, "Ladies, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be fooled by the simple and honest face of this fatty in front of you. He was not an honest man. A few months ago, he was expelled from the Ko family for stealing the family's elixirs. Now, he's a complete pauper." Xianxia kicked Ko Hongjian's leg without any explanation. This kick contained 70% of a level 14 mystic cultivator's strength, and it nearly fractured Ko Hongjian's calf. With a cry, Ko Hongjian fell backwards. The other hedonistic sons of rich families who were accompanying them hastily gathered around and caught Ko Hongjian, who was falling backwards. "Why did you hit him?" one of them shouted in exasperation. Another person also sneered, "Sure enough, he's in the same team as a peasant. All of you are uncivilized barbarians." "Tisk, blind man." Xianxia sneered. "Did this great ant use my hand? It was clearly my foot, all right?" As she spoke, she ruthlessly punched one of them in the face. "Freaking look carefully, this is a real hand. You idiot." Bam. That person simply couldn't dodge in time and was hit squarely by Xuanxuan's fist. He also fell backward and smashed onto the hard ground with a bang. However, the arena was very noisy right now, and most people's gazes were focused on the 2-tiered arena. Only a few nearby people waiting for their matches were focused on Xianxia and Ko Hongjian's group. Ko Hongjian was so angry that his face flushed red. He probably didn't expect that this little girl in front of him would actually attack them for Ko Hongwen. He immediately flew into a rage and spoke without thinking. He pointed at Xianxia and sneered, as expected, "You're two pigs, one male and one female. You're both short, fat, and round, and have the same rotten taste." "What did you say?" the little fatty roared. "I forbid you from insulting my friend." Xianxia lowered her head to look at her small, round body, and her charming face flushed red from anger. In reality, Xianxia, this little foodie, only had a slightly round body due to her gluttony. She also had a naturally round baby face, so she looked a bit chubby from head to toe. However, she was far from being short, fat, and round. Upon seeing that Ko Hongzhen's foul mouth was about to make Xianxia cry, the little fatty immediately stopped arguing with Ko Hongzhen and hastily turned to comfort Xianxia. Ko Hongzhen sneered and said, "What, did I say something wrong? They're a pair of shameless people to begin with." Slap. 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 Then, 3 light and crisp slaps rang out, each with a rhythmic interval of 1 second. Ko Hongzhen was dumbfounded by the slaps. Earlier, they all saw very clearly that the little stoic with a frosty face in front of them didn't even touch Ko Hongzhen with her fingers. She merely flung out streaks of water spirit into the air, forming huge transparent palms, and slapped the stupefied Ko Hongzhen on the left side of his face 3 times in succession. "How dare you hit me?" As soon as Ko Hongzhen opened his mouth, he realized that something was wrong. Not only were his teeth loose, but there was also a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was so scared that he screamed. "You sound so girly." Xiaomu creased her brows and raised her hand again. 3 streams of adept water spirits instantly transformed into 3 transparent palms. He flew straight towards Ko Hongzhen, and without the slightest hesitation, he once again slapped the other side of his face 3 times. Only then did he nod in satisfaction and say, "It's symmetrical now." Everyone was speechless for a moment and silently turned to look at her. The commotion at this moment had already attracted the attention of many people who were looking at the arena. Arbor pulled Xianxia over and patted the back of her head. "Learn from me." He really didn't understand why he had to spout so much nonsense before hitting someone. What's there to quarrel about? In the face of strength, those who are nagging are simply the actions of fools. Her master had told her before that if she hit someone, she had to hit them to death. Either she didn't hit them at all, or she would beat them to death so that they wouldn't retaliate later on and cause a ruckus. Arbor felt that this was very reasonable. Recently, she kept inexplicably recalling the words that her master and Aunt Master had told her. Would she be able to find them if she remembered everything one day? When Ko Hongzhen opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and a few of his teeth fell out. Looking at the teeth on the ground, the expression in his eyes changed from fear. "Teeth? Teeth fell out. Ah. Teeth fell out." Ko Hongzhen's face was filled with fear and shock as he stared in Arbor's direction. However, the latter acted as if nothing had happened. He held Xuanxuan's hand and sat down. He coldly glanced at Ko Hongzhen, who was surrounded by the Ko family's spoiled brats. "Not satisfied?" Arbor frowned slightly. His cold gaze swept past Ko Hongzhen's body, causing him to tremble for no reason. How could Ko Hongzhen dare to not be satisfied? He had already been beaten to this state. If he still refused to be satisfied, wouldn't he have to continue being beaten? These lackeys beside him were usually quite useful, but when it came to crucial moments, none of them were useful. I am leaving." Ko Hongzhen's lips trembled as he screamed. Before he left, he glared at the little fatty, his eyes filled with anger. Arbor raised his eyelids and looked at him meaningfully. This glance inexplicably made Ko Hongzhen's heart tremble. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen to him. Ko Hongzhen limped forward with the help of others. However, before he could take a few steps, one of the Ko family's lackeys cried out in shock, young master, young master. You? Your face? What's all the fuss about?" Ko Hongzhen was thinking about how to persuade his father to bring people to get back at them. When he heard his lackey scream, he slapped him on the head without any explanation. However, this slap didn't make the lackey shut up. Instead, it caused a few of the Ko family's disciples to cry out in shock. The person who was supporting him even retracted his hand as if he had thrown something dirty. His expression was ugly as he took a few steps back before he stopped. What happened? Ko Hongzhen only realized that something was wrong when he spoke. Why did he feel that his voice was a bit muffled? He raised his hand to touch his face and was immediately horrified. His originally delicate and pretty face was now swollen like a steamed bun. Why is it so swollen? As soon as he opened his mouth, Ko Hongzhen realized that because his face was deformed, he couldn't even speak properly. His face had suddenly become so bloated and fat. This was simply inconceivable. Wah! The Ko family's people hurriedly retreated, their faces filled with horror as they tried to distance themselves from young Lord Ko. It seemed that this young Lord Ko had been afflicted with some kind of strange poison, and Yang Kai wondered if it would spread to them. At a time like this, no one dared to help or touch him. Everyone was very worried, wondering if they would be infected by young Lord Ko's poison. As a result, no one dared to get close to Ko Hongzhen. They formed a semicircle from afar and looked at Ko Hongzhen, whose face was swollen like a meat bun. In just a few minutes, Ko Hongzhen's face no longer looked like a normal human face. Not only was his face as fat as a ball, but his swollen face even squeezed his originally normal eyes into two curved slits. At first glance, this person's face and body proportions were rather out of place, completely out of proportion. His head was like a big winter melon, but the rest of his body below his neck was normal. Young Lord Ko was shocked and frightened, his small eyes filled with fear. Everyone retreated to the side when they saw him. No one dared to come into contact with him. The melon-headed Ko Hongzhen held his face in fear and roared twice. Then, he looked pleadingly at the surrounding Ko family members for help. However, the Ko family members all ran away faster than rats. No one dared to approach him. Ko Hongzhen was shocked and scared. He had no idea what was happening to him. Seeing that no one came forward to help him, he could only turn around and run out of the arena. He wailed and howled along the way. Mata sneered and said he went home to cry to his father. When Xianxia saw Ko Hongzhen's miserable state, the slight unhappiness in her heart was swept away. Her round little face was full of smiles. She turned to look at Arbor and said, "Jojo, you're taking revenge for us, aren't you?" Arbor didn't even bat an eyelid. He said expressionlessly, "Do I look like someone who would do something so senseless?" "Yes." Everyone agreed in their hearts and nodded secretly. At this moment, a subordinate quietly walked to young Master Ding's side. He bent down and whispered into his ear. Young Master Ding looked up at him and nodded. He turned to Arbor and said, "Jojo, I'm going to take care of something. I'll be back soon. If you need anything, send someone to inform Steward Tang. Tang Ching, take good care of Miss Chiao. If anything happens to her, I'll hold you responsible." Steward Tang, who was called out, hurriedly squeezed out a smile and bowed to Arbor and young Master Ding. "Don't worry, young master. I'll definitely take good care of Miss Chiao. I definitely won't let anyone bully her." Arbor glanced at young Master Ding. His gaze shifted to young Master Ding's departing figure before he retracted it. At this moment, the name of their team appeared on the crystal screen, Team Lychee. When the three words Team Lychee appeared, everyone instantly laughed. This was because their opponent was Team Lions. Team Lions versus Team Lychee. Just by looking at the name of the team, one could tell who was better. Team Lychee's teammates silently glanced at their team leader with a stoic face. One had to know that the squad leader had chosen this name quite casually. When they went to register earlier, the little stoic was nibbling on a lychee. She racked her brains but couldn't think of a good team name. She glanced at the lychee in her hand. They might as well become famous. Ahem. Mata smiled behind them and comforted Arbor and the others. "It's okay." In order to show the loyalty of the students from the top academies, everyone went in and out together, so the names had to be similar. As the captain of the first group, Hua Tao decided on the name of his team, Longan Team. Success! Hua Tao and the other three clenched their fists at Arbor and the others. Arbor silently turned his eyes away, got up, and walked towards the center of the arena. Little Fatty, Xianxia, and Duan Muqing stood up at the same time and followed her towards the arena. The two teams came out of the two passageways at the same time. When they saw each other, the 5 men of the Lion team couldn't help but laugh out loud. "He's smiling like an idiot," Xianxia muttered. When the two teams stood on the arena, a wave of explosive laughter resounded from all directions. In modern times, the 5 members of the lion team were all 1.9 meters tall giants. On the other side, other than Duan Muqing's height, his 3 teammates were all dwarves. The little stoic was expressionless. In reality, she had no idea what was going on at all. They didn't know what the others were laughing at, but they were all laughing like idiots. Arbor's face was expressionless. She didn't cooperate with the laughter at all. Her face was as cold as frost, and her clear eyes glanced at them. Thus, the 5 members of the lion team, who had been laughing heartily, couldn't help but rub their noses. The young lady in front of them was of normal height for her age. However, in front of the burly men of the lion team, she appeared especially petite and cute. "Little girl, it's not too late to leave the arena now. If we really fight later, we won't go easy on you just because you're small. Yes, our fists are very powerful. Don't cry when you get beaten up. You can't say that the lion team bullies women and children." Arbor looked at the staff members in front of the arena. "Why aren't you sounding the gong?" They could start the battle as soon as the gong sounded. There was no efficiency in dilly-dallying. The staff member was clearly taken aback. He probably didn't expect Team Lychee to be so bold as to continue the competition despite the obvious comparison between them and the lion team. Team Lychee. This name sounded like a joke. 4 members of Team Lychee and 5 members of the lion team. Begin. Following the sound of a gong, the little fatty laughed mischievously. His left foot suddenly stomped on the ground, and he immediately pounced towards the lions like an arrow released from a bow. A thick earth shield blocked in front of him. It was 6 feet long and wide. It was more than enough for his team members to hide behind. Xianxia's hand flashed, and a bolt of spirit lightning struck the lion team, causing them to scream. They didn't even wait for the lion team to react before attacking. Arbor's ice spikes flew towards the lion team. Duan Muqing's wood spirit also wrapped around the ankles of 2 lion team members. The 2 of them couldn't react in time and couldn't break free from Duan Muqing's wood spirit. They could only watch as Arbor's ice spikes flew towards their chests. Alarmed, they hurriedly raised their defenses to the maximum. However, the icicles pierced through their defensive barriers. The 2 of them were about to be shot through by the arbor. At the critical moment, the captain of the lions roared and summoned a ferocious beast covered in copper armor. When the beast was released, its hair stood on end. It turned around and roared at the members of Team Lychee and Arbor. This guy had copper skin and iron bones. When he stood in front of the lions, he really looked like he could hold back 10,000 men all by himself. In his rage, little fatty did not hesitate to open his mouth and shout back at it. The bronze-armored beast was stunned for a moment, then it roared a few more times. Little fatty followed suit and roared back. Everyone was speechless. This man and beast did not understand each other at all, yet they were still in the mood to bicker. When the other 4 members of Team Lychee saw that their captain had even taken out his trump card Spirit Beast to block the attack, they didn't hesitate and summoned their mystic beasts from their mystic beast spaces. As a result, the 5 people and 5 beasts glared at Arbor's Team Lychee like tigers eyeing their prey. In terms of numbers, Team Lychee completely defeated the Little Stoics team. However, this only meant one thing: they had more people than the Little Stoics Team Lychee. But in terms of true strength, Arbor's Team Lychee was clearly superior to Team Lion in terms of talent, age, and combat spiritual techniques. Spiritual techniques were a level higher than mystic techniques and could only be learned after advancing to the spiritual realm. It was something that spiritual masters yearned for even in their dreams. A good introductory spiritual technique could save spiritual masters at least 3 years of detours. Whether it was the growth of cultivation techniques or the cultivation of spiritual techniques, it had profound implications. Although Team Lychee only had 4 people, needless to say, Duan Muqing and Arbor's cultivation techniques were definitely top-notch. Xianxia's spiritual techniques weren't weak either. Although the little fatty was slightly inferior, he was someone who could run around with his earth shield activated, so he didn't have high requirements for spiritual techniques. Normal people simply couldn't do anything to him. Many times, it wasn't easy to do things with more people. For example, right now, the little fatty in the ring had activated his earth shield and nimbly ran in front of the Lion's captain, forcefully withstanding a few of his attacks. Team Lion's captain was flabbergasted and also a bit shocked. Although the little fatty didn't look impressive, his earth shield was too strange. Putting aside the fact that it was wider and bigger than the earth shield activated by level 15 mystic cultivators of the same level, wasn't this earth shield maintained for too long? Under the protection of the earth shield, the little fatty was able to move for close to an hour. During this time, he activated his earth shield and circled around his captain all day long. He really wanted to kick this nimble fatty to death. For the first battle, the main purpose was to allow all the members to work together and get used to each other. When Arbor felt that it was about time, he waved his hand. Instantly, spiritual lightning and spiritual wood blotted out the sky and smashed toward Team Lion. The onlookers were dazzled. After the spiritual lightning stopped, they looked up and saw that Team Lion's 5 members and 5 beasts were forced to retreat step by the other 4. The people who were laughing at Team Lychee's height couldn't laugh anymore. The tall and sturdy Team Lion actually couldn't last more than 100 moves against Team Lychee. Everyone fell silent. In fact, Arbor had gone easy on them during these 100 moves. He wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to expose the team's strength right from the start. Otherwise, let alone 100 moves, he didn't even know if these people could survive 10 moves. There were so many people in the Lion's team, but their footsteps were a little complicated. When the captain's bronze-armored spirit beast rushed up, the rest of the team members also ran forward together. In such a rush to be the first, there was no longer a primary and secondary formation. After a round of fierce fighting, everyone's spiritual energy was obviously going downhill. However, Arbor and the others didn't feel that way. Little Fatty, Xianxia, and Duan Muqing, who had drunk 2 mouthfuls of water during the fight, all felt that their strength had recovered. This feeling was quite good. The spirit veins that were originally about to dry up were now overflowing with spirit energy due to the stimulation and replenishment from the spirit tea. Ha ha ha. Eat my hammer. Little Fatty reached out and took out his double-headed hammer. Without any explanation, he smashed it towards a person's head. A swift and violent force fell from the sky and flipped the man over on the spot. His neck hurt. He slept soundly and made up for 2 nights during the day. At the same time, Arbor's mystic energy and Qi Xuanxuan's 3 thunderbolts simultaneously attacked the leading bronze-armored spirit beast. The spirit beast had already developed intelligence. When it saw the ferocious attacks from the other party, it naturally wouldn't just stand there and wait for the lightning to strike. However, the moment it leaped, it realized that its 4 limbs had been firmly bound to the ground by Duan Muqing's wood thorns. How could it move an inch? Thus, this bronze-armored spirit beast bore the brunt of the unlucky attack. Not only did the thunderbolt strike it until it was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, Arbor's mystic energy just happened to hit its head. Instantly, this humongous spirit beast was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. After a long while, it merely rubbed on the ground, unable to stand up. The Lion team's captain cried out in alarm and hurriedly ran over to check on his partner. When he realized that the bronze-armored spirit beast wasn't in any danger, he heaved a sigh of relief and turned back to look at Arbor and the rest with a complicated expression. He wasn't a fool and could naturally tell that the other party had shown mercy. For this reason, the Lion team's captain felt some gratitude in his heart. Meanwhile, the other members of the Lion team couldn't laugh anymore. The captain nodded at Arbor. The younger generation will surpass us in time. We've lost. His team had summoned 5 beasts and even a spirit beast, but they still weren't a match for the other party. In fact, the other party didn't even summon a single mystic beast. He had relied on his own strength to defeat them. There was no longer a need to continue the competition. The Lion team's captain nodded and said, "The Lion team concedes defeat." Arbor glanced at them and felt that their attitudes were rather straightforward. They weren't like the others who refused to accept their loss and dawdled and wasted time. The results of the competition were immediately announced on the crystal stone screen. The spectators couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. There were even people who suddenly stood up agitatedly and slapped the fence as they cursed loudly. Arbor followed Duan Muqing and the rest out of the arena and returned to his seat. He speechlessly looked at the cursing crowd and asked with a puzzled expression, "What are they cursing about?" Manager Tang quickly smiled and said, "These people all bet on the Lions to win. They've lost a lot of money now." "Oh?" Arbor turned to look at the steward. "Can I participate? Miss also wants to place a bet?" Manager Tang said with a smile. "Of course. Place your bets today and open tomorrow. For normal competitions, it depends on the individual or team's odds. If I can buy a dark horse like you, then I can make a huge profit. I'm betting on the final winner of the main arena." Manager Tang was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "If you can bet on the final winner of the main tournament, you can get 10 times the spirit coins." "I bet 280,000 spirit coins," Arbor said with an indifferent expression. Beside him, Xianxia, Duan Muqing, and the others could not help but twitch their mouths. 280,000? 10,000 spirit coins, could it be that this young lady had bet her entire fortune and life on this? Manager Tang also wanted to remind her that although it was very profitable to bet on the final arena champion, it wasn't that easy to guess. In all these years, there had almost never been a single competition where someone had correctly guessed the final arena champion. "Go buy it." Arbor took out 3 large bags of spirit coins from his inner world and poured some into his own money pouch before handing the rest to the steward. The steward accepted the 280,000 spirit coins in bewilderment. He heard the little stoic say crisply, "I'm betting all on myself winning. Yesterday, 5th update, buy some for me too." Mata hurriedly took out some spirit coins and gave them to Manager Tang. Xianxia, Little Fatty, and even Duan Muqing all took out a bag of spirit coins and gave them to Manager Tang. "We will also bet on Jojo's victory." Crazy, Manager Tang only felt that the group of people in front of him might be his young master's friends, but he felt that their intelligence was not on the same level as his young master. Why did these young masters and ladies seem to be retarded? Why did they place their bets so stubbornly? Manager Tang received so many spirit coins and went to arrange for the bets. When he left, his footsteps were still light. Xianxia chuckled. "Look at his silly look. He looks at us as if we are fools. He doesn't know that he is the fool." Arbor looked at them silently. "How much did you bet?" 30,000. "My life is on you. We are counting on you, Jojo." Mata popped his head out from behind them and grinned. 20,000. "That is all I have," Little Fatty said. 800. Xianxia cried silently. She had already dug through all her pockets and used all her pocket money to bet. "It's okay, Xianxia. When I earn money, I will share half with you," Little Fatty said. His 20,000 turned into 200,000. He didn't feel any heartache even if he shared half with Xianxia, Mata thought for a moment. "Then I will share 100,000 with you too, Xianxia." Xianxia looked touched. She patted Little Fatty and Mata's shoulders. "Brothers, you are very kind." Arbor looked at them expressionlessly. These people were already splitting the money, as if they had already gotten the money. She turned to look at Duan Muqing, who looked calm. "How much did you bet?" "The upper limit." Duan Muqing calmly spat out these 2 words, causing Xianxia, Little Fatty, Mata, and the others to look at him in shock. "What is the upper limit?" Arbor asked curiously. 500,000. Xianxia and the other 2 said in unison. "Damn, the boss was here," Arbor nodded expressionlessly. He heard Duan Muqing say, "If we win, I'll give you half." "Yay!" Xianxia almost jumped up. It was as if the money was already in her hands. Xiaomu gazed at them silently. "Say, do you think the instructor is hiding in some corner and counting money?" The mentors that Arbor was talking about were indeed sitting in a corner far away. They whispered to Zhou Danjin, "How's it going? How much have you earned? Don't be hasty. Our first bet wasn't much, but the odds were high. We earned more than 10,000 yuan. Next time, the odds will definitely change, sigh. Earn more money and renovate the college peak. Look at what kind of rooms the students are living in. Don't you feel ashamed living in a lump of dirt? They are here to cultivate, not to enjoy life. Don't tell me we have to build a palace for them to live in." Instructor Wei Wei said faintly. Cough, the dean said that all the money earned this time will be used to build houses. How is that enough? Zhou Danjin said with a pained expression. Moreover, just the few stalks of spirit herbs that are used to maintain the flaming energy peak has almost emptied our entire savings. No money, no money, no money. The little girl should be going to sign up for the single elimination tournament, Wei Wei said calmly. Oh? How do you know? If she doesn't sign up for the single elimination tournament, do you think she can achieve the points you set previously by just fighting in normal competitions? The 6th update yesterday. See you tonight. Zhou Danjin rubbed his nose and smiled wretchedly. You mean we should bet heavily on her losing? It was obvious that this little girl wouldn't be able to last until the end of the tournament. After all, she couldn't summon her holy beast, use talismans to eat pills, and use hidden weapons. Hee. Even those who could use all of the above couldn't last more than 10 rounds. It was obvious how difficult it was to defend the ring. Wei Wei looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. Zhou Danjin was confused by his gaze. He couldn't help but cough and ask, "What do you mean?" Just say it. His IQ wasn't as high as Wei Wei's. He had already admitted it. So don't look at me like I'm an idiot. There are only 2 ways to bet in the tournament. One is to guess who the final champion will be. The other is to bet on how many rounds a certain arena champion can last. Of course, the odds of betting on the final champion will be higher. If you guess correctly, you'll make a fortune. Then what do you mean? Zhou Danjin glanced at him and asked. I want you to bet heavily on that little girl becoming the final champion. Wei Wei said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhou Danjin and the other 3 mentors all widened their eyes and looked at Mentor Wei Wei in unison. Mentor Wei Wei, you're not joking, right? Betting heavily on something like this wasn't a joke. If one didn't do well, not only would they lose everything, they would also vomit all the money they won before. You have about 18,000 spirit coins on you right now. Wei Wei said with certainty. Bet it all. Zhou Danjin looked like he was going to vomit blood. He shook his head and said, No, I don't have that much. I only have 8,000. Wei Wei looked at him meaningfully. If you don't bet, you'll regret it in the end. No way. The other mentors also felt that Mentor Wei Wei thought too highly of Arbor. It had to be known that no matter what, Xiaomu was only a 15-year-old little girl. Moreover, they had already restricted her support abilities. If she could still become the ultimate arena champion like this, then how weak would the contestants in this year's underground fighting competition be? Are you going to buy it or not? Wei Wei patted Zhou Danjin's shoulder. It's up to you. In any case, the financial power was in the hands of the wretched little man. In any case, when he didn't earn any money, the one who would cry to the heavens and smash his head against the ground would not be him, Wei Wei. Instructor Wei Wei, how confident are you? The short instructor Zhou Danjin asked cautiously, Are you 100% confident? Instructor Wei Wei shook his head. Zhou Danjin stingily put the 18,000 spirit coins back into his sleeve. Then forget it. Why don't we just buy the tickets for every match? You better think it through. Instructor Wei Wei glanced at him coldly. The bets for the arena champion will end by today. At that time, even if you want to go back on your word, you won't be able to buy it. Then, why don't we buy it for 1,000 or 2,000? Wei Wei remained silent and half closed his eyes. He clearly didn't care about this matter and allowed Zhou Danjin to deal with it herself. Anyway, that was all he had to say. Whether he wanted to buy or not, that was up to Instructor Zhou to worry about. In short, no matter what choice he made, he just didn't want to regret it. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Instructor Zhou adhered to the principle of prudence. He quickly held a small meeting with the other 3 mentors and asked for their opinions. In the end, the 4 of them reached a consensus. They took out 8,000 spirit coins to gamble and used the remaining 10,000 spirit coins to bet on the regular matches as usual. Hence, Instructor Zhou Danjin went to place his bets with 8,000 spirit coins with a pained expression. The Little Stoics team Lychee didn't have the luck to advance to the second match until the end of the day's matches. A light rain fell that night, and the next day, the weather was very hot. It was now August, and a random small inn in Anka City was cheap, but the living environment wasn't too good. Arbor's group planned to look for a better inn in the vicinity after tonight's matches ended. Although the little stoic wasn't a particular person, they had to find a more comfortable place to stay. After all, they still had to stay in Anka City for more than 20 days, so they couldn't just make do like this forever. This time, Xianxia also expressed her approval. She looked as if she was rich, and her back was straight as a ramrod, as if she had already received the tenfold prize money. Sigh, weren't these people a bit too optimistic? She hadn't even started her first match in the main tournament, so she really didn't know where she got her confidence from. The main tournament had a lot of freedom. As long as you wanted to challenge someone, you could go to the second floor's arena at any time. Early this morning, a brawny man covered in fat jumped onto the second floor's central arena and kicked yesterday's unlucky champion out of the arena in a few moves. This person stood on the central arena with a disdainful expression and occasionally glanced contemptuously at his opponent who challenged him. Once, twice, thrice. When he defeated his opponent in only 3 moves for the 4th time, thunderous cheers erupted from the audience. Ha 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 ha. In the spectator stands, a middle-aged man sitting in the first row of VIP seats touched the emerald ring on his left thumb and glanced at the man with an unsightly expression next to him with a chuckle. Family head Zhu, how was it? Didn't I say that our family's iron pillar would definitely win the title of champion this time? The man with a dark complexion harumphed heavily and turned to look elsewhere. He only said coldly, not necessarily. The true victor will be the one who has the last laugh. Family head you don't need me to teach you this, do you? Family head you snorted coldly. He turned the emerald at his fingertips and sneered, then, Family head Zhu, do you dare to make a private bet with me? How about we bet on the bloodshed vermilion fruit that the Zhu clan found a few days ago? The Zhu family head's face changed dramatically. He sneered and shook his head, no. You. Family head Zhu, who originally wanted to set a trap for family head Zhu and make him fall into it, couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when he saw that family head Zhu was completely ignoring him. Do you think I'm stupid? Zhu Bin coldly glanced at Patriarch Yu. The bloodshed vermilion fruit was an elixir that he had painstakingly found for his only son. It was for the sake of changing his only son's weak physique. Such an important thing was related to his son's life and future. How could he use it to gamble? Patriarch Yu provoked him. To put it bluntly, Patriarch Zhu, you don't dare. Don't you also think that our iron pillar will be re-elected as the arena champion? Zhu Bin was silent, but he wasn't the least bit provoked by family head Yu, no matter how unpleasant his words were. TSK, I advise you not to be stupid. In your Zhu clan, can you find anyone who knows how to use this bloodshed vermilion fruit? There's no one at all. Don't waste a saint-level spirit fruit, okay? Family head Yu smiled sarcastically at family head Zhu. The bloodshed vermilion fruit was good stuff, but it would be wasted if one did not know how to eat it. The sickly Zhu family had been sick for 8 to 10 years, and he still wanted to get up. TSK. What could he do if he got up? His cultivation base was much lower than his opponent's. What future did he have? He might as well give the bloodshed vermilion fruit to the young talents of the Yu family. For example, his eldest son, Yu Hui. Family head Yu's eyes glinted, and he said to family head Zhu in an indifferent tone, how about this, family head Zhu, name a price, and I'll buy the bloodshed vermilion fruit from you. You know, even if you find a way to eat that sickly Zhu family head, he can only evolve from a cripple to a normal person. It's very rare for an ordinary person to live a prosperous life on the Shuntian continent. Family head Zhu's expression was very ugly, but he pursed his lips and turned away, ignoring family head Yu. Family head Yu said angrily, Zhu Bin, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The Zhu family is as famous as the Yu family and the Fong family in Winka City, but as you know, my eldest son, Yu Hui, is going to marry the genius second miss of the Fong family at the beginning of next month. Haha, when the Fong and Yu families join forces, do you think you'll be our match? Let's see if I'm your match or not. Family head Zhu said coldly. You. Family head Yu smiled gloomily, and his eyes glinted coldly. Don't forget that the bloodshed vermilion fruit can't be eaten for more than 10 days. Think about how many days it's been since your family had the bloodshed vermilion fruit. It's been 7 or 8 days. Your family doesn't even have a doctor who knows how to use the cinnabar fruit, so why insist on keeping it? It's useless. If it's useless, I'd rather throw it away like trash than let you Badian, take it for free. You. Family head you laughed instead of being angry. Good, good, good. A strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he did not speak for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. At this time, the fat man named Taiju had already chased 8 opponents off the stage. At this moment, he was fighting fiercely with a woman in a butterfly dress. She had a graceful figure and her moves were also very agile and swift. From the looks of it, he was also a speed ability user. This big guy is so strong. Xianxia was worried about the young lady on the stage. That young lady looks so slim. Can she beat him? You will lose within 3 moves. Just as Xiaomu finished speaking, that stout man had already grabbed hold of the butterfly-clothed woman. He laughed so hard that all the fat on his body jiggled, and he raised his hand to caress that young lady's face. Little wifey, a woman as beautiful as you should just stay at home and wait on your husband. Why did you have to risk your life in the championship? Don't touch me. The woman in butterfly clothes was probably disgusted by the fat man and screamed. Yo yo yo. The fat man continued to tease, you're just a woman. If you dare to go up the stage, you should be mentally prepared to be taken liberties with. Hey! Let go of her. The little stoic's icy voice rang out. Xianxia glanced to her side in astonishment, only to discover that the little stoic had disappeared at some point in time. She looked at the stage again and saw the little stoic standing in front of the fat man. She stood there, and in front of her stood a brawny man who was as fat as a mountain. The little girl was as thin and weak as a bean sprout. She was pitifully thin. Are you blind? Can't you see that your opponent is standing in front of you? The little stoic said coldly. The butterfly-clothed woman struggled in the fat man's hands and took the opportunity to jump away from him. When she passed by Arbor, she nodded gratefully at her and whispered, be careful, he's also a speed ability user. Arbor didn't realize that this fat man was also a speed ability user. He was so fat, so how fast could he display, but after the woman's reminder, she became more wary of the fat man. This guy looked as fat as a mountain, but he was actually a speed ability user. It was truly surprising. Ha 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 ha. The fat man called Iron Pillar was clearly amused by Arbor's small figure. He cast a sidelong glance at her and raised one of his eyebrows. Little girl, you haven't even grown your hair yet, but you're already imitating others and coming to compete. Now, kneel down and kowtow to me. Obediently jump down, and I can spare your life. Hee hee hee. Ha ha. Chuckles rang out from the audience. They had already clearly seen Xiaomu's petite figure. Although they also recognized that Arbor was the Dark Horse Team Lychee's captain, so what? A team competition and a group competition weren't on the same level. Previously, Team Lychee only defeated Team Lion with the help of the other 3 members. To put it bluntly, their victory was due to their teamwork. But it was different now. Only the stoic captain was standing in front of Iron Pillar. With Iron Pillar's large fist, he could probably beat her to the point of vomiting blood and fainting. Arbor was expressionless, and there was a cold and cheerless expression on her adorable little face. She didn't understand why the people below were laughing wildly. Iron Pillar stood in front of her with his hands on his hips. He was like a pile of white fat floating in front of her like waves. Arbor suddenly summoned a spirit weapon from her inner world. With a flick of her finger, she injected a wisp of mystic energy and indifferently said, explode. Then, under everyone's shocked expressions, the spiritual weapon suddenly exploded in the arena. The sound of the explosion had obviously affected the team that was in the middle of a regular season match. The 2 teams hurriedly found a place to hide, no longer caring about continuing the match. Fatty Iron Pillar's shocked expression was still fixed on his face, and his whole body fell backwards. It wasn't until a loud bang was heard, and everyone watched as he smashed into the arena, blood splattering all over the ground, that they suddenly realized. The little stoic threw out a spirit weapon as soon as they met, exploding Taiju to death. What kind of joke was this? If a spirit artifact exploded at such a close distance, it would be strange if he could survive. Didn't you see that the two teams below were so nervous that they hurriedly retreated? The stoic face expressionlessly stood on the stage and turned to look at the staff members who stood foolishly in front of the crystal screen with stupefied expressions. Aren't you going to announce the results? This lady, Team Lychee's captain, Arbor said calmly. Team Lychee's captain, Arbor, wins. Iron Pillar of the Yu family wins 9 matches. Family Head Yu abruptly stood up from the VIP seats, his eyes wide as he stared fixedly at Arbor. Beside him, Family Head Yu couldn't help but laugh. See, didn't I say we would see who would have the last laugh? Yu Baishan's eyes widened as he stared at Arbor in disbelief. He shook his head and said, "That's impossible. That's impossible." His iron pillar was killed by a little girl's self-detonation of a spiritual weapon. Why? Yu Baishan's eyes were almost filled with blood. He was very angry, but the Zhu clan's patriarch didn't let him off. He even mocked him with a faint smile. Didn't Patriarch Yu say that your Tai Zhu is fully deserving of being the champion this time? Look, the arena champion is lying on the ground like a dead pig. Shut up. Yu Badian shouted angrily. Then, he pointed at Arbor and said sternly, "Where are the staff of the underground arena? Aren't you going to say something? Referee, that's against the rules. Who would so crudely and unscrupulously throw out a spirit tool and then self-destruct? Even a tycoon wouldn't do that." Ahahaha. Jojo won. Xianxia, who was worried about Jojo, stood up and laughed maniacally as if she had been injected with chicken blood. You see, Jojo effortlessly killed that lump of fat meat. Look at the eyes of the people around them. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not everyone has the ability to self-detonate a spiritual weapon. In fact, a spiritual weapon was expensive. In Shuntian Prefecture's Wenka City, it was considered a luxury item. Wasn't it a waste to use such a luxury item to self-detonate? Arbor didn't think so. She was going to fight for points. If she didn't take a shortcut, she would be played to death by the instructors. Only an idiot would fight with others one by one. If she saw someone she liked, she would kick them off the stage. If she didn't like them, she would self-detonate. Wasn't that better? The staff came back to their senses and quickly added Arbor's name to the list of arena champions. Of course, Arbor hung the plaque with the arena champion on her waist. She didn't want to stupidly hang the plaque on her chest like a fool. For a moment, quite a number of people were shocked by her thunderous methods. For a short period of time, there was a gap in the number of challengers. Arbor stood idly on the main stage, leaning lazily on the side, waiting for someone to come to him. However, Patriarch Yu refused to comply. He questioned several staff members sternly, but the answers he received were very uniform. The tournament didn't prohibit the use of all kinds of support. In other words, if he wanted to explode his spirit tools like a nouveau riche, he couldn't do anything about it, right? Fortunately, when they first built this underground arena, they knew that once a fight broke out, it would definitely affect the innocent. Thus, they had already reinforced several defenses above the arena. Therefore, when the spirit energy exploded on the iron pillar, it didn't affect anyone else. Unable to seek justice, Family Head Yu could only fling his sleeves angrily and sit back down with a face full of hatred. He had no idea where this little girl came from. He had never seen her in Anka City before. Could it be that he was a young child from some hidden family who had come out to train? As Family Head Yu pondered this, he looked up again and gazed deeply at Xiao Mu. At this moment, Instructor Zhou Danjin, who was sitting in the corner, was so regretful that his intestines almost turned green. However, he still couldn't help but ask, "Instructor Wei Wei, is she breaking the rules? She even self-detonated her spirit tool. Didn't it say in the letter that you can use spirit tools as support?" Instructor Wei Wei said without even looking up. Holy shit, how could a spirit weapon be used like that? Zhou Danjin couldn't help but complain softly, "This is too much of a scam." Isn't that so? A square-faced instructor couldn't help but complain, "If this little girl uses her spirit weapon to self-destruct in every match to repel her opponents, then she can really defend until the end and become the final champion." The other two instructors looked at each other in dismay. That can't be. If she self-destructed her spirit weapon in every match, then how many spirit weapons would she have to self-destruct to defend until the end? Moreover, if this little girl self-destructed her spirit weapon in every match, Would the defensive barrier on the second floor of the arena be able to last until the end? Thinking about it, it didn't seem very likely. Zhou Danjin pursed his lips and said, since that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Let's just say that her results are valid this time. Rich students were indeed different. They had clearly given so many restrictions, but it was impossible to guard against them, causing her to use such a crooked move. Count Arbor naturally didn't know that the instructors were privately discussing this. However, if she knew that instructor Zhou Danjin counted her results as valid, she would definitely snort in disdain. She had Xianxia take out the authentic letters that the instructors had given her and explain to them word by word. The rule about not being able to use divine weapons and being able to use spirit weapons was written by the instructors themselves. Why would they care how she uses this spirit weapon? If she uses it to chop people or self-destruct it, they couldn't care less. Arbor casually patted the arena champion card hanging on her waist. After a quarter of an hour, she turned to the staff in front of the crystal screen and asked impatiently, is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? The place she was standing on was about to grow mushrooms, yet no one had come up to challenge her. Was it because she was too easy to talk to? Manager Tang couldn't help but twitch his mouth as he hurriedly comforted the little girl's emotions. It's probably because Miss Xiao is too powerful. You have to give everyone some time to calm down. As he spoke, he coughed and said, if no one comes up to challenge Miss Xiao in an hour, then today's arena champion will undoubtedly be Miss Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, an expanse of clamorous noise couldn't help but arise in the surroundings, and it was mixed with many unconvinced questions. However, there was no more noise. That was the rule. If no one dared to challenge Arbor in the next hour, Arbor would become the champion of the day. A few unconvinced youngsters were eager to give it a try, using their eyes to signal others to go first. But in the end, no one dared to go up and give it a try. Everyone felt their teeth ache as they watched the little stoic strolling around the small arena on the second floor. Why did he feel like he was being cheated? I'll do it. Suddenly, a seemingly elegant young master in white stood up and floated to the small arena on the second floor like a pure white cloud. When he landed on the ground, the white-robed young master's white robes fluttered in the wind. His robes fluttered slightly as he descended from the sky, giving off an indescribable sense of beauty. Arbor was expressionless. Thunderous applause rang out from the audience. All right. All right. This is the Feng family's genius third young master, right? I didn't expect third young master Feng to also participate in this competition. Oh my god, if I knew third young master Feng would also be participating, then I would have bet on him winning. How laughable. Isn't that third young master Feng from a prestigious patrician family? Why did he also participate in the Underground Fighting Arenas Championship? Haven't you all thought of this reason? Moreover, who was he putting on a show for when he appeared in such a pretentious manner? Didn't he see that the little girl was very dismissive of him? He hovered in the air like a bird and slowly descended. When he landed, he even opened his folding fan and posed very nicely. The little girl rolled her eyes at him. Everyone felt that it was a bit comical when they saw it. Third young master Feng boasted of his elegance, but the little girl didn't even look him in the eye. From Arbor's point of view, this person's appearance really didn't stand out. He was the type of person that Miss Xiao couldn't remember even if she looked at him twice. Of course, third young master Feng was actually quite good-looking, but Miss Xiao was the type of person who wouldn't even take a second look at a handsome man like Duan Yu, let alone this third young master Feng. They didn't know what he was showing off for. He didn't fly very nicely and posed like a freaking idiot, although they were far away. Qi Xianxian, Duan Muqing, and the others all had keen eyesight. They could read the little girl's intentions from observing her expression and paying attention to her gaze. It was quite funny when they thought about it. This third young master Feng was probably going on stage to amuse himself. Little miss, please point. Before third young master Feng could say the word teach, the little girl's figure flashed and suddenly closed in on him. She closed the distance of 3 meters in the blink of an eye. The little girl didn't allow for an explanation and slapped a palm print formed by water spirit directly at third young master Feng's chest. Third young master shouted, "Good timing," but before he could finish speaking, he was already hit by the water spirit palm print. He somersaulted in the air and was blown away by the waves. Everyone, Arbor scuttled forward and swung a small iron fist at third young master Feng's head. Thump, 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 third young Master Feng only felt like his head was smashed by a small hammer 3 times in a row, causing him to feel dizzy and fall to the ground with a thud. Get down! Arbor scolded softly. He kicked third young Master's lower back. The third young Master let out a blood-curdling scream as he rushed towards the edge of the stage. He dangled dangerously on the stage's railing, with half of his body dangling. If not for his 2 legs supporting him on the ground, he would have fallen down by now. Everyone was speechless again. Why did they have a feeling of speechlessness? Was it really good for the little girl to be so cruel? Get down! Arbor kicked third young Master's lower back again. No, don't kick. A man's waist, F*ck. It was obvious that this wretched lass was blind. Which budding girl didn't have a spring in her heart? Seeing such an elegant and handsome young master appear in front of her, she couldn't help but be startled. Not only did she not blush, she even raised her fists and beat him to death. Can you really get married like this? You're as barbaric as a man. Are you sure you can find a husband? Before third young Master Feng vomited blood, he hurriedly summoned his mystic beast, a strong yellow horse with tiger spots. It looked a bit strange. When it galloped, its speed was very fast. But when it came to its attack power, it wasn't that strong. The yellow horse leaped slightly and carried third young Master Feng. Cough, cough, cough. Third young Master Feng panted slightly on the horse. He lowered his head and saw that there was a small footprint printed on the front and back of his white shirt. Third young Master Feng couldn't help but be flustered and exasperated. You little lady, how could you attack without any explanation? You. Third young Master Feng had probably never seen a little lady who would beat someone to death without saying anything. His handsome face flushed red instantly. He truly had never suffered such a huge loss before. He was chased and beaten by a little lady in front of everyone, and he practically didn't have the strength to retaliate. Arbor frowned slightly. Why wasn't this person going down? With a flick of her finger, a scimitar-like spirit weapon appeared in her hand. Third young Master Feng jumped in fright and galloped 2 steps back on his yellow horse. He was already very close to the edge of the arena on the 2nd floor. You, don't mess around. What do you want to do? Let me tell you. People like you who self-destruct by abusing spirit weapons are. He watched as Arbor channeled a wisp of mystic energy into the spirit weapon and was about to throw it in his direction. Third young Master Feng's eyes dimmed, and he abruptly reached out to pat his yellow horse's head. 1 man and 1 horse galloped into the air. Everyone immediately cheered loudly. So third young Master Feng's extremely ordinary-looking horse actually has wings? At this time, that yellow horse with tiger spots had already flapped its wings and flew up, hovering high above Arbor's head. Arbor's gaze darkened, and her face was displeased. She raised her hand slightly, and a cold glint flitted past her eyes. A move of ice descended, and a violent vortex of spirit energy mixed with converging hailstones swept toward third young Master Feng, whose expression changed drastically. He hastily pressed his yellow horse's head to land on the ground, but before he could think of a way to escape this predicament, the little stoic's Frost Wind Slash followed closely behind. Frost Wind Slash was a move that she comprehended on her own from Qing Luan's moves. When this Frost Wind Slash descended, it directly cut a deep gash in the ground of the entire arena. Broken stones rolled down from the ring, seriously affecting the 2 teams that were competing on the 1st floor. The unlucky teams were hastily pulled by their respective captains and hastily ran to the sides. Get down. Following the little stoic's indifferent voice, third young Master Feng only felt the pressure of that Frost Wind Slash, and his entire person fell down from the edge of the stage. Third young Master Feng let out a miserable scream. The yellow horse seemed to have been frightened by the little girl's Frost Wind Slash. It even forgot to spread its wings. 1 man and 1 beast miserably fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. When Arbor looked up, the staff member who was stunned in front of the crystal screen immediately understood and hurriedly said, Miss Xiao wins this round. At this moment, those who had said that Miss Xiao didn't win with her own ability all shut their mouths. This was the first time the lady had self-detonated her spiritual artifact. She probably didn't think much of her opponent. She probably couldn't be bothered to make a move against such a weakling. An hour later. Because no one else dared to challenge Arbor, Arbor became the youngest champion of the day. When she came down from the second floor of the ring, Arbor was still expressionless. Everyone wanted to see joy and excitement on her face, but they were disappointed. Jojo. Xianxia welcomed her with a face full of smiles and hooked her arm. I knew you would definitely win. Arbor nodded. Later, I'll have Manager Tang calculate how many points we earned. Ever since they entered this underground battle arena, they had become anxious. Every now and then, they would want to know how many points their team had. Arbor was still skeptical about gathering enough points to summon a tutor. Based on the character of the tutors from the top academies, who knew if they would give them more small missions when they had enough points. Arbor had just been pulled to a seat by Xianxia when he heard a dong sound from the back door of the battle arena. It was as if someone had forcefully slammed it open. A group of people carried a wooden stretcher and clustered around a middle-aged man. They moved toward Arbor and the others. Everyone curiously glanced at the group of people. When they saw the middle-aged man's appearance, they shut their mouths tightly and didn't say anything else. Family head, it's her. She's the one who attacked young master. Capture Ko Hongwen first. The middle-aged family head coldly shouted. Immediately, 4 or 5 people revealed black ropes in their hands. Without any explanation, they went toward the little fatty, Ko Hongwen. Of course, little fatty wouldn't just sit there and wait for his death. However, he had only just started to move. But when he moved, a few fierce-looking burly men pounced over. They reached out to grab his arms and put ropes around his hands. Arbor really didn't like the way these people acted. They would always come over and attack others for no reason. As the aristocratic families of the Middle Realm, their arrogant and ugly faces had all been inadvertently revealed. Scram. Arbor didn't need to do anything. Duan Muqing's face darkened. He flicked his sleeves and threw away the ropes that bound the little fatty. Duan Muqing looked coldly at the middle-aged leader and said coldly, Steward Tang, someone is causing trouble in your arena. Don't you need to do something about it? Steward Tang naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Before his young master left, he had instructed him to take good care of Miss Qiao. These people didn't have eyes. If they offended Miss Qiao and made her unhappy, his young master might think that he didn't do his job well. Steward Tang hurriedly waved his hand with a solemn expression. Let the arena's security personnel come forward and stop the middle-aged man's group. Of course, Steward Tang recognized this middle-aged man. Everyone in Wenka City knew the name of the Ko family's patriarch. Ko family head. Steward Tang cupped his hands towards Ko Dihai, his attitude still quite amiable. These people are friends of my master. May I know why Patriarch Ko is looking for trouble with them? Ko Dihai's expression changed slightly as he looked at Steward Tang with a complicated expression. Of course, he knew that Steward Tang was one of the main people in charge of the underground fighting arena. If he accidentally offended him, it would be quite troublesome. But now, he had no choice but to offend him. His precious son had been turned into a pig's head and face that had not gone down even after a day and night. Instead, it had swelled up even more. Pus would flow out from under his skin if he touched him lightly. Looking at his son lying there crying and screaming, as a father, his heart was tormented. No matter what, he had to capture this little traitor, Ko Hongwen, and deal with him in private. How dare he be so ruthless to his jeune? He, Ko Hongwen, had only himself to blame for everything that had happened to him. He glared coldly at Ko Hongwen with hazy eyes. Little bastard, how dare you be so ruthless to Master's younger brother? What are you still standing there for? Detain them. Detain everyone. Steward Tang's expression darkened. He ordered the arena guards to step forward and separate the people the Ko family had brought. Ko Dihai looked at Steward Tang angrily and said, Steward Tang, you and I have lived in peace in Anka City for so many years, and we see each other all the time. I don't want to make things difficult for you. As long as you let me take these people away, the Ko family will continue to support your underground arena's competitions in the future. Steward Tang shook his head. No. What a joke. The young master had personally asked him to take care of this lady. How could he let Ko Dihai deal with her? He secretly gave the servant behind him a look. The servant immediately understood and turned to look for young Master Ding. Tang Ching. Ko Dihai's expression turned cold. He forced the words out of his gritted teeth. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy pressure surged towards everyone. Arbor and the others immediately realized that the Ko family's patriarch, Ko Dihai, was a spiritual master who had broken through to level 8. With his talent, this was already the limit. That was why the Ko family had been staying in Anka City for so many years. They were not particularly top-notch aristocratic families like the Yu family, but they were not very poor either. At least, they had some reputation in Anka City. When the Ko family's patriarch walked out, people would give him some face. Therefore, he felt a little embarrassed when Tang Qing rejected him in front of everyone. Arbor looked up and glanced at him without saying anything. Since Steward Tang was so righteous to take on this matter for them, then it was none of her business. Tang Qing, move aside, Ko Dihai shouted angrily, attracting the attention of many people in the arena. Patriarch Ko, Miss Chiao and her friends are our arena's honored guests and the young master's friends. Please forgive them. I forgive your mother. The Ko family's patriarch cursed in his heart. He pointed at Arbor and said angrily, this damned girl, you're asking me to forgive you after what you did to my son? Move aside, this has nothing to do with you. Ko Dihai really did not want to make things difficult for Qianluo's underground arena. After all, those who could open an underground fighting arena in Anka City were all people with some background. Rather than saying that Ko Dihai did not want to offend young Master Ding, it was better to say that he did not want to offend his background. Boom! Ko Dihai launched a probing spiritual attack straight at Arbor and the others. Halfway through, a burst of spiritual energy erupted from Tang Qing's body and blocked the Ko family head. Ko family head. Tang Qing's face also became very ugly. Today, if you fight in our Qianluo's underground battle arena, then it's clear that you want to be our enemy. Am I right? Tang Qing. Ko Dihai glared angrily and clenched his fists tightly. I don't want to make things difficult for your arena. Get out of my way. That's impossible. Steward Tang assumed a battle stance. The guards of the battle arena swarmed out from all directions and surrounded Ko Dihai and his group. It was obvious that their numbers were more than twice the number of people that Ko Dihai had brought. Ko Dihai was immediately put on the spot. He gritted his teeth for a long time before he suddenly swung his sleeves and said angrily, fine. I won't make things difficult for these juniors. However, this damned girl must cure my genre. Arbor looked at the Ko family head expressionlessly and did not say anything. He wanted to see how the Ko family head would continue his act. You're asking for treatment with such a bad attitude. Serves you right for not being able to get treatment. Xianxia spat at Ko Dihai, I don't even know what you're talking about. You're like a mad dog, going around biting people as soon as you come in. It's really scary. As she spoke, she even pretended to be afraid and patted her chest twice to show her fear. Family head Do was so angry that he was about to ascend to the heavens. He raised a finger and pointed at her, you've been talking for a long time, but you still haven't said anything. In fact, Ko Dihai wasn't completely sure that the poison in his son's body was from Arbor. Who are you? Arbor bluntly asked. Family head Do was so angry that his nostrils flared as he huffed and puffed. What was more infuriating than messing around for a long time, but the other party didn't even know who you were. Tang Qing couldn't help but twitch her mouth. This is family head Do. The young master who had a conflict with this little brother in your team is family head Do's son. Oh, this was a classic case of hitting the young and the old coming. Arbor didn't want to waste any more words with Ko Dihai. She coldly looked at him, her eyes filled with ridicule. Bringing a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, he broke into the underground fighting arena and wanted to capture her, Ko Hongwen, and the others. Wasn't this person's thinking a bit too idealistic? Ko Dihai naturally saw the mockery in her eyes. His heart was filled with anger, and his old eyes immediately turned cold. Before Ko Dihai could finish his sentence, he found that his body had been sent flying in a strange manner. What was going on? When his head hit the seat heavily, a few people who were watching the competition jumped up in fright. Ko Dihai then found that he had been sent flying by a huge force. The source of this huge force was the little fat squirrel. It silently retracted its fat white tail and jumped into Arbor's arms. Arbor looked down and suddenly reached out to poke the fat squirrel's head. Chocho didn't know when it had gained another little tail. This was really strange. Now, the fat squirrel had two tiny tails wagging behind its butt. It didn't look too strange. The other people in the contestant area sucked in a breath of cold air. At first, they thought that Arbor's lychee team hadn't brought out a useful mystical beast for so many hours because their family background wasn't too good. But now, someone else had a beast that was comparable to a small pet. It was fine if it didn't show its might, but once it showed its might, it could send an 8th-level spiritual master flying out of the sky without hesitation. This was simply incomprehensible. Perhaps their reaction arc was too slow. They felt that the scene just now was as if their eyes were playing tricks on them. That fat squirrel was only slightly bigger than a palm, so how could it have so much energy? What happened? Young Master Ding, who had heard the news, walked over with a gentle expression. However, when he looked at Ko Dihai, there was a trace of coldness that could not be easily detected. Ko Dihai was stunned. He turned around and glanced at young Master Ding. Immediately, he was speechless. Young Master Ding did not come alone. He had brought 300 guards with him and appeared in front of everyone in such a grand manner. When Ko Dihai saw this, his eyelids twitched violently. His face was a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but the situation was stronger than him. He had to take a step back first. After a long while, House Master Ko flicked his sleeve and said angrily, "Let's go." Ding Yan's voice instantly turned cold. "Stop them." Many guards behind young Master Ding swarmed forward and surrounded Ko Dihai and the others. Ko Dihai's expression suddenly changed. He turned and glared at young Master Ding. "Young Master, what do you want?" Young Master Ding sneered, "You are the Ko family head, right? Do you think that our Qianluo underground arena is a place where anyone can come and go as they please? You want to catch someone, but you brought a group of people and barged in without saying a word. Now you want to leave, but you want to leave without saying a word? What is Qianluo underground arena in your eyes?" Ko Dihai held back his anger and said kindly, "Young Master, I acted without thinking, please forgive me. But today's matter is not targeted at Qianluo underground arena. It's this young lady. This young lady is this young master's friend. Qianluo underground arena has a reason to protect them." Ding Yan said lightly. "Ko family head, as for you, when you attacked earlier, you destroyed some of the facilities in our underground fighting arena. Shouldn't you compensate us properly?" Ko Dihai's face turned red when he heard this. He pointed at Ding Yan and said in a trembling voice, You. These people were simply too much." His son was watching the competition in the arena, but he was poisoned by an unknown poison and ran home screaming. He had brought people here to seek justice for his son. Was that wrong, even if this justice could not be obtained now? He also hoped that the person who poisoned his son would remove the poison. Was this also wrong? But young Master Ko did not know that Miss Qiao had always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. "If you're here, apologize to her properly and say a few soft words. Maybe she'll give you the antidote." After all, it was not a big deal. But now, young Master Ko rushed in and wanted to catch someone. Not to mention that Arbor did not have a good temper. Even if he had a good temper, he would not be able to stand it. Let this Gu Hongzhen have a fat winter melon head and enjoy 15 days. Who told him to mock others as fat as a pig's head? Why not let him experience what it means to be as fat as a pig's head? Arbor did not want to talk to Ko Dihai anymore. After sitting down, he continued to watch the match. Ko Dihai's face was gloomy. He turned his head and looked at the little fatty who was sitting at the side and watching silently with cold eyes. "Ko Hongwen." Ko Dihai sneered and said, "Today's matter has developed to this extent, it must be your masterpiece. Do you dare to say that this has nothing to do with you?" Little fatty could not help but say, "It's Xia Hongzhen who is slandering me." When he thought of this, his face filled with anger. He wrongly accused me, saying that I stole the clan's spiritual medicine. How could the Ko family head not know about this? Ko Hongwen said angrily, "The little tricks that Ko Hongwen has done behind my back, the patriarch should be fully aware of them. He caused me to be expelled from Dayo Academy. This is all his work. I've been in the academy for more than 2 years. How could Dayao Academy not know what I am? But after he caused me to leave Dayao Academy, he played all kinds of tricks behind my back, causing all the academies in Anka City to avoid me like the plague. Humph, such a person dares to walk in front of me and insult my friend so shamelessly? He only has himself to blame. Kodihai was furious. He raised his hand and was about to attack when young Master Ding signaled him with his eyes. Several guards drew their swords and pointed them at the Ko family head's chest and back. As long as he dared to move, the guard swords would not let him go. Kodihai saw that the situation was beyond his control, so he had no choice but to flick his sleeves angrily and say to Arbor and the others, "You win. Today, the people of Qianluo's underground fighting arena will protect you. But don't forget, once you leave this underground fighting arena, I'll see who can protect you." Arbor glanced at him, then looked up at young Master Ding. She said expressionlessly, "This person is talking nonsense in your underground fighting arena, and he doesn't care about you at all. How can you let him go out like this?" Kodihai was stunned when he heard this, and his face instantly stiffened. His gaze towards Xiaomu was simply as if he could swallow her whole. This damned girl instigated young Master Ding in front of the person involved. "Won't she be beaten to death?" Young Master Ding smiled gently. "Xiao, if you don't want him to live, then I'll get someone to kill him. He's the Ko family head. Do you dare to do that? Aren't you afraid that your fighting arena will be destroyed?" Young Master Ding couldn't help but sneer, "It's just a small Ko family. If I kill him, he won't be able to find anyone to reason with." Arbor said oh and didn't say anything else. Young Master Ding raised his eyebrows, "Do you want me to do it?" Arbor didn't say anything. She wouldn't be so stupid to ask him to kill someone. If he asked Ding Hao to take action now, wouldn't he owe Ding Hao a favor? What a joke. Was Arbor's favor so easily given? He was just a small Ko family head. If she didn't want him to live, she could do it herself. There was no need for others to do it. Young Master Ding saw that she didn't say anything and couldn't help but sigh, "Ah. Jojo still doesn't trust me." Arbor snorted. Trust, was the word trust meant for him? How could she trust a wastrel? Young Master Ding blinked at her. "Actually, if we spend more time together, you'll know that I'm actually a good person." Arbor chuckled and didn't say anything else. He just waved his little hand impatiently, indicating that he shouldn't disturb her from watching the game. Although this competition was most likely boring and she only wanted to sleep after watching it, Lin Yiqian still felt like sleeping. However, out of the 10 matches, there were still 1 or 2 exciting fights. As a result, Arbor felt that the group of people beside him was a bit of an eyesore. He wanted to chase them away as soon as possible. When Kodihai saw that they only cared about themselves and completely ignored him, he couldn't help but feel angry. Today, he originally wanted to capture Arbor and the others. Even if he had to settle for the second best, he wanted her to hand over the antidote. But now, not only had he failed to accomplish a single thing, he had even suffered a bellyful of anger for no reason at all. This made Kodihai extremely furious. "Young Master." At this time, Tang Cheng walked to young Master Ding's side and respectfully handed him a list. Young Master Ding shook the list and slowly read it out. "Ko family head, your disciples destroyed 2 rows of seats in our underground fighting arena. They also made a section of the ground full of potholes. It's very ugly. This young master wants to find someone to fix it, and that will cost spirit coins." According to the list, the damaged items are worth 8,456 spirit coins. This young master reluctantly rounded up the remainder. "You can give me 8,000 spirit coins." The Ko family head's expression was quite interesting to see. His face was alternating between green, white, and black. His eyes were glaring at young Master Ding as if they were about to shoot out flames. "What? Do you have any objections to this compensation?" Young Master Ding smiled and clapped his hands. "Tang Cheng. Your subordinate is here." Steward Tang lowered his head and quickly walked forward. Suddenly, he shook his outer robe and tore off his shirt. Not only did he reveal all the muscles on his body, but there was also a burst of strong spiritual energy from his body. Everyone could feel the power of a level 9 spirit master. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. This Qianluo underground battle arena really had a lot of resources. Even a seemingly unknown steward had the cultivation of a level 9 spirit master. No wonder no one dared to cause trouble at the Qianluo underground battle arena for so long. Everyone's respect for the Qianluo underground battle arena was not without reason. Everyone silently shut their mouths and waited for the situation to develop. The Ko family's patriarch's face was extremely ugly. After staring blankly for a long time, he suddenly took out a heavy bag of spirit coins from his inner world and placed it heavily on a nearby stool before turning to the group of Ko family disciples and saying, "Let's go." Xianxia curled her lips and secretly sighed in pity. The Ko family's head had come all the way here just to give young Master Ding 8,000 spirit coins in the underground fighting arena. Arbor glanced at the Ko family head and then shifted her gaze to the arena. Young Master Ding looked at her helplessly and whispered to Steward Tang. Then, he led a group of people and left. Xiaomu turned her head in astonishment and looked in the direction that young Sir Ding had left in. "What's wrong?" Xianxian asked. Duan Muqing couldn't help but whisper, "This young master is very protective of Jojo." Ding Yan just ordered Steward Tang to lead people to deal with the Ko family head. Although his voice wasn't loud, with Arbor and Duan Muqing's hearing, they naturally heard it. Arbor heard this and couldn't help but snort. With a proud expression, she said, "Who needs his help?" Xianxian couldn't help but laugh. "Jojo, why do you dislike that young master so much?" Although she did not have much contact with Ding Yun, judging from his appearance, this young Master Ding still looked like a dog, and his temperament seemed to be quite docile. It was just that if Jojo didn't like someone, they would more or less have a grudge against her. He guessed that child Ding had offended Jojo before. Arbor didn't say anything. After a while, he said crisply, "Even if he helped us drive away Cody High, I still won't be lenient when it comes to making money." What he meant was that she had won 28 spirit coins by betting on him. After she had won the bet, he couldn't give her a single cent less. Xianxian immediately nodded, "Of course." But at that time, would young Master Ding lose so badly that he would cry? "At most, I'll give him 200 spirit coins as a tip." Miss Zhao's stingy nature immediately surfaced when she said this. Little Fatty couldn't help but twitch his mouth, but he still shook his head honestly and said, "Since you're giving it to me, we don't need to give it to you." Duan Muqing was speechless. What kind of teammates did he end up with? As they spoke, a staff member in front of the crystal screen reported the name of Team Longan. Mata and the others immediately rushed onto the field and fought against Team Frog, who had lost to Team Ox. Team Frog versus Team Longan. The atmosphere in the field was once again ignited. Will Dao Wuji be alright? The Peony Fairy couldn't help but mutter. The Ginkgo Fairy, who had a love-struck look on her face as she stared at the handsome man, unconsciously replied, "He looks so ordinary. Whether he dies or not has nothing to do with us." "Big sister, why do you care about him?" The Peony Fairy was speechless. After all, she had imprisoned Dao Wuji for so long, so she was just saying that casually. The Luo brothers glanced at each other. Dao Wuji wasn't bad-looking, was he? It was just that in front of their boss and Yuan Shichen, he was a little lacking. But they shouldn't let him die just because he was average-looking. Yuan Shichen was a little curious. What kind of mystic beast do you think Dao Wuji encountered? Why hasn't he come out for so long? Little Taisui snorted. It wouldn't be surprising if a dilly-dallying coward died in the Tower of Punishment. When little Taisui recalled how this man had repeatedly paced back and forth in front of the doors, it couldn't help but say, "Damn sissy." Everyone, did Dao Wuji look like a sissy? Little Taisui, on the other hand, was as pretty as a little girl with red lips and white teeth. Dao Wuji looked like a tough guy, but little Taisui kept calling him a D***MN sissy. That was really shocking. He doesn't look like a sissy, he's just a sissy. Little Taisui explained, "He's indecisive and sissy." He didn't like this guy at all. Yuan Shichen smiled. Little Taisui, you're quite good at judging people. Little Taisui's face darkened. He turned around and said angrily to Yuan Shichen, "Don't talk to me like I'm a kid. You have to respect me." Everyone was silent for a moment, selectively ignoring his words. As they spoke, they entered the 17th floor. As soon as they entered, they discovered that their surroundings were plunged into darkness. Or rather, it wasn't just the surroundings that were plunged into darkness. Above their heads, below their feet, and in front of their eyes, everything was a dazzling starry sky. The stars were like little diamonds embedded in the night sky, dazzling and gorgeous. Emolienne was slightly taken aback. She felt as if she were standing on a star, and all she could see was a vast expanse of starry sky. It was boundless, and she couldn't see the end of it. What was the meaning of this layer? Such a vast and boundless starry sky was displayed in front of him. What was he supposed to explore? Prince Emo was at a loss for a moment. He stared blankly at the boundless starry sky and slowly walked forward. He only felt that the stars in front of him were twinkling and changing unpredictably. For a moment, they were arranged into a picture, but in the next second, they changed into another shape. In the depths of the sea of stars, he seemed to be able to see a slender figure running ahead while waving her small hands and her skirt fluttering in the wind. With a flash of his body, he chased after him. However, that figure was so vague that it was like a bubble that was embedded in the sea of stars. There was no way he could catch up to it. He had no choice but to run forward. The more he chased her, the more he felt that she was getting further and further away from him. The shadow in the depths of the sea of stars seemed to be forever out of reach. Inexplicably, he became irritated in his heart. At the same time, in a small room on the 16th floor, a certain someone, who was being hung upside down on the flower branch's nourishment, was shouting at the top of his lungs, "Hey! Is there anyone here? Guards! Please stop fooling around, okay?" He felt that if this went on, his life force would be gradually absorbed by the morning glory. Soon, he would end up like the people around him. His life force would be sucked dry by the morning glory. How could this happen? He, Dao Wuji, was not someone who would sit around and wait for death. In order to survive, he might have to give it his all. He used his divine sense, and an item suddenly jumped out of his inner world. This was the celestial prime Saint Power Pearl that he used to save his life. He had bought it at a sky-high price. Every time he thought about it, he felt his heart ache. Unfortunately, he had already spent all his money. No matter how much he felt, it was useless. Moreover, if this money could save his life, it would be worth it. However, when the Saint Power Pearl exploded, it would not distinguish between friend and foe. In his current situation, he could not escape. If he threw the Saint Power Pearl, it would inevitably affect him. However, he no longer had a choice. He had reached the point where he had to risk his life. The winner would live, and the loser would die. Dao Wuji's heart skipped a beat. He raised his hand with difficulty and poured all the Saint Power he could gather into this high-level Saint Power Pearl. Soon, a loud explosion came from this small room. However, Emolienne and the others could not hear it. They were now trapped in the starry sky and could not help but run into the depths of the starry sky. The section break of Xianxia's house. ****** 20 days later. In Qianluo's underground arena, there were roars that were comparable to wild beasts. The battle for points had reached its climax. The first place on the crystal screen was Team Nyobi. This team had not met any opponents along the way. They had participated in the challenge tournament earlier and had obtained some points. Hence, Team Nyobi, who was in first place, had accumulated 906 points. As for Team Lychee from Arbor's family, they had accumulated 898 points and were in second place. Among these 898 points, there were 720 points from Arbor's victory in the challenge tournament. Arbor had fought a total of 38 matches in 20 days since he started participating in the challenge tournament, breaking the record of the previous challenge tournament. Arbor had been in the ring since the first day of the match and had never left the ring. As for Team Longan, because they did not participate in the main tournament, even if they worked hard every day, they only had 306 points and had not entered the top 50. A bunch of pitiful kids. They had to fight more than a dozen matches every day. They were dog-tired every day, and their points were so low. Arbor saw that they were quite pitiful, so he looked for Mata and said, "If we have 1,000 points, we'll give some to you." Mata immediately burst into tears, his face full of joy. They even asked the waitress at the service area about this. When the two ladies learned that Team Lychee from Arbor was going to give some points to Team Longan, they looked at them as if they were fools. It was as if the people from Arbor had done something stupid. Everyone knew how hard it was to earn points in the underground arena. There were actually people who wanted to give away their points. If they were not fools, then what were they? Arbor naturally did not give Mata and the others his points. He only asked them if they could do so and then went back with them. Mata, Huatao, and the others had been worried about their points. Now that they saw a glimmer of hope, they were very grateful to Miss Qiao. She was their lifesaver. The little girl had done them a huge favor. They didn't want to stay in this arena after a month of hard work and earn points to go home. Who knew what kind of punishment the instructors would give if they didn't complete this mission? Arbor's small arena matches were very easy now. Apart from the fierce challengers in the first few days, no one dared to challenge her in the arena these 2 days. There was no other reason. When Miss Qiao was in a good mood, she would practice with others for fun. If she was in a bad mood and happened to meet someone she didn't like, she would take out a spirit artifact and drop it for fun. Everyone had carefully calculated for her. A conservative estimate was that Miss Qiao had dropped at least 10 spirit artifacts. Every day, Steward Tang of the arena would send people to reinforce the defensive layer of the small arena to prevent innocent people from getting hurt. What else could you say to such a rich person? You couldn't afford to offend her, so you could at least avoid her. Arbor had just sat down in her seat when a person hurried over and bowed to her respectfully. Miss Qiao. Steward Zhu. Arbor nodded. The middle-aged man named Steward Zhu was the chief steward of the Zhu family, one of the 3 aristocratic families in Anka City. Miss Qiao, the patriarch sent this lowly one to ask if you have time to visit the Zhu family for a follow-up examination after today's matches. Arbor looked at the matches in the arena. The day's matches were almost over, so she nodded and said, "Sure, please wait a moment." Yes. Steward Zhu was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and quickly retreated to the side, tactfully not disturbing Arbor. Speaking of which, the only son of the Zhu family's patriarch was saved by the little girl before him. Speaking of this, the story went back to 20 days ago. Yubadian had set his eyes on the bloodshed vermilion fruit of the Zhu family. After failing to cheat him of it, he found people to intercept the patriarch and take it by force. The little girl happened to bump into him on the way and saved him in passing. After hearing that the Zhu family's patriarch had a holy medicine but didn't know how to use it, everything happened naturally. Now, everyone in the Zhu family regarded Arbor as their great benefactor who gave them a new lease on life. This was not only because he had saved the Zhu family's patriarch, but also because he had cured the Zhu family's only heir, the illness that young Master Zhu had when he was still in the womb. Although it was a saint-grade spirit fruit with superb effects, if it wasn't for the little girl, no one in the Zhu family would use this bloodshed vermilion fruit. Even if it was forcefully given to young Master Zhu, it might not be effective. But in fact, the Zhu family was too honest. The little girl didn't just conveniently save Patriarch Zhu. It was only because Qiao had coincidentally seen Patriarch Zhu being chased by someone that he had cheered. That person has the aura of the bloodshed vermilion fruit on him. She chased after him to help and conveniently saved him. After she obtained the vermilion fruit, the little stoic excused that the bloodshed vermilion fruit wasn't properly maintained and needed to be nurtured for 2 more days before it could be used. Very naturally, he transplanted this holy herb into his own herb garden on Paradise Planet. To help young Master Zhu improve his physique, there was no need to use the bloodshed vermilion fruit at all. It was simply overkill. The outer pulp of this bloodshed vermilion fruit could improve one's physique and prolong one's life. The biggest use of the core inside was to help people comprehend their spirit roots. Normal people probably didn't know about this point. She had only learned about it from Long Chuyun's personal notes. Seeing that the Zhu family had contributed a bloodshed vermilion fruit, the little stoic was very concerned about young Master Zhu's fetus illness. Not only did he use sacred water to recuperate his body, he even racked his brains to specially concoct the most suitable pulse-healing pill for him. He even reluctantly gave young Master Zhu 3 taels of spiritual tea and asked someone to brew it for him to recuperate his body and bones. In this way, 20 days later, young Master Zhu had been recuperated to the point where he was lively and energetic. Compared to his usual sickly appearance, he was much better. Although young Master Zhu was still unable to practice martial arts, his body was slowly recuperating. As long as this continued, he would definitely be able to practice martial arts after 3 years. In the past, when his body was weak, even with Xian meridians, he could only sigh at his inadequacy and was unable to accumulate Xian energy. But after recuperating his body, it was different. He could practice whenever he wanted, and slowly, his body would become stronger and stronger. Zhu Su took in a deep breath. When Arbor walked in, he saw young Master Zhu leaning against the window with only a thin outer robe draped over his body. "Come here." Under Miss Xiao's shout, young Master Zhu obediently climbed down from the window and ran to her side. The 2 servant girls who followed and looked down, and although the corners of their mouths were secretly twitching, they were already used to it. Thinking back to when Miss Xiao first came to treat young Master, she even rolled up her sleeves and gave young Master Zhu a beating. This? What did you want everyone to say? Their young master originally didn't have any will to live, but it was beaten back by this violent Miss Xiao. Cough. Although family head Zhu's heart ached when he saw his son being beaten up, he didn't expect the results to be so good after the beating. Family head Zhu had nothing to say. "Jojo, what did you bring for me today?" Young Master Zhu was about the same age as Arbor and was born with a baby face. Now that his complexion was getting better, his little face was rosy and it added some cuteness to a young man. When Arbor first met him, young Master Zhu was leaning against the window lifelessly, looking at the lake and feeling remorse. He didn't have the slightest bit of manliness. After taking his pulse and giving him a prescription, he responded weakly with just a breath more than a dead person. "What kind of explosive temper did Miss Xiao have? This great aunt had personally come to treat you for the sake of that stock of sacred medicine, and you still dare to give her the cold shoulder? One look and you know that face is asking for a beating." Fight. After a round of beating, Zhu Gongzi sobbed and became much more obedient. This naturally weak young master had always been well protected by the Zhu family head since he was a child. When had he ever seen such a violent doctor? "When I passed by a mask stall today, I saw 2 very interesting masks, so I bought them. Do you want them?" "Yes, yes, yes." Young Master Zhu did not step out of the house all year round, so he was curious about everything that happened outside. Not to mention a mask, even if you gave him a piece of dog poop, he would hold it in his hand and admire it for a long time. After Arbor finished treating him, he glanced at a certain someone who was playing with the mask with her head lowered. He snorted and said, "Let's go." "Hey, Jojo, don't go yet." Young Master Zhu hurriedly said, "Tomorrow night is the annual Chrysanthemum Festival. Why don't you take me out for a stroll?" Arbor turned his head and looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Young Master Zhu couldn't help but blush. He coughed lightly and said that, if you didn't speak up, my father definitely wouldn't have let me out. He had stayed in the house for so many years that he felt like he was going to rot. Not to mention anything else, even ordinary people walking around outside had become an extravagant hope for him. How could this not make him depressed and discouraged? Arbor patted his head. "Your body is getting better day by day, it's not a problem for you to go out for some fresh air." "Really?" Zhu Gongzi's baby face immediately lit up. "I'll introduce a few friends to you while I'm at it." Sure. Zhu Gongzi was overjoyed. He had been ill for so many years, not to mention friends, even relatives rarely visited him. "The condition is that you have to take your medicine well tonight and rest early." Yes, I will." Zhu Gongzi nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. His obedient appearance made the 2 servant girls beside him cover their mouths and secretly laugh. Arbor rather liked this simple youth in front of her. In the past, when she saw his lifeless appearance, she only felt very displeased. There was no other reason. A youth like him should be living under the sun, alright, why was he pretending to be melancholic for no reason? She hated it just looking at him. "Alright, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Arbor packed her things and walked out the door. "I'll come and pick you up tomorrow evening." "Alright." Zhu Gongzi waved his hand and sent her off with an expectant gaze. When Arbor was at the main entrance, she coincidentally bumped into Zhu family head, who had hurried back. Zhu family head looked a bit travel-worn. He must have taken care of a pile of matters and rushed over because he was concerned about his son's condition when he heard that she was in the residence. Zhubin hurried forward to greet her, "Little divine doctor." Arbor waved her hand. She was never a divine doctor. Her medical skills were only slightly better than ordinary people's. Your son's body has been nursed back to health quite well. He just needs to keep it up. I changed the prescription for him today. The medicine is mainly gentle and nourishing. After taking it well for 3 months, he should be able to recover. In the future, he just needs to consolidate a little. Zhu family head was overjoyed and thanked her profusely. Arbor continued, tomorrow is a rare chrysanthemum birthday. I want to bring Zhu Gongzi out for some fresh air. This will also help his condition. Now that young Master Zhu's body is starting to get better, it is necessary for him to take a stroll. Zhu family head stared blankly for a moment before nodding his head repeatedly in agreement. Then, he personally sent Miss Chiao out of the door. Watching Miss Chiao get into the carriage and leave, Zhu family head smiled. Congratulations, Patriarch. Young Master's illness is getting better and better. In a few more days, he might be able to cultivate. Manager Zhu also said with a face full of joy. Patriarch Zhu nodded. Fortunately, I met the little miracle doctor. Fortunately, the Patriarch trusts this little miracle doctor. If it was someone else, seeing that the little girl was so young, they might not even let her treat the young Master's illness. Now that Suer's illness has been cured, I can finally rest easy. Patriarch Zhu said with relief, when I go to the underworld and see Suer's mother, I will finally have the face to meet her. The Patriarch is in the prime of his life. In the future, he will have to watch the young Master get married and have children. If Madame knew about this, she would definitely be smiling in the underworld. Patriarch Zhu nodded. His expression suddenly turned serious. Anka City hasn't been peaceful recently. Tomorrow, when the little miracle doctor and Suer go out, you must send more people to protect them. Yes, Patriarch. Manager Zhu cupped his hands in salute and naturally agreed. The next day, Arbor lazily said to everyone after they finished their matches, tonight, there's a chrysanthemum festival in the city. I plan to bring young Master Zhu there for a stroll. Those who want to come along can come. Ma Ta was the first to raise his hand. I was just about to tell you. I also heard from others that this chrysanthemum festival is very lively. There's even free chrysanthemum wine along the streets to taste. Oh? Then we should go and take a look. Lu Yu, Jiang Shaoxin, and Hua Tao all nodded. For so long, everyone had been cooped up in the underground arena to compete every day. They were almost petrified from all the fighting, it was rare for them to go out and relax. Only fools wouldn't go. Xiao Qiao, Zhu family's young master, is he the one that you often go to treat these days? Xiao Qiao's glorious deed of saving Zhu family's head had long been spread in the city. Basically, everyone knew that family head Zhu wanted to snatch a sacred medicine from family head Zhu. He didn't hesitate to chase after family head Zhu and was saved by a little godly doctor in the end. Yes, it's that young Master Zhu, Arbor said indifferently. Xianxia smiled happily. That's great. I heard that young Master Zhu is sick all day. He should come out more often. Tonight's chrysanthemum festival, let's drink to our heart's content and not go home until we're drunk. Duanmu glanced at her coolly and said in a low voice, don't we have to compete early in the morning tomorrow? This was simply like a basin of cold water that instantly extinguished Qi Xuanxuan's enthusiasm. Little Fatty smiled and said, we can still drink a few cups. As for not going home until we're drunk, forget it. After all, they still had to compete tomorrow. However, in these 20 days of competition, each of them had improved a lot. They had benefited a lot from actual combat. Coupled with the spirit tea that Arbor had given them, all of them except for Arbor had advanced a small step. Jiang Shaoxin had entered the level 1 mastery realm, Lu Yu had advanced to the level 2 initial mastery realm, and Hua Tao had entered the level 2 entry mastery realm. As for the little fatty, his improvement was the greatest. He broke through the threshold of the spirit realm from the peak of level 15 mystic cultivator realm and ascended to the entry level of level 1 spiritual cultivator realm in one leap. Qi Xianxian, Duanmu Qing, and Ma Ta had also improved. They had respectively risen to the initial success stage of level 14 mystic cultivator, the entry stage of level 4 spiritual cultivator, and the peak stage of level 1 spiritual cultivator. Compared to everyone who had more or less taken a small step, Xiaomu's situation appeared a bit strange. She clearly felt that the barrier to the spirit realm was within her reach, very very close, but no matter what, he couldn't seem to pass the threshold, and was always blocked in front of the door of the spirit realm. Thinking of this, Arbor couldn't help but shake his head, temporarily throwing this question to the back of his mind. When it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, the group of people boarded 2 separate carriages and arrived at the Zhu family's gate. They picked up young Master Zhu and took him to the busiest street in Winca City. At the same time, Yu Badian, who was raging in his room, received an uninvited guest. This customer's appearance was very mediocre. At first glance, he looked no different from an ordinary person on the street. However, his eyes were extremely thin and long, and his voice sounded a bit like a eunuch's. Family head Yu, not only did you not obtain the holy medicine, but you also attracted trouble for no reason. Do you want to let this matter rest? Who are you? Yu Badian wasn't a fool. He wanted to compete with family head Zhu for the position of the head of the aristocratic families in Winca City, but he wouldn't allow his family to be in danger. Who are you? Yu Badian asked in a low voice. Just call me Brother Go. The feminine voice let out a shrill laugh. Yu Badian furrowed his brows. This person was able to sneak into his master bedroom without anyone noticing. It was obvious that the Yu family's guards were useless against him. His cultivation was naturally much higher than anyone in the Yu family. Yu Badian didn't want to make an enemy out of this mysterious person, at least not now. Judging from the Zhu family's attitude, they were definitely planning to start a war with them. Family head Yu didn't want to provoke a mysterious enemy in front of a strong enemy. Therefore, he relaxed his expression and put on a respectful attitude as he called out, Brother Go. Brother Go, why are you visiting so late at night? A small brocade box suddenly fell into family head Yu's hand. Send the best person in your family to challenge the arena champion tomorrow. Yu Badian couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. The current champion was a rich man through and through. She probably dropped more than 10 spiritual artifacts in the past 20 days. Brother Go smiled eerily. What do you think is in the box I gave you? It's an elixir that can instantly increase a person's strength by 3 times. What? You only need to send a disciple who's a spiritual master. Imagine if a level 4 spiritual master's strength is increased by 3 times. What will happen? Yu Badian's breathing quickened. Brother Go, do you have a grudge against the young arena champion? Brother Go didn't even bat an eyelid. He just said calmly, that's not something you need to worry about. In short, you are responsible for killing this person for me. Okay. Yu Badian was very happy. He couldn't wait to kill this little miracle doctor girl. That way, without the miracle doctor's treatment, the Zhu family's only son's condition would worsen. As long as the sickly Zhu family continued to fall, family head Zhu would naturally have to take care of him. The Yu family would definitely take over the Zhu family sooner or later. However, my lord, my eldest son has been delayed by some matters and hasn't been able to return to the clan yet. It will probably take another 5 or 6 days. Could you give me a few more days? Brother Go furrowed his brows. Are you sure you can make it in time for the main competition to end? I'm sure. Yu Badian nodded with a smile. The arena battle tournament will end in 8 days. My eldest son, Yu Hui, will definitely make it back. It would be better to let that little champion continue to be happy for a few more days until the competition was almost over. Let my son chase that girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth down the stage. The feeling of falling from the clouds to the mud must be wonderful. Ha 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 ha. The high-pitched voice laughed. Brother Guzzi nodded and said, You're right. I'll leave this matter to you. Yes. Yu Badian licked his lips excitedly. Yu Badian couldn't help but laugh out loud when he thought about how sullen he had been for the past few days and how he would be able to relax after a few days. Xiao, how many more days do you think you can be the champion of the arena? For the sake of smoothness, I'll give your son something that will guarantee his victory. Come with me. Arbor naturally didn't know that Yu Badian and an unknown person were plotting against her behind her back. Even if she knew, she would probably scoff at them. Did they really think that the spirit medicine that could increase cultivation by 3 times was so easy to take? It might feel good for a while, But would they still want to live after taking it? The human body had a tolerance for spirit power. Otherwise, why was it said that one shouldn't take risks when advancing? Once this tolerance was exceeded, the human body wouldn't be able to withstand it and would easily explode and die. Arbor didn't know that family Heju had been instigated to deal with her. At this moment, she was leading young Master Zhu, Xianxia, and the others slowly on the bustling streets of Anka City. Today, pots of chrysanthemums were placed on both sides of the streets of Anka City, but few people actually took out chrysanthemum wine and invited people to taste it. However, it made sense. In this day and age, wine was a luxury item. This year's chrysanthemum festival was purely for appreciating the flowers. There's no wine. Mata looked disappointed. He wanted to taste the chrysanthemum wine of Anka City and see if it was any different from the ones he had eaten before. Arbor glanced at him in amusement. You want to drink? Jojo has wine? There's good bamboo leaf wine and homemade winter fruit wine. Which one do you want to drink? Winter fruit wine, everyone said in unison. Then let's go. Arbor pointed at a flower rack made of potted chrysanthemum plants in front of him. A few tables and chairs were placed there for the tourists to rest their feet. When the group walked over, they saw that many people were sitting at the tables and chairs in front of the flower rack. Some people were holding cups and shaking their heads as they commented on the chrysanthemum wine and recited poems. There were also some people sitting around a table, holding a bamboo tablet and racking their brains for something. What are they doing? Mata curiously went over to take a look. After a while, he squeezed out of the crowd and smiled at Arbor and the others. There's a small amount of chrysanthemum wine here, but you have to guess at least 3 riddles on the bamboo tablet. Are you going to guess? Xianxia and the others looked at him curiously. Mata quickly shook his head. Don't we have winter fruit wine? Why do you have to fight for the chrysanthemum wine? Xianxia sneered, actually, you're just not smart enough to guess it. As he spoke, he saw Duanmu Qing walk out from the crowd with a small wine jar in his hand. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at him. Duanmu, how many puzzles have you guessed correctly? Upper limit. Everyone was speechless. What's the upper limit? 12 questions. Is everything correct? Xianxia asked curiously as she blinked her eyes. Okay. Everyone sat down at a square table and surrounded it. Then, they pulled out a stool from the side and sat down. Each of them took out a small cup from their inner world and accepted the cup of wine that Duanmu Qing poured for them. They took a sip and smacked their lips. It's too faint. It looks like it has been diluted with water. Mata put down the cup with a disappointed expression. Everyone else put down their cups after tasting a mouthful. What's so good about diluted wine? Arbor took out a jade wine gourd from his inner world. Try my winter fruit wine. Everyone made the same gesture, wanting to pour away the wine in their cups and accept Arbor's winter fruit wine. Who knew that an old man in ragged clothes would jump out from the side, holding a large bowl with a chipped corner. He smiled at them and said, Don't waste it. Little friends, if you don't want to drink, give it to me. The old man opened his mouth and smiled, revealing a row of shiny teeth. Arbor saw that the old man had a red nose and was dressed in tattered clothes. Although he looked like a beggar, his spirit and appearance were very good. She couldn't help but find it funny. She nodded and signaled everyone to pour the chrysanthemum wine into the old man's bowl. The old man was beaming with joy. He grinned foolishly at her for a while before holding the big bowl and squatting at the side to drink. Everyone shook their heads helplessly and turned to look at Arbor. Arbor opened the jade gourd and a strong fragrance of fruit wine floated out of the gourd. The old man who was squatting at the side and drinking the wine like it was water suddenly twitched his nose. He got up from the ground and turned to look in Arbor's direction. There were many elderly people sitting in front of the flower stand. When they smelled the wine, they all turned to look at Arbor. Wow! Xianxia and the others couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Jojo, you still have such good wine hidden away. You've really hidden it well. Arbor couldn't help but feel helpless. Actually, this winter fruit wine was made by Little Tree when he was bored. Naturally, she didn't have the leisure to do so. The reason was that there were too many winter fruits. Even though she had already given Prince Mo a lot of winter fruits, there were still many left in the storage. Little Tree thought that they were taking up space and it was a pity to throw them away, so he took all of them to make wine. Come, let's drink. Mata laughed and raised his cup to everyone. The 9 cups clinked lightly and a mouthful of winter fruit wine went down their stomachs. They only felt that it was sweet and pleasant. The fruit wine in their stomachs emitted a trace of heat. This taste is too good. Xianxia couldn't help but praise. Even someone like her who didn't drink often felt that this fruit wine was very good. There was a trace of sweetness, but it wasn't too sweet. After drinking it, she felt that her muscles and veins were very smooth. It was really good stuff. The old beggar at the side was already drooling. He scratched his ears and cheeks as he stood beside Arbor's table with a strange expression. Little girl, is this wine really brewed from the winter fruit? The old man with rosacea asked curiously. It was not like he had never tasted winter fruit wine before, but how could it taste so strong? It's winter fruit wine. Arbor nodded with certainty. But, these winter fruits had been soaked in holy water for a while. At that time, Arbor originally wanted to make chilled winter fruit, but it was soaked there for a long time without being touched. When she remembered, the impatient sapling had already disposed of it. So, what could she say? The old man with rosacea ran to Arbor's side and chuckled. Little girl, can you give this old man a sip of your wine? Arbor saw his bright eyes staring straight at the jade gourd in her hand. When he spoke, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It was obvious that he was an alcoholic. Okay, I'll share with you. Arbor nodded reluctantly. Since you're an old man. Everyone, Arbor held the wine gourd and poured wine for the old man. The old man watched from the side and urged, more, more. Little girl, don't be stingy. Your wine gourd clearly contains dozens of barrels of wine. Giving this old man a big bowl won't be a loss. Arbor's eyes flashed. She poured half a bowl and stopped. Tell me who you are, and I'll fill it up for you. There were so many people present, but no one noticed anything strange about her jade gourd. Why did this old man have better eyesight than others? No one would believe him if he said he wasn't a hermit expert. The old man pursed his lips and gave Arbor a sidelong glance. How can a little doll like you talk like that? I'm just an ordinary old beggar. Arbor naturally didn't believe him and snorted softly. Seeing her withdrawing her hand and about to take back the jade gourd, the old man instantly panicked and made a fuss. Hey, what exactly do you want to know, little doll? Tell me. Do you dare to say that you didn't purposely approach me for some purpose? Arbor asked indifferently. The old man immediately put on an innocent look and chuckled. What purpose could this old man have? This old man smelled the wine, and the alcohol bug in my stomach flared up, so I ran over to ask a little doll like you for a cup of wine. The old beggar did his best to put on a please look at my sincere old face look. Oh, is that so? Arbor couldn't help but scoff. Stop pretending. With your eyesight, you can tell that my jade gourd is different from the rest at a glance, and you still dare to say that you're not an expert? The old man hastily waved his hand and said, No, it's you who's thinking too much, little doll. After saying that, the old man simply dragged a stool from the side and squeezed his way to Arbor's side to sit down. He said with a grin, Forget it, seeing that you rewarded this old man with a mouthful of wine, this old man will give you something good. So that a little doll like you won't always think that this old man is a swindler. Arbor was a bit amused inwardly, but she didn't show it on her face. No matter how the old man looked at her little stoic face, he couldn't make out any clues. The old man couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated and dissatisfied with her attitude. He pressed, Don't tell me you're not the least bit curious? Shouldn't such a young little girl immediately reveal an interested expression and ask what he was going to give her when she heard someone say that he was going to give her a gift? Why didn't this little fellow in front of him follow the routine at all? A certain Jojo who didn't fall for the old man's trick blinked and asked along with the old man's words, Then what do you want to give me, old grandpa? The old man's face instantly lit up with joy, and he slapped his thigh and said with a smile, That's right. Little girl, don't pretend to be old all day. Arbor's mouth twitched, but she didn't argue. How about this, you give me 2 full bowls, and I'll let you see that good thing. Hearing this, Mata couldn't help but laugh. You old man, don't tell me you're here to cheat us of our wine? young man, don't talk nonsense. Am I that kind of person? The Jojo's is Jojo, St juice, jot stss, t's s's sttts. TTS have 8s to T. Arbor tilted her little head. Old grandpa, other than wine, I also have side dishes to go with it. Do you want some? The old man's eyes lit up when he heard that. Come. You little child, you're so mean. You only thought of side dishes after watching this old man drink for so long. Everyone, this old man was a natural socializer. He didn't feel the least bit embarrassed about extorting a little girl like this. Arbor waved her hand and took out a plate of spicy yellow croakers. She held it in her arms and said, Old grandpa, what good stuff do you have? The corners of the old man's mouth twitched. You stingy girl, you really don't act unless you see an incentive. Here, don't say that this old man cheated you of your food and wine. This is for you. Then, he reached into his robes and took out a round transparent ball. He threw it in front of the little fellow and was done with it. The little fellow raised her hand and took a look at the transparent ball, only to see that there was still half a wall of water rippling inside. A unique, richly ornamented 3-story boat, which looked like a model, was drifting with the waves inside. Her small hand shook the transparent ball. Arbor could clearly sense that this was not some condensed mystic domain similar to the heart of paradise. Thus, she could not let her little tree take it in and make it into a new planet. So, what was the use of it? She turned to look at the little old man and pursed her lips. Old grandpa, what is this? Ah, it looks quite unique. Xianxia and young Master Zhu both leaned over and took the small ball. They held it in their hands and admired it. Arbor, however, did not think much of it. What was the use of giving a small model that could only be admired and played with? You really don't know what's good for you. The old man blew his beard and glared at her. Then, he pointed at Duan Muqing. Explain it to this little girl. He looked like he was busy drinking and eating and could not be bothered to speak to Arbor. Duan Muqing turned to look at Arbor and said softly, Jojo, quickly thank this senior. The old man waved his hand and used his chopsticks to pick up the small yellow croaker. There's no need to thank me. Why don't you bring 2 more dishes to this old man? I was right to say that you were stingy. You were only willing to give me 1 dish. Why aren't you stingy to death? Xiao Mu blinked her large, black eyes. She took the transparent ball that little young Sir Zhu handed over and shook it vigorously. What is it? This is a sealing ball. It can seal large objects inside. When the time comes, the outer seal can be broken and the object inside can be taken. Sealing ball? Never heard of it. Arbor raised his hand to touch the sphere and asked curiously, you mean, there's a real 3-story ship sealed in this sphere? Duan Muqing nodded and looked at the old man with some confusion. This old man was dressed in rags and had a wretched appearance. Who would have thought that once he made a move, he would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? This priceless sealing ball was very rare. It was also very rare in the Divine Continent, let alone in the Shuntian prefecture. Grandpa, what benefits do you want? Arbor turned around and asked the old man. He was slightly wary. I don't have anything valuable to exchange with you. Bah. The old man couldn't help but want to spit on this child's face. How could he not know the extent of this little fellow's wealth? That was someone who could casually drop a spirit tool, yet here he was complaining about being poor in front of this old man. Arbor raised his hand and touched his little face that wasn't spat on. He squeezed towards Xianxia with a look of disdain. Why are you spitting on me? Don't deny it when I say that you're stingy. The old man blew his beard and glared. This old man may be poor, but I won't go so far as to cheat a child like you. This thing is for you to play with. You don't have to spend money to exchange for it. Oh. Arbor was indifferent. He reached out and kept the sealing ball back into his inner world. The old man was immediately angered to the point of laughter. Look, this little girl did it on purpose. This stinky lass was clearly waiting for him to finish his sentence so that she could naturally and calmly keep the item away. Old grandpa, do you want another bowl? Arbor asked in a small voice. Bah. Even if he drank himself to death, he wouldn't be able to drink it back. The old man glared at her in annoyance and then placed the empty bowl in front of her. Do you still need to ask? Fill it up. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. This ship is called Red Firmament Blue Waves. Not to mention the ordinary rivers, lakes, and seas, you can even go to the lower star field and the upper 3 continents. The old man snorted. Arbor's eyes lit up when she heard that. Go in the water, swim in the fire. Can you go up to the sky? I already told you that you're called Xiao. The old man angrily reached out his hand and smacked her little head. Then if you give this ship to me, how are you going to go back, old grandpa? Arbor raised her hand to cover her head and asked curiously. It's none of your business. I have my own way of going back. The old man suddenly came back to his senses and couldn't help but laugh. You little doll, you've learned how to trick me, haven't you? His answer was obviously admitting that he was from the divine continent. Humph, this old man doesn't care about you anymore. The old man, who was in a bad mood after being tricked, angrily took out a wooden wine gourd from his chest. Fill it up. Arbor glanced at his gourd and pursed her lips. Even if I pour the entire gourd out for you, it might not be able to fill it up. Darn brat, you're really not easy to trick. That's right, this gourd of his was also a treasure. He originally wanted to trick the little girl, but who would have thought that she would see right through him? How infuriating, the old man said angrily, then I'll pour half of it. Arbor looked at the old child helplessly and nodded. She slapped her hand and a stream of wine instantly shot out from the jade gourd. It formed a winding curve and accurately entered the black wooden gourd in the old man's hand. The old man nodded and said, Little doll, your technique is not bad. Quick, give me more. You stingy doll, how is this half? It's not even a third full. The old man noisily asked Arbor to give him half a gourd of winter fruit wine before he clicked his tongue in satisfaction. He reached out and finished the remaining wine in the bowl. Then, he put the bowl into his bosom and waved his hand. He stood up and said, There's no need to send me off. Everyone was speechless as they watched the old man leave. However, after taking 2 steps, he turned back and took the half plate of small yellow croakers from the table into his arms. Only then did he wave his hand and leave in satisfaction. Xianxia could not help but laugh. This strange old man is really strange. I can't see through this old man's cultivation, Duanmu said calmly. I'm afraid he's a God State expert. Little Fatty could not help being stunned when he heard that. He did not expect that that old man was actually a deity realm expert. One had to know that in the 6 prefectures continent, deity realm experts were extremely rare. If a clan had a deity realm expert overseeing it, then it could be considered a medium-sized clan. Young Master Zhu nodded and said, That's right. The old man is so skilled in martial arts, yet he disguised himself as a ragged beggar and walked around our Shuntian continent. He must be a hidden expert. Arbor could not help but secretly twitch the corner of her mouth. She did not know why, but she felt that the old man's ragged clothes could not be so high and mighty. Perhaps, it was because he was poor. After the old man hugged his wine gourd and walked out of the flower rack, he looked down at his tattered clothes and couldn't help but slap his old hand hard. You won't be able to swallow your pride. If he had asked for spirit coins from that damned child just now, wouldn't he have been able to get rid of his tattered clothes? Angrily, he found a doorstep and sat down. Then, he took out a communication jade talisman from his pocket and wrote on it, Third brother, are you blind? The crown prince's wife is stingy. How could he be an interesting person? Don't you know how stingy she is? Thinking of that expressionless face, the old man couldn't help but feel his teeth ache. In the future, if he were to bring this master back, it would be very lively. The emperor's cold face against his daughter-in-law's expressionless face, cough cough, who knows who would win? Arbor's group drank 2 more cups of winter fruit wine under the flower rack. During this time a few old men boldly came forward to ask for more, and Arbor gave it all to them. Thus, the other old men sitting under the flower rack also came forward to try half a cup of winter fruit wine. Fortunately, Arbor's small jade gourd actually contained dozens of barrels of wine. Even if she gave half to the old man with rosacea, the winter fruit wine inside was enough for thousands of people to drink. There were only a dozen old men present, so it didn't matter. I really didn't expect that we would meet an old man giving Jojo a gift while we were strolling on the street. Mata couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He had heard of the red Nimbus Blue Wave ship before, but he couldn't recall it at first. This ship could truly travel between the 6 prefectures of the lower star field and the 3 prefectures of the upper star field. As expected, good-looking people would eat and drink well wherever they went, otherwise, how could you explain why a beggar would give Jojo a gift? Arbor didn't think much of it. Although she didn't know what the old man's motive was, she didn't need to guess to know one thing. The old man gave this ship to her in hopes that she would bring Prince Mo back to the Divine Prefecture. However, why did they have to obediently return when someone else summoned them? What kind of joke was this? He would still accept the gift. As for whether he would return it or not, that would depend on his mood. She wouldn't leave the 6 prefectures continent until she dealt with the Clear Sky sect and found Fangu and Fanshoha. It was unknown which rat hole Fanshoha was hiding in, or whether he had become moldy or stinky. Arbor coldly closed his eyes and calmly put away the wine gourd. Let's go. It's getting late. I need to get a good night's sleep. I still have to play tomorrow morning. Young Master Zhu, on the other hand, seemed rather excited. The fruit wine was mild, and Arbor allowed him to drink half a cup. At this moment, Master Zhu's baby face was very red, and his complexion looked very good. Jojo, how about I come to the underground arena to watch your match tomorrow? Young Master Zhu pleaded. It's not safe in the city recently. If you go out alone, your father will be worried. Arbor said faintly. Even a fool could see that the 3 noble families in Wenka City were fighting each other. Young Master Zhu's safety would be compromised if he went out recklessly. Zhu Su hurriedly said, I'll bring more people with me. Arbor frowned slightly. You drank half a cup of wine today. You might have a headache tomorrow. Why don't you rest for a few days before going out? Young Master Zhu immediately wilted. Arbor ignored him. She stood up with the others and walked to the carriage parked at the corner of the long street. Before they reached the carriage, Arbor's eyes suddenly narrowed. Her footsteps suddenly stopped, and the people around her also stopped with strange expressions on their faces. Suddenly, a group of hooligans with machetes appeared from the corner. The machetes in their hands were brandished at the crowd. However, how could these ordinary hooligans be a match for Arbor and the rest? Xianxia and the rest kicked away the hooligans who got close. However, because there were too many hooligans in the fight, Arbor and the rest were subconsciously separated by a certain distance. Duan Muqing's expression was cold. He raised his hand and a few thorns drilled out from the ground, directly binding a few men who rushed forward to catch them. In just a few exchanges, several local ruffians and hooligans were hung high on the thorns of the wood brambles, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws while howling. Duan Muqing acted as though he didn't hear the hooligan screams and took care of a few more before turning to look at Arbor, who was handling the crowd with ease. Arbor's moves were very decisive and powerful. Basically, those hooligans were completely taken care of by her fist before they could even get close to her. Arbor didn't give any face to these people who suddenly rushed out with bad intentions. She also didn't think that she was too heavy-handed. Since they dared to run out to make trouble for her, Qiao Mu, after accepting money, then they were probably prepared to die. The leader of the hooligans had a fierce look on his face. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of Arbor and the rest, he hurriedly whistled, "Go." They were just the vanguard team who came to stir up trouble. When the time came, they just had to retreat. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was extremely cruel. Arbor waved her slender hand and threw the unconscious body of a hooligan onto the leader of the hooligans. The hooligan cried out in pain and took a few steps back. "Stop them," Arbor said calmly. At the same time, a little white squirrel jumped down from her shoulder and scurried back and forth in the crowd. Everyone who was bitten by the little squirrel howled and fell to the ground. Only then did the group of hooligans know fear. They realized that the people in front of them were not people they could provoke. Go, 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 go. Seeing that the reinforcement still hadn't arrived, the local ruffian couldn't help but panic. He had received a large sum of money and brought his men here to stop Arbor's group. To put it bluntly, he had no idea why they had set this up. Seeing that they were going to die in Arbor's hands if this went on, the local ruffian couldn't help but panic. He hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, please stop. Listen to me first." Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Oh, you're here to look for trouble but you can't win. Now you know how to beg for mercy? It's useless to shout and beg for mercy. Mata rolled his eyes and said loudly, "You bunch of little bastards, leave your lives here. You dare to cause trouble in front of your grandpa Mata? You deserve to end up like this." Bang! In the midst of the chaos, a loud bang came from where the carriage was parked at the corner of the street. It was as if the entire carriage had been blown up by something. Xiao Mu and the others were taken aback, and they hastily walked over. When they saw that their carriage had been blown to smithereens, Arbor couldn't help but be enraged. What kind of joke was this? She was the one who hired the carriage. Now that these people blew up her carriage, wouldn't she have to dig out spirit coins to pay for the carriage's repair fees? At the thought of this, Arbor couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. Xianxia also stomped her feet and wailed, F***ck. Which bastard dared to blow up your family's great-aunt's carriage? Come out. Arbor reached out and lightly tugged at little young Master Zhu's sleeve. Don't run around and don't leave my side easily, okay? Zhu wasn't a fool. Although his experience in the pugilistic world was very shallow, he was someone who loved reading and paid attention to thinking. Therefore, he was at most inexperienced in the world, but his brain was still relatively smart. From the looks of it, they seemed to be coming for him. Jojo and the rest were probably implicated by him. At this thought, little young Master Zhu couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy. Jojo, I feel that this group of people is most likely coming for me. I'm sorry, I've made everyone unhappy. Seeing little young Master Zhu's gloomy appearance, Xianxia couldn't help but chuckle. What does this have to do with you? It's completely because these people don't have eyes and want to bump into our blades. Mata even laughed out loud. It's fine. Let me tell you. I was still fretting that there wouldn't be anyone for me to practice with after I advanced. Although these people's martial arts skills are mediocre, it's still better than nothing. His aggrieved tone made it seem like this group of local ruffians and hooligans were completely a bunch of trash that simply couldn't take a few punches from him. At this time, another group of people came out from behind the exploded carriage. They were completely different from this group of small fries with meager martial arts skills. These people who jumped out to besiege them were basically all level 14 mystic cultivators and above. There were a total of 30 people who came. They surrounded Arbor and the rest in the middle, while the outer layer was a grandiose group of local ruffians. At a glance, the situation seemed to be very unfavorable for Arbor and the rest. In fact, in the eyes of Arbor and the others, the latter group was also very weak. Take the little fatty for example. He could send 2 people flying with a single punch, so one could imagine how much of an overstatement the cultivation of these newly emerged level 14 mystic cultivators was. The advancement of one's cultivation base was divided into 2 categories, cultivation through hard work and rapid advancement through medicine. For trash like them who relied solely on medicine, when they met an opponent of the same level, they would be killed in an instant. After Arbor dealt with the people around him, he tugged on young Master Zhu's sleeve and took a few steps forward. She only saw a black shadow, like a great rock spreading its wings, fly in front of her with a whoosh. Raising his hand, he grabbed young Master Zhu, who was beside her, without any explanation. How could Arbor allow anyone to lay a finger on young Master Zhu? With a fierce kick, he took the opportunity to push Master Zhu behind him. Without hesitation, a row of silver needles flew out. They were divided into 3 parts, the upper part, the middle part, and the lower part. They went straight for the man's eyes, chest, and lower abdomen. These 3 ruthless rows of needles came rather quickly. The man was startled and hastily retreated backward with swift reflexes. Following that, he dodged and hovered in the air for 2 laps. When he steadied himself, he looked back. He saw that several local ruffians and hooligans didn't escape and became his scapegoats. At this time, these local ruffians all had silver needles stuck in their chests. They were foaming at the mouth and had their eyes tightly shut. It was obvious that they had already fainted. It didn't look like a lethal poison, but it was indeed vicious to be able to cause a person to faint in an instant. Who knew if these local ruffians and hooligans could wake up again? That person clearly didn't expect Arbor's reaction to be so fast. After failing to grab him, he immediately drew a flexible sword from his waist and charged behind Arbor in the direction of little young Master Zhu. How could Arbor let him touch Zhu? His gaze sharpened, and a stream of water coiled around his palm and abruptly struck the man's sword-wielding wrist. As a result, that man's flexible sword abruptly shifted to the side, and he also dodged to the side. A powerful spiritual energy seeped out of the flexible sword tip and pounced toward Arbor and little young Master Zhu from a distance, abruptly creating a spiritual energy vortex. Arbor promptly made a decision and set up a defensive barrier in front of him, blocking all of the man's attacks. A shooting star powder was mercilessly flung over. With a series of clanking sounds, the man used his flexible sword to hastily deflect that shooting star powder, but more than half of the local ruffians and hooligans around him were caught in the crossfire. This group of local ruffians and hooligans fell to the ground and wailed as they rolled around under the shooting star powder. Xianxia and the others didn't care about their lives and either stepped on them or kicked them away to prevent them from blocking the way. They didn't take them seriously at all. This caused the group of people to wail and cry for their parents. All of them rolled around on the ground, hating that their parents didn't give them an extra pair of hands so that they could quickly crawl away from this bloody battle. Little Fatty's group of 7 started fighting with the group of level 14 and above mystic cultivators. Although the other party had the advantage in numbers, their combat strength wasn't too strong, so they were relatively easy to deal with. As for Arbor, he only needed to protect that little young Master Zhu. When the mystic cultivators who arrived later saw that they couldn't take down a few young men and women despite having so many people on their side, they couldn't help but feel anxious, and their attacks also intensified. Someone roared, "Berserk tiger," and a ferocious tiger suddenly jumped out from behind him. Xianxia glanced at it and couldn't help but sneer. "Where's the mystic beast you summoned?" As soon as he finished speaking, the golden lion roared and jumped out majestically. Without any explanation, it slapped the tiger summoned by the man and sent it flying. Wah! That level 14 mystic cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Xianxia in horror. To be able to kill his own Xian beast with a single slap, how powerful must it be? If it weren't for the fact that his beast was on the verge of death, he wouldn't have suffered such a severe backlash. The golden-haired lion seemed to have entered a no-man's land, sweeping away all the little ruffians in front of it with one paw. The person who was fighting Arbor saw that the situation was not good, so he hurriedly gave a look to his disciples. He stretched out his leg and kicked a few of the ruffians' buttocks, making them fly in front of Arbor, while he quickly retreated. Arbor coldly swept a glance over and tossed little young Master Zhu to Xianxia and the others to protect. She had already shot out and leaped onto the snow leopard's back in a few steps, patting its head. The snow leopard quickly chased after him and madly dashed around the streets with the man for a while before stopping in front of a vermilion gate. The gate was tightly shut, and there was a mighty stone lion squatting on each side of the gate. A vermilion plaque hung in the middle with the words "U Estate" written on it. Arbor's cold gaze landed on the U Estate's tightly shut gate, and an ebony talisman automatically floated into her hand. With a light flick of her finger, the ebony talisman quickly disappeared into the air. Xiaomu expressionlessly raised her hand, and several hundred normal talisman papers rose from her fingertips in the blink of an eye. They flew up in an orderly fashion and floated above the U Estate in a single file, imperceptibly constructing a large-scale talisman matrix. This large talisman formation was made up of 324 ordinary yellow talismans. Once the talisman formation was formed, unless the people of the U residence broke the formation from the inside, they would be locked inside and unable to find a way out. This was a maze array, and it was one that Arbor had personally researched and improved. If she used a large maze array and threw out 648 yellow talismans, she could lock down the entire street where the U residence was located. When Xianxia and the others arrived, they saw Arbor sitting in front of the U residence with a stool. Her stoic face was expressionless. "Jojo." Xianxia hurried over, followed by the pale-faced young Master Zhu. Arbor raised her head and glanced at him. She softly reprimanded, "Useless. You're so scared that your face turned white over such a small matter." Although she was reprimanding him, she shot out several beams of white light with a flick of her finger. Silver needles entered his acupoints, and Zhu complexion improved slightly. Arbor retrieved the silver needles from the air and tossed him a small medicine bottle. "Take it." Young Master Zhu stuttered as he took the medicine bottle and took a calming pill. Only then did he feel the panic in his heart subside slightly. He had been well protected by his father since he was young. He had never seen such a chaotic situation of being hunted down. He didn't expect to hit the jackpot on his first trip out. Little Fatty looked at young Master Zhu sympathetically. Although his family background was not as good as young Master Zhu's, his body was strong. He was not like young Master Zhu, who panted after running a few steps and his heart pounded wildly. When your body fully recovers, cultivate properly. Little Fatty patted young Master Zhu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Your body is too weak." The youth blushed slightly and hurriedly nodded. "Jojo, why are we blocking the entrance of the Yu residence?" Xianxia looked curiously at Arbor and asked. "Compensation," Arbor said indifferently. He didn't feel at all that it was ridiculous for him to block the entrance of the Yu residence and ask for compensation. The people from the Yu residence had smashed her carriage into smithereens. Shouldn't this debt be settled with them? Did they really think that Arbor was a pushover? She wasn't a fool. She had to compensate, and she had to compensate 10 times the amount, otherwise, any cat or dog would be able to bully her and casually take away her ride, wouldn't it? Looking at the completely serious expression on that stoic little face, everyone silently suppressed their laughter and put on a solemn expression as they nodded in unison. That's right. Compensation should be made. Their family head is called Yubadian, right? Mata said with a smile. Should we call inside? Arbor nodded. Yes. Tell Yubadian to pay 1,000,000 spirit coins as compensation for the loss of the carriage. Everyone was speechless. You're asking for such an exorbitant price. Does your conscience not hurt? All right. Mata cleared his throat and immediately shouted at the Yu family, "Family head Yu, we are the ones who were chased by your family's disciples just now. We've already sealed off the Yu residence. Don't try in vain to escape with your own abilities. That's impossible. Obediently hand over 1,000,000 spirit coins as a fine, and this debt will be temporarily written off." At this time, Yubadian, who was in the inner chamber of the Yu residence, received the news from his disciple and hurried out to look at the sky. Above the house, a dark and gloomy vortex had replaced the originally bright sky. When everyone looked up, they could no longer see the blue sky and white clouds. All they could see were small vortexes. "Patriarch, something bad has happened." Among the Yu family elders who had heard the news, an old man walked out and said with a frightened expression, "Someone has set up a talisman formation above our Yu residence." "What? A talisman formation?" Patriarch Yu asked with a puzzled expression. "Who would act so rashly against our Yu family?" At this time, Mata's loud shout reached the ears of everyone in the Yu family. Everyone, including Yubadian, heard Mata's shout as long as they weren't deaf. Yubadian trembled with anger. These people are really bold. They actually dared to ask for 1,000,000 spirit coins? Did they really think that he, Yubadian, was a fool? Not to mention 1,000,000 spirit coins, Yubadian didn't even plan to pay half a spirit coin. Go, gather all the Yu family disciples. Later, follow this old man to the main gate. He didn't believe that a mere talisman formation could stop so many people in the Yu family from going out at the same time. Yubadian waved his hand in high spirits, instructing the elders to gather all the disciples and gather at the main gate. The elder who had spoken earlier took a step forward with a face full of worry. He raised his head to look at the sky formed by the vortex and helplessly said, "Patriarch, there are many times when you and I have never heard of or seen the methods of a symbol master. We don't know what level of talisman master the other party is. If it's a high-level great talisman master, I feel that our family really might not be able to get out of this talisman formation this time." Yubadian couldn't help but be furious. "Elder son, why do you always boost the morale of others and diminish our own? I don't believe that such a small talisman formation can be used. There are so many people in the Yu family. Can't we just fight our way out? We're locked up in the residence. Are we just going to sit here and do nothing?" The elder sighed. "Patriarch, it's better to be cautious. Since the other party came in such a menacing manner and demanded that we hand over 11,000,000 spirit coins, we won't be allowed to leave the house if we don't. That means that the other party has made thorough preparations beforehand. Even if we force our way out, we might suffer heavy losses." Yubadian glanced at the elder. "Scared? Just stay at home and don't go out." After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and left. The elders looked at each other, and one of them couldn't help but ask, "Elder son, what do you think of this matter?" Elder son shook his head and sighed as he looked at Patriarch Yu's obstinate back. Then, he followed behind Patriarch Yu with several other elders. Soon, more than 300 young disciples of the Yu family were summoned to Patriarch Yu's side. Family head Yu looked at the disciples and said with righteous indignation, "Everyone, you should have heard what the person outside the door said. As a member of the Yu family, I, like all of you, abhor this. We absolutely won't bow our heads to the evil forces outside. Our Yu family can be beheaded and shed blood, but we will never abandon our belief in fighting for the glory of our family." The group of family head roared a few times. Their faces were filled with emotion. It was as if the people outside were in front of them right now, the Yu family disciples would immediately tear them apart. Family head Yu stretched out his hands and gently pressed down, stopping everyone's roars. Then, he sneered and said, "Among the young disciples of my Yu family, you are the most outstanding. Now, I will lead you out of this talisman array. Is everyone confident?" "Yes." Everyone repeated several times, making Family head Yu very satisfied. Thus, he led the group of disciples valiantly and energetically to the gate. Family head Yu felt that his understanding of the Yu family's gate was quite high. Not to mention walking the path from the Yu family's gate to the inner court 8 times a day, it was sometimes possible to walk it more than 10 times. But today was so strange, no matter where he went, he would still return to the place where he had gathered everyone. After repeated trips like this, even an idiot would know that there was a problem with the path in this house. A disciple couldn't help but ask weakly, "Family head, is there a problem? Can we really get out by ourselves? There seemed to be a problem with this gate, right? It seemed that they could go anywhere. For example, the courtyard of the house, the back garden, and so on. There was no problem walking there. The main problem was that the gate seemed to be blocked. No matter how they walked, they couldn't reach the gate. The more the disciples walked, the less confident they became. Although they didn't say it out loud, they couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Family head Yu said with a cold face, "Don't worry. With me leading you out, you will find the way no matter what." They went back and forth like this countless times. Family head Yu and the others didn't know that they seemed to have lost the concept of time. They were like headless flies, wandering around the Yu family. At this time, it was already late at night. Arbor's group naturally wouldn't foolishly stand outside someone's gate and wait for them to surrender. The group sent young Master Zhu back to his residence and returned to their inn as if nothing had happened. They had a good night's sleep and continued to play the competition the next day. The unlucky family head Yu had brought more than 300 Yu family disciples to wander back and forth in his own home. It wasn't until the 300 disciples were lying on the ground like dogs and couldn't move that Patriarch Yu realized that he couldn't even distinguish between day and night in this talisman array. The main reason was that the sky was blocked by the vortex, making it impossible to see the original sky. Arbor's group waited until they finished a day's worth of matches before leisurely arriving at Yu Manor's entrance. Ma Ta chuckled, then he turned to the Yu family and said, "Patriarch Yu, have you considered it? If you pay 2 million spirit coins today, you can set your whole family free." Everyone in the Yu family fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Yu Baishan's angry roar could be heard throughout the entire street. "Shameless rascal! Don't even think about getting a single spirit coin for my Yu clan." Oh. Mata wasn't disappointed. He just curled his lips and continued to shout, "Since that's the case, Master Yu, let's part ways here. We'll come to see you again tomorrow." Patriarch Yu was so angry that his eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. "Who asked you to come back tomorrow?" Mata and Patriarch Yu's voices weren't low. Not only could the entire street hear them, but almost half of the pedestrians and peddlers on the street could hear them as well. For 3 days in a row, Arbor brought a group of wicked friends to the Yu family and shouted at them every time. "Family Master Yu. 4 million spirit coins can't buy you a trick. 4 million spirit coins can't buy you regret. If you don't agree today, the price will increase tomorrow." The passers-by couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they heard this. F***ck, when don't you raise the price? You make it sound like the price is going to increase on the first day. Actually, these masters came to the Yu family's door every day to shout, and the price increased by 1 million spirit coins a day. Family Master Yu was probably hiding at home, crying and not daring to see anyone. His courtyard was sealed with talismans, and a day ago, he used a message talisman to inform the best talisman master in Anka City to come and help. In the end, the talisman told him bluntly, "Sorry, the maze above your house is made of 328 yellow talismans, and it's extremely difficult to crack, unless the talisman master who cast the talismans removed it himself. It would take him at least 49 days to crack it." As a result, Family Head Yu was done for, 49 days to break the talismans and let them out. Wouldn't it be too late if he waited too long? Moreover, the talisman master who had some friendship with him also told him clearly that the talisman master who cast the talismans above his house was of a higher level than him. How could Family Master Yu endure this? The biggest problem Family Master Yu was facing now was that he couldn't swallow his pride and admit defeat. After all, he had been stubborn for nearly 4 days. The Yu family was locked up at home and didn't know whether it was day or night. How could he predict that they would be locked up at home for 4 days? It was actually very simple. According to the talisman master who cast the talismans, he would increase the price by 1 million spirit coins every day, so this was the 4th night. Although Family Master Yu was very angry, he couldn't do anything to the talisman master whom he had never met. If he wanted to kill someone, he had to at least get out of this maze first. Mata, who was shouting outside, curled his lips after a while and said, "It seems that we really don't have a chance today." "Alright then, Family Master Yu, take care of yourself. We'll come to see you tomorrow. Oh, by the way, remember to count the spirit coins." The passers-by, could this brat be any more shameless? Those who didn't know would have thought that it was some filial son shouting outside the door. Who would have thought that it was Family Head Yu's group of debt collectors? "Alright, Jojo, I don't think Master Yu will fork out any money today. Let's go back first." Arbor nodded. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard an angry roar from the Yu family's direction. "Cheaper." Arbor couldn't help but be furious. He shot Mata a look. Mata immediately roared back at Patriarch Yu, "Bah! You made us stand here like idiots and shout at you for 4 consecutive nights. Cheap my ass. The buyout was 5 million. If we're a minute late, we'll have to raise the price again." Little Fatty's mouth twitched, and he secretly gave Mata an awesome hand gesture. Patriarch Yu was about to go mad with anger. He couldn't help but roar, "If you have the guts, remove this talisman array and have a fair fight with me." "Bah! Who wants to fight with you? 5 million, we'll remove the array after you pay." Ubadian was angry and resentful. He sat at a stone table and forcefully massaged his chest to soothe his anger. Suddenly, a spirit coin card floated in front of Arbor and the others. The little guy stretched out his finger and caught it. "What is this?" Miss Chow expressed that she didn't like this little card. "I want spirit coins. The kind that can be counted piece by piece." Everyone, they didn't know what this lady liked. She was obviously a tycoon, but she liked to hold her purse and count her money when no one was around. "This is a spirit coin card that can be used in the 6 prefectures continent." Duan Muqing coughed lightly and said, "It can be exchanged at any bank. It can also be used in normal shops and auction houses, so there shouldn't be a problem." Arbor immediately expressed her displeasure, "It's so light." Everyone was speechless. The little lady was complaining that this card was too light. Of course, it wasn't as heavy as counting spirit coins piece by piece, but wasn't it more convenient for trade? "Let's go." Arbor put away the 5 million spirit coin card and said worriedly, "Let's find a shop and swipe it. Don't skimp on it." Duan Muqing was speechless. Everyone followed her to the corner of the street. Little Fatty couldn't help but scratch his head, "Eh? I feel like we've missed something." Xianxia suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Jojo, we took the Yu clan's money, but we haven't dispelled their array yet." Arbor nodded indifferently. Her expression clearly told them that she had noticed it long ago. Is this okay?" Xianxia stammered. She was an honest child. When Jojo said that he would give her the money and she would give him the goods, she felt that he was honest and reliable. But now that the other party had already paid, they abandoned him and ran away. This didn't seem right. Arbor said indifferently, "The talisman energy in this array can last for 5 days at most. The array will disappear tomorrow morning. So, she didn't need to waste any effort, she didn't need to do anything at all. Actually, even if Family Head you didn't give the 5 million spirit coins today, the array would disappear tomorrow morning. So, Family Head you gave the money, it was a huge loss. Everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Poor Family Head you. Of all people to offend, he had to offend such a jinx. My Joe division line. In the underground arena, Arbor was sitting in the spectator seats, his eyes fixed on the arena. At present, Xiaomu's team Lichi had already obtained 1,540 points, and they were firmly in first place in the championship. On the other hand, the Ox Bowl team, which was originally in first place, had a total of 102 points. The bitter team Longan worked very hard every day to play the competition. Now, they had accumulated 508 points and were barely ranked 54th. For the past 2 days, no one had challenged Arbor. Arbor had nothing to do, so he led Mata and the others to the service counter and distributed the 500 points to Team Lichi. Thus, everyone suddenly realized that Team Longan, who was originally ranked behind, had suddenly rushed to the second place at an extremely strange speed. With a total of 1,008 points, they instantly overwhelmed the Ox Bowl team. When Arbor, Mata, and the others returned to the arena, they heard a clamor in the arena. There was actually a person standing in the center of the arena with his hands clasped behind his back. A few staff members in front of the crystal screen were shouting at her. Lady Qiao, the arena champion with 63 consecutive wins, please come up to the arena. Yu family's disciple Yu Hui wants to challenge the arena champion. Yu Hui's expression was indifferent as he looked up at the sky and stood on the small arena with his hands behind his back. That was definitely the style of an expert, and he looked very imposing. Xianxia and the others were stunned. As Arbor had won 63 matches in a row and frequently self-destructed her spirit tools, her methods had reached a level that made people's hair stand on end. Thus, very few people dared to provoke her. After all, it was not a wise choice to challenge this rich girl. Rather than asking for humiliation, it was better to fight a few more matches to earn more points. As the competition neared its end, more and more people secretly regretted not being able to buy Miss Qiao to be the champion. It was obvious that Miss Qiao had an 80% to 90% chance of becoming the champion. There were only 2 days left until the end of the competition. If someone went up to challenge the champion now, even if they won the challenge, the champion would still get 80% of the points. As for the champion's points, they would have to be recalculated. This meant that even if Yu Hui won against Miss Qiao today, he would not be able to win against Team Lichi in points in the next 2 days. Team Lichi was the champion team that almost everyone thought was the champion team. Xianxia glanced at the man on the small arena. Yu Hui? Is he from the Yu family? Manager Tang hurriedly nodded and said, Yu Hui is the eldest son of the Yu family. He is currently a level 3 spirit master and has a super spirit beast that is close to a divine beast by his side. Yu Hui's abilities are not to be underestimated. Miss Qiao, please be careful. Arbor nodded. She knew that Manager Tang was trying to curry favor with her. Since he was from the Yu family, she would teach him a lesson so that he would not cause trouble for her from time to time. Arbor's eyes flickered. Her body flew like a swallow and quickly flew towards the arena. The staff members in front of the crystal screen heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Miss Qiao's figure. There was a time limit to this competition. If Yu Hui was standing on the arena and Miss Qiao did not enter the arena within 15 minutes, she would forfeit the competition. Then, Yu Hui would automatically become the champion. Yu Hui stood with his hands behind his back and his back facing Arbor. His chin was raised high. From the beginning to the end, his gaze never left the altar. He was always looking at the sky. Arbor didn't care. Anyway, in her eyes, Yu Hui was just an idiot with a bad brain. Tell me, which serious challenger wouldn't be cautious and secretly observe their opponent? This idiot, on the other hand, had his eyes fixed on the sky the moment he stepped onto the stage. It was as if a cow had flown across the sky. The few staff members in front of the screen were obviously shocked by Yu Hui's attitude. They looked at each other and thought to themselves, is this person sick in the head? One of the staff members coughed lightly and said, the competition can start now. Thunderous cheers immediately erupted from the field. In fact, in every arena hegemony tournament, the main arena was the most intense and exciting. But this year's main tournament was just too ridiculous. This nouveau riche arena master was a very bad person. He would only spar with others when he was in a good mood. Most of the time, the problem was solved with a single spirit weapon. According to incomplete statistics, some professionals announced how many spirit weapons the local arena champion had squandered in this underground arena championship. Not more, not less, a total of 51 spirit weapons. In other words, more than half of her 63 consecutive victories were due to the self-destruction of spirit weapons. Of course, the nouveau riche champion didn't feel like she was being cheated at all. Wasn't the self-destruction of spirit artifacts a part of her strength, Rich? It was also a part of her strength. Alright, the giant ape had thrown so many spirit artifacts to her. What else could they be used for? She didn't understand why every time she took out a spirit artifact to explode, everyone would stare at her strangely, as if she didn't know what kind of crazy thing she had done. It was simply inexplicable. Arbor's body flashed, and she was already standing in the center of the small arena. At this moment, a match in the lower arena had just ended. After the winner and loser were decided, both sides walked off the stage exhausted with injuries. For a moment, there were no more teams in the large arena. It was as if the staff had deliberately arranged for the ordinary matches to be delayed so that everyone's attention would be focused on the individual match between Arbor and Yu Hui. However, the people in the arena were somewhat disapproving. They were already familiar with Miss Chiao's routine. Look, didn't this little fellow take out a spirit artifact from her inner world? At this moment, Yu Hui finally glanced at Arbor. When he saw the spirit artifact in her hand, he couldn't help but sneer and snort. Do you think I'm one of those trash who went on stage in the past? You think a spirit artifact can make me step down? You're dreaming. Arbor's small hand flashed, and several more spirit artifacts appeared in her hand. Everyone looked at her speechlessly. The matches these days had really broadened their horizons. From this, they knew that there was indeed a sky beyond the sky, a man beyond a man, and a nouveau riche above a nouveau riche. Yu Hui's expression changed, but he only calmly set up a defensive barrier around him. A pair of sharp eyes stared fixedly at Arbor and said coldly, "Don't waste your energy. I've already said that I'm not one of those trash from before." Boom. A violent shock woke up some of the sleepy spectators in the back row. Everyone was shocked, and they secretly cursed in their hearts. Some were so agitated that they jumped up and tried to calm their hearts. They thought that this explosion would definitely turn young Master Yu into ashes, but who knew? Taking a closer look, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Young Master Yu was protected in the arms of a spirit beast that looked like a pangolin, completely shielding him from the whirlpool caused by the explosion. This spirit pangolin used its back to block the power of the four spirit tools' self-detonation. The remnant spiritual energy was completely blocked by it, and young Master Yu, who was in his arms, was not harmed at all. As expected, it was a super spiritual beast that was infinitely close to a divine beast. Its defensive ability was not something that other small spirit beasts could compare to. The crowd burst into an uproar in an instant. Someone laughed wildly, "Amazing! Amazing! This little girl is going to kick an iron plate. Only when one's own strength is strong enough, that is true strength. It's useless to rely on some fancy tricks. Isn't that so?" The explosive power of the four spirit artifacts was blocked by the pangolin. Ha 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 ha. This is simply awesome. Young Master Yu is mighty. Let's kill this little girl and see if she can still be so arrogant. The person who cursed felt pain in his mouth as soon as he finished speaking. He reached out and touched his hand, which was full of blood. He was so frightened that he lost his head and screamed. Ah! My mouth. That person fell to the ground in pain and rolled around at the feet of others. You deserve it. Xianxia coldly glanced at the man. He actually dared to curse her Jojo. He deserved to have his teeth knocked out and his mouth crooked. Duan Muqingyi calmly retracted his hand, not showing any signs of attacking. Although the man's companion was surprised, he couldn't figure out what was going on. After looking around for a while, he could only see a dense mass of heads. He couldn't see who did it at all, so he could only give up. "Old Five, are you okay?" His companion helped the man up. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He saw that the man called Old Fifth's lips were pierced through by a bamboo stick. To pierce a person's mouth with a bamboo stick, one's cultivation level was shocking. The man hurriedly glanced at his surroundings again. He didn't dare to stay and watch the show any longer. He hurriedly supported his companion and quickly left the arena. The arena was so big that the two men's encounter did not attract much attention. Only those who were nearby glanced at him curiously. When they saw that the man's mouth was covered in blood, they couldn't help but jump in fright. The others who did not realize what had happened were still talking about it. Did you guys realize? None of the members of Team Lychee have a mystical beast. That's right. Of course, they realized that Team Lychee had never used mystical beasts when they fought. There was another team called Team Longan that was as strange as them. Just based on this point, they looked down on the rich girl. She had so many spiritual tools, but she did not use them on the right path. It was such a waste to use them one by one. If she used these spiritual tools to equip her teammates with mystical beasts, wouldn't she be able to increase the overall strength of her team? Therefore, it was not wrong to say that she was wasteful. When they saw that someone was able to suppress the girl, most of them were excited. After waiting for so long, they finally saw someone as powerful as young Master Yu. How could they not be happy? There were even some who took pleasure in the girl's misfortune. The girl is going to die now. Look at young Master Yu's pangolin. It's like a warrior wearing armor. Even if the girl explodes her spiritual tools, she won't be able to break through its defense. Ha ha ha. That's right. To put it bluntly, most of the people were somewhat unconvinced that a little girl had dominated the arena for so long. However, the little girl's spirit weapon's explosion was too powerful, so they had no choice but to admit defeat. Young Master Yu! Young Master Yu! It was unknown who started the shouting, but the crowd erupted into cheers of Young Master Yu. Yu Hui was very satisfied with this kind of arena effect. Although he hadn't won yet, it was obvious that everyone's attention in the arena was on Yu Hui. In fact, 90% of them were hoping that Yu Hui would win. Yu Hui smiled faintly. He raised his hand and pressed down gently. Young Master Yu, Young Master Yu, Young Master Yu. The shouts in the arena became more and more excited. Everyone wanted nothing more than to jump up and dance as they cheered for Young Master Yu. Xiaomu expressionlessly swept them a glance. She did not understand what this bunch of clowns were up to. What's the point of using so many superficial things in a fight? Jojo. Today is the 29th day. Xianxia was afraid that Arbor would forget such a special good day, so she hurriedly shouted at the top of her lungs. The 29th day? Arbor really forgot about it. Wasn't today the 29th day of the underground arena tournament? What did the teacher's letter say? In the first 28 days of the tournament, they couldn't summon their own mystical beasts, right? Wasn't today a coincidence? The 29th day was here. Arbor was really sullen these days. She watched others summon all kinds of mystical beasts, but it was always 2 against 1. Today, she was going to let others have a taste of what it was like to fight 4 against 2. Mocking Team Lychee for not having a mystical beast, right? Humph, then let's let this Yu guy see if she has a mystical beast or not. Arbor stretched out her small hand and suddenly shouted, "Come out quickly, it's a group fight." Roar. The snow leopard was the first to jump out. It tore open its claws and smashed towards Yu Hui's head. Crack. The sharp claws immediately left a mark on the pangolin's back. The pangolin whimpered and curled up into a ball and rolled to the side. After a loud cry, the Bloodfire Phoenix spread its wings and swooped down from the sky. A line of fire immediately sprayed on the pangolin's head. Arbor couldn't help but jump up and down. Wrong hit. Hit him. What was the point of hitting a mystical beast? Even if it died, the owner would only suffer a small backlash. It was boring. Since they had already made a move, they naturally had to concentrate their firepower. At the very least, they had to beat this complacent young Master Yu unconscious. Everyone in the seating area couldn't help but rub their eyes. What was going on? It wasn't that the nouveau riche girl didn't have a mystical beast, but that she disdained to summon one. Look at this nouveau riche's equipment. The snow leopard was snow white and its fur was shiny. It was obvious that it was an extremely powerful mystical beast. Most of them couldn't even tell what level the snow leopard was. Not to mention the phoenix that swooped down, that was a fire phoenix, right? Everyone had only heard of it in legends and had never seen it with their own eyes. Now that they saw it, they couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. The contrast was really too big. Earlier, they were still mocking the young lady, saying that she was about to be defeated by young Master Yu's Pandolin. Who would have thought that within a few minutes, the little girl would immediately slap their faces in front of them? Everyone couldn't help but want to curse. What the hell were you doing in the beginning? In the first 20 days of the competition, why didn't he summon his beast every day? Messing around with the explosion of spirit artifacts was simply toying with them. Now that you've summoned these two beasts, who else would want to fight you? Fight my ass. In terms of battle prowess and Xian beasts, the difference between him and the little girl was like heaven and earth. Wasn't going up to the arena just asking for trouble? Wait a minute, everyone stared blankly at the fat squirrel that had jumped down from the little girl's shoulder. The moment the fat squirrel landed, it transformed into a fat little mountain squirrel and nearly crushed the Pandolin to death with its butt. Fortunately, Arbor roared at it, and the fat squirrel reluctantly retracted its paw that was about to slap the Pandolin and ran over to Arbor's side. How were these two freaking beasts? Weren't these three beasts? Everyone stared at Miss Xiao in the small arena, dumbfounded. They only felt that Miss Xiao's nouveau riche level had once again been refreshed by herself today. Yu Hui was also taken aback by her actions. 15 minutes ago. Yu Badian walked into the arena with a man with slender eyes and a melancholy aura. Please, Yu Badian said respectfully. Yu Badian didn't expect Brother Go's strength to be infinitely close to a level 15 great spiritual master. The power of the palm he released at the Yu family was shocking. Yu Badian couldn't help but rejoice that he hadn't offended this person when they first met. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a predicament now. Brother Go lifted his robe and sat down calmly. Then, he scanned the surroundings. The crowd that was still clamoring suddenly felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. This was the suppressive aura of a superior. After all, Brother Go was someone who was about to break through to level 15 great spiritual master. His spiritual pressure wasn't something ordinary people could withstand. At that moment, Duan Muqing had also realized that there was an extraordinary expert nearby. Duan Muqing looked in that direction and whispered something into the little fatty's ears. The little fatty immediately raised his head and looked over. Then, he nodded and said in a low voice, "It's family head Yu." However, they didn't recognize the man with strong spiritual pressure beside Yu Badian. That person looked very ordinary, but he had an aura that couldn't be ignored. Especially when that pair of slender eyes swept over them. Duan Muqing felt that this person gave off a very uncomfortable feeling. Duan Muqing and Fatty whispered to each other. When Yu Badian's attention also turned to them, Duan Muqing and Fatty retracted their gazes and looked ahead. Humph. Yu Badian had already seen Duan Muqing and the others. With the Yu family's influence, it was naturally one of the top forces in Anka City. It was too easy for him to find out the background of Duan Muqing and the others. However, family head Yu still couldn't figure out why there was a great talisman master among this group of children. He still couldn't find out who this great talisman master was. He should be an elder of these people. If he acted rashly, he might anger this great talisman master. Therefore, Brother Go's method was the most suitable. If the little miracle doctor was injured or killed in a reasonable manner during the competition, it would save a lot of trouble. Yu Badian smiled coldly and retracted his gaze. He said to Brother Go in a low voice, "My son, Yu Hui, is about to break through to the 4th stage. Brother Go, don't worry. Today, we will definitely kill that woman on the arena. However, if that great talisman master causes trouble for our Yu clan in the future, don't worry. It was just a normal competition. If she died, she could only blame herself for not being skilled enough. Even if that great talisman master comes to trouble you, I still have a way to deal with him," Brother Go said indifferently as he stretched out his hand. Yes, thank you, Brother Go. Thank you. Patriarch Yu immediately swallowed his heart back into his stomach. With a calm expression, he looked at the arena with a slight smile. Once his son made a move, not to mention that the girl didn't even have a Xian beast, even if there was, with her age and the fact that she came from the lower star field, it would already be pretty good for her to be able to form a contract with a level 15 profound beast. However, his son, Yu Hui, had a supreme spiritual beast that was infinitely close to a divine beast. It wasn't something that any Tom, Dick, or Harry could deal with, Before family head you could finish this thought, his mouth opened wide, and his eyes were filled with a trace of incredulity. This is? What? In a few breaths' time, the little girl had suddenly summoned 3 powerful beasts. Even with Yubation's eyesight, he couldn't tell what grade that chubby squirrel was. Almost everyone's attention was completely focused on the small arena. They saw the little girl standing at the side with her hands folded, expressionlessly watching the 3 beasts rush up to beat up Yu Hui. Yu Hui was unable to block more than 3 moves before he was sent flying by the little fat squirrel's 2 tails. Yu Hui wailed miserably as he flew out of the arena and landed heavily on the first level of the arena. Everyone was dumbstruck for a moment, as if their brains had short-circuited and couldn't connect. After a long while, they finally regained their senses. This Yu family's Yu Hui boasted that he was invincible, but in reality, he was chased off the stage by the little girl in less than a quarter of an hour. Everyone was speechless, and the entire arena let out a series of boos. Family head Yu was so angry that his old face turned green, red, and white. He never thought that his son would be beaten up and thrown out of the arena by the other party's 3 beasts before he could officially fight with anyone. Hui-er! Family head Yu suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. Yu Hui fell on the first level of the arena, his head almost dizzy from the fall. Most importantly, he still hadn't reacted until now. He actually lost just like that. He hadn't even displayed his abilities. He hadn't even taken the elixir that could raise his cultivation by 3 times. Impossible. It was impossible for him to lose. Yu Hui stumbled and crawled up from the ground. There was an additional claw mark on his forehead, and a trace of blood flowed down from it. The few staff members in front of the crystal screen also recovered from their shock and hurriedly announced, "Miss Qiao has won again. Let us congratulate Miss Qiao for obtaining 64 consecutive victories. She has once again refreshed our previous record for consecutive victories in the main arena." Before the staff member could finish speaking excitedly, he saw Yu Hui abruptly jump back onto the small stage. He stared fixedly at Xiaomu with a pair of scarlet eyes. That staff member was stunned and hurriedly took a few steps forward and shouted, "Come down. You've already lost. You can't enter the arena again. In our battle arena, there is no rule of fighting again after losing." Yu Hui abruptly turned his head and sent a swift and fierce palm strike at the man. His spirit energy swept across the other party's body and swept him away in an instant, crashing heavily into the stone crystal screen behind him. Then, he rolled down and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Then, he stopped moving. The other staff members hurriedly shouted anxiously and went forward to push the man's body. Their expressions changed as they went forward to check his breathing and cried out, "Dead?" The guards who were patrolling the arena hurriedly rushed forward, wanting to get onto the stage and pull down Yu Hui, who had suddenly gone crazy. Unexpectedly, Yu Hui suddenly took out a brocade box from his sleeve, opened the lid, and took out a crimson-red medicinal pill with a fishy smell. He threw it into his mouth, chewed it vigorously twice, and swallowed the pill with a fierce look in his eyes. "Taking drugs because you can't afford to lose?" Arbor glanced at Yu Hui coldly and smirked. "I want you to die." Yu Hui was really about to explode from anger. He originally thought that dealing with this little girl was just a matter of snapping his fingers. He had the supreme spirit beast Pangolin, and the other party didn't have any spirit beast at all. He was bound to lose. Who knew that from the day she stepped into the battle arena, she had been pretending? Arbor's eyes instantly turned cold. Since he had already said that he wanted her dead, how could she not repay his kindness? "Do you know what kind of pill I took?" Yu Hui looked at her with a cold smile. "A country bumpkin from the lower star field like you wouldn't know. You've never seen it before." Arbor couldn't help but snort. She didn't want to waste her breath on him, but when she saw his arrogant expression, she couldn't help but mock him. "I think you're the one who doesn't know anything." Arbor glanced at him indifferently. More accurately, she glanced at the brocade box in his hand. "I don't even need to look at it. Just by smelling it, I know that it's nothing good." Arbor looked at him with pity. "What do you mean? You still don't understand?" Arbor's expression was indifferent as she stared at him coldly. "You took this pill, which means that you're about to die." "Impossible." Yu Hui was furious as he stared coldly at Arbor. He put on a fake smile. "Don't think that I'll let you live just because you said that." "Arbor, do Do you dare to make a blood oath and fight me to the death? Arbor's gaze was like 1,000-year-old ice that sank into the depths of a cold lake. It was so cold that there wasn't a trace of heat. You don't have the right to challenge me to a battle to the death. When she said that, Yu Hui was stunned and pounced on her like a madman. How dare you look down on me? Today, I'll let you know that I'm not that good. Slap. With the ferrule in her hand, Xiaomu swept it across fiercely, smacking the pouncing Yu Hui's face with a smack. Feeling the pain, Yu Hui stumbled back a few steps. He lowered his head to look at himself in disbelief, as if he had never expected that he would still be hit by Miss Qiao's attack even though he had already taken the cultivation increasing elixir. Idiot. Arbor sneered. Your pill hasn't taken effect yet. But before that, you will die. Arbor's eyes sharpened, and a line of fire suddenly shot out from the ferrule, flying towards Yu Hui. Body securing talisman. Body securing talisman. Body securing talisman. Arbor's fingertips moved slightly, and a series of body-securing talismans flew out. They directly shook in front of Yu Hui, and talisman energy flowed out. Of course, one body-securing talisman wouldn't be able to stop Yu Hui, but what about 10? What about 100? It was indeed true that the body-securing talisman would lose its effect in front of someone of a higher level. However, actual combat experience showed that if 100 body-securing talismans were used at the same time, it would be enough to freeze someone several levels higher than Arbor for 10 breaths of time. In a battle between experts, not to mention 10 breaths of time, even 1 breath of time was enough. Yu Hui looked at Arbor in shock. Sitting at the table, Patriarch Yu's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Brother Go, who was sitting beside him, unconsciously raised his eyebrows and looked ahead with a deep gaze. What's going on? My first-hand information is wrong. Is this little girl the Grand Talisman Master who set up the talisman array at the Yu family's door? No. It shouldn't be possible. How could such a young girl become a more powerful talisman master than the Grand Talisman Master of Wenka City? Moreover, her talent and cultivation weren't bad either. How could a person have so much energy? Was he proficient in both cultivation and inscribing talismans? Even if she started drawing talismans when she was in her mother's womb, it was impossible for her to have such a high achievement in talisman drawing at such a young age. She was not a genius from a talisman family in the Divine Land, who had the protection and care of her family. This girl was just an inferior person from the lower star area who had only stayed in the Shuntian continent for less than a month. How could it be? How could it be? Go's eyes showed a trace of shock. Family head Yu turned his head and caught Go's gaze. He immediately said anxiously, Go, is this girl the great talisman master? Impossible. Go waved his hand coldly at family head Yu. Do you think a person who is so outstanding in martial arts can have such great achievements in talisman drawing? Then how could she have so many body-securing talismans? Go frowned. I don't know. You should investigate this girl's background. Maybe she's not just an ordinary girl from the lower star area. Those talismans might be gifts from her teachers or elders. Don't panic. Just watch. Let's see how many talismans she could throw out. Unless her elders were rich and gave her all the talismans they had drawn for decades. But how could that be possible? It was impossible to have such stupid elders who spoiled their juniors and let them squander the talismans they had painstakingly drawn. Go's face darkened. He raised his eyes and looked at the small arena again. At this time, Xiaomu had already arrived in front of Yu Hui in a flash. She gazed at him apathetically and directly attacked without a word, her ferrule aiming straight for his neck. If this hit, Yu Hui's life would come to an end. However, at this critical moment, the pangolin desperately moved its body and pounced on its master. It protected Yu Hui's head. Arbor's ferrule was so fast that it couldn't be stopped. It directly hit the pangolin's back. The pangolin's skin and flesh were torn open, and its scales were all cracked. Arbor was startled. He held the ruler in his hand and hesitated. This was her first time encountering a spirit beast that was so loyal to its master. She had to admit that she was touched. Yu Hui wasn't a good person, but his super spirit beast was very honest and loyal. One had to know that animals had survival instincts in the face of life and death. Although the owner of the undead spirit beast would most likely die from the backlash, there were cases where the owner died and the spirit beast was saved. Therefore, this Pandalin valued its master from the bottom of its heart and wanted to save his life. Cough, 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 what are you doing? Unexpectedly, Yuhui didn't appreciate it at all. He suddenly threw the Pandalin lying on his head away and scolded, "Useless thing. She even dared to lie on his head, who did he think he was? He was its master. He actually dared to be so disrespectful to him. He was simply courting death. If he had known that this fellow was so useless, he wouldn't have contracted such a trash as his contracted beast. He couldn't find a more powerful spirit beast or even a divine beast to contract with. Yu Hui's fierce eyes fell on the Pandalin. For a moment, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. This Pandalin had been seriously injured before, and now it was thrown away by Yu Hui. I will continue to update until very late. Don't wait for me. Read it tomorrow. The Pandalin had helped Yu Hui block the attacks of the Bloodfire Phoenix, the little fat squirrel, and the snow leopard many times before. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Mu's full-powered strike with her foot had split open his skin and flesh. Now that Yu Hui had tossed him outside without any force, he crashed heavily onto the ground with a heavy thud. He didn't even have the strength to get up after making a heavy thud. Arbor looked sideways and saw that the Pandalin had fallen to the ground with its belly facing the sky. It couldn't roll over for a long time, and its eyes couldn't help but be angry. You're worse than a beast. Arbor had used the body-securing talisman to freeze Yu Hui, and the strike of the ruler was completely done with true power. If it weren't for the Pandalin risking its life to protect its master, Yu Hui would have died. However, what made people's jaws drop was that the Pandalin's loyalty was exchanged for the master's indifference and angry words. What right did you have to criticize your own contract beast when you almost lost your life? There was no point in living for such a person who didn't know how to repay kindness and had no morals. Arbor sneered and wiped the ruler with one hand. The cluster of flames instantly turned transparent and faintly showed signs of turning purple. Ah! Yu Hui suddenly roared, and the clothes on his upper body were instantly torn apart by a turbulent flow of spirit power. He seemed to have suddenly gone crazy, and he held into the sky and laughed wildly. My cultivation has doubled, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The wild and arrogant laughter clearly represented the pride in his heart at this time. After the Pandalin risked its life to block, Yu Hui finally digested the spirit medicine he took before, and his cultivation instantly soared by several levels. Ha 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 ha. The feeling of watching one's own cultivation rise like riding a dragon to the heavens was simply too exhilarating. Yu Hui couldn't help but laugh out loud. He turned to look at Arbor and said with contempt, "Do you know what I'm feeling now? The feeling of approaching death." Arbor's indifferent words were like a basin of cold water that immediately extinguished Yu Hui's joy. Bullsh*T. Yu Hui cursed. You don't know how good I am right now. Look, look. Ha 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 ha. I went from a 3rd level spirit master to a 6th level spirit master, and I'm a 9th level spirit master, ha 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 ha. I'm about to break through to a 10th level spirit master. Stupid girl, why aren't you kneeling and begging for mercy? Have you seen a normal person kneeling and begging for mercy from a dead person? Arbor sneered, and his expression was ruthless and cold. Do you think it's a good thing for your cultivation to rise? Yu Hui frowned. Subconsciously, he didn't want to hear Arbor's words. However, he could not help but want to know what Xiao Mu wanted to say next. What do you mean? Xiao Mu was not interested in explaining so much to an idiot. The advancement of one's cultivation base was a gradual process. Those cultivators who used ordinary medicinal pills could not be compared to the cultivators who cultivated through hard work, let alone Yu Hui, who used a special elixir to rapidly increase his cultivation base. It looked like his cultivation had risen to the level of a 9th level spirit master, but in reality, this was just a flash in the pan, like a person who painted a pie to satisfy his hunger. Did he really get the pie? Actually, it wasn't. In fact, Yu Hui's current body couldn't withstand the spirit power of a level 9 great spiritual master. The burning spirit power tore at his tendons and veins. Did he think that everything would be over after the effects of the medicine wore off? There were 2 possible outcomes for him after the effects of this powerful cultivation-enhancing medicine wore off. First, his veins would be damaged by the spirit power. If he didn't have the help of a skilled doctor, he would be crippled for the rest of his life. He wouldn't even be able to preserve his spirit veins. Second, if he couldn't control the spirit power in his body during the process of increasing his cultivation, it could cause his spirit power to go haywire and cause his body to explode. However, would Arbor tell him all of this? What a joke. Rather than wasting her breath on this random person, she might as well kill him first. Arbor? Yuhui asked sternly, I want you to answer me immediately. What did you mean by what you said just now? Whoosh. A purple flame rapidly crept over like a blooming violet orchid. It abruptly spread out from Xiao Mu's feet and swept toward Yuhui. That purple color was too enchanting and beautiful. In an instant, it almost blinded everyone's eyes. Qi Xuanxuan's anxious heart relaxed a little. She clicked her tongue and said, Jojo always has good things. This feral doesn't look like a normal spirit weapon. From the looks of it, this feral seems to be a 15th grade spiritual weapon. However, Duan Muqing glanced at it and said calmly, it should be able to continue forging and leveling up. The person who made it should be a divine weapon master. It looks like a growth-type spirit weapon. Xianxia was slightly speechless. So powerful. Then I don't have to worry. Little Fatty patted his chest and smiled. Jojo has the help of a divine weapon and Fire Phoenix and the other two. She'll definitely win. Duan Muqing nodded slightly. There was no doubt about Jojo's strength. He wasn't worried that she wouldn't be able to defeat Yuhui, but he didn't know why his heart was in a mess. His eyelids were twitching as if something bad was about to happen. Seeing that Duan Muqing was no longer speaking, everyone turned their attention to the small arena. On the small arena, the purple flames from Arbor's feral had already formed a purple screen in front of Yuhui. Yuhui unwillingly retreated a few steps and glared at Xiao Mu with a vicious glint in his eyes. Huh? Is that all you've got? At the same time, Yuhui's hands formed two circles of spiritual power and slammed into the small ring. Layer after layer of floor tiles flipped out and lined up in a row. Together, they flew towards Arbor like a tidal wave. Xiao Mu sneered, and with a swipe of her hand, defensive talismans inscribed with ebony appeared beside her. With a tap of her toes, Xiao Mu had already floated far away. Yuhui immediately chased after him, only to see Arbor's feet move. He had already leaped onto the high roof of the battle hall, looking down coldly from above. With a flip of her hand, several explosion talismans appeared in her hand. Arbor's eyes narrowed. She thought mockingly, a level 9 Great Spirit Master. I wonder if you can withstand the fierce attack of my 10 explosion talismans. In the blink of an eye, several streaks of light flew towards Yuhui. Ha ha ha. You want to subdue me with this? I'll write again in the morning. I'll give you 8 chapters tomorrow. Arbor coldly looked at the man who was laughing wildly, and a trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. Arrogant, the 10 explosion talismans had already reached Yuhui's side in a flash. Suddenly, they vibrated and exploded. One after another, the entire small ring in the center exploded into pieces. Arbor's figure soared into the air. Yuhui followed closely behind. He jumped up in the sea of flames and fire, and his figure rose higher. Seeing that he was about to fly out of the sea of fire, Arbor coldly looked at him. Her white hand flew up, and another 30 explosion talismans were thrown down without hesitation. Following that, the fire talismans and the earth talismans attacked Yuhui as if they were free. This round of burning talismans left everyone dumbfounded. Seeing is believing, hearing is false. Probably no one would believe this kind of thing, right? A 14 or 15-year-old girl using expensive 5-spirit talismans to throw people all over the place? Ah. Yuhui, who was struggling to get up in the sea of fire, was pressed down by the stones thrown down by the earth talismans, and fell into the sea of fire. Under the wall of fire, the fire rose up more than 10 meters high. The small ring in the center had been completely destroyed. Arbor was floating in the air, and Yuhui's figure fell on the first floor of the ring. Ah. Yuhui could only use his spiritual power to protect his body. His wooden vines were burned to ashes by the flames as soon as they came out of the raging fire. Yuhui also didn't understand why his cultivation was so much higher than Arbor's, but his wood spiritual power was suppressed by Arbor's fire talismans and earth talismans. He was already a very outstanding genius in the whole family. At this age, he had already broken through to the 3rd level of spiritual master, and had the 6th level of wood spiritual power. Yu Hui's eyes moved slightly, and he couldn't help but understand. It must be that the person who made the 5 spirit talismans had a much higher level of spiritual power than him. But so what, that little girl could throw out 10 or 20 talismans. Could she throw out 100, 200, or 300 talismans? There would always be a time when the talismans would be exhausted, and once they were exhausted, he would be able to, wait a minute? Yu Hui's neck stiffly turned around to look at the bloodfire phoenix that had suddenly pounced behind him. He didn't even have time to cry out. A blood-red flame instantly sprayed onto his face. Roar! Ouch! Yu Hui felt an intense burning pain in his eyes, and he fell to the ground. As he fell into the sea of fire, he could barely feel the burning pain from his limbs and body. All his senses were focused on his face. Not to mention the burning pain on his face, his eyes seemed to have been burned by the fire and he couldn't even open them, no. His eyes, covering his face, Yu Hui rolled back and forth in the disaster and howled. He secretly spread out his telegnosis ability and felt Arbor's figure landing on the ground. This little bastard actually dared to destroy his eyes. He wanted her to die without a burial ground. Roar! After an angry roar, Yu Hui struggled to get up. The endless wood spiritual power in his hands turned into countless vines and branches, and he chased after Arbor. Arbor didn't even look at him. One of his hands formed a glittering ice sword, and he expressionlessly slashed at the wooden vines in front of him. A mere 6th level wood spiritual power dared to show off in front of her? Where did this person get his courage from? Arbor's eyes sharpened, and the ice sword in her hand slashed down, chopping off several wooden vines that were darting toward her. At the same time, Yu Hui had already pounced in front of her. He suddenly took out a spiritual energy ball, and with a strange smile, he threw it at Arbor's face. Humph! Arbor's eyes did not waver. She waved her hand to set up defensive talismans in front of her, and at the same time, she quickly flew toward the sky. Boom! After a loud noise. Everyone in the arena was basically in a petrified state. Were they having a competition, or were they tearing down a house? The power of the spiritual energy ball's explosion was very great. Because it chased after Arbor and exploded, the force directly broke through the roof. A large cave appeared at the top, and from time to time, soil rustled and fell down. Young Master Ding, who had heard the news, stared at Yu Hui with a very ugly expression and said angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Go and take that guy down." At this time, Yu Hui, who had already decided to go all out, took out another spiritual energy ball and threw it at young Master Ding, who was sitting in front of the seats. Ah! In the middle of the banquet, the onlookers immediately burst into an uproar. Everyone screamed and jumped up from their chairs. Their faces were pale as they crawled back. The seats were tightly packed together. If the damned ball of spiritual energy were to explode, it would be a huge loss for them. At the very least, thousands of people in the audience would die. Young Master Ding was not a kind person, and he did not have to save these people for the sake of righteousness. However, this thing flew toward him. Did he deserve to be the target of this spiritual energy ball? Moreover, if this big accident happened in the underground arena, it would definitely attract the attention of the Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture master, and it would also affect his business in various places. How could he let it explode? Young Master Ding's handsome face was cold. He suddenly flicked his sleeve and released a wave of wood spiritual energy, and the winding wooden vines instantly wrapped around the spiritual energy ball. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy ball was wrapped in layers of vines. The hearts of the people behind him, which had been hanging high in the air, relaxed slightly. Pairs of eyes stared nervously at the sphere that was wrapped in vines and hung high in the air. With a wave of young Master Ding's sleeve, the ball flew backward. After a loud bang, the small arena exploded. The entire ground shook as if it were about to collapse. That was because when Arbor had used the explosion talisman, the defensive layer of the entire arena had been destroyed by her. Now that Yu Hui had thrown out 2 more balls of spiritual energy, the pressure vortex directly broke through the layer of soil above, causing the entire underground fighting ground to tremble violently. Ding Yan's expression was cold and indifferent as he raised his eyes to look towards the direction of the small arena that was completely empty, and his entire handsome face was covered in a layer of frost with a whoosh. That idiot Yu Hui took Jojo away. Come with me immediately. You must find Miss Xiao. Yes. Tang Chu received the order and immediately began to gather all the people in the arena, following closely behind Ding Yun. Ding Yun's cold gaze swept towards Family Headju behind him. That gaze was so cold that Family Headju could not help but shiver slightly. Family Yu. Slaughter the entire family. Kill without mercy. Ding Yun's gaze was without any warmth. How dare the idiots of the Yu family take Jojo away in front of him? What did they take the Qianluo underground fighting arena for? Did they think that anyone could cause trouble here? Since they poked the hornet's nest, they had to bear the consequences. The Yu family, find them. Die. Yes. Master Yu's pupils shrank. He jumped up and was about to say something when he saw a swarm of fighting arena guards swarming towards him. Everyone was stunned and then hurriedly retreated to the sides, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. The underground fighting arena was a complete mess. Putting aside the fact that young Sir Ding was looking for trouble with the Yu clan in anger, after Qiao Mu followed Yu Hui out of the hole, the two people continued exchanging hundreds of moves in the gap between the soil and the roof. Because the gap was very narrow and short, the tall and strong Yu Hui was very aggrieved. Arbor was very agile and moved very quickly. In a few moves, he opened many small wounds on Yu Hui's body. As the two of them fought, they broke through the soil layer and rushed out. After a few more moves, Yu Hui became anxious, and his face became more and more gloomy. Do you feel that the spiritual power in your body is gradually disappearing like a sea of sand? Arbor's cold voice, like a demon from hell, suddenly sounded in his ears. Shut up. Yu Hui roared. What do you want to say? I don't want to hear anything. Arbor glanced at him coldly. You don't want to hear it, but I want to tell you. You will be in this situation for about half an hour. After that, most of the spiritual power in your body will dissipate without a trace. Why? The effect of the medicine will wear off. Idiot, you don't even know this. How dare you take the medicine casually? Did you think that it was so easy to take a pill that could increase one's cultivation by 3 times? Didn't you have to bear the consequences after taking it? An idiot is an idiot. It's useless to talk to him. Yu Hui's eyes were red and his face was full of disbelief. He stared at Arbor and said sternly, You lied to me. Arbor didn't say anything. Instead, he took advantage of Yu Hui's confusion and slashed his eye sword twice on his shoulder. Ah! Yu Hui covered his shoulder and took a few steps back. He glared at Arbor angrily and said, Are you deliberately saying these words to mess with me? Arbor's cold eyes fell on him. You have about 15 minutes left. Damn it. Yu Hui furiously sent out streams of wood spiritual energy towards Arbor. The intertwining vines danced in the air, twisting into a ball and rapidly wrapping around Arbor. A deathbed struggle. Qiao Mu's expression turned severe, and she summoned the startled swan dagger from her conscious. She swiftly chopped down several hundred to 1,000 vines in a tangled mess. She then used her spiritual conscious to guide the startled swan dagger towards Yu Hui's neck. The power that is not yours is not yours. So what if you get it for a short while? At that time, he would still have to spit it all out. Moreover, with Yu Hui's current condition, once the surging energy receded from his body, he would become a cripple in the future. Looking at his current frenzied and irrational appearance, it was likely that his spirit veins had already begun to break. It was just that he was too stupid to notice it. Joe. Would. Yu Hui dodged the menacing startled swan dagger with red eyes. However, the spiritual power emitted by the sharp blade had already drawn a shallow red line on his neck. Astonishingly fast, Yu Hui's eyes narrowed slightly. Arbor threw out several dozen talismans, forming a defensive wall in front of her. The slender figure leapt forward, quickly reaching out to catch the startled swan dagger, and then the dagger once again slashed towards Yu Hui's neck. Yu Hui fell backwards, his body sticking close to the ground as he quickly rolled backwards to avoid it. When he raised his head in a sorry state, his long hair was draped over his face, his entire face was ashen, and his lips were an abnormal vermilion color. You. Just as Yu Hui was about to curse out loud, he suddenly reached out and pressed his chest. He felt as if his veins were being stirred and torn apart by something. He let out a miserable howl and fell to the ground with a thud. What kind of person was Arbor? Would she let go of such a great opportunity to kill Yu Hui? But seeing her fly up, her eyes flashed slightly, and the startled swan dagger flew towards Yu Hui with a terrifying spiritual power. Yu Hui, who was rolling on the ground in pain, didn't pay attention for a moment, and the startled swan dagger directly opened a wound on his face. He screamed and reached out to cover his face, rolling back and forth, cursing without thinking, "Arbor, you slut." Ah! The startled swan dagger cut off a thin piece of flesh from his face. Yu Hui's cursing was stopped in his throat by the pain on his face, and his entire body was in so much pain that he was rolling on the ground in a sorry state. "The medicine's effect has worn off, how does it feel?" Arbor said coldly, her eyes clearly without any emotion, looking at him with eyes full of disgust, as if she was looking at something dirty. "Speak, who sent you to kill me?" She was originally an intelligent and quick-witted girl. With Yu Hui's attitude, if she still couldn't guess by now that Yu Hui was ordered by someone, then she was really stupid. Although the trash pill in Yu Hui's hand wasn't anything good, it was definitely not something that the current Shuntian Hall's pharmacists could refine. Ah. 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 Yu Hui held his head, rolling back and forth twice, and then reluctantly raised his head to look at the cold-faced girl in front of him. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on his face. Xiaomu was completely startled, and she only felt a chill run down her back. An inexplicable sense of crisis mixed with an intuition of impending danger assaulted her from behind. Arbor didn't say anything and moved his feet. With a backhand, he sent a series of meteors scattered towards the back. A ghastly howl came from behind. As the wind blew, a rotting figure suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. It was a corpse puppet, moreover, it seemed to be something that far surpassed a mid-level zombie. His speed was already comparable to a level 10 great spiritual master, and the power of his slash was also very strong. The wind generated by the slash made Arbor's little face hurt slightly, moreover, this undead puppet had been hiding in the dark all this time. It knew how to detect the best time to launch a sneak attack. It could be said that this was a very smart undead puppet. Arbor had never seen or heard of such a thing before. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Insolent laughter came from Yu Hui's mouth. He barely managed to lift himself up and staggered to his feet. His eyes contained a venomous glint as he stared fixedly at Xiaomu and shrieked with laughter, "Little brat, you think you've won for sure? Don't you know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind?" Ha 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 ha. He hated this girl in front of him the most. That hateful paralyzed face. It was clearly such a dangerous time, but she wasn't the least bit moved. "Let me tell you, even if I'm destined to die here today, you definitely won't survive." After saying that, he took out a bamboo whistle and blew hard into it. The advanced level zombie behind Xiaomu immediately moved agitatedly, abruptly stretching out a pair of rotting arms to hug Xiaomu. Ha 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 ha. Yu Hui's eyes flashed with malice. His whole body trembled as he screamed angrily, "Go to hell! Go to hell!" The zombie straightened its back. Its figure appeared very tall, taller than Arbor by a head. Seeing the pair of rotting arms encircling her, Xiaomu could even see the string of rotting flesh and disgusting worms hanging from the arms. However, her eyes remained unmoved. Her small face was still expressionless. She raised her hand expressionlessly and shot 3 black gold arrows at the zombie. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3 arrows were shot simultaneously. 2 of the arrowheads pierced the zombie's arms, while the other pierced the zombie's leg. However, this didn't stop the zombie from moving towards her at all. Seeing that the zombie's claws were about to grab her shoulder, Arbor picked up a washboard and smashed it at the rotting hand. At most, after smashing the zombie, she didn't care about the washboard. It was really too disgusting. The zombie's claws didn't break after being smashed by the spirit weapon. This was already within Arbor's expectations. After all, the zombie in front of her was comparable to a level 10 great spirit master. Unlike that 3-legged cat Yu Hui, who was still so weak even after taking medicine and forcefully becoming a level 9 spirit master. Arbor coldly glanced at it and hit the zombie with the washboard again. Although the zombie wasn't seriously injured, it was pushed back a few inches by the collision of the 2 spiritual forces and took a few steps back. The spiritual water flowing in Arbor's hand instantly turned into an ice sword. Just as she picked up the sword and was about to pounce on the zombie, Arbor's expression suddenly changed. She felt the spiritual power surging in her body continuously rise. This feeling, it seemed like she was about to advance. Damn it, previously, when she saw that little fatty, Xianxia, and the others had all improved, she was definitely faking it if she said that she was not worried. He had been looking forward to advancing to the spirit realm for so many days, but who would have thought that she would advance at such a critical moment? If this wasn't cheating, then what was? Arbor frowned slightly, and his small hands subconsciously clenched into fists. Chocho, pull me into Paradise Planet immediately. She couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Yuhui. She would fight with them after she leveled up. However, she soon discovered that her mental communication with Chocho had failed. Her face darkened. She immediately understood the reason for her failure. This breakthrough was a huge leap from the profound realm to the soul realm. As he advanced, the entire star field would change as well. All of the profound domains, including Paradise Planet, would probably be upgraded to spirit domains. Therefore, it was possible that he had suddenly cut off his connection with the star field. However, all of this happened so suddenly that she was caught off guard. Now, she felt that something was wrong. He raised his hand and shot an arrow. After forcing the high-level zombie to take 2 steps back, Arbor turned his head and decisively dashed into the distance. Yuhui raised his bamboo whistle and blew it twice. He immediately screamed, "Chase!" He covered his face and stumbled forward. As soon as he raised his eyes, he saw the zombie fly past him at an extremely fast speed. There were still 3 chapters left. It would probably be 11 o'clock. Yuhui's hair was disheveled as he chased after the high-level zombie like a madman. He followed Arbor as fast as he could. Suddenly, a blazing blood phoenix swooped down from the sky. One of Yuhui's eyes was severely burned and could only be half squinted. Although the other eye could barely see, it still felt blurry. At this time, his body instinctively felt that there was danger approaching. He hurriedly rolled on the ground and instantly opened a defensive barrier. The blazing blood phoenix's claw had already landed on his back. The piercing and burning pain made him scream uncontrollably. Yuhui laid down on the ground and subconsciously covered his head with his hands. He felt the fire phoenix chasing after him. It angrily spat out several flames, and on the spot, he was covered in flames. He kept rolling back and forth on the ground, patting away the raging flames on his body. Yuhui was secretly shocked. He thought that he was going to die. Who would have thought that the blazing blood phoenix didn't take advantage of the opportunity to chase after him and take his life? Instead, it let out a shrill cry and flew out from the top of his head, spewing out several tumbling waves of fire towards the high-level corpse puppet. Obviously, Arbor was in danger. The phoenix didn't have time to care about him and hurriedly ran to save its little master. Yuhui heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Suddenly, he felt as if someone had slapped him hard in the stomach. Before he could even gasp for breath, he found that his body had been swept away like a rag. Yuhui screamed. When he caught his breath, he found that he was almost killed on the spot by a fat squirrel's tail. At this time, he was hanging on a tree, dying. His eyes were blurry as he stared at Arbor, who was fighting the high-level zombie not far away. "Kill her, kill her, kill her," Yuhui silently prayed with grievance. On the other side, how could Arbor dare to let Chirps use its tail to hit the zombie? She didn't want their claws to touch the zombie at all. There were too many uncertain factors. Who knew if Chirps and the others would also turn into zombies if they were infected with the zombie poison in its body? Arbor took precautions and hurriedly put the fat squirrel and the snow leopard into his spirit beast space for the time being. As for the Bloodblaze Phoenix, it could avoid danger as long as it didn't use its claws to tear apart that disgusting high-level zombie. Actually, if he could use Paradise Planet now, he could just release the golem treasure to deal with them first. In any case, mechanical puppets were not made of real flesh and blood, so they did not have to worry about being scratched by zombie puppets. Naturally, they did not have to worry so much. In this situation, Arbor was in a passive position. Hua. Arbor didn't want to deal with this high-level zombie any longer. Right now, the most important thing for her was to leave this place and find a quiet environment to advance her cultivation. The blazing blood fire phoenix was telepathically connected to her, so it naturally knew why its little master was calling for it. He swooped down towards her. Arbor also stood on his tiptoes and lightly tapped the ground. He had just flown a few feet when he wanted to jump onto the phoenix's back. The high-level corpse puppet let out a fierce roar. Arbor's eyes narrowed. She suddenly realized that the high-level zombie had probably sensed her intention to run away. This zombie probably didn't have a human appearance, but its way of thinking was perfectly close to a human's. This thought merely flashed through Xiaomu's mind, and she had already leaped onto the Bloodfire Phoenix's back. The human and beast were just about to leave when they suddenly heard a roar from the ground. That advanced-level zombie soared up from an extremely strange and tricky angle and suddenly dashed in front of Xiaomu while suspended in midair. Although he was only in the middle of the infant stage, his attack and speed were not comparable to this high-level corpse puppet. Just as the high-level corpse puppet rushed to Arbor's side, the phoenix flapped its wings and dodged to the side with Arbor on its back. At this time it turned around and flew away. Ayo! The high-level corpse puppet's unwilling roar came from behind. For some reason, Xiaomu felt a bit flustered, and she reflexively turned around to look. She saw the high-level zombie leap in the air and arrive behind Xiaomu in 2 leaps. Arbor did not hesitate to throw a few ice blades at it. Suddenly, she felt a slight chill in her hands. She couldn't help but feel bad. This colding aura was very similar to the Yin power in the mysterious Yin charm. This corpse puppet could use the Yin power to attack her. Thinking of this, she quickly opened a speed talisman and a strength talisman, threw them on the back of the Bloodfire Phoenix, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." As soon as the words fell, she felt a strong wind coming from behind. Arbor quickly turned her head and saw that the 2 arms of the corpse puppet were all separated from the body and had come to the back of her head. Cold sweat came out of her heart. Arbor shot 2 arrows to stop the 2 severed arms from continuing to fly in front of her. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she saw the 10 fingers of the pair of rotten hands fly together, like sharp hidden weapons shooting straight at her face. This attack was simply impossible to guard against. Arbor didn't realize that the high-level corpse puppet could separate its limbs from its body and suffered a loss. At this moment, seeing the 10 fingers flying towards him, he hurriedly wrapped himself in a round eggshell defensive barrier. His heart slightly alarmed, he threw out a concealed weapon, blocking the 10 fingers outside of his body. Feeling a sudden pain on her arm, Arbor looked down in disbelief. She saw a tiny, palm-sized zombie bird hanging from her left forearm. Although she didn't feel much pain when it bit her forearm, Xiaomu only felt a chill creeping up from the bottom of her heart. Her eyes widened in an instant. She was tricked by a high-level corpse puppet. Just now, the corpse puppet had chased after her ferociously, and its limbs had separated from its body to attack her. Everything was a smokescreen to cover the little corpse bird's approach. Obviously, when all her attention was on the high-level zombie puppet, the corpse bird had sneaked into her defensive barrier without anyone noticing. This high-level corpse puppet with an IQ comparable to a human's didn't make a move, but once it made a move, it must complete the task of killing Arbor. Arbor's eyes became a little dazed for a moment, and her mind was in a mess. However, her movements were not slow. First, she tore off the corpse bird from her arm. Then, 5 cold sharp awls appeared on her 5 fingers and pierced into the corpse bird's small head. She mercilessly pierced the corpse bird's head and body over and over again until it was riddled with holes and broken into pieces. Then, with a squeeze of her hand, she burned the corpse bird that dared to harm her body into ashes. Arbor's eyes were filled with a strong hatred and murderous intent. She raised her head and looked directly at the high-level corpse puppet. Her heart was filled with anger and her eyes were cold. She still had a lot of things to do. She hadn't fulfilled her promise to her mother, and she hadn't even seen her lotus. Was she going to die like this? She looked down at the small bite wound on her forearm. At this time, the wound had already been healed by her body, and there was no trace of it at all. Arbor couldn't help but feel a little confused, but she was still worried. Although the wound on the surface had disappeared, the corpse poison might have already entered her body. After taking a few elixirs, Arbor jumped down from the back of the Bloodfire Phoenix. She was afraid of being scratched before, so she was a little restrained. Now that she had been bitten, what was there to be afraid of? Arbor's heart was boiling with anger. As if feeling her emotions, the high-level corpse puppet shrank back a little, and then rushed up again. Arbor looked at the corpse puppet's rotten arm and fingers that had returned to their original state, and clenched her fists hard. The corpse puppet suddenly opened its hands, and countless little corpse birds flew out from under its armpits, fluttering toward Arbor. Arbor raised her sleeve to cover half of her face, and suddenly heard a familiar voice, "Jojo." A shadow suddenly appeared beside her and blocked her way without saying a word. A dark flame silently burned on the ground. Emolienne. Arbor's watery eyes turned red in an instant. It was fine if she didn't see him, but when she suddenly saw him, even if it was just a faint shadow, she could feel that her heart was overflowing with thoughts of him. Emolienne's shadow didn't seem to be able to say much, and he just turned his head and looked at her deeply. With a wave of his hand, the sacred fire burned the ground and rose up. In just a moment, the group of little corpse birds were all burned to ashes. Then the black fire turned into a long black sword, and in a breath, it went straight through the head of the high-level corpse puppet. Ding-dang, a light sound was heard. A light silver crystal core fell out of the high-level zombie's head. The color was very pure, unlike the disgusting zombie's appearance. Emolienne turned around and opened her arms to hug her. "Jojo, I was worried about you. I'll be back soon." The faint word "come" turned into a final note, disappearing into the air. His figure passed through her body, like a gentle breeze brushing past her cheeks. The little guy raised a pair of small arms and made a gesture of wanting to hug him. Then, his shadow dissipated. It was one thing to know that he was thousands of miles away from him and that a wisp of his divine sense couldn't last for too long, but it was another thing to see him dissipate in less than a minute. Xiaomu's small face scrunched up in grievance, and she pitifully muttered, "Emolienne, you might not be able to see me again in the future." "Mistress." Xiaoqiu's voice rang in her ears like the sound of nature. Then, she felt her body become light, and she was pulled into Paradise Planet. On the other side, Yu Hui, who was lying on a tree trunk and didn't dare to disturb Emolienne's shadow, breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he suddenly saw Arbor's figure disappear. There seemed to be a trace of the mystic domain's aura flowing in the air. Although Yu Hui was at his last breath, he was so excited that his whole body started to tremble. It's the mystic domain, it's the aura of the mystic domain. That little girl has a secret. Don't worry. The author is close. Ha 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 ha. He had inadvertently learned that the little girl had such a big secret. Yu Hui half squinted his blurry eyes and tried to climb down from the tree trunk. He could already imagine that as long as this news spread out, that damn stinky girl would be hunted down by the entire Shun Tian mansion. Her ending would be miserable. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. Yu Hui moved his battered body and slid down the tree inch by inch. Suddenly, he heard the cry of a phoenix and his heart shrank. He barely managed to turn the defensive ring in his hand. Just as he activated the defensive barrier, he felt a heatwave rush toward him and bombarded his body. The defensive barrier was completely shattered. Yu Hui fell down from the tree and landed on the ground with his limbs facing the sky. Ah, cough, cough. Yu Hui felt that his internal organs were almost overturned by the impact. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision was blurred and he couldn't see anything clearly. In a daze, he seemed to feel something flying down from the sky. If Yu Hui could see at this moment, he would definitely see the sky filled with red clouds and flames shooting towards him like bullets of fire. He propped up his battered body and his eyes flashed with hatred. Inch by inch, he tried to climb out of the fire wall. Arbor, that damned girl, has the mysterious domain. Arbor has the mysterious domain. Even if this secret couldn't be told to the world, he had to tell his father first. He rummaged through his inner world for the communication jade talisman. Just as he took it out, he heard a soft buzzing sound in the air. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his neck. He lowered his head in shock and saw a flying dagger open a bloody hole in his neck. It came out from the back of his neck. Cough, cough, cough. Yu Hui subconsciously wanted to reach out and press his bleeding throat. He tried to raise his head and see the blurry figure in front of him. Xiao, Arbor, it's Arbor. She actually came back. She probably remembered that there was still a fly like him that had not been dealt with yet. Good, what a ruthless method. She killed people without blinking an eye. Yu Hui died with a grudge in his heart. He collapsed to the ground, unable to get up again. The startled swan dagger pierced 7 to 8 bloody holes in Yuhui's body before returning to Arbor's hand. Looking at the shiny dagger again, there was not a single trace of blood left on it. It was abnormally clean and beautiful. Xiaomu's small face was pale as she pursed her lips. She put away that silver crystal core that had fallen to the ground and coldly retracted her gaze as she gazed at Yuhui, who had turned into ashes under the roasting of the phoenix flames. Let's go. Arbor recalled the blazing blood fiery phoenix and was once again brought into Paradise Planet by Little Tree. This time, she only felt the surging spiritual energy in her body run amok, and she could no longer control herself and spat out a mouthful of blood. He should have immediately found a quiet place to meditate and gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth when he sensed that he was about to ascend to the spirit realm. With such a delay, he didn't know if there would be any repercussions for Arbor. At this time, Paradise Planet was also very unstable. The scenery in front of him looked distorted and blurry. Space seemed to be distorted and slowly shattered. Master, don't worry. Paradise Planet has been transformed into a spirit realm along with you. You should swallow this first. As he spoke, a small green and furry fruit fell into Arbor's hand. Arbor reached out to hold the fruit and looked around. Little Ball, where are you? Little Ball didn't make a sound, but the little water baby stumbled over to her leg in the bumpy space. It reached out 2 transparent little hands and hugged the corner of Arbor's skirt, urging, Master Silver, hurry up and eat it. Arbor also knew that her situation was very bad. Her arm was bitten by a high-level corpse bird, and if nothing unexpected happened, she would turn into a corpse in less than a quarter of an hour. But now she could clearly feel that there seemed to be an invisible force in her body that was suppressing the corpse poison. Although she was a little confused, Arbor didn't have time to think too much about it. Under the little water's urging, she hurriedly swallowed the fruit. Where did this fruit come from? Arbor hurriedly asked, Where's Little Ball? Why didn't it come out to see me? The little water baby immediately lowered its head, sobbing and not daring to answer. Where's Little Ball? Arbor had a bad premonition in her heart. She hurriedly bent down and grabbed the little water baby, asking with a serious expression, Hurry up and tell me the truth. Wah, just now, Master was bitten by that thing. Little Ball asked Little Ball and me to help accelerate its growth. Let it blossom and bear fruit quickly. Arbor's heart thumped fiercely. And then? This one? Is it a holy fruit? She remembered that Little Ball once told her that the little tree could blossom and bear fruit, and the holy fruit it bore could at least make her cultivation advance by leaps and bounds by 2 levels. So she had always thought that Little Ball's fruit was at most used for advancement. But it turned out that it could get rid of the corpse poison? Then where's Little Ball? Arbor was anxious, and her voice couldn't help but become more severe. Little Ball was still in the late stage of its infancy. If it was forcefully accelerated, it definitely wouldn't have any benefits. The little water baby was frightened by Arbor, crying out loud. Little Ball fainted, Little Ball is taking care of it. Arbor's eyes turned red, and she struggled to use her inner vision to look at Little Ball. The little water child hurriedly hugged her and said, Master, you should advance first. If you continue like this, the spiritual energy in your body will explode. No, I want to see Cho first, Arbor said, clenching his fists. Ever since she had been reborn, Cho had always taken care of her, helped her, and given her too much. How could she watch it be in danger? Master. The little water baby hugged her and cried, Master, your skin is bleeding. You have to block off your 5 senses immediately and enter secluded cultivation. Master, you can't delay any longer. How could Arbor still listen to the water child's words at this time? She anxiously sank into her inner vision. He saw that the small tree in his dantian was indeed luxuriant. Although it was not a towering tree, at least it had been forcibly upgraded to the late stage of growth compared to its appearance in the late stage of infancy. It had been upgraded by a whole stage. However, Little Ball's current situation was very bad. Its roots were rapidly withering, and its leaves were also slowly curling up and falling. Little Ball was wrapped around Little Ball's roots, nourishing and nurturing it. However, looking at its constantly shrinking appearance, it was obvious that the late-stage Little Ball was completely unable to keep up with the shrinking of the small tree. Little Ball, how can I help you? How can I help you? Arbor's eyes immediately reddened, and tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably. Looking at Xiao, who looked like it was about to die, Arbor's heart ached and she panicked. It was as if a yellowed and ancient scene had floated past her eyes. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who hugged half a dead tree and floated in the void, as if she had been drifting for countless years. Just like that, each person and one piece of dead tree, the two of them relied on each other as companions. Xiao. In the blink of an eye, the sapling shrunk back to its original size. Moreover, it looked even worse than when they first met. Arbor was at a loss and said in panic, Xiao, wait here. I'll go to the frigid pool to find you a piece of black spirit jade. You'll definitely recover after you absorb it. Master! The little water child was about to go crazy. It watched as its little master stumbled and ran through the twisted paradise planet, heading for the frigid pool behind the peach orchard slope. Master! When the little water child stumbled and crawled to the frigid pool, it saw that its little master had already jumped in without a care for anything else. In a hurry, the little water child also hurriedly jumped into the frigid pool, sliding its little hands and feet with all its might to get closer to its master. Its little master's paddling speed was too fast. As soon as she entered the water, she was like a fish that could breathe, swimming freely in the pool. Even the innate holy water, which was able to merge with any water in the world, was a little surprised. This kind of swimming speed was not like that of a normal human. Arbor shot to the bottom of the frigid pool, and at this time a red figure also desperately paddled to her side. Not here. Arbor blankly turned to look at the newcomer. The youth in front of her was about 14 or 15 years old. There was a fire mark between his eyebrows, and his bright red short hair was very eye-catching. Fire? Yes. As long as it was a divine beast, it could transform, not to mention a holy beast like the Bloodblaze Phoenix. It was just that under normal circumstances, beasts did not like to transform into human form. In human form, their strength and speed could not be compared to their beast form. Come with me, it's here. The Bloodblaze Phoenix had relied on swallowing the black spirit jade at the bottom of the frigid pool to break out of its eggshell, so he naturally knew the location of the black spirit jade. Right now, Xiaomu hated herself for slacking off earlier. If he had come to the bottom of the pond earlier to ascertain the location of the profound spirit jade, he wouldn't have had to go through the trouble of diving to the bottom of the pond. He would have been able to use his spiritual sense to obtain it. Master. The Bloodfire Phoenix turned around to look at her, only to realize that Arbor had already swum to its side. The Bloodblaze Phoenix couldn't help but feel a little surprised. When the little master was paddling, there was no sound at all. It was as if the little master had completely merged with the cold pond. Like a fish in water, he was extremely fast. There are many profound spirit jades buried under the fine sand at the bottom of this lake. Arbor hurriedly swam down and pushed aside the layer of white sand below. Sure enough, he saw a lot of black spirit jade. Arbor threw more than half of the profound spirit jade into his inner world, then turned around and swam towards the surface of the cold pond. Master, there's actually a secret door hidden under the profound spirit jade. The Bloodblaze Phoenix couldn't help but sigh when he saw that she was completely ignoring him and only focused on swimming towards the cold pond. At this time, no matter what he said to his little master, she wouldn't be able to hear him. Right now, she was completely focused on Little Ball. But, the Bloodblaze Phoenix swam forward, his gaze landing on the drops of blood seeping out of her arm. He inwardly frowned. Master's body can't hold on any longer. Her current situation is not much better than the saplings. She needs to advance immediately and not suppress it. After Arbor left the cold pond, she immediately summoned a large pile of black spirit jade. She took a piece and closed her eyes to absorb it. Now that the sapling was unconscious, she could only absorb the energy in its place. She hoped that she could help it. The little water child anxiously paced around her feet. It turned back and roared at the Bloodfire Phoenix, "You should persuade Master. Master's body is filled with large amounts of spirit energy, but she is suppressing it and not advancing. Instead, she is absorbing the energy of the black spirit jade. Does she want me to explode and die?" The Bloodfire Phoenix frowned and clenched her fists. While she was hesitating, she suddenly saw a furry tail emerge from Arbor's back and slap her neck, Miss Chow, who was already at the end of her rope, was caught off guard and fainted on the spot. The little water child angrily cursed, "Damn Chirpy, what are you doing?" The little fat squirrel stretched out 2 claws and picked up Arbor's body before throwing her onto the snow leopard's back. "Quickly bring her to the place with the densest spirit energy." With a whoosh, the snow leopard dashed forward with Xiaomu on its back. Because the space was distorted, the snow leopard had a hard time running. It had to avoid the spirit energy vortexes from time to time. Soon, the snow leopard placed Arbor under the longevity tree. The spirit energy around the longevity tree was the densest. That tree was pulled by the power of time and space, but it did not fall. It was still blooming with colorful longevity flowers. Chirpy! The little water child was about to die from anxiousness. It pounced over to stop the little fat squirrel. Chirpy stretched out its 2 tails and almost sent it flying. "Do you still not understand? The reason why the wounds on Master's body disappeared on their own is because there is a strange recovery energy in her body. In other words, even if she is unconscious, her body will automatically heal her and help her advance in her sleep. This was because this power of recovery would only develop in the direction that was best for the little master. For example, now that Arbor had fallen asleep, the spirit energy in her body that was about to explode had spontaneously flowed towards her Dantian's mystic domain. The changes here may not be due to the spatial distortions caused by profound domain's advancement to spirit domain. Chocho's little furry face was full of seriousness. It's because Master's Dantian star field is undergoing an intense transformation. Isn't he at the spirit ascension tier? No. It's not just because of the spirit ascension tier. Their little master really made them worry. Even she herself was in a daze. She probably didn't know what was going on at all. So, knocking out his troublesome little master was the best choice, wasn't it? She wondered if Chocho had thought about how it would kill the little master when it woke up when it knocked out its master. Come, place these profound spirit jades beside Master. Along with the influx of spirit chi, the profound spirit chi within the profound spirit jade would also be drawn into little Master's body. In this way, it should be able to supplement Chocho's weak little body. As Xiaomu was unconscious, she was completely unaware that all of the spiritual energy that had just formed inside Paradise Planet was endlessly gushing into her body. Her breathing was very steady. She lay there motionless, but her face was slightly rosy, as if she had fallen asleep. A group of beasts of all sizes consciously sat in a circle around her, looking at her worriedly and looking at each other in dismay. It's already been 10 days. Will the self-recovery you mentioned work? Chocho risked his life to bear the holy fruit. It should make Master fine, the group of little beasts muttered, but in fact, they felt very uncertain in the bottom of their hearts. If Master was fine, she wouldn't have taken so long to wake up. In fact, the construction of the entire Paradise Star spirit domain had been completed 3 days ago. And a day ago, Master's body had stopped absorbing spiritual energy. The rich spiritual energy in Paradise Star had basically been completely absorbed by Master. If she wanted to recover, it wouldn't be completely recovered in a day or 2. They originally thought that after the construction of Paradise Star spirit domain was completed, little Master would definitely open her eyes and wake up. Who knew that things didn't go as they wished? Little Master didn't wake up and continued to sleep. It's all your fault. It must be that your tail was too heavy. Little water baby shouted angrily at Chocho. The little fat squirrel's furry face was full of embarrassment. Impossible, I controlled my strength well that day. It wouldn't hurt Master at all. Bah. That tail of yours can even split a mountain, let alone Master who is too weak to stand up to the wind. It must be that you didn't control your strength well and didn't control your strength well. Little water baby scolded angrily. Chocho immediately became listless. To tell the truth, even it began to wonder if it had used too much strength when it struck the back of little Master's neck. After a few more days, Paradise Star spirit domain had completely stabilized and returned to its previous tranquility. The spiritual energy inside the spiritual domain that Xiaomu had depleted was also slowly recovering at a very slow pace. But Arbor still hadn't woken up. At this time, she was lying under the longevity tree with her eyes closed and her expression tranquil. Qishue and the other beasts were a little anxious. Almost half a month had passed, but little Master still hadn't woken up. But looking at her face, it was very calm, without the slightest trace of pain. His pulse and breathing seemed to be quite stable, as if he was really just asleep. Should we carry Master out to find a doctor? The little water baby asked worriedly. What can those quacks do? Xianxia said angrily, who in Anka City has better medical skills than our young master. Then are we just going to let Master sleep here? Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, let's wait for 2 more days. If Master still hasn't woken up, I'll take her out and let those quacks have a look. It was useless to show it to a quack doctor. The little beasts were all well aware of this. After Paradise Planet became a spirit domain, the earth veins here were filled with spirit energy, which was actually very comfortable. But looking at the unconscious state of their little master, none of the beasts felt comfortable. How's Chocho? Other than Holy Water and Holy Earth, who could see Chocho's condition from time to time, no one else could. After the profound spirit jade is absorbed, it will be very beneficial to it. Now, Chocho's tree trunk had grown slightly taller and looked much better than half a month ago. Hearing this, Xianxia and the others nodded. Just like this, they waited for another 2 days in Arbor. Just as everyone was discussing how to have Xianxia transform into his human form and carry little master out to find a medical clinic, Arbor suddenly opened his eyes without warning and stared straight up. As far as the eye could see, there were many colorful spherical flowers. After being soaked in spirit energy, the longevity tree's flowers of different colors became even more translucent. The little water child almost cried tears of joy. Master, you're awake. Arbor scrambled to his feet and subconsciously looked down at his unharmed hands and feet. He muttered to himself with a puzzled expression, not dead. Pa, of course you're not dead, Master. The little water child said while wiping his tears. But you've been unconscious for a full 16 days, Master. Arbor looked around and found that all the big and small creatures, from the giant ape to the little white snake, were sitting in a circle beside him. I've made you all worry. Arbor grabbed the little water child. How's little ball? When she used her inner vision just now, she saw that little ball was still listless. The current him was probably so weak that he didn't even have the ability to break branches into clones. Little ball's main body had instantly grown and injured its foundation. If it wanted to recover, it would need a large amount of black spirit jade to nourish it. The amount of black spirit jade she had right now was far from enough. Don't worry, Master, little ball has already stabilized. As long as it's given some time, it will definitely be able to return to its usual lively self. Master, little ball is very useful. Not only can little ball's leaves increase one's profound energy perception, but it can also strengthen the body and prolong the life of an ordinary person. Also, little ball will be able to bear fruit in the future. If Master eats the sacred fruit, your cultivation will increase by at least 2 levels. The little fellow's chattering voice seemed to ring in Arbor's ears again. For a moment, she felt her little nose sting and subconsciously bit her thin lips. How can I help it? Besides finding a large amount of black spirit jade to nourish the little tree, is there any other faster method? Arbor asked with a frown. Little ball had once said that its main body supported the entire star field and all the profound energy in the star field was closely related to it. And now, all the mystic energy in the star field had been converted into spiritual energy. Her advancement on Paradise Planet had consumed a large amount of spirit energy from the star field, causing Chocho's main body to consume a great deal of energy. He could only think of other ways to make up for it. Apart from the profound spirit jade, the pure spiritual energy formed between heaven and earth is the most helpful to Chocho. If Master can find a large spirit domain and refine it for Chocho to use, the large amount of spirit energy inside can help Chocho recover faster. Alright. She remembered that Elder Sue of Sunlight Academy had once said that the winner of the 6 Prefectures Academy ranking tournament would obtain the right to enter Spirit Realm on Brinset Island. 3 spirit realms had been unearthed on Brinset Island so far. These were all supplements that Chocho urgently needed. Xiao Mu's eyes narrowed, concealing a trace of determination. Master, other than the first 10 days when you were advancing to the spiritual realm, what have you been doing for the last 6 days? Why can't he wake up? Arbor turned to look at the little beasts. How about I take you to a place? The little beasts naturally nodded in unison. With a thought, Arbor brought all the little beasts to a vast ocean. Look, what do you think of this sea? It's too wide. The little water baby hanging on Arbor's arm couldn't help but dance and jump for joy. Master, master, I like it here, I like it here. This place was full of rich water spiritual power. For holy water, it was simply the best place to live. Go. Arbor gently shook her little arm, and the little water baby drew a parabola in the sky and happily jumped into the sea. Everyone saw that as soon as it entered the sea, it turned into a small ice ball and wandered back and forth on the surface of the sea, riding the wind and breaking the waves. It looked very comfortable. Master has been in a coma for so many days because a sea opened in the star field? Arbor nodded and then shook her head. That's not entirely the reason. After saying that, she stood on the beach and stared at the sea, a dark red light flashing in her eyes. In just a breath's time, a fat sea fish suddenly flew out of the sea and jumped in front of Arbor. She reached out and held it in her arms. The sea fish seemed to be a little dizzy. It fell into Arbor's arms and didn't struggle. It just opened its mouth and spat out a few bubbles. Maybe you won't understand if I experiment here. After all, this sea was also a newly opened planet in her Dantian star field. In theory, as long as she used her spiritual sense, as long as she saw something in the star field, she could use her spiritual power to transfer it to her hands. In order to let this group of ignorant beasts have a direct experience, Arbor simply pulled everyone out of Paradise Planet. As soon as they moved out, they saw the tree that Yuhui was lying on before. Only half of it was left on the edge of the earth wall. Arbor glanced sideways at the beasts. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a red light quickly slid through her eyes. Everyone saw that the half of the tree that was growing in the soil was suddenly rolled up by the roots and thrown over the earth wall with a loud crash. The group of little beasts stared at her with their mouths agape. They all saw very clearly that the little master didn't use the slightest bit of spiritual energy in his body at all. How did he inexplicably move the tree in front of them from the ground? Arbor was still holding the fish in his two little hands. He turned to look at the beasts and said, I seem to have gained a special ability, psychokinesis. This kind of psychokinesis should belong to a kind of spiritual system, and it was closely related to spiritual sense. At the moment, he could only move half of the tree, which was about 100 meters away. She didn't need any spiritual power to assist her, nor did she use any physical strength. She probably only used a part of her spiritual sense. She hadn't completely grasped the essentials yet, so she still needed to think more about it. Everyone returned to the gate of the sea. The little white snake wriggled its little body excitedly. Master, if that's the case, then you profited from a disaster. Arbor nodded. You can say that. After consuming the holy fruit, not only did it remove all the corpse poison, it also allowed her body to form an immunity. She had felt her own pulse. When she broke through the spirit realm and directly jumped to the level of a third-level spirit master, her body also officially entered the immortal realm from a half-step immortal bone. Most importantly, her body actually became immune to the corpse poison. In other words, she probably didn't need to be afraid of being bitten by corpse puppets anymore. Of course, she wasn't a masochist. It would be best if she didn't get hurt. Dinner was that chubby sea fish. Everyone barbecued it on the beach. After eating, they dug a hole for the fish bones and buried it. In any case, the star domain had the ability to purify everything. It would automatically purify any trash. Master Silver, you haven't given this sea a name yet. Xiao simply touched a sore spot. All the beasts couldn't help but have headaches when they thought of the weird name their little master gave them. This newly discovered planet is called Fish Orchid Planet, Arbor said indifferently. Then let's just call the sea the Orchid Sea, okay? Okay. All the beasts nodded in unison. They all felt that this name was much better than the previous string of unreliable ones. After dinner, Xiaomu opened the sealing sphere and released the crimson firmament blue ship from within. To be honest, Arbor was still a little shocked when he saw what looked like a small boat model slide down the wall of the transparent ball and crash heavily on the beach. It instantly turned into a 3-story ship that braved the wind and waves. The 3-story ship sailed steadily on the sea. From time to time, 1 or 2 stupid fish would come out from the side of the ship and follow the ship. That old man really didn't lie to this child. This was indeed a treasure. When everyone boarded the ship, they discovered that not only was this three-story ship very spacious, but the items on board were also extremely luxurious. The ship's porch, doors, and windows were all inlaid with all kinds of gemstones. There was practically everything one could think of, including food and drinks. Most importantly, there were even boatmen. Of course, they couldn't be humans. The boatmen were all nimble and agile mechanical puppets that were around level 8 or level 9 mystic cultivators. Naturally, they were not as agile as Big Treasure, but they had no problem doing these simple and ordinary jobs. Arbor originally wanted to sail around the sea to see how far it was. However, halfway through the voyage, he realized that there was no end in sight, so he gave up on the idea of continuing to play. Didn't I tell you guys? Is the time on Fish Orchid Planet different from the outside world? Arbor suddenly asked. All the beasts shook their heads. I've calculated that staying on Fish Orchid Planet for a day is only about 2 hours in the outside world. Therefore, if you want to cultivate in seclusion, stay on the Fish Orchid Planet. You should be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Arbor did not wait for the surprised beasts to express their opinions. She waved her hand and left the star field in a flash. She returned to the place where she had moved half of the dead wood. She glanced around coldly. Seeing that there were no abnormalities, she walked out of the earth wall. At this moment, a faint sigh of relief suddenly came from behind the dead tree that was lying on the ground. A person sneakily poked his head out from behind a tree. Seeing that there was no one in front of him, he hurriedly patted his chest, took a deep breath, and turned around. Then, his body suddenly stiffened. The man's eyes widened as he looked at Arbor in disbelief. He didn't know when Arbor had appeared behind him and was looking at him expressionlessly. Why you? Before the man could finish his sentence, he felt a cold, sharp claw gripping his throat. Who sent you to guard this place? I don't know what you're talking about. The man panicked and couldn't control himself. He hastily tried to defend himself. I was just passing by. I was just passing by. Passing by? Arbor sneered and tightened her grip on the man's neck. This place is so desolate, and there are no villages or shops around. You said you were just passing by? Arbor sneered inwardly and tightened her grip on the man's neck. Who sent you? It's Brother Doggy. For some reason, the man felt that he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat in the hands of such an innocent and beautiful little girl. His intuition told him that if he didn't confess, he would probably die a horrible death. Who's Brother Doggy? Arbor tightened her grip on the man's neck. Tell me. Brother Doggy, cough, cough, cough. I don't know. I only know that Brother Doggy is a big shot from the divine land. Our Yu family can't afford to offend him. You're a disciple of the Yu family, Arbor looked at him coldly and said. The Yu family disciple felt a chill run down his spine, and he couldn't help but shiver when he heard such cold and heartless words. I'm a disciple of the Yu family, he braced himself and said. What did you see just now? Arbor asked calmly. The Yu family disciple's eyes flashed, and then he shook his head with difficulty. What did I see? I didn't see anything. You weren't surprised at all when you saw me appear out of thin air. If he wasn't pretending, then he really didn't see anything. However, would Arbor really think that he didn't see anything? Then there was only one possibility: he was pretending. Was he pretending that he didn't see anything and wanted to rush back to inform the Yu family? A mocking sneer slid across Xiaomu's lips, and she lightly exhaled a burst of energy from her small hand. Then, she heard a light crack, and the next second, that Yu clan disciple's head drooped to the side. Xiaomu tossed him to the ground in passing before walking out of the alley. The moment he stepped out of the alley, the nearby residents only heard a loud boom. Everyone hurriedly ran out of their houses and looked into the depths of the alley, but there was no one there. They could only see flames soaring into the sky behind the alley, and they couldn't see anything clearly. After Arbor got out of the alley, she ran toward the gate of the Yu family's mansion in Anka City. The Yu clan had gone too far and almost forced her into a desperate situation. If Sapling hadn't sacrificed himself and turned the situation around to save her, what would have happened to her, mutated corpse puppet? A monster that was neither human nor ghost. When she thought of the torment and fright she had suffered before this, she wanted to grab the Yu family's patriarch and beat him to death. A moment later, Arbor arrived at the Yu family's door. However, before he could kick the door open, he heard Xianxia and the others exclaim one after another. Jojo? Jojo! When Xiaomu turned around to look, she saw Xianxia and the little fatty sprinting towards her. Xianxia reached out and hugged her. Angrily and anxiously, she patted her twice. Where did you run off to? Don't you know that everyone is worried about you? It had already been half a month, and everyone had already turned the entire Wenka city upside down to search for Xiaomu's figure. However, during this period of time, not even a single hair on Jojo's head could be found, let alone Arbor. As time passed, the uneasy feeling in their hearts began to spread, causing everyone to feel uneasy and unable to eat or sleep. Although Arbor's trip was very dangerous, it was a fruitful one. She held Xianxia's little hand. I'm really fine. Seeing that Xuanxuan's eyes were red and she looked like she was about to cry, Arbor quickly reached out and pinched her little cheeks. Xianxian, I'll be fine. By the way, I have half a grilled fish here. Do you want it? Arbor took out half a grilled fish from under her sleeve and stuffed it into Xuanxuan's hand. As an experienced foodie, Xianxian could tell at a glance that it was a half-burnt grilled fish. It did not smell good either. Even so, a foodie like her could not resist the temptation of food. Xianxian quickly reached out and took it. She nodded and said, I haven't eaten anything all day. Why aren't you eating? Arbor frowned. How can I eat when I think about how you're still alive? Now that she saw that Xiaomu had returned unscathed, Xuanxuan's spirits also improved slightly. Arbor could not help but raise her hand to knock her head. Are you stupid? What could possibly happen to me? Where are the others? We left 2 people at the Yu family's entrance every day to try our luck and see if we can gather any information about you. Xianxian said, the others went to the city to look for you. We don't know where you went. We've almost turned the entire Anka city upside down. Jojo, where are you hiding? Arbor could not help but reach out to touch her nose. Nowhere. Arbor felt a little apologetic when she thought about how her friends were looking for her everywhere. However, the matter in the Star region was too important, and she did not want to reveal it to anyone for the time being. Xianxian, wait for me here. Arbor was about to step forward when Xianxian suddenly pulled her back. Where are you going? The Yu family caused me so much trouble. I have to kill their old patriarch. I have to avenge myself. Arbor said through clenched teeth. Xianxian shook her head helplessly. I don't think you should go. The Yu clan had been completely exterminated 10 days ago. However, I heard that patriarch Yu escaped with his 2 sons. They probably escaped to another residence. We haven't found any traces of them yet. Upon hearing this, Arbor immediately frowned in displeasure. Who did it? It should be young Master Ding from Qianluo's underground battle arena. Xianxian said in a low voice. What she didn't say was that young Master Ding had also sent people to look for Arbor. Although she didn't think that Jojo had a good relationship with young Master Ding, it seemed that young Master Ding was quite wishful thinking. Mind your own business. Arbor said angrily. It was as if he had punched a ball of cotton. It didn't feel good at all. Originally, he wanted to drag out that Yu clan's old man and give him a good whipping. But now, he actually beat the grass to scare the snake and scared the old man away. Damn it, this matter was not over yet, Xiaomu grumbled maliciously in her heart. Even if that old man from the Yu clan fled to the ends of the earth, she would still kill him. There was also that brother go behind the Yu clan. He could not let him off. Jojo, let's go see Instructor Wei Wei and the others first. Xianxian held her little hand and didn't let go. The instructors have been running around for you recently. Cough, when we meet later, don't diss Instructor Wei Wei. Huh? Who dissed him? Arbor snorted. She couldn't be bothered to diss this neurotic Instructor Wei Wei. Xianxian laughed helplessly. She held Arbor's little hand, and the 3 of them walked towards a nearby inn. Broken sleep, make up for it tomorrow. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Xianxian and Arbor had just settled down in the inn when they saw Mentor Wei Wei and the others return in exhaustion. These days, they had rummaged through Anka City countless times in a row, and everyone looked emaciated. When they saw the little stoic meet their eyes, they were momentarily dazed. It wasn't until Mata exclaimed, "Jojo, you're back," that everyone finally realized that their eyes weren't twitching. Duan Muqing quickly walked up and sized her up. "Are you all right?" Arbor blinked and shook her small head. "What can happen to this lady? You're making a fuss over nothing." Bam! Mentor Zhou Danjin jumped up without any explanation and smacked the back of her head with a crisp chestnut. The little stoic clutched the back of her head with one hand, and a trace of exasperation appeared on her expressionless face. "What are you doing?" Xianxia couldn't resist coughing lightly and wanted to cover her mouth to snicker. The short mentor with red eyebrows and green eyes scolded, "You darn girl, why didn't you send us a message if you had nothing better to do? You made the mentor search for you everywhere in Anka City all day long. They're dog-tired." The stoic girl raised her eyebrows and secretly peeked at Mentor Zhou's furious appearance. She instantly felt that she was in the wrong and whispered, "It was just a small accident." "What small accident? Are you stupid?" Mentor Zhou said angrily, "Don't you know how to call for help? Why are you acting like a hero? If you didn't jump up with that person from the Yu family, don't tell me he could have caught you by force?" Arbor's small face flushed red. No one had ever called her stupid since she was young. Who didn't call her an exceptionally intelligent little genius? This baby was so angry. "Humph." Mentor Wei Wei also snorted eccentrically. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were clearly filled with disdain. It was as though he was saying, "I knew you, little girl, were disorganized and had no team spirit. You only know how to mess around when something happens. I'm going to sleep." The little stoic flushed with anger and turned to run off in a huff. Zhou Danjin chuckled mischievously and pointed at the little fellow's back as she ran up the stairs. "The stoic girl can get angry too. Alright, you guys should go and rest too." The other three instructors also nodded at Duan Muqing and the others. "Everyone has been tired for so many days. Have a good rest. We will return to the academy the day after tomorrow." Arbor secretly observed for a moment. Seeing that everyone had returned to their rooms and their figures had gradually disappeared in the corridor, she opened the door and looked around. She curled her lips and snorted. Taking out a dozen peaches from his inner world, Arbor had a palm leaf fan in his small hand. He opened the window, stacked the peaches on the table in front of him, and fanned them. After fanning for a while, he heard the doors on both sides of the corridor open one after another. Many people stood at their doorsteps, looking around and sniffing. "It smells so good." Xianxia and Little Fatty were the first to arrive when they smelled the fragrance. They knocked on the door of Arbor's room. "The door isn't locked," Arbor said in a muffled voice. The two of them immediately hopped in. By the time the 5 instructors caught wind of the commotion and arrived, Arbor's room had long been packed with students. The short instructor who was the last to enter hastily closed the door behind him, isolating everyone's gazes from the corridor. He walked in and shouted, "What are you doing here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Everyone was eating a peach in their hands, so no one had the time to pay attention to the 5 instructors. The 5 instructors looked at each other, speechless. Xianxia hurriedly said, Instructors, there are 5 leftovers. Do you want some?" Only idiots would not want them. They smelled so sweet and comfortable. They must be excellent spirit peaches. One had to know that after Paradise Planet became a spirit domain, all the trees, flowers, and fruits on Paradise Planet also improved greatly. Xianxia asked the little fatty to pass the peaches to the 5 instructors. The 5 of them secretly glanced at a certain expressionless child who was drinking tea calmly. As the saying went, the gift blinds the eye. Zhou Danjin coughed lightly and consoled Xiao Mu, "It's very late, so you should all rest early." I didn't mean to scold you. The main thing is, if something happens in the future, remember to look for me." "Why do you think the instructors came with you? Isn't it to protect you? Isn't it to encourage us to participate in the arena so that you can secretly make an unexpected fortune?" The students glanced at each other. Satisfied, they returned to their rooms. The next day, everyone rested in Anka City for a day. During this time, Arbor reluctantly took out 2 or 3 cups of spirit tea for everyone to taste. Xianxia was speechless when she tasted it. I feel like the spirit energy in this tea has increased a lot. That was natural. The entire mystic domain had become a spirit realm. The spirit energy contained in the spirit tea tree was naturally more abundant. Wei Wei and the others came to a realization. They looked at Arbor and said, "When you're exhausted in the arena, you drink the spirit tea every time, right?" "Yes, instructor. This is not a pill, it's just tea. It's not like we can't drink tea when we're thirsty, right?" The little fattie's expression said, "Instructor, we didn't cheat." Seeing this, the short instructor and the others wanted to slap him until he fainted. Haha, this isn't cheating. The effect of this spirit tea is hundreds of times better than the spirit recovery elixir on the market, right? Looking at the calm expressions of the students, Zhou Danjing could not help but twitch his mouth. Alright, it's not cheating. But if you want to drink spirit tea during the next competition, haha. Xianxia and the others couldn't help but shudder. He felt that there was a deeper meaning behind the instructor's unfinished words. Arbor held the teacup and took a sip of tea expressionlessly. Half a tael of spirit tea per person. 1 or 2. The 5 mentors said in unison. Half tael plus 2 coins, no more. Deal. Xianxia and the others looked at each other. Please, what kind of charade are they playing? After the teachers left, Xianxia muttered, "Jojo, isn't it too much to give each of them half a tael of spirit tea as hush money?" Arbor took a sip from his teacup and nodded. Yeah, I think it's a loss too. Let's just treat it as respect for the old. Alright, I'll just treat it as a form of respect for the elderly. Xianxia and the others nodded in agreement. Duan Muqing looked at Arbor and said, "Xianxia and Hongwen must have told you about the Yu clan's extermination." Arbor nodded. Duan Muqing continued, "These days, we've been tracking the whereabouts of Clan Heju and his 2 sons, but we haven't been able to find them. We suspect that there's a force hiding them." Arbor laughed coldly. "There's someone behind you, Badian." She wondered if it was the brother Go that the little ant she strangled to death was talking about. Where did this group of people come from? No matter where they came from, there's one thing that's definitely true. Xuan's face darkened as she clenched her fists. Jojo's enemy is definitely our enemy. Everyone nodded as they shared a common enemy. Arbor looked at them and felt a little emotional. Xianxia smiled and said, "Xiao Xiao, when you were haggling with the teachers just now, I really didn't understand what you were doing." He didn't expect the little fellow to use the spiritual tea to shut the mentors' mouths, so that they wouldn't restrict them in the upcoming competition. To put it bluntly, be it divine beasts or holy beasts, they were all a part of their strength. Why couldn't they use it during the competition? Xianxia pouted. Moreover, they wouldn't rely on their divine beasts to bully other contestants in the competition. Normally, they would go up first and summon their beasts if they couldn't do it. The mentors were thinking too much. Everyone had nothing to do for the whole day, so they simply stayed in Arbor's room, drinking tea and chatting. Thus, Arbor, who rarely had the chance to take an afternoon nap, could only accompany them to drink tea and listen to them complain about the academy. Compared to Xianxia, Little Fatty, and the 3 of them, the others had stayed in the academy for 2 to 3 years. After listening to Senior Lu Yu's complaints, Xianxia and the other 2 found out about many strange things in the academy. For example, in order to nurture the spiritual herbs in the flaming energy peak, the mentors would occasionally come to squeeze some of the students' spirit coins. It was said that they spent a lot of money to buy some spiritual nutrient solution, and 10,000 spirit coins could only last for 2 months. Xiamu blinked when she heard this. What elixir nutrient solution? Who knows what kind of nutrient solution it is? Lu Yu couldn't help but complain. Don't judge the mentors by how poor they look. In fact, the academy's money isn't that little. But every month, they spend more than 10,000 spirit coins on nurturing the spiritual herbs in the flaming energy peak. Xianxia couldn't help but be surprised. Then when we saw Mentor Zhou in the Thunderous Plains, he seemed to have gone all the way to buy cheap food. On the way back, they were so stingy. They would rather be struck by lightning all the way back on the Thunderous Plains than pay to take the land whale. When Xianxia said this, the corners of Lu Yu, Hua Tao, and the others couldn't help but twitch. This was indeed Teacher Zhou's style of dealing with people. Oh, At that time, the teacher also said that he was going to buy food for you. If you don't return in 3 days, you will starve to death. Xianxia sized up Duan Muqing and the others. Is that so? I'm listening to his bragging. Hua Tao rolled his eyes. Duan Muqing couldn't be bothered to say anything. This teacher Zhou's level of unreliability was something that no one had ever seen before. Among the teachers of the 5 spirit faculties, he was probably the most unreliable. Xianxia was speechless. The little fatty chuckled and interrupted, Instructor Zhou and the others are doing so much for the elixir of the Flame Power Peak? Why don't we sneak over to Flaming Power Peak after we return to the academy? Do you not want to live anymore? Hua Tao rolled his eyes at him. If you go to the Flame Power Peak and are found by the mentors, I can guarantee that you won't see the sun tomorrow. The little fatty was speechless. There are hundreds and thousands of kinds of spiritual herbs in the Flame Power Peak. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. How is that possible? According to Instructor Zhou, there are 4 kinds of spiritual herbs. When Arbor heard this, she couldn't help but pout. It was just 4 stalks of spirit herbs, and he already spent so much effort to take care of them. If he was like her, who had hundreds and thousands of spirit herbs in the herb garden, wouldn't he have to squat in the fields and take care of them day and night without eating or drinking? No one knew what she was thinking, but seeing the slight disdain in her bright eyes, they didn't need to guess to know what she was thinking. Move, move, don't block the way. There was a commotion downstairs, but no one in the room paid much attention to it at first. Only when they heard the chaotic footsteps heading towards their room did they look at each other. Bang! With a kick, the door to Arbor's room was kicked open. The pitiful half of the door was kicked to the ground. Arbor's eyes turned cold, and she turned to look at the door. He saw Ko Hongjin leading a group of burly men with thick waists and round arms, blocking the door. Ko Hongjin, what are you doing here? Little fatty Ko Hongwen immediately jumped up from the stool and glared at Ko Hongjin with his red eyebrows and green eyes. Take them all down. Ko Hongjin didn't waste any time with little fatty and directly pointed 2 fingers at Arbor and the others. Immediately, 20 or so burly men rushed in from behind. As if they were standard, their arms were exposed, revealing their bulging muscles. What are you doing? Little fatty shouted angrily. Ko Hongjin, you dare to mess around? I am messing around today, what can you do to me? Ko Hongjin shouted angrily. He had spent half a month with a fat pig's head. During this time, he had been ridiculed, spat, and ridiculed by many people, and he remembered all of it in his heart. The main culprit was this Ko Hongwen. He wanted this country bumpkin to regret offending the young master of the Ko family. Ko Hongjin. Little fatty was just about to pounce over when Xianxia reached out and pulled him back. Arbor waved his hand, and more than 20 body-securing talismans flew in front of the crowd. Without any explanation, they froze the 20 or so burly men who were trying to break through the door. Ko Hongjin shuddered and hurriedly retreated. Just as he was about to exit the door, he felt a pain in the back of his head and fell to the ground. Ko Hongjin felt a splitting pain in the back of his head. He fell to the ground and rolled back and forth. He forced himself to look back, but there was no one in the corridor outside the door. Ko Hongjin's heart trembled in fear, and he began to panic for no reason. The strange object that he had felt earlier was clearly due to someone throwing something at the back of his head from outside the corridor. How could he not see anyone in the blink of an eye? Duan Muqing's eyes flickered, and his gaze landed on Arbor. He had been standing beside her the whole time. Just now, when Arbor's eyes flashed red, he saw it very clearly. This was a special ability. Arbor kicked away a person blocking the way and walked over to Ko Hongjin, who was rolling on the ground. She pursed her lips in displeasure. Didn't you hit me enough last time? Why was this person like a fly, buzzing around everywhere he went? Ko Hongjin glared at her angrily, hugging his head and rolling back and forth. You dare to touch me? You dare to hit me again this time? I will make sure that damn fatty's parents die a horrible death. Arbor's gaze sharpened. The little fatty cried out in surprise and rushed over. He kicked Ko Hongwen hard. You caught my parents? Thinking about how his parents, who had stayed in Zhaoping town for their entire lives, had fallen into Ko Hongjin's hands, and who knew what kind of torture they had gone through. Little fatty's heart was filled with anger. He picked up Ko Hongjin, who was lying on the ground, and without any explanation, slammed his fists into his mouth. Speak. Where did you take my parents? Ow, ah. Ko Hongjin didn't expect that he would be beaten up by the little fatty even though he had brought so many people to look for trouble. Your useless parents, I just need to torture them a little and they'll be dead. Ow. As soon as Ko Hongjin finished speaking, he suddenly felt a silver needle drop into his arm. Instantly, he felt as if the pain in his entire body had been magnified countless times. From his blood vessels to his tiny pores, they were all screaming the word pain at him. Ko Hongjin couldn't help but roll back and forth on the ground. He was in so much pain. So much pain. Arbor looked coldly at the man who was rolling back and forth on the ground like a dead dog. He stepped forward and kicked him hard in the waist. Where are they? In our Ko family's dungeon. Little fatty didn't say anything else and rushed out of the door. A few teachers had just arrived at the door. They were stunned for a moment and asked, what happened? Previously, after they had taken the spirit tea, they had returned to their rooms to cultivate for a while. They wanted to take advantage of the spirit tea to cultivate for a while, but they didn't expect that in such a short time, something would happen again. Little Fatty's parents have been detained in the dungeon by the Ko family. Xianxia said anxiously, we have to go with him to take a look. You guys stay here. Teacher Wei Wei spoke out to stop everyone. We'll go take a look. You guys stay here and don't cause any more trouble. Arbor saw Wei Wei step forward to take Ko Hongjin away and kicked him hard in the stomach. That guy opened his mouth in pain, but he only felt a chill in his throat, as if something had slipped down his throat. Ko Hongjin wasn't an idiot. He immediately knew that something was wrong. What kind of poison did Arbor give him? Ko Hongjin desperately wanted to vomit out the poison that he had swallowed. Unfortunately, the poison dissolved in his mouth. Even if he vomited until the middle of the night, he would not be able to get even half of it out. Wei Wei was stunned for a moment, but he didn't say anything. He picked up Ko Hongjin and chased after the little fatty with the other 4 mentors. As for the rest of the people who stayed in the room, they couldn't help but feel worried. With a teacher leading them to the Ko clan, it shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Xianxia muttered. Everyone's expression was somewhat unsightly. They didn't expect that Ko Hongjin was such a stupid person. He captured Ko Hongjin's parents to threaten him. Originally, it was just a conflict between brothers. Now, it had escalated into a life-and-death feud. Jojo, what did you feed Ko Hongjin just now? 100 herbs carefree powder. Xiaomu stated apathetically. Poison? The name didn't sound like a poison. Arbor shook his head. Everyone's expression was slightly stunned. They thought that in that kind of situation, Arbor would poison Ko Hongjin in a fit of anger. They didn't expect that he didn't. Duan Muqing raised his eyebrows slightly and asked softly, what's the effect of the poison? He didn't believe that Jojo would let Ko Hongjin off so easily after provoking him time and time again. Even though the name of the medicine sounded pretty good, Duan Muqing was very clear that it was definitely not a good medicine. Arbor looked out the window indifferently and said softly, an idiot should act like an idiot. Isn't that right? Duan Muqing raised his eyebrows and immediately understood what Arbor meant. Xianxia looked at the two in confusion and couldn't help but lean closer to Arbor and ask, what do you mean? What I mean is that young Master Ko Hongjin can only be an idiot for the rest of his life. Xianxia nodded blankly. Suddenly, she seemed to have understood something and her eyes widened. So, the 100 herbs freedom powder that sounded so simple was actually a medicine that could turn a person into an idiot? Heavens! Xianxia immediately felt her entire body tremble. Ko Hongjin had turned into an idiot. The Ko family head must be busy looking for a doctor to treat his condition. For the time being, he probably couldn't find the time to cause trouble for them. Arbor and the others were sitting in the room and talking when they heard a few light knocks on the door. Arbor raised her head and frowned. Xianxian, help me call the shopkeeper over. Her room's door had been broken by that damned Ko Hongjin. She had to ask the shopkeeper to help her change to another room. Okay. Xianxian ran out and exchanged glances with Steward Tang, who was standing by the door. Miss Chow. Steward Tang bowed respectfully to Arbor. What are you doing here? Arbor asked indifferently. This lowly one has been ordered by my young master to come and visit Miss Xiao. Steward Tang said respectfully. Now that you've visited, shouldn't you be leaving? Hua Tao said jokingly. Steward Tang's expression revealed traces of awkwardness. This lowly one will leave after delivering the gifts. With that, Steward Tang turned around and ordered people to bring a row of boxes of various shapes and sizes to Arbor. Steward Tang bowed respectfully and said, Miss Xiao, this old servant will leave now. Arbor nodded calmly. When Manager Tang was about to leave the room, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around to say, Young Master also said that if Miss Xiao needs any help, you can go to Qian Luo's underground battle arena to look for him at any time. Of course, if young master isn't here, this old servant can still help young lady. Arbor watched him leave with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Was there something wrong with this Ding Ting Ding? Why was he being so nice to her for no reason? It really made people feel uncomfortable. Arbor raised his head and saw Xianxia walk in with the innkeeper behind her. He said, Innkeeper, change my room tonight. It's a girl. On the other side, Hua Tao had long since lost his composure. He ran forward and rummaged through the gift boxes of different sizes. The gift boxes were piled up on the table, and most of them were spirit pills and miraculous medicines. Every item looked extremely precious, and he couldn't help but be speechless. Such a large sum of money was not something that a simple wealthy family could afford. It could be seen how wealthy and powerful this young Master Ding of Qian Luo's underground battle arena was. Ah, that's right. Jojo, I forgot to tell you that we have already received the prize money. Xianxia immediately beamed with joy when she mentioned this. Tomorrow, go to a random shop and ask the innkeeper to help me deposit the 2,800,000 spirit coins in my spirit coin card with you. I have 5 million spirit coins. It should be enough to spend. You can split the prize money. Arbor waved his hand and said. Xianxia was immediately moved to tears. She held Arbor's hand and rubbed it. Jojo. Arbor looked at her speechlessly. He patted her head and said with a serious face, Don't be so stingy in the future. At this moment, Xiaomu's small team was filled with people of considerable wealth. Each of them had at least a few 100,000 spirit coins on them. The few of them chatted for a while and looked at the sky outside. They couldn't help but feel worried. The mentors had followed Ko Hongwen to the Ko family for about 4 hours. They still hadn't returned. They didn't know if something had happened to them. Why didn't Mentor Wei Wei and the others let us go and help? Xianxia muttered, the Ko family has so many people. They wouldn't attack them, right? With the mentors' cultivations, it shouldn't be a big problem. They were all great spirit masters. It should be easy for them to deal with a bunch of weak Ko family disciples. Then why aren't they back yet? Xianxia said worriedly, I wonder how little Fatty's parents are. Jojo. Little Fatty's voice suddenly came from the corridor. The shopkeeper led the group of people to her room. The little Fatty was the first to step through the door, carrying an old lady covered in wounds in his arms. Quickly put her on the bed. Arbor immediately stood up and said. Little Fatty placed his mother on the couch by the window. He rubbed his hands uneasily and said, Chow, my mother will be fine, okay? Arbor bent down and treated the wounds and blood on Ko Hongwen's mother's body. Superficial wounds are easy to treat. Auntie was poisoned. However, the poison used by the Ko family wasn't that strong. Arbor took out a small bottle of medicine and poured it down Ko Hongwen's mother's throat. He then turned around and threw the dirty cloth into the basin. This injury was caused by Ko Hongzhen? Ko Hongwen's eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and nodded. However, that brat Ko Hongzhen didn't end well either. I personally chopped off one of his arms. Let him be a cripple from now on. When he left, he heard the Ko family's patriarch howling as he hugged his precious son. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of shock he had received. However, Ko Hongzhen only had himself to blame for all of this. Arbor nodded and looked at him approvingly. That's right. You don't have to be polite to your enemies. Otherwise, only their own people would be hurt. After treating Ko Hongwen's mother's injuries, Arbor turned his head and his gaze landed on a skinny little old man beside Instructor Wei Wei. Uncle Ko is also injured. Come and clean your wounds. Thank you, thank you. Ko Hongwen's old father hurriedly thanked him and walked to Arbor's side and sat down. After cleaning Uncle Ko's wound as well and applying medicine, Xiao Mu then leisurely washed her hands before turning to look at Ko Hongwen. What happened? Speak. Ko Hongwen clenched his fists angrily. When we rushed there, the old bastards of the Ko family refused to admit that they had captured my parents. The instructors mediated with the Ko family for a while, but when they couldn't get through, they took action. By the time we found my parents in the dungeon, they were already like this. I told you not to talk nonsense with them. Arbor snapped. They attacked without talking nonsense. They were already back. See, we almost missed dinner. Arbor glanced at everyone unhappily. Xianxia's eyes lit up when she heard this. Jojo's words meant that he had something good to eat for them. Xianxia was already used to thinking that Jojo had a lot of good food around him. She had long forgotten about Arbor's unreasonable existence. Since she saw Jojo take out good food, she would just take it and enjoy it. Jojo, are we having a big meal today? Arbor glanced at everyone in the room expressionlessly and nodded reluctantly. Then, he looked at Zhou Danjin and the other teachers. Zhou Danjin hurriedly chuckled and said, Little girl, we're all teachers and students of a top academy. We should definitely enjoy good times and bad times together. What he meant was that they were definitely going to freeload on this dinner. Humph, Xiaomu grumpily harumphed before turning to tell the little fatty, Auntie Ko can only take some liquid food. After 15 minutes, feed this bowl of congee to her. Ko Hongwen took it and nodded solemnly. You guys go ahead and eat. I'll take care of my parents. Everyone knew that Ko Hongwen had something to say to his parents, so they nodded and tactfully left the room. The group walked into Xianxia's room. Once they entered the room, they squeezed into a square table and sat down. Arbor began to bring out plate after plate of piping hot dishes under everyone's shocked gazes. Braised pork shoulder, stewed fish head, 8 side dishes, 4 desserts, and a big pot of steaming mutton soup. It was unimaginably sumptuous. Everyone thought that she had brought out all the food in her inner world. They did not know that she had an all-purpose food box with all kinds of delicacies in it. Let's eat. Arbor poked the stunned Xianxia. You're amazing, Jojo. You've prepared so many dishes in such a short time. These. I didn't burn them. Just as she was about to say those words, Xianxia patted her shoulder and said with a smile, You really are my omnipotent Jojo. Arbor was at a loss for words. He looked at them hesitantly. Zhou picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Half of the braised pork shoulder went down her stomach, and she was speechless. My God, how long has it been since I ate so much fish and meat? This was not bad at all. How rare. The little girl had actually prepared a sumptuous feast for them. Cough, this could also be considered as respecting his teacher. Wei Wei calmly reached out his chopsticks to pick up the food. He looked much calmer than Instructor Zhou, but the speed at which he picked up the food was not any slower than Instructor Zhou. After everyone had eaten their fill, they didn't forget to leave some food for the little fatty. Everyone ate until their stomachs were round and full. After the meal, Wei Wei told the mentors about their plans to return to the lava mountains the next morning. Regarding this, the others did not have any objections. However, the little fatty said goodbye to them for the time being. He had to send his parents back to the Ko family in Xiaoping town first. The Ko family won't find trouble with them again? Arbor frowned and asked. If they dare, I'll chop off their limbs. Zhou snorted. What kind of hero are they to make a move on 2 ordinary people who don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken? If the Ko family still wants that little bit of reputation, they won't be so ruthless. Arbor nodded in agreement. On the other side, Prince Mo, who had been wandering in the starry sky for more than 20 days, was sitting under the twinkling stars. Occasionally, he would stand up and use his sword chi to draw 2 strokes under the starry sky. At first glance, it looked very strange. However, if one took a closer look, they would find that Prince Mo's sword chi was very regular. The pebbles on the ground were all divided into 9 grades by his sword chi. Very quickly, these broken pebbles floated around him, and quickly circled around a few stars in the air. Whoosh! One of the stars lit up for a moment, then jumped out from the other stars and slid to the side. On the ground that was illuminated by the star, a small circle of light suddenly appeared. If one didn't look carefully, they would never see the jade talisman array flying around the circle of light. Each of these jade talismans was only the size of a star. They were mixed in the starry sky, so it was impossible to see them clearly. It was really difficult to distinguish them when they were mixed in with the stars. However, with Prince Mo's current eyesight, he could still see the difference between the two after careful observation. This astrolabe was like a natural array. It included 81 small arrays. Only by finding the only way out of this array could one walk out of this starry sky. For this reason, Prince Mo, who only knew a little about arrays, spent more than 20 days here before he found something. As for the others, they were not in the scope of his control. Mo Lian stepped into the jade talisman array. He felt that his body seemed to be gently pulled by a force, and then suddenly disappeared into the night sky. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the little Tai Sui standing aside and staring at him with a sullen face. "Stupid. What took you so long?" the little Tai Sui said grumpily. "The others have come out. They're all waiting for you." "Oh?" Prince Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at the little Tai Sui. "Who came out?" These lighthouse keepers didn't need to crack the astrolabe formation at all. Unlike him, who had to calculate the location of the life gate again and again. If he made a mistake, he would have to start all over again. "Humph," little Tai Sui coughed uncomfortably. "I don't want to waste my breath on you. Come with me." After saying that, he lifted his short legs and walked forward valiantly. The two stopped in front of an arched door. Little Tai Sui pointed at the door and pursed its lips. "Theoretically speaking, as long as you shatter this door, we can all be teleported out." "It does sound quite simple," Mo Lian said with a faint smile as she glanced at little Tai Sui. "What about in reality?" "It's actually a bit difficult." Little Tai Sui snorted. "Take me for example. I once used all my strength to hit this door, but unfortunately, it was useless." "How did that Saint Beast get out?" "How would I know?" Little Tai Sui was instantly enraged. "What's the point of saying so much? Why don't you give it a try?" Mo Lian swept a glance at the taut little Tai Sui before taking 2 steps forward and unhurriedly pushing the stars on the door. That's right, this door was inlaid with tens of thousands of stars, making it appear as if there was no pattern to them at all. "Humph." Little Tai Sui sneered, "Do you think you can open the door just by randomly touching the stars on this door? Don't blame me for not warning you. Let me tell you. What are you trying to say to me?" Mo Lian turned to look at little Tai Sui. At this moment, the door behind him had already been pushed open by a burst of power, and it suddenly opened completely in front of him. Little Tai Sui was momentarily dumbstruck. He had wanted to tell her that if she messed with the stars on this door, she would end up as miserable as he was. This was because she had also messed with this door in the beginning, and she had done so blindly. Initially, she would have been able to push the door open slightly with all of her strength, but who would have thought that her careless movements would cause the door to become several million kilograms heavier? It was only later that he learned that if he messed with the stars on the door, it would cause the door to become even heavier. Kiki was this crown Prince Mo, so how did he know? Furthermore, the speed at which he cracked the restriction came a little too quickly, right? Little Tai Sui's mouth gaped open, and it finally couldn't help but ask, "How did you know how the stars on this door were originally arranged?" "You didn't walk through the starry sky realm?" "I did walk through it." Little Tai Sui pursed its lips. "But so what? What the hell does walking through the starry sky realm mean?" "TSK, this person is really ridiculous. You just have to walk through the starry sky realm." Prince Mo turned to him with a faint smile. Little Tai Sui turned its head in disapproval. Then, as if a thought had occurred to it, its eyes abruptly widened. "You're not trying to tell me that the arrangement of the starry sky realm is exactly the same as the stars on this door, right?" Mo Lian nodded. "That's exactly the case." A surprised expression immediately appeared on little Tai Sui's face, and it stared at Mo Lian as if she were a monster. "You? Don't tell me you remember the arrangement of all the stars under the starry sky realm? What else do you think I do?" Mo Lian glanced at little Tai Sui with an indifferent expression. Little Tai Sui was instantly rendered speechless. What else could it say? Wasn't this person's memory a little too exaggerated? It wasn't like he hadn't been to the starry sky before. The moment he walked in, the sky was filled with stars. They all looked the same, and he couldn't tell who was who. To be able to memorize the original positions of all the stars in such a short period of time, this memory was simply unprecedented. Mo Lian glanced at little Tai Sui, whose head was drooping due to the blow, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She reached out to touch his head and said in a coaxing tone, "If you want to go out, you know what to do, right?" Little Tai Sui almost jumped up. Its face flushed red as it angrily said, Who wants to go out?" "Humph. I never thought about it." "Oh, then we'll part ways here." Mo Lian waved at him, then turned around and saw the Luo brothers running over. She nodded and said, "Let's go." Little Tai Sui couldn't help but panic at the sight of Enlin abandoning it without any hesitation. There was a hint of anger in its voice as it yelled, "Wait. This stinking brat, not only did he have the guts to stroke his head, he even dared to leave him behind without saying a word? I'll go out with you." The Luo brothers immediately expressed their boundless welcome. "Little Tai Sui, it would be great if you could join us. Remember to be more polite to our boss in the future. Let's talk outside." Mo Lian's body flashed, and she was the first to emerge from the starry gate. "Wait. Wait for me." A feeble voice came from behind them. Mo Lian turned around and saw the disheveled Dao Wuji stumbling over. That guy's face was ashen, and he was in a sorry state. Not only was his body covered in a sticky green substance, but his hair was also disheveled. He looked as if he had been ravaged thousands of times. Behind him, a huge morning glory opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of jagged steel teeth. It wriggled its branches as it chased after the unlucky Dao Wuji. Boundless Blade stumbled as he ran. He scrambled to Mo Lian and subsequently hugged his thigh as he screamed repeatedly, eldest brother, save me, eldest brother." Everyone looked at him speechlessly. How could this old fellow call him big brother when he opened his mouth? "You're an old man over 100 years old. No matter how young your face is, calling a young man in his early 20s big brother is too shameless." However, Dao Wuji didn't care. He hurriedly hugged Mo Lian's leg and screamed, "Big brother, take me out of here with you, big brother." Little Tai Sui kicked him in the butt. "Get up." He was crying and yelling. He had lost all his face. Mo Lian narrowed her eyes and looked at the huge morning glory that was wriggling its branches and leaves. She suddenly raised a wisp of holy flame. The black flame suddenly hovered above the huge morning glory's head. It didn't fall for a long time, but it exuded an extremely terrifying holy pressure. "Surrender or die?" Mo Lian asked coldly. "Jigu." The huge morning glory spat out a few mouthfuls of mucus, revealing a mouthful of small steel teeth. However, before it could react, the black flame above its head began to burn fiercely, as if it would burn its branches in the next second. "Jigu." The huge morning glory's branches and leaves shrank, suddenly hiding its small steel teeth. She twisted the oversized morning glory and twirled its stem. Suddenly, it shrank into a fist-sized morning glory. Swaying its petals and leaves, it swayed and wriggled towards Mo Lian. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. A wise man submits to circumstances. The man controlling the holy flame appeared to be very terrifying, so it decided that it would be better to surrender. Mo Lian stretched out her hand, her slender fingers slightly open. The little morning glory jumped into his palm and twisted its small body to please him. "What do you want this man-eating flower for?" Little Tai Sui glanced at it with disdain. Limitless Blade, who was covered in the green mucus, also shouted, "Other than spitting venom, it's useless." Mo Lian glanced at the two of them. "What do people like you who don't have wives know?" Jojo would definitely like it. If his wife thought the man-eating flower was ugly, then he could use it to make medicine. If the man-eating flower knew what the crown prince was thinking right now, it would definitely bite him to death. How could he have the face to say that he wanted a venomous flower that was close to the sage level to be used as medicine? After saying this, the crown prince ignored little Tai Sui. He threw the man-eating flower onto his shoulder, turned around, and left. Little Tai Sui glanced at Ma Shurchen. "What does that brat mean?" He means you don't have a wife. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at little Tai Sui sympathetically. However, with your small body, it's impossible for you to have a wife. Little Tai Sui's face turned green. Wife, so what if you have a wife? When he got out, he was going to kill that brat's wife. He was going to King show off his wife in front of him all day long. When you don't have a wife, let's see how you're going to continue showing off. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal tossed little Tai Sui's resentful expression to the back of his mind. He turned around and left with Mo Lian. After leaving the Tower of Punishment, they all floated in the air. This was an unknown space, and no passageway had appeared for the time being. Their surroundings were pitch black, and they couldn't tell where they were. Little Tai Sui snorted. Although you passed the Tower of Punishment and can come out, that doesn't mean the Heavenly Tao will let you go so easily. A freak like you shouldn't even exist in this world. Mo Lian waved her hand, and a helmet-like thing slowly appeared on her head. Little Tai Sui stared at her in confusion. What is this thing? As soon as he said that, a thunderclap boomed in the air. Before anyone could react, a bolt of lightning fell from above their heads, crashing into them with a rumble. PFFF. Dao Wuji spat out a mouthful of black ash. His entire face was charred black by the lightning. Why did you strike me? Dao Wuji pointed to the sky and cursed innocently. Then, another bolt of lightning struck him, and he fell to the ground with a thump. All of the tower guards who had followed Crown Prince Mo out of the Pagoda of Punishment had suffered a calamity. Including little Tai Sui, the Luo brothers, Thin Monk, the Ginkgo fairy, and the Peony fairy. They were all unlucky. Bolts of lightning struck everyone as if they didn't cost anything. The Heavenly Tao was enraged, as if it wanted to strike these traitors to death. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Mo stood on the side with a leisurely expression. The helmet he was wearing just so happened to perfectly block the thunderclap. Mo Lian sighed softly and shook his head as he watched those people hopping about in the midst of the thunderclap. What a pitiful bunch. Didn't they know the Heavenly Tao would go crazy? So many people were teleported out of the Tower of Punishment all at once. How could they not be struck? TSK, they didn't even have any protective equipment, yet they dared to follow him out of the Tower of Punishment. Serves them right for being unlucky. Prince Mo stretched out his hand and brushed his robe, which did not have a single wrinkle, before he turned around and walked into the depths of the void expressionlessly. He didn't know which unknown space this was, but as long as he found the passage to Xianxia Prefecture, he should be able to see his wife very soon. However, the Crown Prince frowned slightly. The passageway might not be easy to find. Crown Prince's section break. As for the people from Arbor, after they returned to the Lava Mountains, their days in the top academy slowly quieted down. Ever since they returned to their own academy, not long after that, they didn't know if that group of deceitful mentors had found their conscience, but they actually brought a few workers to repair their mud house. Of course, the repairs wouldn't be very good, but compared to the previous mud house, the small dormitory now had a roof over its head, and it had all the necessary tools for daily life. The mentors of the 5 spiritual schools took turns to personally guide them on how to use their spiritual power in battle, and how to make the most of their spiritual power. Arbor stepped up his cultivation and spent his free time refining pills and drawing talismans. He calmly and nervously passed 3 months. On this day, when the 8 of them were sparring in pairs, the elusive Principal Yunfei, who had disappeared for more than 3 months, appeared and brought them news about the Academy's ranking competition. There's a big change in the Academy ranking tournament this time. The large number of preliminaries have been cancelled. Yunfei said calmly, the top 3 academies in the last 6 prefectures ranking tournament, Shuntian Prefecture's Sunlight Academy, Ani Prefecture's Jiaqing Academy, and Poland Prefecture's Heavenly Bestowing Academy, have unanimously finalized a unified plan. They've decided to have all the participating students head to Poland Prefecture's Daizong Mountain to jointly eliminate a zombie base. This corpse puppet base was gradually formed 3 years ago. Because it wasn't cleaned up immediately, there are now corpse puppets of all sizes gathered here. I'm afraid there are hundreds of thousands of them. As soon as Yunfei finished speaking, the expressions of Qi Xianxian and the others changed. But for some reason, the zombies in this zombie base on Daizong Mountain didn't run out. Instead, they're peacefully stationed in the mountain. Yunfei's voice paused slightly. The Poland prefecture's prefecture lord contributed 1 million spirit coins to invite the major forces of the 6 prefectures to work together to clear this zombie base. Yunfiang smiled faintly. The Heavenly Bestowing Academy has proposed that the preliminaries of this academy ranking tournament be changed to a zombie clearing competition. The more zombies cleared within 15 days, the higher the chance of advancing to the semifinals. When Xianxia and the others heard this, they were immediately displeased. Oh, it's obvious that their prefecture lord paid 1 million spirit coins to find someone to clean up the corpse puppets. That Heavenly Bestow Academy gave the job to us students. Then are they going to pay up? Pay, of course they're going to pay. Yunfiang nodded slightly. You can rest assured that even if the Poland prefecture doesn't pay up, the instructors will get it back for you. He made it sound as if they were relying on these two to clear the fees to survive. Arbor raised her hand to rub her small nose. She turned to leave expressionlessly, but was stopped by Yunfiang. Jojo, come with me. Arbor followed Yunfiang out of the training ground and followed him all the way to the cliff of the academy peak. The two of them stood with one in front and one behind. Yunfiang turned to look at her and asked with a smile, how have you been in the academy for the past 3 months? Arbor nodded slightly, indicating that she had been doing okay. Yunfiang glanced at her and couldn't help but smile. Do you have any plans? Arbor's face was calm. I want to participate in the academy ranking competition. Not only did he have to participate, but he also had to strive for a good result and obtain the qualifications to go to Brinthet Island. Then, let's see if the spirit energy in the island spirit domain is enough for Xiao to absorb. If it's not enough, I'll think of something else. She wanted Xiao to get better. For the sake of Xiao, she was willing to invade a base of 100,000 zombies. So what if she had to invade a base of 1 million zombies? Yunzong laughed and nodded. What I mean is, I recently heard that you're, Dean. The fire instructor who rushed over suddenly interrupted Yunfiang and bowed. Dean, Master Wu Yan is back. Oh, please, Yunfer said quickly. He turned to Arbor and nodded. You can go first. Arbor nodded. Knowing that Yunfei had something to do, he quickly left. In truth, Yunfiang previously wanted to tell her that he had recently heard that some of her senior sisters from the Holy Water sect were currently in Poland Manor. Did she plan on meeting them? Unfortunately, he was diverted before he could finish speaking. Yunfiang hastily returned to his cloud-mooring cliff and immediately saw the white-haired elderly man sitting at the small table in front of the house quietly drinking tea. Great Master Wu Yan. Yun Shuang saluted the old man. The old man stood up with a faint smile and returned the salute. Principal Yun, it's been about half a year since we last met. I heard that this year, the top academy took in a few students with decent aptitudes? I really must congratulate you, Principal Yun. Yun Shuang waved his hand with a smile. They're just a bunch of worrying children. Great Master, I wonder if you found the guiding herb you need this time? The old man sighed. After I heard about the bloodshed vermilion fruit, I traveled day and night to get there. Unfortunately, I didn't even see a single leaf. Yun Shuang sighed. That pill, does it not need the bloodshed vermilion fruit as the guiding herb? Can it be replaced with something else? Something else? Great Master Wu Yan sighed. Something else is even harder to get. For example, the longevity fruit, or the phoenix blood shark pearl. If you have one of these things, then the effect would be better. But the problem is, where do you find these things? Yun Shuang was speechless. After a while, he nodded slightly. Great Master, please go to Flaming Power Peak and take a look at the 4 spirit herbs. Okay. Great Master Wu Yan went out to search for the holy herb and only just returned. He was really worried about the 4 spirit herbs. When Arbor returned to the training grounds, he happened to see Zhou Danjing giving an impassioned speech. Students, what's in front of you is an opportunity. Let our academy soar into the sky, or continue to remain silent, it's all in your hands. Poland Manor is quite a distance away from Shuntian Manor, it'll take 7 to 10 days by boat. Therefore, our teachers have unanimously decided to depart in 3 days. Students, go and prepare yourselves. The sea is full of dangers, everyone bring your own food and water. After Arbor finished listening to Zhou Danjing's rambling, he dispersed and returned to his room. Xianxia held on to Arbor's hand and asked. Jojo, what do you think the Academy's planning for the ranking competition? Why do we have to go to Poland Manor to clean up the corpse puppets and do such dangerous work? What else could they be planning? Do you want to keep the million spirit coins for yourself? Mata pursed his lips and said, by doing this, not only will they get a large number of students to work for them, but they will also save a sum of money. Isn't that great? After those zombies are cleared out by our students, they can go into the mountains to dig for herbs and hunt for beasts. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Arbor looked calm. Then let's think of a way to loot all the supplies in Daizong Mountain. Not even a single hair was left for them. Xianxia and the others looked at each other. They really wanted to ask Jojo where he got his confidence from. They didn't even know how big that mountain was, and they still wanted to rob the entire mountain. It felt a little funny. Duan Muqing coughed softly and said, actually, I think what Jojo said is feasible. Jojo has a summoning talisman. He can summon. Arbor's eyes lit up. He hurriedly took out a few summoning talismans from his pocket and gave one to everyone. All of you, come and summon. See what you can summon. Xianxia immediately became excited. We can summon another beast? Arbor nodded. We should be able to. Speaking of which, she hadn't summoned for a long time. Before she advanced to the yellow rank Great Talisman Master realm, Arbor suspected that she wouldn't be able to summon a beast. While thinking, Xuanxuan's hand released a burst of light. Roar! Roar! Roars rang out incessantly. Xianxia, Little Fatty, Duan Muqing, Mata, Huatao, Luyu, and Jiang Shaoxin all summoned 7 tigers, leopards, bears, and lions of different shapes and sizes. The mighty ferocious beasts surrounded everyone in a circle. Oh my god, mine is just a tyrant tiger, right? It's so robust and tall. Oh my god. Little Fatty's fussy voice attracted a glance from Arbor. Look at my polar bear, it's too adorable. Arbor rubbed the belly of Xuanxuan's polar bear and sighed with a complicated expression. Xianxia happily rubbed the big bear. Heavens, Chow Chow, I really did summon another bear. This summoning talisman is truly miraculous and effective. And look, its level doesn't seem to be low either. Xiaomu peeked at her with her small eyes. Humph. Xianxia and the others were perplexed when they saw the little stoic turn around and leave in a huff. What's wrong with Jojo? Xianxia turned to look at Little Fatty. The latter shook his head in bewilderment. I don't know. This temperamental little fellow was unhappy all of a sudden. Shouldn't he be happy that they summoned so many ferocious beasts? It's probably because the ferocious beasts we summoned don't conform to Jojo's aesthetic standards? Mata speculated. That can't be. I think Jojo quite likes my polar bear. She touched it just now. MHM. Arbor turned a deaf ear to the string of voices behind him. However, after walking a few steps, he seemed to recall something and turned back. With a stoic face, he expressionlessly threw them several storage talismans. It wasn't good to let so many beasts swagger around them. It would be very stressful for passers-by to see, alright? Jojo, put our summoned beasts into the storage talismans? Arbor clearly snorted disdainfully at Mata's idiotic question. Humph. She snorted at him again. Without saying a word, she turned around and left with a flick of her sleeve. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Mata coughed lightly and asked, have you noticed that Jojo's mood has suddenly changed? Do you know why? Didn't I notice it just now? Xianxia rolled her eyes at him. You don't know why Jojo is in a bad mood, but do you think I do? No, we have to pay her a visit. Look, Jojo has given us so many good things, such as summoning charms and storage charms. We have to show her some appreciation. What are you trying to say? I plan to bring my tyrant tiger over and show it to her, Little Fatty said with a serious face. Mainly, he wanted to go over and ask the little stoic, how long could this tyrant tiger exist? Would the summoned beasts disappear before they could reach Daizong Mountain? When Xianxia heard what he said, she immediately glared at him grumpily. Are you stupid? Didn't you see Jojo's disdainful gaze towards your tyrant tiger just now? Ah? Xianxia analyzed, it must be because the tyrant tiger is ugly and is an eyesore to Jojo, so she looks very unhappy. Everyone looked at each other and then said in unison, "How is it ugly?" Duan Muqing broke into laughter speechlessly. "I think Jojo is more envious of us summoning so many tigers, leopards, bears, and lions. Didn't you guys notice?" Duan Muqing coughed lightly. Jojo's conflicted expression earlier was clearly like, "You're saying sour grapes when you can't eat them." Mata immediately said. Xianxia directly slapped the back of his head. "Nonsense. Forget it, you also feel that way." Mata rubbed the back of his head and glanced irritably at Xianxia. "Humph. I can't be bothered to argue with you guys. How could Jojo possibly envy us? Look at how many beasts she has." Xianxia suddenly couldn't continue. "You guys noticed, right?" Mata rubbed his chin and chuckled mischievously. "The beasts around the little stoic are all pocket-sized. So cute. How can they be like the one I summoned? Bah, the ones around Jojo are all divine beasts and holy beasts. However, holy beasts were all so cute. Can you tell? Look at how much Jojo likes that big snow leopard. Who knows, every time Jojo summons it, he can't summon anything good." Mata, the king of analysis, said with a chuckle. "You." Xianxia pointed at him. After a while, she suddenly burst into laughter. "I think your analysis is pretty good." Everyone couldn't resist roaring with laughter. Mata rolled his eyes at them. "If you want to live a good life, remember what I said. You absolutely can't show off your beasts in front of Jojo in the future. MHM. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't summon my big bear." Xianxia joyfully stroked the storage talisman in her hand, feeling inexplicably happy. A storage talisman wasn't something that just any cat or dog could possess. Moreover, she saw that the storage talisman Jojo gave her had an especially large space. After storing her polar bear inside, there was still a lot of space and could store many resources. Everyone happily returned to their rooms and slept until dawn. When they woke up, their moods were especially good. When Xianxia pushed open the door to her room, she saw Jojo walking past her expressionlessly after washing his face. "Ciao." Xianxia stretched out her small hand, but was completely ignored by Qiao Mu. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she watched the little stoic haughtily walk past her without even looking at her out of the corner of her eye. It was all his fault. He had summoned a bear that Jojo didn't have. Jojo was jealous, cough. Xianxia approached Arbor with a fawning look on her face. She was still holding a basin in her hands. She had only wiped half of her face when she smiled and said, "Jojo, let's talk about something." The little fellow snorted and completely ignored Xianxia's hot face. He walked past her expressionlessly. Xianxian, he turned around and saw little Fatty and Duan Muqing walking over with helpless expressions. Xianxian casually wiped her small face and hurriedly placed the basin on the ground. She looked at Duan Muqing speechlessly and said, "Didn't talk to you guys? You didn't see it yourself just now." Little Fatty rolled his eyes and said, "She completely ignored us." Xianxian couldn't help but want to laugh. Why did it feel so funny when this little stoic was willful? "You're still laughing." Fatty glared at her and said, "Be more serious. You can't laugh anymore. I'm telling you, this matter looks quite serious right now." "I'm not laughing." Xianxian forcefully covered her small mouth with her hand and then sputtered with laughter. 3 days later, the instructors were waiting for the students to arrive at the academy's peak early in the morning. "Didn't we agree to set off at 7 in the morning? What time is it now? Why isn't anyone here yet?" Zhou Danjin frowned. "Just like I said, you were too lax with them previously." Instructor Wei Wei said indifferently, "What do you mean by the competition is about to start and giving you 3 days off? What do you mean by everyone has been working hard?" "Hee, weren't you the one who said that?" Zhou Danjin was speechless. "I saw that the students were dog-tired and thought that if they didn't rest well, they wouldn't be able to train in a better state." Zhou Danjin continued, "Furthermore, after 3 months of training, these 3 days don't matter anymore." Instructor Wei Wei laughed coldly, "What do you think? If they don't hurry up and train and relax, look, they're all gone. They're here. Seeing that the two instructors were about to quarrel again, another instructor hurriedly interrupted. Indeed, Duan Muqing, Xianxia and a few others arrived late and arrived in front of the instructors in a relaxed manner. Why are you guys only here now? Zhou Danjin couldn't keep his face. We agreed to meet at 7 in the morning. How are we going to set off at this time? How are we going to get there? How are we going to get there? Of course we're going to walk with our 2 legs. Zhou Danjin said snappily. Doesn't the academy have flying mystical beasts? Xianxia asked curiously, aren't they going to bring us to the pier? Humph, you wish. Zhou Danjin immediately retorted, of course we're going to rely on ourselves. The instructor's plan is. Everyone will rely on their own abilities to get there. The prerequisite is that you can't use flying mystical beasts. What about Arbor? She's going to summon her ancient phoenix again? I'm telling you that it's not allowed. Wei Wei snorted with a sullen face. Alright, everyone is here. We can set off now. If you guys continue to dawdle like this, I don't know if you'll be able to reach the pier by today. You want us to descend the peak and fly to the pier by ourselves? Xianxia asked, flabbergasted. What else can we do? Do you think there's such a good thing that the academy will arrange a flying vehicle for you? In your dreams. Zhou Danjin unhappily retorted Xianxia. There was nothing else but the anger he had suffered from Wei Wei earlier. Humph, he could only get it back on these students. None of them were easy to deal with. Look. Originally, he had fought to give them 3 days off, but in the end, even their bones were lazy. Instructor, are you guys alright? The little fatty could not help but exclaim, we'll have to fly 2 or 3 times from here to the dock. How could they get there before dark? The neurotic instructors were starting to do unreliable things again. Wei Wei remained silent. Zhou Danjin's face was also solemn. He snorted, what? Why are you so frightened by such a small problem? It's only 2 or 3 Anka cities. You're already spirit masters, so why can't you fly? No, it wasn't that they couldn't fly, but where was their conscience to train them like this? Didn't the academy have flying magical beasts? Where are the people from Arbor? Wei Wei suddenly asked in a low voice. The little girl had left the group again. Just say that stoic face was disorganized and undisciplined. Look, he dropped the ball at the crucial moment. I'm already here. Are you all blind? A chilly voice suddenly came from above. Everyone looked up. F*CK, wasn't this little stoic carrying a small blue and white bag and standing in the air above the treetops? Moreover, she really was prepared to fly. The corner of Instructor Zhou's eyes twitched. Why are you carrying a bag? Don't trashy instructors like you like to seal other people's mystic conscious the most and then make them enter the mountains to train? How could she not be on guard after knowing your sh*tty natures? She did have Paradise Planet, but she couldn't expose it in front of others. Carrying a bag was just for show, just in case. Instructor Zhou silently rubbed his nose. You're very well prepared. Jojo. Xianxia smiled fawningly at Xiao Mu, but the little fellow turned her small head to face the back of her head, apathetically ignoring her. Everyone, what should they do? The more they looked at this little fellow, the cuter she became. She was clearly the one who took out a bunch of summoning talismans and suggested that they summon beasts, but after summoning a bunch of ferocious beasts, she was so hilarious that she actually treated them like strangers for 2 to 3 days. This little fellow was probably thinking, you guys are so annoying to see. You always like to appear in front of me. Cough, Jojo, we still have to fly to that whatever the nearest dock is in a while. It's quite far from Anka City. Why don't you come down first? Otherwise, you'll run out of spiritual energy halfway. What kind of joke was this? Of course, flying consumed energy. If it wasn't mystic energy, then it was spiritual energy. Of course, spiritual realm cultivators could naturally fly further than mystic cultivators. Moreover, spiritual realm cultivators consumed much less mystic energy when flying than mystic cultivators. Therefore, among this group, Xianxia, a level 14 mystic cultivator, was probably the one who would suffer the most. She might also be the one who would run out of energy halfway. Worry about yourself. Xiaomu expressionlessly glanced at the little fatty before landing in front of Xianxia with a whoosh. She stretched out her small hand to grab Xianxia's hand and soared into the sky again with a whoosh, leading the way down the academy peak. Yunfiang chuckled as he looked at the little fellow's back and praised, "What an energetic child." Wei Wei and the others silently glanced at the dean as they silently ridiculed in their hearts. The one who was truly blind was probably this Dean Yun. Energetic? Energetic my ass, you can see vitality on that paralyzed face? What the hell? Alright, since everyone is here, let's set off. As soon as Zhou Danjin finished speaking, he saw that none of the students paid any attention to him. They all soared into the air and followed Arbor down the mountain. Zhou Danjin was speechless. Could he give him some face as a teacher, a bunch of traitors? Ha, ha. The teacher from the fire spiritual faculty smiled and tried to smooth things over. The dean is right. It's a good thing that the children are energetic. Alright, let's hurry down the mountain. After bidding farewell to Dean Yun, the instructor of the five spirit faculty hurriedly chased after the group of students. Wei Wei snorted and said, "This bunch of brats. They're flying so fast now, but they don't even think about whether they'll run out of energy halfway." 4 hours later, the first one who couldn't fly anymore wasn't Xianxia, but the little fatty. The moment he fell, everyone also fell from the sky and looked back at the little fatty, whose face was flushed red and sweating profusely. Chow, chow chow, you're flying too easily. This week, the author was delayed by private matters and couldn't find time to write more every day. I'll give you 8 chapters tomorrow. Good night. One had to know that Arbor was carrying someone. Xianxia landed on the ground with a stupefied expression. She turned to look at Miss Chow and stammered, I didn't use any mystic energy. That's right, she didn't use any mystic energy and was completely carried by Miss Chow. Didn't this situation feel strange? Miss Chow was carrying a person and flying for 4 hours without even panting. This situation wasn't very normal. Arbor glanced at them expressionlessly. Are we still flying? Wei Wei frowned and sized up the little girl. Logically speaking, they had already flown for 4 hours, it was impossible for her to not be tired at all. Looking at the little girl's pink and tender face, there wasn't the slightest bit of change. This was too disgusting. Cough, why don't we rest for 15 minutes and let Hongwen recover his spiritual energy before we continue? Little fatty nodded while sweating profusely. Okay. Arbor naturally didn't mind. Since they said they wanted to rest, then she followed suit and rested. Everyone couldn't help feeling stifled when they saw her closing her eyes to rest without saying a word. They wanted to ask her why this little fellow didn't even pant after flying for such a long distance. Shuntian Prefecture's terrain was extremely vast, but the distance between the cities was very far. They had already flown a long distance away from Anka City, but they were still at least 4 to 6 hours away from the pier. Although Duan Muqing and the rest weren't dog-tired like little fatty, they were truly exhausted and had used up quite a bit of mystic energy. At this moment, Lu Yu and Jiang Shaoxin both took out a bottle of spirit rejuvenation liquid and silently drank 2 mouthfuls. The instructors had tried all sorts of ways to train this bunch of miserable fellows. Originally, it would only take about 4 hours to carry them on a flying eagle. It wasn't strenuous at all, but now, 15 minutes later, Arbor opened her eyes. Everyone's attention was on her, only to see her taking out a porcelain bottle and eating something that looked like a white candy bean. Fly? Arbor turned to look at the instructors. The fire spirit faculty instructor's square face twisted slightly. Then, he nodded and said, Okay, you can begin. Without another word, Arbor grabbed Xianxia's hand and pulled her up into the sky again. Everyone was speechless. I'll make a move first. Everyone could only see the little girl pulling Xianxia along as they glided across the sky like a swallow. In the blink of an eye, they were already several feet away from them. After a few more breaths of time, the little girl had already flown out of sight. Everyone stared blankly for a while, looking at each other. Instructor Hu of the Fire Spirit Department finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He coughed and said, Instructors, don't you think that this little girl Arbor seems to be flying a little too fast? Doesn't this consume spiritual energy? Hurry up. Zhou Danjin jumped up and hurriedly chased after him. As mentors, if they couldn't even fly a little girl, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Little Fatty said with a bitter expression. Why do I feel like Jojo definitely didn't use spiritual energy to fly? She most likely used some other method but didn't tell us. That's right. Mata immediately agreed. This little fellow flew so easily. No matter how you look at it, there must be something going on. We should chase after her and ask her clearly. As they spoke, they flew up one after another. Phew, wait for me. The little fatty wiped the sweat off his forehead and ran 2 steps. Then, he clumsily flew up and chased after the group. If he could, he really wanted to beat up Instructor Zhou who came up with this rotten idea. After another 4 hours, everyone finally arrived at the 10-mile port one after another. The sun was setting. There were no less than 100 large boats docked at the 10-mile port, rippling with the light water. On the surface of the sea not far away, there were several pleasure boats for sightseeing. It looked like they were brightly lit, and there were even singing voices of female singers coming from there. The group only rested for a quarter of an hour in the middle of the journey. Actually, they didn't eat or drink at all. When they arrived, not to mention the students, even the few instructors felt that they couldn't take it. Wei Wei didn't show any expression on his face, but he was probably cursing in his heart. He had already given Instructor Zhou a good scolding for coming up with this rotten idea. This old fellow came up with this rotten idea. Not only did he not take the instructors out, he even said that the instructors should set an example and train with the students. Wei Wei's old waist was about to break. He felt as if he had also been trained by Zhou Danjin, this idiot. When Instructor Wei Wei arrived, the first thing he saw was Arbor sitting on a stone block at the mouth of the port, leisurely chewing on 2 carrots. Xianxia was squatting beside her, eating a meat bun happily. Seeing them like this, Wei Wei's mood immediately became complicated. Needless to say, Xiao Mu, this freak, had a pretty good cultivation. She was so young, yet she didn't feel the slightest bit of exhaustion after consuming 8 hours of flying. Furthermore, she could fly even more effortlessly than the instructors. What kind of rice did this little freak eat to grow up? The instructors arrived one after another. When they saw Arbor and Qi Xuanxuan's leisurely appearance, they really had mixed feelings. Who the hell were they training? Why did they feel that this student of theirs was completely fine? There wasn't even a trace of fatigue on her face. On the other hand, the instructors had flown so hard that their faces were all green. Why did they all look so sullen? After waiting for a few more students to arrive, the little fatty finally ran over, panting heavily. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to fly. Even if he drank 2 bottles of spirit recovery liquid, it was useless. It was best to sit down and drink a cup of Jojo's spirit tea. That would be great. Arbor slightly raised her eyelids and glanced at everyone. She turned her head and continued chewing on the carrots in her hand. Zhou Dongjin's eyebrows slightly. Let's all rest first. I'll go ask the boatman. Little Fatty sat down next to Qi Xianxian. He took 2 deep breaths and asked, Xianxian, why you and Xiao Xiao arrived very early? We've been here for an hour. We've been waiting for you all this time. The little fatty gazed at Xiao Mu and Qi Xianxian in shock. You guys are actually this fast? Yes. Jojo flew effortlessly. On the way, we even met someone riding a flying mystic beast. Cough, Jojo's speed is even faster than that person's. The little fatty hurriedly reached out and tugged at Arbor's sleeve. Jojo, why are you so fast? Miss Chiao's face was stoic. She glanced at him and reluctantly said, flying elixir. Flight pill? Little Fatty and Mata exclaimed in unison. Mata immediately shut his mouth when Arbor glared at him. He stole a glance at Instructor Wei Wei, who had turned to look at them. Both of them had a bad feeling in their hearts at the same time. In that case, Jojo must have secretly taken some kind of flight pill to fly so fast. However, Jojo didn't let them take this flight pill. Was this to punish them for summoning the beasts earlier? Instructor wants to train you, Arbor said expressionlessly. It was fine if she secretly cheated alone, but if she cheated with a group of people, wouldn't the instructors be able to tell at a glance? At this moment, the instructors were only suspicious of her. They hadn't figured out how she could be so relaxed and fast. It should be known that people who took this high-grade flight pill could fly for at least 4 hours unimpeded. and their flying speed was comparable to some flying mystic beasts. This pill was special and practical, so not many people knew about it. Xiaomu had ingested 2 of them in total, and she had only produced 7 of them using the rainbow mushrooms that she currently had. Now that she had used 2, she only had 5 left, so she had to use them sparingly. The rainbow mushrooms planted on Paradise Planet weren't ripe yet, so they naturally couldn't be used. Little Fatty glanced at Arbor resentfully. "Jojo, if the cheating instructor makes us fly back again, can you tie a rope around my waist and drag me from afar?" Arbor's lips twitched. She almost couldn't maintain the serious expression on her stoic little face. She hurriedly steadied her emotions and looked up and down at the miserable little fatty with a serious expression. Only then did she nod reluctantly. The others couldn't help but be speechless. Little Fatty wanted to make an appointment with Jojo now, right? But they really wanted Jojo to tie a rope around his waist and drag them all along. In any case, Jojo had taken the flight pill, so it probably wouldn't be difficult to drag a bunch of people along. After a while, Instructor Zhou walked back with a chuckle. "Alright, I've already contacted the ships. The fare to the Poland mansion is 100 spirit coins per person. Come, hand it over to the instructor in order. Later, the instructor will pay the captain." Xianxia couldn't help but cry out, "You have to pay for this? How are you going to get to Poland Manor if you don't pay the ferry fare?" Zhou Danjin snapped back at her. "Isn't this a warm-up for the academy ranking competition? Why do poor students like us have to pay for the road?" Zhou Dan really wanted to spit on Qi Xuanxuan's face. "Poor student? Where's your face? Who doesn't know that you little bastards have earned a lot from the underground arena hegemony tournament?" Now, he even dared to complain about being poor. Forget it. Instructor Zhou's face darkened as he said angrily, "Pay up. 100 spirit coins per person, no less." Xianxia could not help but retort, "Teacher, we are fighting for the honor of the academy. Why do we have to pay out of our own pockets?" Teacher Zhou coughed and said, "You've all seen the situation in the academy. Alright, don't talk nonsense, pay up. We still have to talk to the captain. The ship is about to depart tonight." Everyone looked at each other and reluctantly took out their money pouches. Xianxia rushed to pay Arbor's ferry fare and couldn't help but grumble to Instructor Zhou. "Instructor, if we win against the other academies at Mount Daizong, does that mean the academy will pay for our return trip?" Wishful thinking, Instructor Zhou gave them a sideways glance. Without another word, he took the money bag and went back to find the boatman. Xianxia made a face at his back and stuck out her tongue. This stingy Instructor Zhou. Every time I ask him to pay, it's as if I'm asking for his life. That's right. Mata snorted. "Let's go. Let's get ready to board the ship. To be honest, it's a long journey to Poland Prefecture. It's too generous to charge you 100 spirit coins for each person. You want me to subsidize another lunch? No way, no way." Food was so precious now. Even if it was just a white steamed bun every day, it wasn't something a boatman like him could provide. When Arbor and the others boarded the ship, they saw Instructor Zhou talking to the boatman with a pockmarked face. They covered their faces with their hands and walked past Instructor Zhou, pretending that they didn't know him. It was too embarrassing. This stingy instructor was wishful thinking. He wanted others to pay for their meals. It would take at least 7 days to get to Poland Prefecture by ship. If there were any changes at sea, it would be uncontrollable. "We have to get to Mount Daizong before the end of November. Please speed up along the way." Instructor Zhou and the boatman chattered endlessly in front of the cabin. All the students and instructors ignored him and entered the cabin in a single file. There were already 20 to 30 people sitting in the cabin. The chairs and benches around them were all occupied. When Arbor and the others entered, they couldn't find a place to sit. There was almost no place for them to stand. Damn it. 100 spirit coins to stay on such a broken ship. Mata couldn't help but complain. He turned to look at the men in the corner of the cabin who were staring at Arbor and Xianxia. He glared at them fiercely. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyeballs out." Those men hastily lowered their heads. Even people like them, who frequently roamed the pugilistic world, could clearly sense the unusual pressure that Xiaomu and company were exuding. Although this group of people all looked very young, they felt that they were not to be trifled with. Arbor couldn't help but frown. In this large cabin, the air was turbid and chaotic. Just by looking at the few men who occupied a few comfortable big back chairs in the corner of the cabin, one could tell that they were not good people. Many of the women and children were crowded near the cabin door. When they saw Arbor's group coming in, they shrank back. It was just that the space was too narrow, and they didn't have much space to hide. Xiaomu nodded slightly at the middle-aged woman who was hugging a little girl and shrinking to the side. Although her small face did not have much of an expression, she said very gently, it's fine now. In fact, in her previous life, she had experienced much worse conditions than this. It was just that he was used to living like a prince in this life. Suddenly changing to such a bad place, he was a little uncomfortable at first. Arbor pulled Xianxia to sit next to the woman who was hugging the child. He gave Mata, little fatty, and the others a look, asking them to find a place to sit. In this large cabin, it was somewhat inconvenient for men and women to squeeze together. Fortunately, the men and women consciously sat separately, leaving a particularly narrow path in the middle. In reality, Arbor could release that 3-story ship. However, she would not be able to explain it to the mentors. Furthermore, she did not want to receive special treatment everywhere. Morong-sun once said that going out into the world to gain experience was also a way to increase one's strength. Surviving in a vile environment was a very good way to gain experience. Moreover, she had already boldly used the flight pill that was used to cheat and secretly cheated the mentors. Now, she wanted to be more honest and follow the mentors down to earth, cough cough cough. A strange smell assailed their noses. Arbor hastily covered his nose with his sleeve. Xianxia also hastily covered her nose and mouth with a slight frown. Inside the ship's cabin, the burly men sitting comfortably in the corner couldn't help but start cursing. Arbor only needed to ask around to know that a little boy next to them vomited. He was probably seasick. However, the ship had just started sailing, and it would take at least 7 days to reach Poland Manor. Wouldn't the little boy vomit and faint on the way? Arbor took out a medicine bottle and poured out a pill. He handed it to the woman holding the child. Pass it to the child. It can stop the dizziness. The woman hastily accepted it and passed it to the boy's mother. Not long after, the woman holding the child quietly said to Arbor, "Miss, the child's mother sent a message to thank you. The medicine is very effective. The child is much more spirited after taking it." Arbor nodded but didn't say anything. This was just a small matter. An anti-dizziness pill was really not enough to reach the apex. The little girl in the woman's arms was about 5 or 6 years old. She opened her large eyes and cleverly glanced at Arbor and Xianxia. The woman hastily smiled and said, "My surname is Qi. How should I address you, Mrs.? Just call me Ah Qiao." "Xianxia. Miss Ah Qiao, Miss Xianxia." The woman hastily nodded and said, "Our ship is heading to Poland Manor, so it should take several days on the way. If the child has disturbed the 2 ladies, please forgive him." Arbor nodded. "It's not noisy." In fact, the little girl had not said a single word from the beginning to the end. She had been very quiet the entire time, but her eyes had been curiously looking at them, strangers. The young woman smiled. "Are you 2 young ladies going to Poland Manor to look for your relatives?" Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. "Sister Qi, we are heading towards that academy in Poland Manor?" Xianxia had forgotten the name of the school and hurriedly turned around to ask Arbor. "Heaven Bestowing Academy." Arbor said expressionlessly. "Ah, yes. It's that heavenly academy." He didn't know what they were up to all the time. They had changed the rules of the competition at the last minute and had to enslave this group of students to go to Mount Daizong to beat corpse puppets. The woman immediately widened her eyes and covered her mouth as she softly exclaimed, "Could it be that the 2 ladies are spirit masters?" Arbor did not reply. Xianxia shook her head and smiled. No. She was only a little level 14 mystic cultivator. He wasn't lying, was he? When the woman continued to pursue the matter, the 2 of them only picked a few simple things to talk about and didn't continue speaking. Arbor closed her eyes to rest. Seeing that they seemed to be quite tired, the woman was too embarrassed to continue rambling. Arbor couldn't help but inwardly sigh in relief. In reality, she wasn't someone who liked to chat with people. The next day, the weather outside looked pretty good. Arbor and Xianxia did not want to stay in the cabin anymore, so they walked out of the cabin and went to the deck to get some fresh air. The weather in November was just right for the weather. The sea was slightly cold, but for cultivators like Arbor and Xianxia, it was not much of a difference. When the two of them went to the deck, they noticed that there were already a few umbrellas on the deck. A group of young people were sitting under the umbrellas, drinking and having fun. When they saw Arbor and Xianxia, the group of young people's eyes lit up. One of them hurriedly stood up and said, two ladies, I didn't see you yesterday. Xianxia was stunned. She pulled Arbor back and whispered in her ear, looks like there's a single VIP cabin on this ship. Unlike them, who had spent the night in the cabin with a swarm of people, these young masters must have spent the night in the VIP cabin. Last night, they were the last batch to board the ship. At that time, the sky was already dark. Naturally, they did not see this group of young masters who had already returned to their cabins to rest. Xianxia snorted and pulled Arbor to the back of the ship. She was not familiar with them, so there was no need to greet them. Arbor naturally did not have any objections. She was too lazy to talk to this group of people. Wait, two ladies, please wait. At this moment, the other person spoke up. In a flash, he had already arrived in front of the two of them and extended his hand to block their path. What do you want? Xianxia asked impatiently. Haha, it must be fate that we meet. Our young master Zhang would like to invite the two ladies for a drink. Arbor was expressionless. Xianxia's face was filled with anger. She waved her sleeves and brushed away the man's hand. Where did this pervert come from? Why aren't you scramming? That person's face immediately turned ugly. The young man who was called young master Zhang could not help but frown. He stared at Arbor and Xianxia, as if he was unhappy that the two of them did not give him face. How could Xianxia care whether young master Zhang was happy or not? It was even more impossible for Arbor to do so. He didn't even glance at them from the corner of his eye. The young master who stopped the two of them couldn't help but feel a little angry. Ladies, you probably don't know the identities of us brothers. This is Zhang Wudan, the second young master of the Zhang clan on Hongyuan Island. I am Tai Feng, the son of Shuntian Prefecture's head steward. Arbor silently glanced at the person who was talking non-stop and glanced at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes. Xianxia immediately understood, and without another word, she sent a flying kick over. Tai Feng was caught off guard and was sent flying by Xianxia's kick, crashing heavily into an umbrella. The entire deck was filled with cries of surprise. Tables collapsed to the ground, and cups and plates were scattered all over the place. Xiaomu hastily tugged at Xuanxuan's leg and promptly slipped away. After entering the cabin, Arbor could not help but facepalm. Why did you kick him? Xianxia looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. You just gave me a look, and I immediately understood. Aren't you asking me to kick him? Arbor was speechless. This sister only wanted you to stop talking nonsense with him. Indeed, in this world, other than young Master Mo, there was no one else who could understand her gaze. I will give you 2 more chapters in the morning. I won't talk about this week's troubles. Talking about it makes me cry. I only have time to write at 10 p.m. every day. Then what should we do now? Xianxia leaned close to Xiaomu's head and muttered softly. What else could they do? They could just treat it as if nothing had happened. Arbor glanced at her, and Xianxia immediately understood and nodded. All right. Then let's drag little Fatty and the rest down with us. If those people come to provoke us, we brothers and sisters will beat them up together. Arbor was speechless. Why did he feel that he was speaking in a different world from Xianxia? Arbor sat down speechlessly and continued to sit beside Mrs. Qi. Not long after, the boatmen sent people over to distribute food and dried fish to some people. This was their breakfast. Of course, at this time, it was better to have food than to have nothing to eat. Mrs. Qi, how much did you pay and how much did you get? Xianxia looked at them curiously. Huan and I paid a total of 150 spirit coins. Mrs. G sighed and said, this is half of the income Juan got from selling my ancestral house and land in the countryside. Xianxia nodded in understanding. This ship captain's fee is quite high. However, Mrs. G said, "You can't say that. After all, the journey is quite far. Furthermore, this ship captain has been sailing in this sea for many years and is very experienced. As long as we can reach Poland Manor safely, we don't ask for anything else." Xianxia nodded. "That's true. Ladies, do you want some dried fish?" Mrs. G saw the two of them sitting beside her and asked embarrassedly. "Oh, no need, no need." Xianxia hurriedly waved her hand and said, "We just ate a little. Let Huan have some." The fishy smell of the dried fish was extremely strong. Xianxia felt dizzy just by smelling it. Furthermore, the mother and daughter only ate this much for breakfast. Why would they fight for food with a child? Huan, don't eat too fast." Mrs. G patted her daughter's head and said with a smile. "Move, move, move." A few angry curses came from outside the main cabin. Following that, the cabin door was pulled open. 3 or 4 men dressed in cyan clothes, revealing their muscular arms, appeared at the door of the main cabin and coldly said, "Get out of my way, all unrelated people. Our young master is looking for 2 female criminals who beat people up and escaped. Don't get in my way." Arbor and Xianxia looked at each other and frowned. Even if he didn't look for trouble, people would come looking for trouble. "Get lost. Get lost." The men kicked away the people sitting by the door. The group of women immediately shrank into a ball, shivering. They all sat close to the side, wishing that they could immediately become invisible. Arbor stood up first. Xianxia naturally stood up as well. The little fatty, who hadn't slept well last night and had been sleepy all this time, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. He roared at the men, "What are you guys doing?" The green-clothed servant glared at the little fatty. "Damn fatty, sit down. It's none of your business. The 2 of you, come out and follow us to see young master." "Oh, these kids are pretty awesome." Before Mata could finish his sentence, Instructor Zhou smacked him on the head. "Speak properly. Don't act like a hooligan." Mata's mouth twitched speechlessly. He walked out of the crowd and stood beside the little fatty. "What's the matter? Were we on a mission to arrest someone? Aren't you just a few servants and lackeys? Don't be so arrogant. Be careful not to kick an iron plate." "What? Brother, do you mean that you are those iron plates?" When the servants heard this, they laughed wantonly. Mata, little fatty, and the rest were all wearing the academy's training uniform. In order to increase their income and reduce their expenditure, they were stingy. Every student was given a set of cloth clothes. The clothes of the 2 female students were made of slightly better quality cloth, while the male students were all dressed in the same gray cloth. Duan Muqing, Lu Yu, and the rest thought that the academy's uniform was too ugly, so they kept it at the bottom of their chests the day it was sent. Only little fatty and Mata wore the academy's uniform all day long. They said that they didn't need to wash it if it was worn out, so they could just throw it away like wiping the floor. The servants didn't care about the commoners who wore cloth clothes. In their eyes, Mata and little fatty were poor people who were squeezing into the main cabin. Their young master had to spend thousands of spirit coins every day to stay in the luxurious and noble cabin. How could these commoners compare to their young master's family background? Not at all. Several servants raised their arms and quickly walked toward Xiao Mu and Xianxia. They revealed wicked smiles on their faces and reached out to grab their chests with malicious intent. Bang! The figures that had flipped over rushed out of the deck through the cabin door and crashed onto the ship with a loud bang. How could they still get up? Every one of them clutched their stomachs and wailed in agony. Xiao Mu stepped out of the main cabin with a frigid expression. Little fatty, Mata, Duan Muqing, and the rest followed behind her and rushed to the deck. Throw them into the sea to feed the fish. If she and Xianxia were really weak girls, how could they have a good ending? Looking at their despicable faces, they must have bullied men and women often. Evil people had to be dealt with by evil people. Arbor had never thought that she was good, but she had her own bottom line. However, these people didn't seem to have it. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment when you bully those weak and powerless civilians? They couldn't bully the strong, so they only dared to bully the weak. As soon as Arbor's voice fell, the little fatty and Mata immediately made their move. As if they were grabbing chickens, each of them picked up 2 or 3 of the green-clothed servants and walked towards the end of the deck. Those few people were so scared that their faces turned ghastly pale. They kept begging for mercy, crying out for their parents. Young Master Zhang walked out of the VIP cabin with his arm around a young woman with a slender waist. His expression immediately changed when he saw who it was. "What are you doing?" Zhang Wudan shouted angrily. Taifeng also came over. Seeing the 4 or 5 servants being caught like chickens, his face changed. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Quit while you're ahead. Don't be so shameless." Plop. 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 After a few splashes, the 4 or 5 people were mercilessly thrown into the water by Mata and the little fatty. "How dare you!" Young Master Zhang roared, "Attack!" Immediately, 4 or 5 figures darted out from behind him and rushed towards Arbor and Xianxia. Xiaomu's expression chilled, and a wooden vine that slithered like a snake slithered out from her wrist, whipping the people's running feet with a swish. Pa! Immediately, one of them was tripped by the wooden vine and fell heavily to the ground. Arbor didn't say anything else. She raised her knife and cut off one of that person's ears. A trace of fierceness flashed across her eyes. "Kill them. Make up for yesterday's 2 changes." A graceful snow leopard abruptly appeared beside Xiaomu. In a breath's time, it pounced on one of Zhang Wudan's men and bit him in the throat, throwing him away. Behind him, Mata and the others did not hesitate to act. The 6 spirit masters moved quickly. In less than a second, the 4 or 5 men summoned by Zhang Wudan were all taken care of. Spirit energy circulated in their hands as they looked coldly at the pale-faced Zhang Wudan and Taifeng. Zhang Wudan immediately took a few steps back in a panic and asked timidly, who are you?" "Someone who wants your life." Mata's water ball hit Zhang Wudan's chest without warning, sending him flying out and crashing onto the deck, rolling back and forth in pain. Mata stepped on Zhang Wudan's back and took out a dagger from his sleeve. He gestured back and forth in front of Zhang Wudan's frightened face. "I told you not to be so arrogant. Did you kick an iron plate, Zhang Wudan looked at the handsome man in front of him with fear. His whole body exuded a sloppy aura. This person was really ruthless. That dagger was cold, and when it slid against his left and right cheeks, Zhang Wudan was so scared that he almost screamed. Don't kill us, don't kill us." Taifeng knelt on the ground in fear. He repeatedly cupped his hands and begged for mercy. Yes, we were blind. We didn't know who you are. Please let us go. My father is the head steward of Shuntian Hall." Pa! Xiaomu slapped the left side of Taifeng's face heavily across the air, and a cold glint flitted across her eyes. "A mere manager of Shuntian Prefecture wants to suppress me? Take off his clothes and throw him to feed the fish," the little girl said expressionlessly. "Okay." Mata laughed heartily and kicked Taifeng's head. Taifeng was rolling on the ground in fear. Mata picked him up with one hand as if he was carrying a chick and strode forward. No. Taifeng was so scared that he peed his pants, his face was even paler than a dead person's. As he begged for mercy, he cried, "Young masters and young misses, this lowly one was blind. This lowly one won't dare to do it again. Please let me go." Sob. Wait, everyone, wait. Hearing the news, the captain of the ship immediately rushed onto the deck. When he saw Mata holding Taifeng in one hand and throwing him outside the mast, his face changed. No. Everyone, young masters and young ladies, please show mercy. The boatman was almost scared to death. These 2 weren't ordinary people. One of them was the 3rd young master of the Shuntian Prefecture's head steward, while the other was the 2nd young master of the Grand Origin Island. If anything happened to the 2 of them on his ship, would the 2 families let him, a little boatman, go? Wasn't he going to tear him apart alive? TSK, Mata chuckled and looked at the old man. You want to meddle in other people's business? Do you think you can meddle in other people's business? The boatman quickly stepped forward with an apologetic smile and cupped his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. Calm down. When we go out, it's better to have one more friend, isn't it? It's really unwise of you to go against Xiantian Prefecture and Grand Origin Island. Haha. Xiantian Prefecture and Grand Origin Island? If you offend me, you'll be in trouble too. With that, he loosened his grip. That boatman's expression changed drastically, and he ran forward in a panic. He saw that Tai family's third young master was thrown into the sea by this vile-looking man. With a splash, he created a big splash on the surface of the sea. Arbor's lips curled up, and he casually flicked a pill into the sea, a cold smile on his lips. Since they kept coming here to court death without knowing what was good for them, why shouldn't she grant them their wish? On the other side, the little fatty also kicked Zhang Wudong into the sea, startling that frail and delicate girl into shrieking. Arbor swept a cold glance over, and coldly said, "You want to play in the sea too?" That girl immediately didn't dare to speak. She shut her mouth tightly, hugged her head, and shrank to one side, looking at Arbor's group before her as if she was looking at a ghost. "Hurry up and save them for me." The boatman anxiously cried out, and hurriedly ran, instructing the assistant beside him to lower the small boat, while he planned to jump onto the small boat to save them personally. "Ah! Boss, look!" Suddenly, a worker let out a cry of alarm. The boatman's heart immediately thumped, and when he looked at the sea with furrowed brows, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He saw that on the surface of the sea, dozens of sea sharks had gathered out of nowhere, baring their sharp teeth, and were tearing at Zhang Wudong and Taifeng in the sea. Both Zhang Wudong and Taifeng were shocked, and their hearts were filled with fear, but in the face of the sea sharks' attack, they still unleashed their greatest survival instincts. The two of them jumped out of the sea at the same time. However, in less than a second, they crashed heavily into the sea. Only then did they realize that the mystic energy around them had been sealed by someone. Ah! Zhang Wudong only felt that a piece of her left leg was bitten off by a sea shark. After fresh blood flowed out, it attracted carnivorous fish from all around, and they quickly surrounded them. How would the boatman dare to get off the boat to save them at this time? He was just an ordinary commoner, just slightly more powerful than the average person. Even young Master Zhang and young Master Tai couldn't deal with Hai Sha, so how could he win? However, he couldn't just stare blankly and watch the two people fight to the death with the shark in the water. If this matter were to spread out, he reckoned that he would be killed 4 or 5 times by Shuntian Hall's great manager. Quick! Save them! Save them! How do we save him, boss? With so many sharks below, who would dare to go down, the few crew members felt their eyelids twitching wildly. If they continued to attract sharks, perhaps their small ship would be attacked by the sharks and capsized. Don't King bullshit. Hurry and save them. Drag them up, drag them up. Use the sling. Get the hook over here. Quick, 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 quick. The boatman hurriedly took the tools handed over by the crew and threw them into the sea, which immediately caught young Master Zhang's collar. Everyone worked together and pulled young Master Zhang out of the sea. At the same time, a small sea shark was also pulled out of the sea because it was biting young Master Zhang's left leg. Ah! Zhang Wudong let out a mournful scream. One person and one sea shark fell onto the deck at the same time. The boatman hurriedly called for the crew members to surround and attack that sea shark, chopping it into several pieces with a flurry of blades. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Following that, the boatman and the crew used the same method to pull the dying Taifeng out of the sea. Although Taifeng was unconscious, he seemed to have fainted due to fear. Only his arm was bitten twice, but the rest of his injuries were not serious. Unlike Zhang Wudong, whose left leg was completely bitten off, and the wound on her right leg was very big. It seemed like it would have to be amputated. Everyone was secretly shocked as they looked at Arbor and the others. This group of young people looked gentle and refined, but they did not expect them to be so cruel and ruthless when they fought. Arbor walked to the mast and glanced at the sea surface indifferently. Then, he threw another pill into the sea. Not a moment later, the sea sharks that had originally clustered together slowly dispersed. When the boatman saw this, he involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief. However, his gaze toward Xiaomu was filled with bewilderment and uncertainty. Arbor turned around and walked towards the cabin. The boatman quickly smiled apologetically and called out to her, "Miss, please wait. In a while I will change 3 cabins for the young masters and misses." It will be completely free of charge. I hope everyone can live comfortably. Arbor raised his eyebrows slightly and did not say much. He turned around and left. Xianxia glanced at him indifferently and said with a smile, "Then we will have to trouble you." The boatman was probably scared out of his wits by the commotion they caused. Actually, everyone did not care whether it was a large cabin or a small one. After all, they would arrive in 7 to 10 days. They did not care if they were a little tired during the journey. However, the boatman obviously did not think so. After experiencing this wave of events, the boatman could not wait to worship Arbor and the others. Thus, Arbor and the others lived very peacefully for the next few days. The 5 mentors benefited from the students and also received 2 noble cabins. They did not have to squeeze into the large cabins with the others. Most importantly, they did not have to spend money to compensate for the difference in price. Only a fool would reject such a good thing. Arbor and Xianxia naturally stayed in the same cabin. When he saw Xianxia coming in with 2 washed apples, he could not help but look up at her. "Hey." Xianxia walked up with a smile and sat down next to Qiao Mu. "Just now, I heard that young Sir Zhang from Great Source Island has been coyly refusing to amputate his leg for several days. Unfortunately, his leg is about to rot, and if he doesn't amputate it soon, it will endanger his life. Therefore, I finally agreed to it today. Just now, when I passed by, I heard that idiot shouting and yelling inside." Arbor flipped through a book and nodded with a gentle expression. If it weren't for Zhang Wudan, who was relying on his family's power to make trouble for her, she wouldn't even bother to look at him. Xianxia quickly peeled the apples and passed one to Arbor. After she finished peeling the other one, she opened her mouth and took a bite. It was crispy and sweet. Xuanxuan's eyes, which were exclusive to gluttons, shone with happiness. Arbor glanced at her and lowered his head, speechless. He flipped another page of the book and said softly, "When we reach Poland Manor's territory, do you want to find a restaurant and have a good meal?" "Yes, yes." Xuanxuan's mood immediately brightened up. Her listless appearance from the past 2 days was swept away. Arbor's lips curled into an undetectable smile. He put down the book beside him and said indifferently, "Let's go. Accompany me to take a breather." Okay. Let's go out for a walk. To be honest, I can't stand being cooped up in this cabin all the time." Xianxia held Arbor's arm and walked out of the cabin. Suddenly, she felt the ground shake slightly. The 2 of them swayed at the same time and almost bumped into Mrs. G, who was running towards them in a panic. "There are waves on the sea. I heard that there will be a storm tonight." Mrs. G hugged her daughter, Huan, and said to the 2 of them in a panic. "Ah? What's going on?" Mrs. G said in a panic, "I heard it from someone else. We can only find out the exact situation from the captain. I'll go and see what's going on," Arbor said and left quickly. When she found the captain, who was sweating profusely at the back of the ship, he hurriedly explained to her that no one predicted a storm when they left the ship. Arbor hurriedly gathered the mentors and friends and glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia hurriedly said to everyone with a serious expression, looking at the sky, "It does look like it's going to change soon. Everyone, be careful. Prepare your things as soon as possible and dress up neatly. This ship can't withstand too many waves, and it might capsize at any moment." Arbor nodded and added a few more words before asking them to go back to their rooms to replenish their energy. In the evening, the waves on the sea grew bigger. Everyone felt their hearts beating wildly as they sat on the ship. A few of them even vomited. The sound of the waves crashing against the ship could be heard. Everyone in the cabin was tense. As for Xianxia and the rest, they were all worried sick. How could they sleep? Thus, they all gathered together. Should we summon the flying mystical beasts later? They were surrounded by water. The only way to escape was to summon the flying mystical beasts. Forget it. Xianxia snorted. The mentors had said before they left that they had to rely on themselves for this trip. They couldn't summon any flying mystical beasts for help. Then what should we do? Little Fatty shouted, "Do the mentors mean that we have to think of a way to cross the remaining sea?" "I think that's what the mentors mean." Lu Yu nodded and said, if we could summon the flying mystical beasts, we would have done it from the start. Sigh. Everyone sighed in unison. They couldn't help but grit their teeth when they thought of the deceptive methods of those few instructors. While they were talking, everyone clearly felt the hull of the boat shake heavily, and the bumps became more and more severe. It's over. It's over. You won't be able to get through the night. Prepare to save him, Arbor said as he stood up. It's not like you can't summon flying Xian beasts. Huatao was speechless. Why don't we discuss this with the mentors? We can't be so inflexible. Now that the situation is urgent and special, we should, dong dong dong. After a few knocks on the door, Zhou Danjin and the other instructors walked in. Zhou Danjin raised his eyebrows and asked, what are you all doing here at Jojo's place? Tell us about the current situation. It seems like the wind and waves are getting stronger. I wonder if the boat will suddenly capsize in the middle of the night. All the students, no matter how unreliable he is, can he be more unreliable than you bunch of useless teachers? However, as mentors, we still have to explain the rules of the trip to you. If any of you summon your mystical beast during the trip, then don't blame the mentors for being merciless and deducting 100 credits from you. Arbor and the rest rolled their eyes at him. Instructor, this isn't good. Little Fatty hurriedly said, look, the situation is urgent. There are still so many people outside waiting for us to save them. Don't worry, the instructors will go and take care of the people in the main cabin. Just take care of yourselves, Zhou Danjin said, then turned and walked out of Arbor's room with Wei Wei and the others. The group of students looked at each other. After a moment, Mata couldn't help but curse in a low voice, a bunch of idiots. What should we do now? They couldn't summon their flying beasts. Were they planning on having them swim back? Arbor reluctantly took out a small porcelain bottle, poured out 2 pills, and gave one to Duan Muqing and Little Fatty. Let's act according to the situation later. Since the instructors didn't let them use their flying beasts, did that mean they wanted them to continue flying? Although they had been on the boat for quite some time, it would still take at least 2 days to reach Poland Manor. How could they fly by themselves? Moreover, there wasn't even a place to rest. Jojo. Little Fatty suddenly jumped up in shock and stammered, don't we have that crimson nimbus boat? As he spoke, he purposely lowered his voice, as if he had a guilty conscience. He glanced back and forth, as if he was afraid that the instructors would suddenly jump out from a crack in the ground. Arbor nodded and glanced at him. Duan Muqing said indifferently, the problem is how to avoid the eyes and ears of the instructors. Right. Those idiot instructors were people who wouldn't even let them use their flying beasts. How could they possibly let them use the Crimson Nimbus boat? Little Fatty's voice lowered even more, Jojo, tell us what to do. We'll do as you say. Arbor glanced at him and didn't say anything. He walked to the window and looked at the gradually darkening sky. Under the bumpy ride, they really couldn't eat much. They just casually gnawed on a peach to finish their meal. When night fell completely, the boat was indeed tossed up and down by the huge wind and waves. It looked like it wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a quarter of an hour. The captain tried his best to get someone to control the rudder, but the wind and waves were too strong. The boat was tossed back and forth by the current. All of a sudden, the group of women sitting in the main cabin heard a loud bang with their hearts on tenterhooks. It was as if some large fish had rammed into their mast. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Immediately after, the women felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, as if the deck under their feet seemed to be creaking and cracking. This sound was simply enough to shatter everyone's nerves. Ah! Mrs. Qi carried her daughter, Huan, and jumped up. She hugged Huan tightly in her arms, and her face turned pale from fright. Zhou Danjin walked out quickly with a sullen face and roared, everyone, come out, TSS, SSSS, SSSs, STEET. TS. The commoners who were scrambling to get out of the cabin were all shocked. Finally, under the urging and help of Instructor Zhou and the others, they all boarded the flying centipede. Arbors also came out. They glanced at the flying centipede without batting an eyelid. Instructor. You're leaving us behind just like that? The little fatty couldn't help but be furious as he shouted in a rough voice. What do you mean we're leaving? Zhou Danjin slapped the back of his head. The instructors are going to help move these people away. Don't get involved and come over on your own. I believe that all of you will definitely work together and think of a way to cross the remaining sea to meet up with the instructors. After Zhou Danjin's string of extravagant praises, all the students gave him a single expression: indifference. All right. I won't talk to you anymore. The instructors are going to. Instructor Wei Wei and the others have already left. Ah? Zhou Danjin turned around and saw the flying centipede flapping its wings as it flew up with a group of people on its back. Zhou Danjin couldn't help but get angry as he resisted the urge to curse. Damn it, Wei Wei, what are you doing? I can't sit anymore. You can fly by yourself for a while. Zhou Danjin, he saw Wei Wei standing on top of the flying centipede's head while the other 3 instructors followed suit and posed in a peculiar posture as they squeezed behind Wei Wei. From the looks of it, this flying centipede had reached the upper limit of the number of people it could carry. However, this flying centipede was already carrying hundreds of people on its back. Now that it was flying, it seemed to be especially strenuous. Who knew how long it could last? Wei Wei also frowned helplessly. Instructor Hu, you guys can fly for a while before coming up. He was worried that his flying centipede's body wouldn't be able to take it. Actually, the flying centipede could only carry 300 people at most. However, there were already 400 to 500 people squeezed onto the flying centipede, causing this flying spirit beast to feel the pressure. All right. Instructor Hu and the others nodded. Everyone shamelessly abandoned the little instructor Zhou and left on the flying centipede without a guilty conscience. Pfft. The little fatty looked at Instructor Zhou's green and red face and couldn't help but burst out laughing. He raised his meaty claws and shook Instructor Zhou's hand forcefully. Instructor, welcome to our flying team. Later, our classmate Duanmu will lead the team in front and we'll be at the back. Just maintain the formation. Duanmu Qing's mouth twitched. Teacher Zhou was already very angry, but the little fatty still went to provoke him. The little fatty smiled and said, Instructor Zhou, I wonder if you've seen a wild goose before. That's how wild geese fly. One moment they're in a row, the next moment they're in a row. Let's learn from them later. It's fine, Instructor. It's just a 2-day flight. Scram. Instructor Zhou flew into a rage out of humiliation. He lifted his leg and kicked the little fatty's butt. The little fatty covered his butt and looked back at him with an aggrieved expression. Why did you kick me? What we should do now is to be of one mind as teachers and students. Why don't you lead the team and lead us? Mata chuckled and coughed a few times. He looked at Instructor Zhou, whose face was ashen. Instructor, I think that little fatty's suggestion is very good. You will be our leader, flying all the way, and we will shout the slogan from behind. Teacher Zhou of the Top Academy will definitely encourage you along the way. Zhou Danjin's eyebrows twitched as he yelled at them, you students can fly by yourselves. Instructor, I'll take my leave first. Instructor, you're not coming with us? Mata called out eccentrically. Seeing Instructor Zhou's speed increase and disappear into the night, little fatty couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're the one who didn't want to follow us. At this moment, the ship was already sinking slowly in the wind and waves. Everyone leaped into the air and set up a defensive barrier around themselves to block the torrential rain. Arbor turned to look at the broken ship and frowned slightly. He suddenly asked, did you see that Zhang guy? I purposely took a look just now. Zhang Wudong and Typhoon weren't on Instructor Wei Wei's flying centipede, Xianxia said with a frown. It was possible that the cripple Zhang Wudong had already been buried in the fish's stomach. However, Typhoon only had some superficial wounds and would recover completely after a few days of rest. How could a mystic cultivator like him not be able to escape from the soaked cabin? Arbor retracted his gaze and waved his hand. Everyone saw a huge 3-story ship seemingly fly into the sea from outer space, riding the wind and waves. After it entered the water, it stirred up huge waves with a splash. Everyone was overjoyed. They finally didn't have to suffer the wind and the storm. Everyone had a ship. Little Fatty was especially overjoyed. With a ship, he didn't have to fly bitterly anymore. He even earned a flight pill from Jojo for free. after Arbor and the others boarded the ship, they heard Xianxia, Little Fatty, Mata, and the others exclaim in surprise. This time even Duan Muqing, who had always been steady, revealed astonishment in his eyes. Huatao couldn't help but exclaim, "This ship is too luxurious and exquisite. I really didn't expect that an old man I've never met before would be so generous as to give Jojo such a spacious and luxurious ship." Mata sighed with emotion. "Why can't I encounter such a good thing?" Arbor glanced at him. "Aren't you going to choose a room?" "Ah, I choose first." Xianxia skipped towards the cabin. "You can go to the 3rd floor," Arbor called out. "Wow." Xianxia cheered and raised her hand. "I'll stay next door to Jojo." "Then let's stay on the 2nd floor." Since the two girls lived on the 3rd floor, for the sake of convenience, Duan Muqing and the other men went to the 2nd floor. After each of them had their own room, the little fatty was surprised to find that there were still many luxuriously decorated rooms on the 2nd floor. This was a big ship that looked ordinary on the outside, but had a different world on the inside. Are all the people on the ship mechanical men? Oh my god, this was simply too extravagant. Using so many mechanical puppets at the helm to deliver tea and water? Whoa. Luyu ignored it and hit the snow leopard that passed in front of him. He felt that the leopard was looking at him like he was a country bumpkin. Arbor glanced at them. "Why are you so excited? Don't you want to sleep? Wake up early tomorrow morning." "Wait." Little Fatty suddenly shouted, "Why can't I feel any bumps at all?" Duan Muqing glanced at him and said helplessly, "This is the Scarlet Firmament Blue Wave, not some ordinary boat. Stability is normal." "Wow. I can finally have a good night's sleep." Xianxia cheered and returned to her room first. After a few seconds, she opened the door again and stuck her head out. She grinned and asked, "I want bath water." "Just instruct the mechanical men." This group of people was different from the others who struggled in the wind and waves. They slept until early in the morning and opened their doors energetically. "Haha, the sky is clear." Looking over, the sky was clear and blue as if it had been washed by water, transparent and clean. "I slept so well last night." "Jojo." Xianxia saw the door to the room next door open and quickly ran over. She chuckled and said, "What breakfast is there?" "Steamed buns, porridge, fruits, pastries, and snacks. We have everything." Arbor pulled her towards the dining room on the 1st floor of the ship. "Wow, I feel so blessed." Looking at the sumptuous breakfast on the table, Xianxia held her small face with a love-struck expression. "All right, sit down and eat." Arbor called Duan Muqing and the others who had just entered the dining room to sit down. 2 to 3 mechanical puppets quickly set up the plates and tidied up the tablecloths. They looked abnormally hard-working. "Jojo, luckily we had your ship this time. Otherwise, we would have been killed by the instructors. In the situation yesterday, there were strong winds and huge waves. If they were swept into the sea, not even their bones could be found." Arbor drank a mouthful of porridge and looked up at Xianxia. "Hurry up and eat. Do you think Instructor Wei Wei brought such a large group of people and left? Have they reached Poland Manor yet?" "Definitely not." Little Fatty chewed on a piece of plum blossom cake and chuckled. "However, compared to Instructor Wei Wei and the others, I want to know more about Instructor Zhou's situation. Instructor Zhou, are you alright after flying through the night with strong winds and heavy rain?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Everyone looked at each other and laughed tacitly. Arbor glanced at them. "We are about a day's journey from Poland Manor. When we are about to reach Poland Manor, Jojo, put away the red firmament blue waves and pretend to fly for a while." Mata suggested. Arbor nodded. Actually, she didn't really want to fly either. Moreover, looking at Instructor Zhou's ashen face and defeated expression, it seemed like he didn't really want to fly across the sea. After everyone had eaten their fill, they let the mechanical puppets cut a plate of oranges. They ate while discussing how to get the instructors back one by one. Now that he had tricked Instructor Zhou, Instructor Wei Wei was equally despicable. He had to do the same to him. Xiaomu gazed at them silently before saying expressionlessly, "I suggest that we find a moonless and windy night to simply put Instructor Wei Wei in a gunny sack and give him a violent beating." Everyone was speechless. If I use the talisman on him, he will definitely come after me. Arbor said calmly, I'll just put a sack over him and punch him. Even if he suspects that I did it, he won't have any evidence. Good idea. In this way, he can only pinch his nose and accept this beating. Who would have thought that the first person to jump out in agreement would actually be Xianxia, who usually put on a serious face all day long? After a heated discussion, they unanimously decided that they would do as Jojo had said when they arrived at Polan Mansion. They would find a moonless and windy night. Help. Help. Eh? Why does this voice sound so familiar? Isn't this Instructor Zhou's voice? Qi Xuanxuan's ears were sharp. She subconsciously stood up and walked towards the deck. Everyone followed her out. When they looked carefully, their eyebrows twitched. Zhou Danjin was hugging a piece of wood and floating on the sea. He was waving at their ship. We were just talking about Instructor Zhou. I didn't expect to see him floating on the sea in the blink of an eye. Everyone held back their laughter and looked up at Instructor Zhou, who was floating on the sea with a piece of wood in his arms. Zhou Danjin's eyes lit up. Naturally, he also noticed the group of little brats standing on the boat. He quickly waved his right hand at Arbor and the others and shouted, Jojo, Mata. Fatty, students, quickly pull the instructor up. Everyone stood on the boat unmoved and stared at Instructor Zhou, who was floating on the sea with a piece of wood in his arms. Mata smiled and asked, Instructor, why are you in the sea? Instructor Zhou was like a drowning animal. He hugged the piece of wood and said angrily, It's a long story. Come, throw a rope down and pull the instructor up first. Fatty quickly shook his head and said, That won't do. Instructor, if we pull you up, you'll accuse us of cheating and deduct our academy points. What should we do? Zhou Danjin immediately said angrily, Does the instructor look like such an unreasonable person? Fatty touched his chin. I feel like the instructors are all like that. Zhou Danjin was speechless. Stop talking nonsense and quickly pull the instructor up. Don't worry, you saved the instructor. Of course, the instructor won't deduct your points. That won't do. If we pull you up later, you won't admit it and will cheat us again. We won't be able to take it. Mata shook his head and said. Bullsh*t. Instructor Zhou cursed furiously in his heart, but on the surface, he still smiled and said, No. Instructor, we'll only believe you if you write a guarantee. Zhou Danjin was speechless. These F***king brats. Alright. Pull me up first. See if I don't kill all of you brats when I get up. Zhou Danjin couldn't breathe. If he hadn't flown for half the night and fought against the storm for so long before finally falling into the sea exhausted, would he be so F***king aggrieved? Wait. Where did these brats get such a big boat? Looking at the situation, the brats seemed to have rested well while he fought against the storm for an entire night. Ao, Instructor Zhou only wanted to go crazy. If he could, he wished he could drag the little fatty and his gang over and give them a good beating. Hurry up and pull the teacher up. Zhou Danjin gritted his teeth. Duanmu? Duanmu Qing looked at him helplessly, then glanced at Arbor. Seeing that she didn't object, he waved his hand. A green vine stretched out from between his fingers and flew in front of Instructor Zhou in a crooked manner. Zhou Danjin hurriedly reached out to grab the green vine, but he felt his body lighten as he was pulled into the air by Duanmu Qing. In the next second, he landed steadily in front of the deck. Tutor, please sign this. The little fatty handed over a letter written with a pen and stuffed it into Zhou Danjin's hand with a smile. Zhou Danjin was speechless. Why did he want to kill them so badly? Mentor, you're not tricking us again, are you? A double-headed hammer suddenly appeared in the little fatty's hand. From the looks of it, if he didn't agree to sign the letter of guarantee, the little fatty would throw him into the sea, right? Zhou Danjin was so angry that he pointed at the fatty, who had a sincere expression on his face. He angrily grabbed the pen and signed his name with a few strokes. The little fatty took the letter of guarantee from Instructor Zhou with satisfaction and stuffed it into his pocket. He was grinning so widely that his teeth could be seen. Instructor, please come in. Get lost. Zhou Danjin glared fiercely at the little fatty, then walked towards the cabin on the first floor. He wanted to take a good bath and eat something, then he would deal with these brats after that. The little fatty stuck out his tongue behind him, then turned his head and said to Arbor with lingering fear, "Jojo, it seems like the storm yesterday was really big." Even Instructor Zhou could not hold out for most of the night, and was thrown into the sea by the strong winds and heavy rain. Needless to say, these brats would have been swept away by the waves at any moment. Arbor nodded, and the group returned to the dining hall to eat some fruits. Not long after, Instructor Zhou, who had cleaned himself up and was no longer in a sorry state, slipped out of the small cabin. He looked at everyone from head to toe, then asked suspiciously, "This ship? Where did you guys come from?" Hearing this, Mata immediately slapped his thigh and said, "You might not believe me, Instructor Zhou, but this ship drove itself here not long after you left. We asked for help from the big ship, and seeing that no one was willing to help, we decided to board the ship together." That's right, when we boarded the ship, we realized that there was no master on this ship at all, and it was all controlled by mechanical people. The little fatty continued to spout nonsense with a sincere face. "We were overjoyed, Instructor, you don't know, but we were thinking of you just now. We were worried that you would be fine the whole night, but we were fine. We took shelter from the storm on this ship, and the ship is stable." Zhou Danjin was speechless. F***ck, he felt that these brats were not telling the truth. How could it be so coincidental? Oh. He left for a few minutes, and the ship drove itself here? Wasn't this a joke? No, I was looking at this ship. Instructor Zhou walked around the dining hall, then looked at the gorgeous furnishings and murals around him. He stared at one of the murals, and his expression suddenly changed. "This is the legendary Crimson Nimbus ship." The group of brats who underestimated Instructor Zhou's education level looked at each other, and at the same time, revealed a confused expression. "Instructor Zhou, what are you talking about? What Crimson Nimbus ship? This is a legendary sacred artifact." Zhou Danjin frowned and pointed at a mural. "Look at this mural. It's the entire process of craftsmen crafting the ship. Among them, there was even a grandmaster who was using a refining furnace to refine the essence of the materials. This process seems to have taken a long time." Instructor Zhou kept looking at the moving murals. Behind him, the group of students looked at each other and couldn't help but criticize in their hearts. They stayed here for a night and didn't pay attention to the mural at all. They just skimmed through it. How could they have the time to study the contents of the mural in detail? Indeed, a mentor was a mentor. Although he usually didn't look very reliable, when it came to knowledge, all the students could only sigh in admiration. "Where the hell did you get this ship?" Zhou Danjin looked at the people of Arbor with a serious face. "This thing can't appear in the middle world. Tell us the truth. This group of brats had better not provoke a powerful enemy for a mere worldly possession of a saint tool." "But you don't believe me. I already said that it came riding the wind and breaking the waves, so we just went with the flow." Mata rolled his eyes and said, "Mentor, don't worry, we definitely didn't steal this ship." Instructor Zhou looked at everyone speechlessly, temporarily believing their nonsense. He nodded and said, "All right then, we have to hurry forward and see if we can catch up with Wei Wei and the others." Even though Wei Wei had been heartless to him, he still couldn't be unjust to him. Arbor lowered his eyes silently. Duan Muqing coughed lightly and said, "Let's try our best to hurry forward, but we can't be sure when this ship will turn back." "What do you mean?" Duan Muqing means, didn't it sail with the current? Maybe after a while, it will turn back on its own. Zhou Danjin's eyes brightened slightly. "You mean, the owner of this ship came specially to save you? Then, after sending you to a safe place, it will immediately turn back?" Everyone nodded their heads in unison. "That's right, Instructor, it's exactly as you said." Zhou Danjin immediately smiled. "Instructor, I wonder which expert saved you. If there's a chance, I would like to meet him and thank him in person." Everyone laughed dryly in succession, and they all subconsciously looked at Xiao Mu, who was standing silently on the side. "Do you want some for breakfast?" Yes. Zhou Danjin immediately raised his hands and feet to cheer. He had been through strong winds and huge waves the entire night. The experience was simply too horrible to look at. It was fine if he didn't eat breakfast, but once he mentioned it, his entire stomach would bulge. Not long after, the mechanical men brought 4 types of snacks, 4 types of porridge, and side dishes to Instructor Zhou. A plate of butterflies was placed in front of Instructor Zhou. The instructor was immediately moved to tears. He picked up a piece of pastry with meat stuffing and stuffed it into his mouth, sighing with emotion, "This breakfast is too sumptuous. I haven't had such rich snacks and porridge for many years." That's right, they thought so too at that time. In this day and age, to be able to eat 7 to 8 different types of dishes for breakfast, he was definitely not a typical nouveau riche. After the ship steadily sailed for a distance, Xiaomu could more or less see the flag on the largest city along the coast of Poland Prefecture. Then, she secretly ordered the golems to feign a return voyage. Everyone rose into the air and left the scarlet firmament blue waves. Zhou Danjin stood in the air, his eyes watching the scarlet nimbus blue wave ship steadily and quickly leaving. His face revealed a slightly emotional expression. TSK, TSK. I wonder which master owns this ship. Based on the defensive ability and speed of this ship, I reckon that even if a God-rank realm expert were to arrive, he would probably be unable to break through the outer layer of defense in a short period of time, right? Looking at the scarlet firmament blue wave ship slowly disappearing into the horizon, Zhou Danjin didn't know that the rich senior he worshipped was actually Arbor. Of course, he didn't know that the scarlet firmament blue wave ship had only been taken back by the little water child. After flying for a while, they saw a huge flying centipede resting on the surface of the water. The group of commoners in the cabin had also safely gotten off the centipede's back, but many of them ran to the side and vomited as soon as they got off. There was nothing he could do about it. He was lucky that he didn't fall off the centipede's back after being tossed around by the wind and rain all night. On the side, Instructor Wei Wei's back was facing them, as if he was arguing with someone. The other person suddenly pulled out the sword at his waist, as if he was going to attack. Wei Wei couldn't help but be furious, but he was stopped by Instructor Hu was standing on the side, and pulled on his sleeve. Arbor and the others descended from the sky and landed beside Instructor Wei Wei. They immediately attracted the attention of the group of soldiers guarding the city gate. The group of soldiers stared at them sternly. Each of them pulled out their sabers from their waists, as though they would immediately attack if Arbor and the others dared to move. What happened? Arbor asked coldly. He was actually not very interested in this matter. Instructor Hu said, you all rushed over. You're quite fast. It's said that there's trouble in the city and people are being arrested, so the city gate is temporarily closed. It's said that it will only open in the evening. How can it be in the evening? It was not even noon yet. Making these people wait outside the city gate for 4 to 6 hours was nothing to martial artists, but it was too unkind to the old, weak, women, and children. Arbor glanced at Mrs. Qi and her daughter who were sitting paralyzed at the side. He took a few steps forward, bent down slightly, and touched Huanhuan's slightly hot forehead. He took out a medicine bottle from his sleeve and gave it to Mrs. Qi. Feed Huanhuan. She should feel better after a while. Mrs. Qi hurriedly took it and thanked him. What happened in the city? Who knows? A few fishermen who were also waiting to enter the city angrily said, I heard that a few strange spies sneaked into our city lord mansion. The leader seems to have a very rare plant-type spirit beast. Arbor blinked his eyes. They stole some valuable information from your city lord mansion? I didn't hear about that. That person shook his head and said, what we know is also very limited. Anyway, the city lord mansion issued a notice saying that they want to capture those people alive. I don't know what heartless things they did to make the city lord so angry. Instructor, why don't we stop wasting time here? Directly ride the flying spirit beast to that academy in Poland Prefecture? Heavenly Academy. Oh right, Heavenly Academy? How about it? Hearing this, Wei Wei thought for a moment before nodding. All right. Their time was limited to begin with, and they really couldn't afford to waste time. Naturally, they couldn't just wait here. However, Wei Wei glanced at the group of people who had escaped from the ship and were now like frosted eggplants after a night of torrential rain. He could not bear to see them like that. What about them? Duan Muqing glanced at him indifferently, then retracted his gaze and lowered his eyes. Teacher, you can't save the entire world. They had already saved most of the people on the ship, which was already considered extremely benevolent. How could they be obligated to help them after they entered the city? If that was the case, one person wouldn't be able to cope no matter how much energy he had. Wei Wei couldn't help but be stunned, and then he sighed and nodded. All right then, let them wait here for the city gates to open. They boarded Instructor Wei Wei's flying centipede and soared into the sky. Shuttling through the clouds, they headed straight for Daizong Mountain. In the city, a black figure suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky, only to see a flying centipede turn into a faint shadow and disappear into the horizon. The sudden stop almost caused Dao Wuji to bump into his back. He couldn't help but grumble, "Boss, why are you in a daze?" "I seem to have sensed Jojo's aura," Prince Mo muttered to himself. "Ah? Boss, what are you talking about? Tomorrow, the 6th watch period will resume." At that moment, he really felt Jojo's aura, but it came and went quickly. Prince Mo narrowed his eyes and looked up at the distant sky. After hesitating for a second, he said, "I'll go take a look first." Hearing this, Infinite Blade immediately followed. "Boss, if we're leaving together." The city in front of them was under martial law. To them, leaving or staying was a piece of cake. If they really wanted to leave this city, it would be too easy. However, Prince Mo originally planned to scout for information in the city first. But now, it seemed that Boss Missouri was leaving? Naturally, they didn't want to stay in this godforsaken place. Although this kind of coastal city was the largest city near the coast, in the eyes of Infinite Blade and the others, it was still pitifully small. Little Tai Sui glanced at Infinite Blade and snorted. "If it weren't for someone alerting the city lord, would we have been hunted all over the city?" Infinite Blade pursed his lips and said unhappily, "I didn't do it on purpose. When we came out of the passage, if it weren't for the fact that I fell in a bad position, how could I have fallen into the city lord's room and seen his scandal?" When Infinite Blade heard this, he rolled his eyes at little Tai Sui. "How can you blame me for this? How would I know that when we were teleported out, there would be such a big deviation?" Infinite Blade snorted. "You were teleported to other places in the city lord's residence, and I fell into the city lord's room. This isn't something that I can control, right? If it were any of you who fell into the city lord's room like I did and saw that thing, wouldn't you scream? This is a basic human reaction, okay?" Little Tai Sui glared at him and said unhappily, "When that kid fell into the crocodile pool, he didn't scream like you did." Infinite Blade snorted. "How can that be the same? I'd rather fall into the crocodile pool myself." Falling into the crocodile pool was better than falling into the city lord's room. Little Tai Sui gave him a disdainful look and then ignored him. Mo Lian naturally wasn't in the mood to listen to their bickering. He beckoned with his hand, and 7th Yen appeared beside him. "Little 7, bring me to chase after them," Mo Lian ordered in a deep voice. Yen 7 nodded. Just as he was about to transform into a dragon and soar into the sky, an angry roar came from the corner of the street. "Surround them." Prince Mo turned around with a frown and saw a fat middle-aged man leading several hundred level 7 and level 8 mystic cultivators. He waved his hand and surrounded them. This lineup was naturally enough to scare people to death on Seacombe Planet. So many mystic cultivators had suddenly appeared. But in the middle 6 prefectures, it was nothing. In a small coastal city, there were not many spiritual masters under the city lord, but there were quite a few mystic masters. Little Tai Sui glanced at Infinite Blade, and his meaning was clear: resolve the trouble you caused yourself. Dao Wuji didn't need little Tai Sui to say anything. He immediately took a few steps forward and stood in front of everyone. He looked at the city lord, who looked at him with disdain. "City lord, what a coincidence. We meet again. Go." How could the fat city lord be in the mood to talk nonsense with him? He pointed 2 fingers, and the large group of mystic cultivators behind him swarmed toward them. During this short delay, Mo Lian looked up at the sky, but he couldn't see any traces of the flying centipede anymore. Crack. The little morning glory squatting on her shoulder opened its petals, revealing 2 rows of small serrated steel teeth. It looked at the fat city lord's group with an eager look. Mo Lian raised her hand and pressed it, indicating that it should behave. Then, her gaze swept indifferently over the fat city lord's group, and she glanced sideways at Dao Wuji. "Take care of them." "Okay, boss, don't worry. Leave this matter to me." Dao Wuji swept into the fat city lord's group like a gust of wind. He didn't seem to make a move, but after a series of punches and kicks, a large number of guards fell around the fat city lord. The city lord was so shocked that his face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly took a few steps back. The fat city lord's eyes looked up and down at Dao Wuji in surprise. He saw that this young man was quite handsome, but he didn't look like someone with such high cultivation. He could take down so many guards around him in one move, so he didn't know what his cultivation was. Do you want to fight again? Dao Wuji stood with his arms crossed. He only used 10% of his strength to take down so many people in front of him. The fat city lord had to retreat and didn't dare to send people to fight with him again. Little Taisui glanced at Dao Wuji from the side and sneered, "Take it easy. If you kill the people of the Middle Realm, you might be caught and locked up for 8 to 10 years. Little Taisui raised his finger and pointed to the sky. Dao Wuji naturally understood and waved his hand with a smile. How could that be? I just got out of that damn place. Don't forget, you didn't get out with your own ability. Little Taisui rolled his eyes at him. Only those who break through by themselves can temporarily gain freedom. As for you, humph. Dao Wuji's face was hot from Little Taisui's snort, and he turned his head and stopped talking to him. Every time he talked to Little Taisui, he felt like he was taking the initiative to put his face to it, and he was always annoyed. Get out of here. Infinite Blade roared at the fat city lord. Are you waiting to be beaten up? If he wasn't worried that the heavenly Tao would show its might and capture him back to the Tower of Punishment, he would really want to kill these noisy fellows. The city lord took several steps back. He knew that even if he and the mystic cultivators around him worked together, they might not be a match for these strange people in front of him, so he quickly turned and ran with his men. The ordinary people in the streets and alleys were also used to seeing eye signals. When they realized that even their city lords couldn't do anything to these young people in front of them, they all retreated back to their homes and closed their shops. After a burst of commotion, the fat city lord and his people retreated completely. The entire street was empty. Only a pitifully thin yellow-spotted cat in the corner could be seen jumping down from the straw shed. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't expect Dao Wuji to make such a move and cause such a big commotion. But it made sense. Dao Wuji, a minor spiritual supremacy, was obviously not enough in front of the immortal supremacies in the tower. But if he was placed in this group of mystic cultivators, it was tantamount to a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep. How could they not be afraid? A faint shadow emerged from Mo Lian's hand. Everyone looked at it and couldn't help but be stunned. Fairy Ginkgo called out sweetly, "Young Master Mo, what are you doing?" End of chapter 1841. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.